From Haojiang to Shangjiang, he carried nothing but fierce ambition and a pair of eyes that could discern the tides of the era. Though born into an ordinary family, he seized every opportunity in those turbulent, ever-changing times. Starting from Haojiang and advancing step by step into the capital core of Shangjiang, he gradually forged a commercial domain of his own. Real estate, finance, shipping, and trade were all laid out in a comprehensive interlocking network. Amid the relentless contest between capital and power, he continuously expanded his influence. While others were still scrambling after opportunities, he was already drafting the rules. What he sought was not mere wealth, but a family empire that would endure for 100 years. From this moment on, the Zhou clan would begin to rewrite the spirit of the age. A bunch of fossilized old fogies doomed never to become truly rich. No wonder he had never even heard of this family in his previous life. Most likely they had already been wiped out completely by a few rounds of market reshuffling. Standing in the center of the ancestral meeting hall, Zhou Zhanheng fumed inwardly, yet his face remained taut and severe. His fingertips curled slightly as he forced down the surge of emotion within. The chill of the air conditioning coupled with the European-style ceiling fan overhead created a double layer of cold, yet it still could not cool his agitated heart. The real estate quotation sheets spread across the table were harshly glaring to the eye. Clan Elder, this isn't squandering the family fortune. It is an once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Zhou Zhanheng's gaze was razor-sharp, his tone blunt and fierce. His patience had been worn down to the limit. The British will never abandon Hong Kong. Assets being dumped at 30% of their value today will yield a 100-fold return in the future. Reckless youth. The clan elder roared in anger. Sensing the situation spiraling, his father Zhou Jinxiong instantly slapped the table. Silence. How can you speak to the clan elders like this? And you are not allowed to scheme after the clan's ancestral assets. That is the accumulation of several generations of our forebears. As he finished, he shot his son a meaningful glance that could not have been clearer. Don't butt heads with this pack of old men. Find another angle. Catching his father's wink, Zhou Zhanheng understood at once, though he muttered inwardly. So old Zhou, who would have thought? Stern and proper on the surface, yet quite the actor inside. Seeing father and son exchanging glances as though no one else was present, the clan elders bristled with rage, mustaches quivering and eyes bulging on the verge of slamming the table themselves. At that moment, the old patriarch seated at the head of the hall finally broke his silence with a dry cough. Ahem, enough, all of you, stop arguing. His voice was not loud, yet it instantly suppressed the clamor filling the room. He slowly raised his teacup, took a sip, and his imposing gaze settled on Zhou Zhanheng, weighing him for a long, grave moment. As the current patriarch of this branch of the Zhou family, he held up the sky above them. He understood the rules more than anyone, and understood the human heart even better. He looked at Zhou Zhanheng with a complicated expression. A fleeting hint of approval passed through his eyes, but in the end he could only sigh softly. Hengzai, your talent in business is plain for your grandfather and the clan elders to see. But under the current circumstances, stability must come first. If the family wishes to remain prosperous for generations, we must be steady, take few risks. Our forebears did not build this foundation easily. The clan elders were just about to echo his words when grandfather lifted a hand, stopping them, and turned the direction of his. However, as the direct line eldest grandson of our branch, you may be allowed room for trial and error, but only with your own private assets. The clan will not intervene, nor will it guarantee you. If you succeed, that will be your own ability. If you fail, then you will obediently submit to the family's arrangements. With a sharp smack, grandfather set down his teacup and waved his hand, sealing the decision. Enough. The matter is settled. Anyone who dares to argue further is the one who does not know their place. The clan elders stared at one another in silence. His father Zhou Jinxiong wanted to speak again, but a single glare from grandfather forced him to swallow his words and close his mouth helplessly. Joy surged in Zhou Zhanheng's heart. He knew this was the greatest degree of freedom he could possibly win. Without wasting words, he bowed deeply. Thank you, grandfather. Your grandson understands. Striding out of the meeting hall, he was met by the blazing Macau sun scorching the earth. He walked to a large tree and stood beneath its shade, his heart tumbling with emotion. He was a transmigrator, one who had crossed into this world even before birth. Aside from his parents, grandparents, and 3 elder sisters, there was a whole crowd of clan elders and relatives. From childhood, he had been tightly controlled by the family. Even though he was praised as the Zhou clan's onsen 500 years prodigy, he had never been granted the slightest privilege in terms of financial freedom. At that thought, Zhou Zhanheng almost felt his eyes sting. It had not been easy. After enduring so many years, he had finally seized initiative for the first time. Yet being underage was a nuisance. Even taking out a loan required his mother to appear in person. What a bothersome hassle. He scratched his head, and in the next instant a plan flashed through his mind. He turned on his heel at once and headed straight for his mother's temporary restroom in Hong Kong. In an apartment near the Jiahua Bank in Hong Kong, his mother Lu Wanjuan was handling bank affairs. Seeing Zhou Zhanheng rush and drenched in sweat and flustered, she hurried over to him in distress. Oh my dear boy, why are you in such a rush? Did you suffer some grievance in Macau? Zhou Zhanheng's eyes flickered, and he instantly put on a well-behaved, sensible expression. In a few quick steps, he threw himself against his mother, his broad frame hanging on her like a big bear, his voice soft and drawn out. Mommy, grandfather will only let me use my own money, but what I have is not enough. HSBC requires a guardian's signature for the loan. Mommy, help me please. I really want to make this happen. At 1.88 meters and weighing nearly 200 kg, he was a massive lump of a man now flopped weakly against his mother's shoulder like an oversized baby. The sight left Lu Wanjun utterly at a loss. All right, you're such a big man now. Why are you still acting like a little child? She lightly brushed him off. Yet once it came to business, her tone immediately steadied the composure of one who had long controlled the bank's purse strings, revealing itself. Hung, it's not that Mommy won't support you, but do you understand what the situation is right now, eh? The riots have yet to subside, people are panicked and unsettled, and you want to throw your entire fortune into catching a falling knife, even add leverage with a loan. This risk is far too great. Just as Zhou Zhanheng opened his mouth to speak, she raised a hand to stop him and pulled him down to sit on the sofa. When you were younger, you were so steady in everything you did, using trust dividends to open a plastic flower factory, starting only with small workshops. Later, when you entered the stock market, you chose only safe blue chips. Last year, you even exited the market early, step by step, calculating everything with clarity. Why are you suddenly so aggressive this time? She reached out to gently caress her son's face, her tone softening. You've worked hard for more than 10 years. No smoking, no drinking, no squandering. To accumulate this 50 million in assets. Every time I think about how talented and steady my good boy is, I can sleep peacefully at night. This money is your backing. If you throw it all in now, and the situation reverses even a little, you could be back to square one overnight. Without a family guarantee, and with you still underage, HSBC will approve at most 10 to 20 million. Add leverage to that, and the pressure will be enormous. Her words flowed in clear order, gentle, yet lucid. Accounts, risks, limits. She had calculated them all down to the last detail. Seeing this, Zhou Zhanheng knew he could not confront her heat. No wonder she had been the decision-maker at the bank for so many years. This soft yet forceful wake-up call was truly honed to perfection. He immediately switched tactics. One moment, he was the well-behaved son his mother was so proud of, and the next his face slackened, his burly frame slumping bonelessly against her on the sofa. Half his body draped over her as he began a pure, unrestrained display of childish wheedling. Mommy, I know the risk is high, but this is an opportunity that comes only once in a lifetime. That 50 million is just sitting there anyway. If I don't seize core assets now, am I supposed to wait until prices have risen tenfold and then chase after them? I've done the math with HSBC. If I mortgage my factories and properties, I can get at most 25 million in loans. I only need 20 million. That's enough. Just help me sign the papers, handle the formalities for me, please. He rubbed his head against Lu Wanjuan's shoulder, his voice soft and sticky, utterly unreasonable as he pestered her. You love me the most. Just help me this once, all right? When I make a fortune, I'll buy you the finest jewelry, and you can buy as many storefronts in Central as you like. Lu Wanjun could only laugh and cry at being so entangled by him. Looking at her tall, sturdy son, usually mature and steady, now pretending to be a 3-year-old child just to see this plan through, she sighed softly in her heart. With her years of experience in the bank, how could she not recognize that this was an once-in-a-century bottom-picking window? Yet having witnessed too many cases of overnight ruin, she simply could not put her heart at ease as a mother. You truly are a little heart-melting scoundrel. She poked his forehead helplessly, finally relenting. All right, you win. I'm afraid of you. I'll sign and I'll handle the loan for you. But let me be blunt. If you lose money, you're not allowed to cry, and you're not allowed to run back to the family to cause trouble. Zhou Zhanheng's eyes lit up at once. He sat up straight, grinning foolishly from ear to ear. Don't worry, Mommy. I guarantee I won't lose. He then burrowed his head against the hollow of her shoulder again, his heart surging with excitement and a faint sense of revulsion as he ranted inwardly. This shameless act really works, but it is nauseating. There was no helping it. Being underage was precisely this inconvenient. For the sake of those hundreds of millions in future assets, he would swallow his pride and endure. In Central, the temporary office was mildly chilled by the air conditioning, shutting out the lingering gloom of the riots outside. Lu Wanjun gently pushed a stack of asset lists to the front of the desk, her tone crisp and professional. All the accounts have been reconciled. 9 cinemas plus the New World Theater in Central and the Central Theater, both with full permanent ownership of the entire buildings, cost 45.5 million and have already been incorporated into Hengchang property. Yonghua Studio, its film library, the Southeast Asian Distribution Network, and equipment, 11 million. In total, 56.5 million, and Cathay has been taken over in its entirety. Zhou Zhanheng glanced over the papers, then his body slackened as he collapsed onto the sofa with a low groan. He had thought he would be exhilarated once he secured these assets, yet all that remained was sheer exhaustion. Lifting his eyes toward his mother, he spoke in a soft, drained voice tinged with a faint detachment. The villa at 47 Barker Road has been settled, as well 2.8 million. From now on, we can be considered to have put down roots in Hong Kong. Lu Wanjun also fell briefly into a daze, then let out a soft sigh. The riots are on the verge of being completely quelled. Land prices will inevitably see a retaliatory rebound. Those fellows who fled are likely to regret it to death this time. Lounging on the sofa, Zhou Zhanheng's body wriggled twice like a silkworm, his voice lazy as he replied, I warned them early on. Not a single one believed me. Who can they blame now? Forget them. The problem now is that Cathay's spread is sizable, and we must find someone who can truly shoulder responsibility to take the helm. I've thought it over repeatedly, and only one person fits. He's currently at Shaw top tier in ability, yet has remained perpetually unfulfilled. I want to invite him over. He lay there pretending to ponder, though in truth he had long since made up his mind. Lu Wanjun lifted her gaze to her eldest son. These past few days had indeed worn him down. The moment she heard him mention Shaw, she immediately understood whom he meant. Raymond Chow. Aside from him, I will not consider a second person. As he spoke, Zhou Zhanheng rolled up from the sofa in one smooth motion, grabbed his jacket, and headed out. I've arranged to meet him at the Mandarin Oriental, and will speak to him personally. Mommy, I'm off. Ask Uncle Shimming to keep an eye on those cinemas for me for now. Hey, slow down, be careful on the road. Watching him hurry out almost in a rush, Lu Wanjun could not help but got it. Zhou Zhanheng's voice carried clearly through the not quite closed door. She rose and walked to the window, watching as he lifted his head before getting into the car, and waved up at her. Only then did she turn away, cheerfully setting about handling the remaining odds and ends for her son. In a private room at the Mandarin Oriental, Raymond Chow pushed the door open and stepped in, his mood a tangle of conflicting emotions. He had not expected that this 16-year-old rising star, after sweeping up film industry assets, would specially arrange to meet him, a senior executive at Shaw. What unsettled him even more was that just the day before, Run Shaw had given him a stern warning, followed by a raise and promotion, clearly intending to keep him. Mr. Chow, I finally managed to get you here. Please have a seat. Zhou Zhanheng stood to welcome him, taking the initiative to extend his hand. Though still young, he was already close to 1 meter 90, his presence steady, devoid of any trace of youthful awkwardness. Raymond Chow hurriedly reached out to clasp his hand, then sat down and went straight to the point, his tone cautious with the wariness of an old hand. Mr. Zhou has invited me. May I ask for what purpose? A waiter brought in hot tea, then withdrew with light steps, shutting out all the bustle of the hotel lobby. Zhou Zhanheng first gestured toward the teacups and gave a faint smile. No rush. Have some tea first. Your surname is Chow, and mine is Zhou. The sounds are similar. Who knows, perhaps 500 years ago we belonged to the same family. Seeing that Raymond Chow's expression remained unchanged, his composure so steady that not a drop seemed likely to spill, Zhou Zhanheng sighed inwardly. No wonder he was an old hand. His steadiness was formidable. He reined in his joking tone, his voice turning solemn as he began to speak. Since that's the case, I'll be blunt. Here is how it stands. I want to invite you to be the decision-maker of my new company. Hearing this, Raymond Chow's expression shifted slightly. He had just opened his mouth to refuse when Zhou Zhanheng hastened to cut him off. He knew clearly that at this point Raymond Chow had not yet been driven to a dead end, his ambition not yet fully inflamed, and Feng Yatwa had not truly climbed over his head to suppress him. Without waiting for the other man to speak, Zhou Zhanheng slowly laid out his bargaining chips. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Hear all my terms first. It won't be too late to decide afterward. I've acquired Cathay's entire estate. Studio, cinema, chain, Nanyang distribution channels, all complete. The industrial chain is ready-made. The new company will be called Golden Harvest Entertainment. With that, he gently pushed the drafted contract in front of Raymond Chow and offered terms sufficient to drive the entire film industry mad. First, you'll receive 10% in actual equity with a normal lockup period in accordance with industry practice. Second, we'll establish a 15% option pool, of which 5% will be at your sole discretion to allocate for winning over the colleagues you bring out of Shaw. How you divide it, I will not interfere. Third, after 20 full years, you'll be granted an additional 3% in shares, and after 30 years, another 2% with lifetime dividends. Fourth, production, personnel, budgeting, and creative decisions will all be in your hands. I only provide capital. For non-major matters, I will not interfere in any operational decisions. The producer participation model and star profit-sharing system you wish to implement can be fully carried out at Golden Harvest. Fifth, I'll have my uncle Shimming manage finance, but he will only be responsible for compliance and bookkeeping, tax filings included, and will not meddle in business. Leaning back into the sofa, Zhou Zhanheng spoke in an even tone. The shares, authority, and future prospects for your brothers that Shaw cannot give you. I'll give you all of them. I've said my piece. Mr. Chow, what do you think? Raymond Chow's fingertips tightened on the edge of the paper. In over 10 years at Shaw, he had grown used to contracts layered with restraints, but never had he seen a framework that ceded authority so freely. He raised his eyes and asked, Mr. Zhou trusts me to such an extent. You're not afraid that once I hold the reins I might squander your entire fortune? Besides, I am still employed at Shaw. What I trust is not your character, but your ambition, Zhou Zhanheng replied calmly. No matter how formidable you are at Shaw, you are still merely a high-ranking employee. What I'm offering you is a chance to stand shoulder to shoulder with Shaw and accomplish something great. I don't believe you're that short-sighted. As for the contract, only you and I need to know for now. Once you've completed your resignation procedures, we can make it public. Run Shaw seeks obedient employees, whereas I seek partners to conquer the world together. He spread his hands slightly, his tone open and forthright. Mr. Chow, do you have any other concerns? Raymond Chow fell silent for a moment, and the long-suppressed frustration and ambition in his heart were finally and fully ignited. He hesitated no longer and picked up the pen to sign his name. Rest assured, Mr. Zhou, within 2 years I will see to it that Golden Harvest stands on equal footing with Shaw. Zhou Zhanheng rose with a smile and clasped his hand firmly. Good. I'll be watching. The next day Raymond Chow submitted his resignation. Run Shaw's face turned cold, his tone filled with disappointment. I have carefully cultivated you for decades, treating you as my right arm, and in the end you leave me by betraying your master. It is truly disheartening. Raymond Chow's expression remained calm without a ripple, and he answered in an even voice, 6 uncle's years of support I will always remember. Each man has his own road to walk. I hope 6 uncle takes good care of himself. With that he bowed, turned, and left. The door closed with a soft click. Run Shaw's face darkened at once. Raising his hand, he slammed the jade cup on the table, producing a dull thud. Rage surged through him, yet mindful of his status, he ultimately did not lose his composure, sitting alone in his chair, stifling a chest full of fury. Half a month later, Zhou Zhanheng entered Cathay's mid to high-level meeting with Raymond Chow and finance director Lu Shiming at his side. The atmosphere in the conference room was one of anxious unease. Everyone feared that a new ruler would mean new ministers and that they would be mercilessly purged. Seated at the head, dressed in a dark suit, Zhou Zhanheng's bearing was upright. With just a mild sweep of his gaze across the room, the once noisy conference hall fell instantly silent. Today I'll speak of only 3 matters. First, Cathay will be wholly merged into Golden Harvest Entertainment. The existing team will remain unchanged. No layoffs, no pay cuts. Anyone wishing to seek opportunities elsewhere will receive severance at the highest standard under the labor law. The great stone hanging over everyone's hearts fell at once. Second, Zhou Zhanheng turned slightly, signaling for Raymond Chow to step forward, his tone solemn. Raymond Chow will serve as general manager of Golden Harvest. All operational affairs of the company will be decided by his single pen. For non-major matters, I will not interfere in operations. Third, Lu Shiming will oversee finance, responsible only for compliance and transparency, without interfering in creation or operations. The entire room erupted, shaken. Such delegation of power and such boldness were rare in the entire Hong Kong business community. In that instant, everyone understood that this young boss was no frivolous rich heir playing at business, but someone truly intent on building something great. To stay at Golden Harvest was to secure a promising future. Raymond Chow then announced the core leadership team: Qin Yu as head of production, Wong Tin Lam as head of directing, Ho Kunchong as deputy general manager, and Joseph Koo as music director. A golden lineup was thus formed on the spot. After the meeting, Zhou Zhanheng invited Raymond Chow alone into his own office. He put aside any airs of a boss. The two sat facing each other, chatting over the follow-up arrangements like old friends. Mr. Chow, the team has been assembled. How we fight from here on out will depend entirely on you. Smiling, Zhou Zhanheng handed him a cup of tea, his tone light. But there are 2 people I suggest you keep a close eye on. They can definitely help us tear open Shaw's monopoly and push Golden Harvest's name fully out into the world. Zhou Wenhui immediately sat up straight and asked hastily, which 2 individuals do you mean, Mr. Zhou? Zhou Zhanheng leaned back on the sofa, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest as a faint smile played upon his lips. One is Chong Che of Shaw Brothers. His capabilities, I trust, are no secret to you. His creative ambition is immense, and he will inevitably chafe under Shaw Brothers' centralized authority. You've known him for years. It's only fitting that you approach him directly. As for how best to persuade him to join us, that rests entirely with you. Zhou Wenhui's eyes lit up. He had long harbored intentions of recruiting Chong Che, but previously lacked both platform and confidence. Now backed by Jiahe and granted full managerial autonomy, by Zhou Zhanheng, the opportunity was truly within reach. He nodded firmly and replied with quiet assurance, I've known him for decades. I am confident this can be done. The second person is Bruce Lee. Zhou Zhanheng continued. He is a natural martial arts prodigy. His philosophy and theory of kung fu are unparalleled anywhere in the world. At present he languishes in Hollywood, relegated to bit parts and stunt training, his extraordinary talents utterly untapped. Once his kung fu films are made, they will ignite Hong Kong's sweep across Southeast Asia, and even break into Hollywood itself. He fixed Zhou Wenhui with a solemn gaze. How to convince him to return to Hong Kong is entirely in your hands. A surge of fervor instantly ignited within Zhou Wenhui's chest. Now wielding real authority, ample capital, and the unwavering support and trust of his principal backer, with these 2 luminaries joining forces, and bolstered by the seasoned team inherited from Cathay, he knew Jiahe would soar beyond all expectations, capable of challenging Shaw Brothers' Hedon. A prospect he had never dared imagine during his entire 14 years there. Without hesitation, he rose to his feet, voice resolute and deliberate. Rest assured, Mr. Zhou, I will travel to America myself and bring Bruce Lee back to Hong Kong whole and unharmed. Zhou Zhanheng rose with a smile and clasped his hand firmly. Watching Zhou Wenhui stride out, his heart felt crystalline clarity, and beneath it an irrepressible tide of exhilaration. With film secured, Zhou Zhanheng did not pause. In his past life, those years of hardship as a chef had been sustained only by music, the soul light piercing his weariness. Names like Joseph Koo, Paula Sui, Leslie Chung, and Alan Tam, legends now soon to be legends under his banner, would all without exception find their place beneath his roof. His first target was Diamond Records, the dominant label of its era, commanding Hong Kong's finest recording studios, pressing plants, and distribution networks across Southeast Asia. Its roster included Joseph Koo's Lotus Band and Teddy Robin, and among its younger staff was a promising talent named Chung Donghan. Amidst political turbulence, the record industry's profits had dwindled to one-third of their former level. Foreign owners, disheartened, were actively seeking buyers. Zhou Zhanheng entrusted Lu Shiming with negotiations, and within 2 days a verbal agreement was reached at $1 million, with signing scheduled for the following day. Yet the next morning, Lu Shiming returned, his expression grim. It's Shaw brothers pulling strings behind the scenes. Sir Run Shaw still seethed over Zhou Wenhui's defection. Without openly bidding, he leveraged his industry influence to pressure Rin de Silva, offering long-term film soundtrack collaborations as bait, applying both subtle coercion and overt pressure to force a breach of contract purely to obstruct them. Zhou Zhanheng listened, then poured Lu Shiming a cup of tea and spoke calmly. This was anticipated, Uncle Lu. No need to be upset. It merely means spending more. Besides, Diamond Records isn't indispensable to me. Still, Sir Run Shaw has rather compromised the dignity befitting a tycoon, hasn't he? At this, Zhou Zhanheng curled his lip slightly, inwardly scoffing, a titan of cinema stooping to such shameless, underhanded tactics. How utterly undignified. Uncle Lu, please arrange another meeting with Rin de Silva tomorrow. I'll speak with him personally. With that, he raised his teacup in a gesture of warm, respectful courtesy. Lu Shiming lifted his cup in return, his tone considerably softened. Very well. And you're right, Sir Run Shaw does seem rather petty. A quiet chuckle escaped him. The next day, Rin de Silva arrived, visibly uneasy, evasive, and hesitant. Zhou Zhanheng cut through the pretense. Without ceremony, Mr. de Silva, we're both businessmen. There's no need for charades. You simply want more, that's the crux. Everything else is pretext. Leaning casually against the sofa, he rotated his stemmed glass slowly in his palm, voice imbued with quiet certainty. The original $1 6 million stands, but I'll raise it by HK400. Final offer $2 million Hong Kong dollars, payable in full cash upon signing, cleared within half a business day. Cash and goods exchanged simultaneously. You know well enough that what Sir Run Shaw offers is little more than an empty promissory note. We're both intelligent men. Such promises are mere breath, weightless and void. Zhou Zhanheng leaned forward just slightly, his tone unwavering. What I offer is immediate, tangible cash. The very best chance you'll ever have to secure your retirement, to close this chapter with peace and stability. Moreover, he eased back into the sofa, his tone growing more relaxed. The music industry in Hong Kong offers many paths. I don't depend on your single label. But if you pass on this price today, the next buyer may not extend such courtesy. These words struck deep. His face flushed, then paled. Yet he knew with chilling clarity that Hong Kong's future remained shrouded in uncertainty after the recent unrest. Cash, not promises, was the only true anchor. As for Shaw brothers' threats and enticements, he cared little. Just as Zhou Zhanheng had surmised, he simply wanted. Though deeply irritated by the young man's audacity, he dared not gamble. Age had tempered his ambition. He only wished to retire comfortably, far from the fray. After a brief pause, he nodded decisively, his voice resigned. I accept, on your terms. Let's sign. Zhou Zhanheng rose and shook his hand, his expression serene, as though sealing nothing more consequential than a routine transaction. A pleasure doing business with you, Mr. de Silva. Upon acquisition, Lu Wanjun dispatched a veteran finance director from Jihua Bank, her trusted aide for 10 years, to assume control of Diamond Records accounts, reporting directly to her and Zhou Zhanheng. That afternoon, Diamond Records convened its first all-staff meeting, punctual yet thick with tension. Veteran employees sat rigid, bracing for upheaval. New ownership often meant purges, dismantled legacies, shattered reputations. Zhou Zhanheng sat at the head of the table and spoke plainly. Today, I address only 2 matters. First, the existing team positions and salaries remain unchanged. No layoffs, no replacements. Those who choose to leave will receive the maximum severance stipulated by labor law. No compromise, no shortchanging. His gaze swept slowly across the room, steady and calm. Second, henceforth this company pursues but one mission. Excellence in music stardom for artists and the global resonance of Chinese songs wherever Chinese people dwell. A palpable easing settled over the room. Then he announced the new leadership. Lu Wanjun appointed chairman, overseeing risk control and finance. Lai Shutin as general manager responsible for operations and artist management. Chung Donghan promoted to production manager, overseeing recording and album coordination. Gu Jiahui named music director, entrusted with arranging and production standards. and Wang Jim brought on as exclusive creative consultant dedicated to lyricism and promotion. Finance remained under direct headquarters control, handling funds exclusively, never interfering in creative or operational decisions. Silence fell. Then came a collective stir of astonishment. Lai Sudden, Gu Jiaowei, Wang Jim, each a towering figure in the industry. Cheng Donghan, once an assistant, now vaulted to leadership. Grateful for this young boss's rare discernment, he vowed to repay it with unwavering dedication. All recognized this was no dilettante. He intended to reshape the music landscape, and remarkably, he guarded only the financial bottom line, granting full autonomy over operations and artistry. In an industry where autocratic control reigned and short-term profit dictated every decision, such trust was unprecedented, sparking quiet, burgeoning hope among musicians. After the meeting, Lai Shutin lingered until the end and stepped forward. Mr. Zhou, we already have Joseph Koo and Teddy Robin. Our lineup is already the finest in Hong Kong. Where shall we focus our resources next? Any promising newcomers worth watching? Zhou Zhanheng reclined in his chair, fingertips tapping the desk lightly, and smiled faintly. Paula Sui. Li Xiaotian frowned slightly. The one who sings at the Tsim Sha Sui nightclub. Her voice is indeed rare, with a thick and steady mid-low tone, but she has never gained fame or released any records, which makes it difficult to promote her. Exactly for that reason, we need to sign her. Zhou Zhanheng said firmly. Her singing skills, presence, and grasp of the songs are unparalleled in Hong Kong. Right now, no one values her, but that's their lack of vision. In the future, she will be a true evergreen in the music industry. He paused, his tone measured. You go talk to her, show her respect, and avoid making lofty promises. As for the newcomer's treatment, $350 per song, and for an album of 12 songs, we will pay $4,200 in one go, which is $50 higher than the market rate, but still within the standard set by Assam without breaking the rules. Additionally, if the first album sells over 1500 copies, the payment for the second album will double, and we can discuss royalties then. How far she can go depends on her own abilities. Li Xiaotian immediately understood and nodded. I get it. It shows sincerity without alienating the old employees. It's fair and proper. After some thought, he added, should we also arrange with Assam that if sales exceed 0, we will initiate a royalties renewal? Zhou Zhanheng nodded lightly. Of course. A buyout system won't retain talent. I am in this for the long haul, not a one-time deal. The rules apply equally to everyone, with compensation based on merit and results. What needs to be given, I won't shortchange even a cent. The next evening at the Tsim Sha Sui nightclub. The smell of alcohol and smoke filled the room, and the sounds of drinking, games, and laughter drowned out the singer on stage, with few truly paying attention to the performer. Su Xiaofeng, dressed in a dark patterned qipao, held the microphone steadily, her deep, rich voice cutting through the noise, singing with meticulous care. As the song ended, the applause was sparse, mixed with a few light-hearted whistles. She calmly bowed and stepped off stage, only to see someone walking towards her in the backstage area, with a humble demeanor completely devoid of the usual disdain for nightclub singers. It was Li Xiaotian. Miss Su, I apologize for the interruption. Li Xiaotian smiled and nodded. I am Li Xiaotian, the general manager of Diamond Records. I listened to the entire performance from the audience. Your voice is rarely seen in the industry. Su Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback. Diamond Records, a top company in Hong Kong. Having sung in nightclubs for 2 years, she never imagined the general manager would personally seek her out. She steadied herself, extended her hand for a light shake, her tone firm yet respectful. You're too kind, Mr. Li. What can I do for you? Let's get straight to the point. Li Xiaotian didn't beat around the bush. On behalf of Diamond Records, I formally invite you to sign a contract and produce music. Our boss, Mr. Zhou, believes your talent should not be wasted here. Su Xiaofeng's expression shifted slightly, but she did not interrupt. The contract is for 2 years without long-term binding clauses, no interference with your nightclub performances, and no forced work. You have the right to decide what and how to sing. The compensation is at the highest standard for newcomers, $350 per song, and for an album of 12 songs, we will pay $4,200 upon completion, which is $50 above market rate. Li Xiaotian paused, stating plainly, all conditions will be written into the contract. If the first album sells over 1500 copies, the payment for the second album will double, and we will discuss royalties at that time. The higher the sales, the more you earn. Mr. Zhou has prepared a tailor-made Mandarin single for you, arranged personally by Gu Jiaowei, with all recording and distribution resources prioritized for you. You just need to focus on singing, the rest will be arranged by the company. Su Xiaofeng remained silent for a moment. She had seen too many people making grand promises, locking artists into 5- or 6-year contracts with harsh terms and no freedom. But the conditions laid out before her were respectful, genuine, and fair, with not a single empty promise. She raised her eyes, her tone steady, yet unable to hide her emotion. Mr. Li, please thank Mr. Zhou for seeing my potential. I will sign the contract. I believe in you and in my own voice. The next day, the formal contract underwent dual review by the legal and finance departments before being handed to her, with all provisions safeguarding her interests, devoid of any traps, even stating her right to choose songs in black and white. On the day of signing, Li Xiaotian brought her to Zhou Zhanheng's office. It was Su Xiaofeng's first time meeting this young boss who appeared to be only 18 or 19. He stood tall indeed, quite upright with a calm demeanor free of arrogance, and his gaze held only admiration, not a hint of condescension. Mr. Zhou, this is Miss Su Xiaofeng. Miss Su, welcome to Diamond Records. Zhou Zhanheng stood and extended his hand, his tone gentle. I have listened to the competition recordings and your performances, and they are quite outstanding. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Zhou. Su Xiaofeng replied politely with a nod. Opportunities are always given to those who are prepared. Zhou Zhanheng handed her a handwritten score. This is a Mandarin song I wrote specifically for you, tailored to fit your mid-low range. Take a look. Su Xiaofeng took the score, tapping her fingers lightly to the rhythm, and the more she looked, the more she was captivated. The melody flowed smoothly, and the lyrics were gentle, each section resting comfortably within her vocal range, as if it were composed just for her. The score was titled with 4 characters. Past events can only be reminisced. If there are any unsuitable parts, we can adjust them at any time, Zhou Zhanheng said casually. This song will be your debut single. Gu Jiahui will handle the arrangement, and all company resources will be directed towards you. Next month, I want the whole of Hong Kong to hear you. Su Xiaofeng clutched the score tightly, her eyes slightly moist, and her tone firm. I will not let Mr. Zhou down. Not long after sending the two off, the office door was knocked on, and an assistant let a young man in. It was Su Guanjia. At that moment, he was a third-year student at the University of Hong Kong, having debuted with the Lotus Band, gaining considerable fame with his English songs, and was a hot young idol at the time. Dressed in a neat white shirt with handsome features and a spirited demeanor, yet he did not come off as arrogant. Mr. Zhou, Su Guanjia said with a smile, his tone revealing a hint of curiosity and respect. After the new boss took over Diamond Records, he decisively secured the backing of Li Xiaoyan, Gu Jiahui, and Huang Zhan, a rare feat in Hong Kong, especially considering this boss was even a year younger than him. Zhou Zhanheng raised his hand and handed over a cup of tea, his tone casual, without any sense of hierarchy. Sam, have a seat. I brought you here for 2 reasons. First, for your next English album, if sales exceed 0 copies, the company will immediately negotiate royalties renewal with you, with the profit sharing based on the industry's highest standards, and you will have full creative control to do as you wish. Second, I want to hear your thoughts on what you envision for your future in music. Su Guanji's eyes brightened, and his last lingering doubts faded away. He had been worried that after signing Su Xiaofeng, the company would divert resources, but now the boss was straightforward about determining compensation based on merit, which was fair and transparent with no favoritism. After sitting down, he spoke candidly. I've sung English songs for a long time and written quite a few, but I always feel like something is missing. Currently in the Hong Kong music scene, there are either English songs or Mandarin songs. Cantonese songs are mostly minor tunes adapted from operas, hardly making it to the mainstream. Yet I firmly believe that Hong Kong people should sing their own songs. Zhou Zhanheng's eyes sparkled slightly. He had been waiting for this very statement. You're absolutely right. Based on the current popularity of all languages in Hong Kong, the future music scene will undoubtedly belong to Cantonese songs. He looked at Su Guanjia, his tone confident. English songs express the joys and sorrows of foreigners, while Mandarin songs appeal to a more elite audience. Since most Hong Kong people have roots in the Lingnan region, only Cantonese songs can resonate in the tea houses of the streets, reach the homes of the public housing residents, and touch the hearts of ordinary Hong Kong people. What you need to do is transform Cantonese songs from folk tunes into mainstream pop, creating your own era. Just write and sing freely. The company will give you the utmost creative freedom, with production and budget sailing smoothly. Even if no one believes in it, I will back you up. Su Guanjia was suddenly taken aback. He had shared this thought with countless people only to be met with skepticism. Yet the young boss before him not only understood him, but also offered unwavering support. He stood up, his tone resolute. Zhou Sheng, thank you for trusting me. I will definitely create a Cantonese song that belongs to the people of Hong Kong. Zhou Zhanheng stood up and patted him on the shoulder, understanding in his heart that the era of Hong Kong's Cantonese pop music was about to begin. In the following month, everyone at Diamond Records operated at full speed. Su Xiaofeng devoted herself entirely to the recording of past events can only be relished. Gu Jiahui personally arranged the music, and Huang Zhan helped refine her singing and diction. Su Guanjia prepared for his English album, while meticulously polishing his Cantonese works free from worries, with inspiration flowing endlessly. Time quickly moved to the summer of 1968. In the living room of the villa on Baijiao Road, the air conditioning was perfectly set. Zhou Zhanheng was bent over his desk, studying his pen, marking the pages, when a sudden knock resonated. Come in. Zhou Wenhui hurriedly walked in, his brow furrowed, his tone filled with anxiety. Zhou Sheng, something has happened. A few of our theaters are experiencing disturbances. Zhou Zhanheng looked up, closed his book, leaned back in his chair, and gestured to the seat opposite him, speaking casually. Oh, sit down and tell me what's going on. Anonymous bomb threats and harassment calls, plus thugs causing trouble at the venue, even throwing filth in the restroom. The audience is too scared to come anymore. Zhou Wenhui wasted no time, plopping down and lowering his voice. These are all underhanded tactics, and it's impossible to trace the mastermind. It's clear that Shaw Brothers is stirring trouble behind the scenes. Shaw Yifan. Zhou Zhanheng chuckled lightly, taking a sip of the chilled soda on the table. This fits his style perfectly. He never dares to confront directly, but only resorts to these lowly schemes. Just then a servant brought in a chilled soda. Zhou Wenhui nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Thank you. He looked at Zhou Zhanheng, his tone urgent. Zhou Sheng, what should we do now? Reporting to the police would only catch a few small thugs. It's treating the symptoms, not the root cause. Zhou Zhanheng casually picked up the landline and dialed a number, his tone calm and unruffled. Hello Uncle Li, it's me Ahang. It's nothing major, it's just that a few of the theaters under my name Jiaha have been persistently harassed lately, with false reports creating panic among the audience. Could you please give me a heads up and keep an eye on things? No need to trouble yourself, just follow the procedure. After a brief conversation, Zhou Zhanheng hung up, maintaining a lazy demeanor. Zhou Wenhui leaned forward, unable to hold back. Zhou Sheng, this is. The person I just contacted is a senior in the police force. We don't need to worry about this, someone will handle it naturally. Then, who will the police send to deal with this matter? Zhou Wenhui's eyes widened slightly. Although he knew his boss had a strong background, he didn't quite grasp how strong it was. Zhou Zhanheng was usually low-key and a bit eccentric, leaving his specific background quite ambiguous. Lu, he's the most well-informed and adept at reading the situation. Zhou Zhanheng raised an eyebrow, his tone. In less than half an hour he will definitely call to say he wants to personally visit and express his sentiments. Should we prepare for that? Zhou Wenhui listened closely, thinking to himself, judging by the boss' attitude, this background must be quite substantial. Prepare for what? Zhou Zhanheng scoffed lightly, not even lifting his eyelids, his tone devoid of any ripple. To meet him? No need. As soon as he finished speaking, the landline rang abruptly. See, here it comes. Zhou Zhanheng glanced at it, but didn't answer, letting it ring a few times before stopping automatically. He maintained a calm tone. Don't pay it any mind. He knows I won't answer, so he understands what to do. You should go back and handle the event's aftermath. From now on, be cautious. Sha Yifan has changed his approach and wants to engage in a prolonged war of public opinion with you. From now on, it all depends on you. Yes, Zhou Sheng. As long as the larger picture remains secure, these small maneuvers are nothing. I've been with Shaw brothers for over a decade, so am more than familiar with how to handle them. I'll take my leave now. Zhou Wenhui stood up, slightly bowing in respect. All his previous anxiety dissipated. Zhou Zhanheng nodded slightly, sipping his soda, watching Zhou Wenhui's retreating figure, and thought to himself, I surprisingly feel no thrill from showing off. Alas, it seems that staying in these high society families for too long isn't good. It diminishes a certain exhilaration. As expected, in the following days, Shaw brothers' underhanded tactics continued unabated. When Zhou Wenhui visited the villa again, his tone showed no trace of the previous anxiety, only resignation. Zhou Sheng, you guessed it. Shaw brothers has started bribing tabloids, publishing articles daily to defame us, alleging that we exploit artists and have chaotic management. They've even secretly contacted our printers and projectionists, attempting to poach them with threats and inducements. Zhou Zhanheng didn't even look up, flipping through the book in his hand. Sit anywhere. How are you handling it? I've raised the salary for our basic staff and promised them year-end bonuses. Everyone is clear-minded, and no one pays any attention to Shaw brothers people. Some staff even pushed back directly, saying that our boss background is not something Shaw brothers can easily toy with, advising them not to waste their effort. That's settled then. Zhou Zhanheng finally looked up, a hint of amusement in his eyes. These small matters, you can handle them perfectly well without needing to report to me. But the tabloid's defamation still affects the company's reputation. Let them be. If you're unhappy, can't you also retaliate through the tabloids? Zhou Zhanheng looked at Zhou Wenhui with a half smile. You've been with Shaw brothers for so many years, you surely know their dirty business better than anyone. Zhou Wenhui felt his face flush slightly under Zhou Zhanheng's gaze and coughed lightly. Ahem, Zhou Sheng is joking. I know what to do next. Zhou Zhanheng put down the book and waved his hand, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the armrest of the sofa. These are small matters. This year we need to expedite the collaboration with Zhang Che. As for Lu Lianghua, we should also prepare to head to America at any time to meet Bruce Lee and gather Yu Zhenyuan's disciples. They are all good prospects to bring into the company. Zhou Wenhui immediately nodded. Seriously, I understand, Zhou Sheng. You can rest assured, I will arrange everything. Zhou Zhanheng watched Zhou Wenhui leave, reflecting that before the big shots rise, they are indeed all shrewd individuals. Reporting even the smallest matters is just to create presence. It's infuriating. Why didn't I have this foresight in my past life? While the film industry was caught in a prolonged tug of war, the momentum of Diamond Records soared, and Zhou Zhanheng was also quite busy as July rolled around. The summer in Hong Kong is not only hot, but also unbearably humid, truly annoying. Despite having lived here for over a decade, he still couldn't tolerate the weather. One day Zhou Zhanheng staggered to Xuechong Street, and from afar he spotted Li Xiaotian smoking on the street. As he exhaled, the surrounding air slightly warped. Li Xiaotian, upon seeing him, began waving from over 10 meters away. Zhou Zhanheng waved back slightly, and as he approached, asked, Why are you out here smoking? Can't stay inside. Good afternoon, Zhou Sheng. Li Xiaotian first greeted him with a smile, then said quite sigh. Recently the power supply has been problematic. It's either unstable voltage or insufficient voltage, which severely affects the recording of the albums. Zhou Jianheng was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted and patted him on the shoulder. There's nothing we can do, just endure it a bit longer. The situation will stabilize soon. By the way, come with me to the office, I have something for you. Despite feeling anxious, Li Xiaodian could only nod and follow. The two entered the company and headed straight to the general manager's office. As soon as the door closed, Zhou Jianheng pulled out a messy stack of papers from his briefcase and tossed them onto the table. Take a look at this first. He slumped onto the sofa, his voice lazily, saying, can this place even handle air? Hurry up and look. After you finish, let me know your thoughts. I need to rush home. He didn't want to stay in this wretched place for Li Xiaodian was filled with confusion as he straightened the paper and flipped it over. With each turn, his eyes widened, his fingers tightened slightly, and his breathing became heavier. It was a stack of musical scores, a total of 7 songs, complete with lyrics and melodies flowing and catchy, with carefully crafted lyrics and diverse styles. Moreover, the vocal range and singing style of each song were precisely tailored to fit Su Xiaofeng's mid to low voice characteristics, as if they were custom made for her. The Elegant Walk, Last Night's Stars, Dream Chaser, Season of the Wind, Every Step, Song of the Setting Sun, Going with the Flow and Against the Flow, each one is a top-tier piece. Presenting 7 at once is simply astonishing. Zhou Sheng, what are these? Li Xiaodian suddenly looked up, his excitement making him stutter. Zhou Jianheng leaned against the sofa, his expression calm, his tone casual. These 7 songs are for Xiaofeng. Starting from Only Reminiscences Can Be Tasted, I spent 3 years cultivating her into the diva of Hong Kong and the entire Chinese music scene. Li Xiaodian clutched the scores, his palms sweating. Having been in the music industry for many years, how could he not recognize the weight of these songs? Not to mention 7 songs, even 1 or 2 are enough to make a newcomer famous. Zhou Sheng, the quality of these songs is simply top-notch. His voice trembled. With teacher Gus arrangements and Xiaofeng's singing skills, even in 2 years at most, I guarantee, she can firmly hold the top position and become a true diva. The subsequent recording and promotion will be entirely up to you. Zhou Jianheng sat up straight, his tone unusually serious. Remember, these songs must be kept strictly confidential and released gradually according to the rhythm. Do not rush for success. First, stabilize the popularity of Only Reminiscences Can Be Tasted, and then gradually release the subsequent tracks. Each one must be made into a masterpiece, completely establishing Xiaofeng's reputation and also enhancing our Diamond Records brand. Li Xiaodian nodded firmly, holding the scores tightly in his arms, his gaze incredibly determined. Zhou Sheng, I will ensure everything is arranged properly, utilizing all the resources of the company, and will never disappoint your trust. Within 3 years, I will definitely make Su Xiaofeng rise to the top. I believe you have the ability to do so. Zhou Jianheng stood up, fanning his face with his hand as he walked, saying, I will take my leave now. I'll call the villa if you need anything. As he spoke, he quickly left, wanting to go home and enjoy the air conditioning to cool off. Zhou Sheng, take care, I will see you off. Li Xiaodian hurriedly stood up to see him off. This young-looking boss seemed frivolous, but his talent was truly exceptional. Even the way he looked at Zhou Jianheng was a bit starstruck. Zhou Jianheng glanced back at him and quickened his pace, thinking, damn, don't look at me like that. Is this guy a bit too sensitive? In his past life, he had never heard of him having such tendencies. It was truly bizarre. Speaking of Su Xiaofeng's debut single, Only Reminiscences Can Be Tasted, it became a sensation as soon as it was released, playing day and night in tea houses, barbershops, and department stores. Although there was no official chart, it was universally acknowledged in the industry and among the public that Only Reminiscences Can Be Tasted was the most popular Mandarin song of 1968, leading sales for several months in the Chinese music market, overshadowing all new Mandarin and English songs. Even the crew at Shaw Brothers Film set Hum Time Flies and Never Returns during breaks, causing Sha Yatfei to angrily smash the teacup in his hand. Su Xiaofeng shot to fame overnight, completely shedding the label of a nightclub performer and becoming the most sought-after new talent in Hong Kong. With both companies operating smoothly, Zhou Jianheng had finally found some leisure time. Don't get me wrong, I still had to study, so I was naturally busy grinding through my books day and night. As winter approached on the island, the cold wind wrapped in moisture slammed against the floor-to-ceiling windows of the villa owned by Jia Dao, and soon it was the end of 1968. A servant quietly entered to report that Zhou Wenhui, bundled in a thick coat, had arrived with a solemn expression. Zhou Sheng, Miss Lu Di passed away at home in the early hours. Of Shaw Brothers is making a big deal out of this, and now the public opinion in Hong Kong is in an uproar, saying that Jiahe pressured her too much, leading to her demise. Zhou Jianheng was currently holding a golf club, practicing swings in the garden with a smooth and steady motion. Upon hearing this, he paused, gently sighed, tossed the club aside, and a hint of regret appeared between his brows. When did this happen? I've been busy with my studies lately. Has the investigation been clarified? Why did Miss Lu Di, so young, suddenly pass away? Zhou Wenhui quickly stepped forward and replied in a low voice. Miss Lu Di was found unconscious at home and was unresponsive when sent to the hospital. The police's preliminary autopsy indicates an overdose of sleeping pills, but it remains undetermined whether it was due to insomnia or. No conclusion has been reached for now. There are already rumors outside claiming it was suicide, but Shaw brothers quietly spent money to ensure the headlines of 3 local tabloids all read Jia killed the star, and street vendors are hawking the news, creating a massive uproar. Zhou Zhanheng nodded, slightly suppressing his emotions, and said calmly, "You are in charge of the subsequent matters. Ensure a grand burial with ample compensation, and it must be dignified. The company will issue an official obituary publicly stating that Lu Di was treated well at Jia, working comfortably with no contractual pressure. We will demonstrate our attitude and provide sufficient treatment, and the rumors will naturally fall apart." He paused for a moment, his tone indifferent as he looked at Zhou Wenhui. "As for Shaw brothers, there is no need to pay them any. We will do our best to ensure dignity, so as to honor Miss Lu Di, our colleagues in the industry and the public eye. We will execute all that needs to be done, and the truth will prevail. The rumors will naturally fade, and the public will judge for themselves." Zhou Wenhui nodded heavily, saying no more. "I will handle it right away." Zhou Wenhui left, promptly known for his efficiency. Within just a few days, Miss Lu Di's funeral was conducted with grandeur and dignity, and the compensation for her family was generous and thorough. Jiahe's obituary was published stating that they had always treated artists with respect and had never imposed harsh treatment or pressure. Everyone in Hong Kong saw this, and knew Jia had done their utmost. The rumors stirred up by Shaw brothers dissipated on their own within a few days. As 1969 began, Zhou Wenhui wasted no time secretly arranging for Lu Lianghua to go to the United States under a private name, using their old acquaintanceship as an excuse to begin initial contact with Bruce Lee, probing his boundaries and thoughts without discussing contracts, laying a long-term plan with patience. Meanwhile, Diamond Records also proceeded steadily. Zhou Zhanheng casually instructed Li Xiaotian during an accidental meeting, "Release Xiaofeng's songs according to plan, maintain the current popularity, and you can oversee everything regarding the record company." Li Xiaotian understood perfectly, steadily advancing throughout the year. Leveraging the residual heat of Only Reminiscences Can Be Tasted, he gradually released suitable tracks, and Su Xiaofeng's reputation steadily climbed, firmly securing her position as a powerful new talent in the music scene. The sea breeze of the island changed from warm to cool, and the songs looping in tea houses changed from one to another. Spring passed, autumn came, and the calendar was torn to the last page of 1969. Before long, it was the end of 1969, during which no significant events occurred. That night, as the darkness deepened, the living room of the Baijia Dao villa was softly lit. Lu Wanjun closed the property valuation documents in her hands, raised her eyes to Zhou Zhanheng across from her, and spoke calmly. "Hengzi, has the loan from HSBC been approved? For those 9 core theaters of Cathay plus the 2 theaters in Central and New World, how much can we borrow this time?" "It has been approved, a total of 30 million Hong Kong dollars. Zhou Zhanheng took a sip of tea while leaning back. Lu Wanjun frowned slightly, tapping her fingers on the armrest of the sofa, unable to hide her worry. "Are you really planning to invest all this money in the stock market?" "Don't worry, mommy, I have a plan." Zhou Zhanheng nodded, casually shifting on the sofa, settling in without moving. This year the Far East Exchange opened, and the first batch of Chinese stocks is at a low point, which is a great time to enter the market. The stock market is always risky, much less stable than industry and property. Lu Wanjun gently reminded. "Moreover, the few companies you were interested in before have relatively small capital. If too much capital is concentrated, and you hold too many shares, it will be hard to sell in the future." "Mommy, don't worry, I won't be reckless." Zhou Zhanheng smiled, clearly having already considered it. "I want just focus on those few companies I plan to spread the 30 million funds across 16 Chinese stocks covering various fields, such as real estate, electronics, trade, and finance, which will minimize risk." He paused briefly and continued. "Each company's investment is capped at 1.5 million, and the shareholding ratio is strictly limited to 3 to 4 and never exceeding 5. From the end of this year to mid-next year, we will gradually buy in batches without inflating the stock price, which will basically not attract market attention." Lu Wanjun finally felt relieved. Although her son usually seemed lazy and unmotivated when it came to making money, he was quite steady. She thought to herself, wondering whose genes he had inherited. This way is safer. With a small shareholding, it will be easy to cash out in the future. "There's one more thing I need to report." Zhou Zhanheng nestled on the sofa and spoke in a light tone. "Currently, the US dollar is unstable internationally, and both gold and silver prices are rising. I plan to take 1 million from my trust fund's dividends to buy some gold and silver in the precious metals market, making quick in and out trades and pocketing it by the end of the year, treating it as a little extra cash." Lu Wanjun picked up her teacup, blew on it gently, took a sip, and then nodded slightly. "Hard currency is always safer. Just keep a good balance yourself." "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Zhou Zhanheng stifled a small yawn. "It's getting late. I'm going upstairs to read. They'll finalize this matter with Uncle Feng tomorrow during the day. Good night, Mommy." Go ahead, but don't stay up too late." There was no conversation for the rest of the night. The next morning, the office buildings in Central were bustling with activity. Zhou Zhanheng parked his car and walked leisurely into Xian Hongji Securities. The receptionist recognized this regular customer and directly led him to Feng Jingzai's office. Feng Jingxi had just finished processing a round of documents. Seeing him enter, he immediately put down his pen and smiled. Heng Zai, just in time, I've been waiting for you. Uncle Feng. Zhou Jianheng casually sat down, reached for the teacup, poured himself a cup of water, gulped down 2 cups in quick succession, then set the teacup down and exhaled before speaking. I discussed with my mommy last night. The 30 million Hong Kong dollars will all be invested in the new shares of the Far East Company. Feng Jingxi nodded with a smile, appreciating this younger generation. I saw the note you had someone deliver earlier. Your thinking is excellent and very clear. Diversifying slow absorption and not raising the stakes is a way to make a fortune. He lightly traced his finger over the list and continued, I've screened through it for you. All are solid stocks that will be easy to sell in the future. Global Electronics, Hang Lung, and Dachong Real Estate are currently the strongest leaders in the market. Paired with Dachong Trade, Huaguang Electronics, and China Paint, which focus on trade electronics and industry, there will be a total of 16 to 17 companies evenly distributed. Each company will be controlled within 1.5 million, and the shareholding will not exceed 4. From the end of this year to mid-next year, we will quietly build our positions without making noise. Zhou Jianheng nodded vigorously, first cupping his hands in gratitude to Feng Jingxi. All right then, thank you first, Uncle Feng. I will leave the rest up to your arrangement, while I fully entrust this stock matter to you. Additionally, there is one more thing. He spoke calmly. Please help me set up a secure connection in the precious metals market. I will transfer 1 million over to buy some gold and silver with a combination of spot and a small portion of futures, operating like a normal large account without making a scene, and I will exit by the end of the year. Feng Jingxi, upon hearing this, tapped him lightly with his hand and laughed heartily. You've got a sharp eye? The gold market is just starting up. It's a sure win. I have many acquaintances in the precious metals market, and I will arrange the most reliable dealer for you with fair prices and convenient transactions. Zhou Jianheng responded, That would be much appreciated, Uncle Feng. Zhou Jianheng stood up and stretched. You keep an eye on the stocks for me and pave the way for the gold market. I will return to continue my studies and wait for the harvest by the end of the year. You certainly know how to enjoy life. Feng Jingxi smiled as he escorted him to the door, secretly admiring this young man who seemed carefree but had a surprisingly sharp insight, clearly born to thrive in the world of capital. Don't worry, I will ensure your satisfaction by the end of the year. Goodbye, Uncle Feng. Zhou Jianheng waved and walked out of the office building. The sunlight spilled onto the streets of Central, and the layout for 1969 was thus established. Meanwhile, in Los Angeles, USA, Zhou Wenhui, accompanied by the company's financial officer, stepped onto American soil. Zhou Wenhui had already learned about Bruce Lee's recent circumstances before paying a visit. When Bruce Lee opened the door and saw Zhou Wenhui, he immediately recognized his Shaw Brothers background. His expression remained calm and his tone distant. I have nothing to discuss with Shaw Brothers. Mr. Lee, you misunderstand. Zhou Wenhui straightforwardly clarified his identity. I am now the general manager of Hong Kong's Golden Harvest Entertainment. I have come specifically to invite you back to Hong Kong to shoot a kung fu film that belongs to the Chinese people. Bruce Lee remained unfazed. Shaw Brothers has approached me with an offer of 2,500 per film, requiring an 8-year contract, and they won't even let me touch the fight choreography. The same goes for the Hong Kong companies. There's nothing to discuss. Zhou Wenhui smiled faintly. Mr. Lee, Golden Harvest is different from Shaw Brothers. What they cannot provide, Golden Harvest can offer. He directly pushed the contract in front of Bruce Lee, and the accompanying financial officer added, Mr. Lee, the rights listed in the contract have been fully funded by the company. The full payment will be deposited into an escrow account before filming begins with no delays whatsoever. Bruce Lee picked up the contract and glanced at it. His expression suddenly changed. It was a 2-year contract for 2 films with a payment of 2,500 per film, which was 10 times what Shaw Brothers offered. Each film would enjoy a 10 share of the global box office profits. He would have full control over the martial arts design with rights to revise the script and the final cut of the film. The company would fund the establishment of a dedicated martial arts directing team with personnel and operations entirely decided by him. Each term hit precisely at his demands, touching on the grievances and dissatisfaction he had endured in Hollywood. He set down the contract and looked at Zhou Wenhui, unable to hide his astonishment. These conditions, is your boss really willing to agree to all of them? Zhou Wenhui sat calmly across from him, his expression open and his tone steady. Of course, Golden Harvest never makes empty promises. Mr. Lee is a once-in-a-century kung fu talent and deserves such treatment. The films we want to make are Chinese kung fu films that can reach the world, and the lead must be you and only you. Bruce Lee lightly tapped the table with his fingertip, his heart surging. After years of struggling in Hollywood and enduring racial discrimination, being relegated to supporting roles or working as a fight choreographer, even lacking a voice, the conditions offered by Golden Harvest represented a level of respect and freedom he had never dared to imagine. However, just as he was about to relent, his home phone suddenly rang. Bruce Lee stood up to answer the call. After a few words, his brow raised slightly, his tone revealing a hint of unnoticeable expectation. After hanging up, he looked at Zhou Wenhui with a bit more hesitation. Mr. Zhou, I sincerely appreciate Golden Harvest's sincerity. Bruce Lee returned to his seat, his expression reverting to the previous aloofness and pride. I just received a notification from a Hollywood production team about a series that intends for me to play a recurring role, which provides enough space for my performance. He paused, his tone resolute. I want to wait a bit longer, both for myself and to give Hollywood one last chance. Regarding Hong Kong, I cannot provide you an answer for now. Zhou Wenhui understood in his heart, but showed no anger on his face, remaining calm. I understand Mr. Lee's aspirations. The doors of Golden Harvest will always be open for you. Whenever you are ready, you can contact me at any time. The terms of this contract remain valid for a long time. He did not press further, stood up to take his leave, and left with the officer. In the game of the strong, it's best to stop at the right moment. Forcing things will only backfire. On the streets of Los Angeles, the accompanying officer was filled with confusion. Zhou, after coming this far, you're just going to give up? Zhou Wenhui gazed into the distance and smiled faintly. Hollywood has always been harsh on Asian actors. The so-called recurring roles are merely illusions. Bruce Lee will eventually see the reality. We just need to wait patiently. There's no need to force it. He promptly relayed the negotiation results back to Hong Kong. In the Baijia villa, Zhou Zhanheng read the message, his expression calm, and replied with just 4 words, wait for the right moment. As expected, in the following months, the so-called permanent roles in Hollywood turned out to be mere empty hopes. The film crew repeatedly revised the script, continually reducing Bruce Lee's screen time, ultimately canceling the invitation and completely pushing him out of the picture. Throughout all this, Zhou Wenhui kept a close watch, but never intervened. From late 1969 to June 1971, Bruce Lee grew utterly disheartened, leaving no place for him in Hollywood. At this time, Golden Harvest had already established a firm footing and was growing stronger. Upon receiving a message relayed by Bruce Lee, Zhou Wenhui wasted no time and promptly dispatched Liu Lianghua to America. This time there were no tests, no hesitations, and no external interferences. Liu Lianghua arrived with the contract, and without a word, Bruce Lee picked up the pen and officially signed with Golden Harvest. Upon arriving in Hong Kong, Zhou Wenhui took Bruce Lee straight to the Golden Harvest set. Zhou Sheng is waiting for you at the set. He happens to be visiting for an inspection and will see you on the way. Zhou Wenhui spoke with composure, naturally omitting the fact that the boss had taken time specifically to meet him. In the temporary resting room of the Golden Harvest set, Zhou Zhanheng casually leaned against the table, flipping through the filming schedule with a relaxed demeanor, showing no signs of impatience. Hearing footsteps, he looked up, stood, and smiled lightly, extending his hand first. Bruce Lee stepped forward, his attitude polite and courteous, devoid of any arrogance, reaching out to shake his hand. Zhou Sheng. Zhou Zhanheng nodded slightly, his tone calm, yet substantial. Li Sheng, welcome home. He gestured for Bruce Lee to take a seat, inwardly pondering. The man was gentler than on screen, his stature unremarkable, but his physique radiated strength, his spirit sharp, yet calm, truly a born martial arts actor. Just then a notification sounded, signaling the completion of check-in. Zhou Wenhui briefly spoke up. Zhou Sheng, all contracts for Li Sheng are finalized and preparations for the big boss can commence at any time. Zhou Zhanheng nodded, looking towards Bruce Lee, his tone tranquil, yet clear, devoid of any casualness. The grievances you faced in Hollywood need not be mentioned again. Let's make a great film that slaps those foreign devils in the face. Golden Harvest will provide you with the stage and full authority, and this is not just about making an ordinary Hong Kong film. I want you to showcase Chinese Kung Fu to its fullest extent to break through and penetrate Hollywood. In the future, when you stand in front of the international lens, you will represent the Chinese community. Go ahead and shoot, capture the essence and spirit of the Chinese people, and portray genuine Chinese Kung Fu. The funds to set the team, the company will fully support you. You need not have any concerns. Upon hearing these words, Bruce Lee's posture straightened, his gaze suddenly sharp, and he replied solemnly, Zhou Sheng, rest assured, I will not let you down. Zhou Zhanheng nodded slightly, saying no more. He turned to Zhou Wenhui and instructed, ensure the set and logistics cooperate fully, do not hold back. After saying this, he turned to leave, remaining relaxed, yet having entrusted the heaviest expectations and trust. After Zhou Zhanheng left, Bruce Lee watched his retreating figure, then turned to Zhou Wenhui and whispered softly, Zhou Sheng truly has a genuine character. He seems casual, yet his mind is clear. He speaks few words, but they carry weight, showing no airs of a big boss. Zhou Wenhui, upon hearing this, smiled and waved his hand, his eyes filled with respect for the boss, while he played diplomat, neither affirming nor denying. Haha, Li Sheng, Zhou Sheng has always been this way, acting transparently and treating people earnestly. You will come to know this as you interact with him more. He never shortchanges his own. Having left all matters regarding Bruce Lee and Golden Harvest in Zhou Wenhui's hands, Zhou Zhanheng was free to focus on finishing his studies. With the advantage of being a transmigrator, his memory far surpassed that of ordinary people, and he quickly grasped his specialized knowledge. Even when occasionally inquiring about business, it did not affect his graduation progress, ultimately allowing him to obtain a master's degree in economics from the University of Hong Kong in September 1971. As soon as he received his diploma, he swiftly handled his entry procedures and headed straight to Taipei to find the girl he had been thinking of for 2 lifetimes, the 17-year-old Lin Xingxia, who had just started school. In his past life, he was merely a kitchen cook living a lackluster existence, and Lin Qingxiao was a goddess he dared only to admire from the screen. This life was different. He was wealthy, influential, handsome, and accomplished. He had come specifically to be her charming suitor and bring her home. Zhou Family flew to Taiwan under the pretext of an electronic commerce inspection. In 1971, Taipei's early autumn dusk was enveloped in a soft golden glow. The old banyan tree at the entrance of Jinling Girls High School had grown for over a decade, its branches sprawling wildly, aerial roots hanging down like translucent curtains. When the wind blew, the sunlight was cut into fragments that danced upon the white sneakers of the girls. Lin Qingxia, carrying a canvas backpack, was whispering with her friend Zhang Liren, discussing the math problems. Her youthful features were filled with innocence and vitality. She sported a short bob that the wind playfully lifted at the ends. Her school uniform was neatly buttoned, revealing a slender neck. The setting sun cast a gentle light on her delicate features, outlining her eyelashes with a subtle golden hue. Her eyes were gentle, and her demeanor was pure, truly beautiful. Even the vendor at the corner selling starfruit juice couldn't help but glance over a couple more times. Zhou Family hid in the shade of the banyan tree, watching the vibrant figure of the young girl, his heart racing, feigning calmness on the surface, yet internally ecstatic. It's her, it really is her. Even more beautiful and pure than on screen at 17, she sparkled like a clear spring. In my past life, I could only admire her through my phone, but in this life, she stands right before me. Yes, I will pursue her. He took a deep breath, adjusted his shirt collar, and was about to step forward when he suddenly halted, mentally scolding himself. Damn it, in my past life, I was such a straightforward guy, just walking up and saying I like you, be my girlfriend, and turning away immediately if rejected, never understanding what gentleness or gradual progress meant. Because of that, I missed out on many people. Having lived 2 lives, this was the first time he was so cautious, even taking light steps. She was smiling as she accepted a piece of plum candy from Zhang Liren, when suddenly a gentle male voice reached her ears, neither too high nor too low, softly accented with a hint of Macau, without a trace of offense. Excuse me, I hope I'm not interrupting. Meeting you at dusk is the most beautiful sight I've seen today. Lin Qingxia abruptly stopped in her tracks, and as she looked up, she happened to meet a pair of smiling eyes. The man stood in the shadow of the banyan tree, wearing a crisp white shirt with sleeves neatly rolled up to his forearms, holding a leather briefcase. He exuded neither the roughness of street boys nor the slickness of businessmen, but rather a refined and calm demeanor. His gaze towards her was clean, lacking any lewd scrutiny, only pure admiration. Seeing her blushing and flustered, he quickly took a step back, creating a safe distance, and slightly bowed. I apologize for being abrupt. My name is Zhou Family, and I've come from Macau to Taipei for some business. I meant no offense, so I just couldn't help but mention how beautiful you look at this moment. Nearby, Zhang Liren was the first to react, discreetly tugging at Lin Qingxia's sleeve and giving her a knowing wink. Lin Qingxia's face turned even redder, her fingers gripping the backpack strap, turning pale, her heart racing. After a moment, she gently nodded, then pulled Zhang Liren and quickly walked away without saying a word. After running quite a distance, she dared to glance back. The man named Zhou Family was still standing under the banyan tree, gently waving his hand in her direction. Zhou Family watched her panicked, retreating figure, a smile on his lips that he couldn't conceal. He raised his hand to pat his forehead, internally complaining. As expected, it still doesn't work, but her shy demeanor is so charming. No rush, take it slow. This life offers plenty of time to gradually approach her. Then rubbing my hands together, cough cough, that was a bit creepy, my bad. It was the first time Zhou Family appeared in her life at the age of 17, like a gentle breeze blowing through at dusk, not stirring up any waves, yet leaving a faint mark in her heart. From that day on, Zhou Family could always be seen under the banyan tree at the entrance of Jinling Girls' School. He didn't come every day, he appeared once every other day, always just in time for the school bell, neither arriving too early to block people nor too late to miss them. He would not approach to block her nor call her name in the crowd, but would quietly lean against the trunk of the banyan tree, waiting for her and Zhang Liren to come out together, smiling as he greeted them. Each time, he would carry 3 portions of freshly bought red bean ice or 3 cups of refreshing passion fruit juice, always handing the first portion to Zhang Liren before passing it to her, perfectly gauging the sense of measure. Mr. Zhou, you come every other day, don't you have to worry about your business? Zhang Liren, lively by nature, would always tease him with a smile when receiving the icy drinks. Zhou Family leaned against the banyan tree, his gaze gently falling on Lin Qingxia, who was sipping her icy drink not far away, smiling warmly, while internally rolling his eyes. Humph. What business could be more important than chasing the school flower? In my past life, I couldn't even get close enough to pursue her. Now being able to be so near, what is this weight worth? I am a professional playboy. I run between Macau and Taipei, and after I'm busy, I come to enjoy the scenery. He never said, I am here to pursue you, nor did he ever mention any excessive demands, only softly asking after handing over the items. There's a new record store opening in Ximending this weekend, and a well-stocked second-hand poetry collection store. I wonder if you 2 students have time. I'd like to invite you to take a look. He always brought Zhang Liren along, choosing lively and well-lit public places, never suggesting a private meeting, giving her ample sense of safety and respect. The first time at the record store in Ximending, Lin Qingxia stood in front of a row of English records for a long time, her fingertips repeatedly caressing a set of Audrey Hepburn's movie soundtracks. After looking at them again and again, she gently put them back, as the price was not cheap for a student like her. She said nothing and turned to look at something else, but Zhou Zhanheng quietly observed this scene, remembering it in his heart. Wasn't this the opportunity? The classic routine for chasing girls. Those who understand will understand. On Monday after school, he appeared again under the banyan tree, handing her a beautifully packaged brown paper bag. Lin Qingxia was taken aback, quickly stepping back a half step, refusing to accept it. Mr. Zhou, I can't accept your gift. It's not an expensive gift, don't overthink it. Zhou Zhanheng gently placed the paper bag on her backpack, instantly retracting his hand, maintaining a safe distance. I noticed you liked it that day, and coincidentally my friend in Macau works at a record company and got it at an internal price. It didn't cost much. Consider it my thanks to you and Zhang for being willing to accompany this outsider around Taipei. After saying that, he smiled and turned to leave, not giving her a chance to refuse. Lin Qingxia opened the paper bag and found not only the soundtrack she had been thinking about for a long time, but also a poetry collection by Shimuron with a small line written in pen on the front page. To Qingxia, may you always have the smile of dusk. The handwriting was gentle and flowing just like him. Lin Qingxia stood under the banyan tree holding the paper bag, her heart racing, her cheeks burning. Even when Zhang Liren teased her, she lacked the strength to retort. The faint mark in her heart became increasingly clear and profound. Zhou Zhanheng walked not far away and glanced back, seeing her holding the paper bag, silently giving himself a thumbs up. Hooray. The first step is steady. Young girls are the easiest to coax. From then on, the gifts he gave were always such thoughtful little items. It was the same floral notebook she used for taking notes that had run out. He handed her a new set the next day, the pages soft to the touch. When she casually mentioned liking Teresa Tang's songs, he found her vinyl records, even preparing a record player, saying, I won't use it in my apartment, I'll lend it to you to listen to. On the rainy route back from school in Taipei, he walked beside them, holding 3 umbrellas, always tilting the umbrellas toward them, getting his own shoulders wet without a word. He always maintained just the right distance from her. When crossing the street, he would only raise his hand to shield her from behind, never touching her hand. When sitting down to drink sweet soup, he always sat diagonally opposite her, never getting too close. When speaking, he always looked into her eyes, attentively listening to her talk about small matters at school, even patiently explaining problems when she was troubled by not doing well on exams, never giving a single perfunctory response. He never said greasy love words nor forced her to respond in any way, just appeared under the banyan tree every other day, quietly accompanying her, like the light of dusk, gently wrapping around her, not applying any pressure, only hiding his deep concern in every little detail. Watching her gradually lower her guard, smiling at him, talking to him, this feeling of slowly winning her over was true. In his past life, he was a headstrong young man with a masculine mentality, thinking that chasing after girls with a flattery was shameful, never understanding what it meant to be gentle or to proceed gradually, thus missing too much. In this life, he finally understood that being a playboy could be so fulfilling. In December, Taipei experienced. Zhou Zhanheng rented an apartment with a balcony in Ximending, specially tidied up a sunlit study, placing a guitar and a bookshelf. That day, he invited Lin Qingxia and Zhang Liren to his home, bought their favorite passion fruit juice, baked butter cookies, and even personally cooked a table of his best dishes from his past life. He had spent a lifetime flipping spoons. While he wouldn't dare brag about other skills, his cooking was definitely up to par. A table filled with sweet and sour ribs, tomatoes, scrambled eggs, 3-cup chicken, and other homestyle dishes all smelled so good that Zhang Liren exclaimed how delicious they were, and Lin Qingxia also ate an extra half bowl of rice, her eyes sparkling as she praised him. Mr. Zhou, your cooking is just too delicious. Zhou Zhanheng smiled and picked a piece of rib for her, internally complaining. Of course, in my past life this was what I lived off of. Isn't it simple to win your heart through your stomach? After lunch, Zhang Liren snuggled on the sofa in the living room reading a novel, while Lin Qingxia held her passion fruit juice, standing by the window in the study, looking at the rain-soaked street scene below, her expression tranquil. Zhou Zhanheng gently pushed the door open and walked in, not getting too close, just sitting by the window with his guitar, lightly plucking the strings, his voice soft. Qingxia, I wrote a song for you, and I'm going to sing it for you now. Lin Qingxia turned around abruptly, her eyes wide, nearly spilling the passion fruit juice in her hand, her fingertips trembling slightly, her heart racing out of rhythm. The gentle guitar prelude gradually resonated, soothing and tender, like a warm breeze in winter, like the soft drizzle outside the window. Zhou Zhanheng looked at her, his gaze focused and gentle, and began to sing softly. You asked me how deep my love for you is, how much I love you. My feelings are true, my love is sincere. The moon represents my heart. There were no extravagant techniques, no deliberate showmanship, only sincere lyrics gently falling into her ears, with the guitar sound penetrating her heart. The rain continued to fall outside, and the warm yellow light in the study fell upon him, his gaze gentle as water, clearly reflecting only her shadow. Lin Qingxia stood in place, her eyes gradually reddening, the sweet scent of the passion fruit juice drifting from her hand, penetrating the air and sweetening her heart. Having grown to 17, many boys had confessed their feelings for her, but no one had ever cherished her like Zhou Zhanheng, carefully protecting her, respecting her boundaries, caring for her shyness, giving her ample sense of security, hiding all his tenderness and sincerity in the details unseen by others. After the song ended, Zhou Zhanheng put down the guitar, not rushing to say anything, just quietly watching her. After a while he finally spoke, his voice more serious than when he sang, yet filled with a sense of ease. The method may be simple, but it works. Singing first, and then laying it all out is much better than a stiff confession. This is the basic operation of a refined playboy. Qingxia, there's something I must clarify with you. Oh, I don't want to keep anything from you. Lin Qingxia was taken aback, gripping the cup in her hand tightly. I am from Macau, and Macau still follows the old laws allowing polygamy. Zhou Zhanheng said this with an open and sincere expression, yet internally, he was mumbling, who cares? They don't know when Macau will actually abolish this rule. Let's stabilize the situation first. His gaze showed no signs of evasion, as open as a blank sheet of paper, continuing. There are also cases like this among my family elders. Telling you this today is not to leave myself an escape route, but just to let you understand that I have this choice, but my feelings for you have always been unique. He leaned forward slightly, yet still maintained a distance that wouldn't make her uncomfortable. I like you and want to treat you seriously, will not let you suffer any grievances, and will not use this rule to make you feel wronged in the slightest. I must tell you everything and give you the complete choice. If you mind, I absolutely will not take another step forward in the future. I will still quietly accompany you like now, never disturbing you in the slightest. He did not argue, gloss over, or find any excuses, only laid the most genuine situation completely before her with a sincere expression. What a clever tactic to be upfront, retreating to advance, he silently praised himself. Lin Qingxia stared at him, her eyes growing even redder. Having grown up in a traditional and conservative family, her parents taught her that girls should respect themselves and seek someone who truly cares for her and does not deceive her. She had seen some boys hide their backgrounds tightly to pursue someone, but this person before her at the moment she was most moved told her the things that should have been concealed without reservation. She said nothing, only gently nodded, wiping the corners of her eyes with the back of her hand, softly saying, After that day, Zhou Zhanheng continued to appear every other day under the banyan tree, still bringing 3 icy drinks, still maintaining the perfect distance, never mentioning the confession again, nor pressuring her for an answer, just quietly accompanying her, as if nothing had happened. He gave her enough time, and also provided her with an escape route. After all, since he was already within range, it was only a matter of time before she would be his. In the blink of an eye, it was early spring of 1972. A warm breeze swept through the streets of Taipei, and the old banyan tree sprouted new buds, presenting a scene full of vitality and the competition of life. Lin Qingxia had become accustomed to the figure waiting for her under the banyan tree on her way home from school. She had grown used to the perfectly warm drinks he handed her, his gentle reminders, and his ever-appropriate companionship. Even her parents had heard from the familiar Zhang Liren's mother that there was a young man from Macau who treated their daughter well, with great restraint, never crossing any boundaries. Lin's father and mother were traditional and conservative. When they first heard about this, they were filled with worries, fearing that their daughter might be deceived by someone from outside. Until that day, Zhou Zhanheng arrived with 2 jars of tea brought from Macau and a basket of fresh fruits, dressed appropriately in casual formal attire, quietly standing at their door, expressing a desire to visit his uncle and aunt. He did not drive a luxury car, nor did he bring expensive gifts, and he never boasted about the size of his business. He simply sat upright on the living room sofa, earnestly conversing with Lin's father and mother. He candidly shared about his family background, his real estate and film business in Macau and Hong Kong, expressing his feelings for Qingxia, assuring them that he would never interfere with her studies and would respect her wishes whether she wanted to continue her education or pursue another path. He even thoroughly explained the old laws of polygamy in Macau in front of Lin's father and mother, word for word, as he had told Lin Qingxia, and Zhou Zhanheng made it clear that he had connections in Macau that could help search for Linli. To be honest, once this condition was laid out, the marriage was already decided. Zhou Zhanheng had become the ideal son-in-law of the Lin family, and no one could take that away. Lin's father and mother exchanged a glance, their hearts stirred, and they inquired in detail about how much time he would need and what they should do. Zhou Zhanheng stated that he needed to understand some policies of the Taiwanese authorities before he could determine the specifics, asking for some time. That evening, Zhou Zhanheng stayed for dinner at the Lin family. He spoke little, but would silently refill Lin's father's tea, pass tissues to Lin's mother, and remember that Lin Qingxia did not eat scallions or ginger, carefully picking them out from the dishes before serving her. After dinner, Lin's mother called Lin Qingxia into the kitchen and quietly said, "This young man is reliable. I do not oppose your relationship, but you must remember a girl must value herself and protect herself well." Lin Qingxia's face turned red immediately, and she nodded, her heart filled with the sweetness of melted sugar. As she left the Lin family, it was again dusk. The old banyan tree at the alley's entrance cast a long shadow in the sunset. Zhou Zhanheng walked on the side closest to the road, shielding her from passing bicycles, and the journey was quiet without him probing for her answer. Arriving at the banyan tree, he stopped, turned to look at her, his gaze gentle, like the evening breeze, softly asking Qingxia, "It has been half a year since I first met you last early autumn. I like you not as a fleeting fancy, but with the intention of walking this path together with you. Would you be willing to be with me?" Lin Qingxia stood before him looking up at him. The sunset bathed her short hair in a light golden hue. Her eyes sparkled with joy, holding within them the excitement that had been hidden for half a year. She bit her lip and gently nodded, her voice as soft as the wind, yet clear. "I am willing." Zhou Zhanheng's eyes instantly brightened, as if he had caught the starlight of the entire dusk. He restrained the impulse to embrace her, merely reaching out his hand, his fingertips lightly brushing against her short hair that had been tousled by the wind. He withdrew immediately, maintaining the appropriate distance, smiling as he said, "Good." At that moment he felt no ways within, as should he be ecstatic. No, after half a year of interaction, he had not even realized that he had already grown sincere feelings. Love quietly crept into his heart, without him noticing, perhaps initially mixed with pure possessiveness, but now only the lingering echoes of a future with her remained. This ancient yet pure feeling was truly wonderful. As the wind blew, the banyan tree's aerial roots swayed and the leaves rustled, dropping a few golden leaves that fluttered between them. 17-year-old Lin Qingxia, in the twilight of Taipei under the shadow of the old banyan tree, encountered the one who regarded her as the most beautiful scenery and experienced a moment filled with honesty, tenderness, and respect enough to warm her entire youth. 17-year-old infatuation is never a fleeting whim. It is the accumulation of tenderness over half a year, the unreserved honesty, yes, honesty. It is the sense of security. He gave her something that no one else had ever provided. Zhou Zhanheng looked at her reddened eyes, and his heart felt as if it had been gently struck, soft and mushy. He turned his hand over, gently holding her fingertips, the warm touch wrapping around her slightly cool hand, yet he did not grip too tightly, maintaining just the right amount of distance, only whispering, "Qingxia, rest assured, I will never let you down in this lifetime." Outside, the rain had long stopped. The sunset filtered through the branches of the old banyan tree at the door, casting fragmented golden rays into the living room. As the wind blew, the banyan tree's aerial roots swayed gently, the leaves rustling, as if hiding an entire spring's tenderness, also concealing a promise that began at dusk and ended in honesty crossing the strait. In early spring of 1972, after a light rain on a weekend afternoon in Taipei, the air was wrapped in the damp scent of fresh grass, refreshing and pleasant. In the Lin family's living room, the ceiling fan turned slowly, causing the tea smoke on the table to sway gently. The warm yellow light fell down, casting the shadows of 4 people on the polished wooden floor, creating a cozy and tranquil atmosphere. Having just finished dinner, Lin's mother cleared the dishes and brought out a pot of Dongding oolong tea. The porcelain cup clinked lightly on the coffee table, emitting a crisp sound. Lin's father sat in the main sofa, holding a teacup, his fingertips tracing the rim with the seriousness typical of a military background, yet without the initial wariness. Lin Qingxia sat next to her mother, her short hair tucked behind her ears, revealing her delicate earlobes. She nervously gripped the hem of her clothes, occasionally glancing at Zhou Zhanheng across from her cheeks secretly flushing with youthful shyness. Zhou Zhanheng sat upright, his clean white shirt sleeves rolled up to his forearms and his teacup untouched. He first refilled Lin's father's tea and then added water for Lin's mother, his actions natural and considerate, without any hint of impropriety. Once the noise in the living room settled, he finally looked up at Lin's parents, his tone consistently gentle, yet carrying an unprecedented seriousness. "Uncle, Auntie, I haven't finished what I just said. There is a crucial matter that I must clarify with you. There cannot be a single lie, otherwise I would be failing Qingxia and you both." Lin's father raised his eyes, put down his teacup, and nodded. "Speak, we're listening." "As I mentioned, I want to wait for Qingxia to graduate, and then take her to Hong Kong. Regarding the search for Lin Li, I now have a concrete method, but please be mentally prepared for the challenges that may arise during the process." Zhou Zhanheng's gaze first landed on Lin Qingxia's reddened cheeks, pausing softly, then steadily returning to the 2 elders, speaking very slowly, afraid they might miss a single word. "The fastest, most stable way to secure Qingxia's identity in Hong Kong, without her facing any hardship, is for me to marry her and formally register our marriage. By marrying her as a spouse of a Macau resident, she will naturally obtain the right to reside in Hong Kong, and after fulfilling the required duration, she can transition to permanent residency." The living room fell silent for a few seconds, save for the faint hum of the ceiling fan. Lin Qingxia buried her head lower, her ears burning, her heart racing as if it would burst from her chest, yet she dared not look up, quietly listening. Seeing this, Zhou Zhanheng softened his tone further, looking at the 2 elders with increasingly sincere eyes. "Uncle, Auntie, I know you care for Qingxia, reluctant for her to marry far away, and worried that she might suffer from hasty marriage at a young age. Do I understand all of this? So I want to explain all the arrangements to you, ensuring that she faces no difficulties whatsoever. As for how Qingxia will go to Hong Kong, it's quite simple. I will first send her a work invitation through my company Golden Harvest Entertainment for filming following the proper business procedures. Within half a month she will be able to safely arrive in Hong Kong. He paused, carefully choosing his words as he spoke about the wedding arrangements full of sincerity. Regarding the marriage, I would like to secretly register our marriage in Hong Kong, without any ceremonies or external announcements, only known to our two families. This way, having the marriage certificate will allow us to process her residency status first, paving the way for subsequent matters without delaying her gradual adaptation to life in Hong Kong. Moreover, and this is crucial, Taiwan is currently under strict martial law, and if we were to hold a grand wedding it would undoubtedly attract the authorities' attention, causing great trouble for you. Thus, I plan to postpone the wedding until around 1975, by which time the situation will have eased. Qingxiao will have obtained her permanent residency in Hong Kong, and you can smoothly reunite with her through direct family ties. Then we can hold a grand wedding inviting all relatives and friends, fulfilling all traditional rites, which is the most responsible arrangement for her and the most secure for the Lin family. Lin's father and mother exchanged a glance, their worries gradually dissipating, replaced by moved expressions. Zhou Zhanheng had considered everything, always thinking of the Lin family, filled with sincerity, yes, sincerity. Zhou Zhanheng then spoke about the search for Lin Li, his tone turning serious, giving the two elders a heads-up. Regarding the search for Lin Li, I must be honest. This matter cannot be rushed. The process will be long and particularly difficult. Currently, the two sides are isolated, and the controls in the mainland Hong Kong and Taiwan are strict, making it impossible to search for her openly. We can only rely on my connections among overseas Chinese and Hong Kong cross-border trade informants and personal channels in Macau to quietly gather clues in various provinces and cities in the mainland, probing for information bit by bit, without leaving any traces to avoid attracting attention and jeopardizing the leads. I truly do not know much about Lin Li's whereabouts. I only know she was in Shandong, then Heilongjiang, and finally Henan. The specifics are really unclear. I know you miss your daughter and are anxious, but this matter cannot be rushed. Every step must be taken cautiously. I assure you that I will arrange dedicated personnel to follow up and provide you with feedback on the progress of the search every year. Even if it takes 10 years, I will do my utmost to find Lin Li, bringing her safely to Hong Kong, ensuring your family is completely reunited. I know 10 years is a long time, but please believe in my ability and sincerity. Since I have said it, I will definitely accomplish it, not only taking good care of Qingxia, but also fulfilling this greatest wish of yours. After saying this, Zhou Zhanheng stood up and deeply bowed to Lin's father and mother, his tone resolute. Uncle, auntie, I genuinely wish to marry Qingxia and protect her for life. If you can trust me, please agree to this marriage. I will handle all the arrangements, ensuring that neither you nor Qingxia will suffer any grievances or risks. Lin Mu's eyes were already reddened with tears, her hand trembling slightly as she held Lin Qingxia's, filled with both longing for her lost daughter and relief at her younger daughter's return. Lin Fu sighed, and a gentle expression finally appeared on his serious military face. He stood up, intending to pat Zhou Zhanheng's shoulder, but his hand paused halfway in the air before he turned to pat his arm, instead nodding heavily. You speak so clearly and considerately for our Lin family. We trust you. We are at ease handing Qingxiao over to you. Lin Qingxiao finally slowly raised her head, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Zhou Zhanheng, filled with shyness and reassurance. The gentle breeze from the ceiling fan brought the freshness of the rain, wrapping this heavy promise in the warmth of the living room. Just as Zhou Zhanheng was about to bow in thanks, a slightly cool hand suddenly reached over and gently grasped it. He looked down and saw Lin Qingxiao raising her head, her eyes reddened with tiny tears clinging to her lashes. Yet she showed no sign of retreat, her bright eyes gazing at him, her voice as delicate as the wind, yet crystal clear. Zhanheng, I am willing. I am willing to marry you. The words, I am willing, uttered in spring, felt like a seed that had fallen to the ground, slowly taking root in the gentle winds of Taipei. Time flowed steadily. Zhou Zhanheng did not disrupt her life, merely staying quietly by her side, waiting for her after school and accompanying her in reviewing her lessons. Occasionally, he visited Lin's parents, showing proper etiquette and calm demeanor, hiding all his tenderness in the gentle flow of time. As spring garments grew thinner and the kapok flowers fell, the new greens on the branches thickened little by little. From the coolness of early spring to the cicada's song of midsummer, it was merely a few short months that turned a fleeting heart flutter into a stable promise of the long future ahead. In the summer of 1972, the winds of Taipei still carried the heat of midsummer, as Lin Qingxia successfully graduated from Jinling Girls High School, welcoming her graduation ceremony. The campus was filled with boys and girls in graduation gowns, bustling with excitement. Laughter and cheers echoed as everyone embraced and took photos, sharing their farewells and hopes. Zhou Zhanheng still made no grand gestures and did not prepare any extravagant displays. He quietly waited under the shade of a tree outside the school, standing tall, his gaze gentle, just as he had done countless times before, waiting for her after school. The moment he saw her walk out of the school gate, he stepped forward slowly, presenting her with a bouquet of pure, elegant white orchids. The delicate petals emitted a light and elegant fragrance, just as she liked, a gentle smile playing on his lips as he softly said, Congratulations on your graduation. These 4 simple words brought her more peace than all the noise and excitement. Also at the end of that summer, Zhou Family, with the most serious etiquette of the Hong Kong and Macau upper class, formally proposed to the Lin family, completing all the necessary procedures and taking Lin Qingxiao back to Hong Kong from Taipei. As the plane flew through the clouds, Lin Qingxiao leaned on his shoulder, gently grasping the corner of his shirt, and quietly asked, "Did you really want to marry me the first time you saw me?" Zhou Family held her hand and leaned down to whisper in her ear with a voice only they could hear, gently saying, "Not just the first time I saw you. Long ago, I wanted to cross mountains and seas to meet you." In truth, he thought, what else could it be? Did I travel all the way to Taipei to be a nobody at the night market? Outside the window, the sea of clouds surged, and the spring breeze blew for miles. A gentle encounter that began under the old banyan tree in San Chongpu, Taipei, finally moved steadily towards a lifelong promise in this summer. The sound of the propellers at Kai Tak Airport gradually quieted down. The boarding stairs were lowered and Zhou Family stepped off the plane, first turning around to steady Lin Qingxia's arm. In the late summer of 1972, the wind in Hong Kong carried the warm, salty air of Victoria Harbor. Lin Qingxiao wore a light blue dress, her shoulder-length soft hair gently lifted by the wind, and she unconsciously clutched Zhou Family sleeve, her eyes hiding the nervousness of arriving in a strange city. Yet with the presence of someone beside her, she felt a little more at ease. She was shy and timid, easily embarrassed. Even though she had mentally prepared herself on the plane, seeing the crowd waiting outside on the tarmac made her instinctively retreat behind Zhou Family. Zhou Family noticed her nervousness, slightly turned to block the gaze of the onlookers, and leaned down to softly reassure her. "Don't be afraid, they are all family, no outsiders." Outside the tarmac, there was no ostentatious convoy, no throngs of attendants. Only 2 cars stood there with the closest relatives of the Zhou family. Leading the group was Lu Wanjuan, dressed in a well-tailored dark patterned qipao, exuding a gentle yet steady elegance befitting the matriarch of a wealthy family. Following her were Zhou Family's 3 elder sisters and their longtime butler, Uncle Chun. As she saw the 2 approaching, Lu Wanjuan quickly stepped forward, her gaze first landing on Lin Qingxia. There was not a hint of scrutiny or challenge on her face, only warm and loving smiles as she reached out her hand to gently hold hers, the warmth of her palm instantly dispelling Lin Qingxia's inner awkwardness. "Qingxia, you've worked hard all the way. I am Zanheng's mother. You can just call me Mommy. Everything at home has been prepared for you. We are just waiting for your return." Lin Qingxia's cheeks flushed slightly as she awkwardly bowed, her voice soft and obedient as she called out. Coming from a traditional military family, she valued etiquette highly. Lu Wanjuan's sincere acceptance without any pretense instantly eased her anxious heart. The 3 elder sisters also gathered around, their tones warm and friendly, filled with joy. The eldest sister, Zhou Family, held out a delicate velvet jewelry box, smiling as she pressed it into Lin Qingxia's hands. "The younger brother always mentioned you in his letters. Oh, we've finally been able to welcome you. This is a welcome gift from the 3 sisters. From now on in Hong Kong, if anyone makes you feel wronged, just tell your sisters. We will support you." There was no scrutiny or challenge, only the warmth and sincere acceptance of family. Zhou Family stood aside, watching this scene with warmth in his eyes. He had long sent over a dozen telegrams to his family, clearly stating Lin Qingxia's temperament, preferences, and taboos, specifically instructing them not to make a grand occasion and not to let too many people surround her, so as not to make her feel shy and awkward. The car drove along the winding roads of mid-levels through the dappled shade of camphor trees, the rustling leaves filtering the sunlight into a tranquil and elegant scene. Eventually, the car slowly stopped in front of a cream-colored Spanish-style villa. The villa's exterior was simple yet elegant, nestled against the mountains and facing the sea, offering a wide view with a 270 unobstructed panorama of Victoria Harbor. The evening breeze swept through the water, shimmered, presenting a breathtaking sight. This was the main residence that Zhou Family had acquired at a low price during the Hong Kong riots in 1967, with a usable area of 720 square feet. Its exquisite yet unpretentious decoration made it the Zhou family's core residence in Hong Kong, far from a temporary accommodation. With this top-tier mansion in Hong Kong, he clearly conveyed to the entire upper-class circle of Hong Kong and Macau the future mistress of this residence is only Lin Qingxia. At the moment she stepped inside, Lin Qingxia was completely stunned, her eyes filled with surprise and emotion. The loyal Uncle Bo, who had served the Zhou family for decades, stood at the entrance with the servants, bowing respectfully, their voices sincere yet not obsequious. "Miss Lin, thank you for your hard work on the journey. The Sir has instructed us that you are the future young mistress of the Zhou family, and we shall treat you with all the respect due to a young mistress." There was no inappropriate address, yet it clearly established her identity, giving her dignity and respect. The villa did not possess the cold, luxurious, and distant atmosphere that she had imagined of a wealthy family. Instead, it was filled with heartfelt details. The living room had warm orange linen curtains that she had once mentioned liking, and the temperature-controlled wine cabinet in the dining room was stocked with her favorite freshly squeezed passion fruit juice and strawberries brought from Taiwan. On the second floor, a soundproof private screening room had been specially set up. The custom wooden shelves were filled with copies of the Cheong Yao films and Hollywood art films that she had repeatedly watched in Taipei. Even the Sony cassette recorder she was accustomed to using in her Taipei bedroom was placed intact on the bedside table, neatly arranged beside it were dozens of tapes, all of Zhou Zhanheng's recordings of Cantonese old songs and Western love songs. Lin Qingxia's eyes became slightly warm as she turned to Zhou Zhanheng beside her, gently grasping his sleeve, and softly said, "I just casually mentioned these little things. How do you remember them so clearly? Your matters are naturally all on my mind." Zhou Zhanheng nodded slightly, his tone gentle. "This will be your home from. You will take charge of the household staff, finances, and family affairs. Mommy said that starting tomorrow she will slowly help you familiarize yourself with the social connections in Hong Kong and the household rules. You don't need to rush, take your time." In the days that followed, Lu Wanjun indeed treated her daughter-in-law with utmost care, teaching her the foundational principles of being a matriarch in a wealthy family in a straightforward manner. Every day, she took Lin Qingxia to tea houses in Central for morning tea, introducing her to the wives of Hong Kong's elite families and the wives of banking tycoons, laying out the family's assets, accounts, store leases, and social obligations before her, teaching her to check them meticulously. "Qingxia, you are the legitimate wife that Zhanheng has betrothed the future young mistress of the Zhou family. In a family like ours, the confidence of a young mistress is never provided by a man, but is something she holds firmly in her own hands. While Zhanheng ventures into the world and faces the storms of business, it is up to you to firmly grasp the household management, the family's reputation, and the stability of the backyard. You don't have to handle everything personally, but you must keep track of every penny in the accounts and every social." She transferred her 3 street-level shops on Wellington Street in Central to Lin Qingxia's name, smiling as she, "This is a private gift from Mommy to you. The rent will be deposited into your account monthly, unrelated to Zhanheng. It is your own security. A woman's life must be secure with money in her hands and clarity in her heart. Wherever she goes, she must not feel flustered." Lin Qingxia held the property documents for the shops, her fingers trembling slightly. She had never imagined that she, a girl just arriving from Taiwan, could receive such unconditional acceptance, and having been taught to be proper and sensible from a young age, she naturally understood the rules of the upper circles in Hong Kong and Macau. Wealthy young mistresses were most averse to appearing in public, let alone becoming actresses. But as she looked at the film copies in the screening room, the little yearning in her heart for the silver screen could not be suppressed. Half a month later, at the marriage registration office of the Hong Kong City Hall, there were no family or friends gathered, no grand ceremonies, only Zhou Zhanheng, Lin Qingxia, and the efficient Lu Wanjun, along with loyal Uncle Zhou. Lin Qingxia wore a light white dress, her hair loosely pinned behind her ears, her fingertips slightly sweaty. As she clutched the documents, her cheeks flushed. Zhou Zhanheng held her hand, his palm warm and dry, gently loosening her tense fingers, leaning down to softly reassure her in her ear. "Don't be afraid. The parental consent and notarized documents are all in order. Once you sign, you will be my legitimate wife, Zhou Zhanheng." She looked up at him, her eyes slightly misty, and nodded gently. After the registrar recited the vows, they solemnly wrote down their names and pressed their bright red fingerprints. From their first encounter under the old banyan tree in Taipei to this marriage certificate in Hong Kong, it had only been a year, yet she felt as if she had grasped a lifetime of stability. Stepping out of the registration office, the evening breeze carried the warm humidity of Victoria Harbor. Zhou Zhanheng pulled her into his embrace, placing a restrained, yet gentle kiss on her forehead, his voice deep and husky. "Mrs. Zhou, please take care of me in the years to come." Lin Qingxia buried her face in his chest, unable to hide her smile, softly replying, "Mr. Zhou, please take care of me too." The marriage was not publicized, nor was it reported. Lin's parents only felt at ease after receiving a copy of the marriage certificate. Zhou Zhanheng never made her deal with the tedious social engagements of the wealthy. Whenever someone wanted to meet the young mistress of the Zhou family, he almost always blocked them. He would occasionally take her to private dinners hosted by the Huazhang and Li families, always keeping her close, intercepting any attempts at conversation or toasting with a smile, never allowing her to feel uncomfortable. As she gradually adapted to life in Hong Kong, Zhou Zhanheng chose a leisurely afternoon when the filming sets were quiet and took her to the Yonghua Film Factory in Diamond Hill. At this time, Jiahe had already reached its peak and the studio was bustling with people. The studio was brightly lit with martial arts trainers practicing their moves in the open space, the sound of sewing machines coming from the costume room everywhere, filled with the vibrant atmosphere of filmmaking. Lin Qingxia stood outside the studio watching the cameras and actors moving back and forth inside, her eyes sparkling like they were filled with starlight. This was the world she had seen countless times on the screen, now vividly presented before her, and her longing could no longer be concealed. So this is what filming is like. A single shot has to be refined so many times, it's really interesting. Zhou Wenhui spotted the two from afar, quickly approaching with complete courtesy. "Mr. Zhou, Mrs. Zhou, you don't need to mind us, carry on with your work, it'll just take her for a casual walk." Zhou Zhanheng led her inside while casually introducing, "This studio was acquired together with the purchase of Guotai at the end of '67. It's the most well-equipped in Hong Kong." The first studio is where Zhang Che is filming The Stabbing Horse. His masculine chivalrous style is unmatched. The sound of punches and kicks slicing through the air could be heard from the training room next door. Come on, let's go see Mr. Lee and the others. Lin Qingxia's eyes lit up instantly, instinctively tightening her grip on his hand. Is it really okay? They seem very busy, won't we disturb them? Of course, just be quiet, and it will be fine. Zhou Zhanheng gently pushed the door open, and the two stood quiet. Bruce Lee was only wearing a black tank top, his muscles well-defined as he demonstrated practical fighting techniques, with Sammo Hung and Yuan, while the punches fierce and steady, devoid of any unnecessary flourishes, completely different from the staged martial arts seen elsewhere. Noticing the disturbance, Bruce Lee immediately stopped, wiped his sweat, and approached with a hearty smile. Mr. Zhou, you're just in time. Warner's Asia-Pacific President Walton has arrived in Hong Kong and will officially sign the contract tomorrow. The agreement with Warner has gone through 3 rounds of discussions, and the core terms have all been finalized. We're just waiting for your approval. Zhou Zhanheng nodded slightly, his tone calm, yet hitting the nail on the head. The framework for independent signing with Warner hasn't changed, right? Has there been no leeway left for them concerning copyright distribution and editing rights? Zhou Wenhui stepped forward, immediately clearly outlining the equity situation in a succinct manner. Mr. Zhou, rest assured, Harmony is an independent company with Bruce holding 51 and Jiahe 49, completely separate in terms of rights and responsibilities. The signing parties are only Harmony and Warner. Jiahe is only responsible for distribution in the Chinese-speaking regions and does not interfere with core rights. He opened the contract and continued. The total cost is set at $8,500 with both parties contributing half. For the funds from Harmony, I've already arranged for Jiahe to cover the entire amount, as per your instructions, so Mr. Lee won't need to spend a penny. Zhou Wenhui pointed to the core terms page, his tone firm and crisp. The distribution of rights and responsibilities will follow what we agreed upon. Warner will manage the English script and the Hollywood creative team, while Harmony and Mr. Lee will have full control over the action design, martial arts, filming, local coordination in Hong Kong, and the Chinese version production, all clearly outlined in black and white. Especially the final editing rights for action scenes, which completely belong to Mr. Lee. We negotiated for 2 days with Warner's lawyers to secure this. It's the first time Hollywood has granted such significant authority to Asian creators. Version editing is also clearly defined. The Chinese version will be fully managed by Harmony, while the English version will be handled by Warner. The distribution rights are independent and do not interfere with one another. Globally, both sides will hold equal shares. Mr. Lee's equity interests will be clearly defined as inheritable personal assets with no disputes arising. The distribution rights are non-negotiable. All revenue from the Chinese-speaking regions will belong entirely to Harmony, with no need to share with Warner first. The overseas distribution rights belong to Warner, with both parties not infringing on each other's territories. Revenue sharing will be equal, splitting profits 5,050 after deducting respective costs, without any unfair terms. Lin Qingxia stood quietly beside Zhou Zhanheng, her heart filled with shock. She had heard of Warner Brothers' reputation while in Taiwan, one of the top 8 film companies in Hollywood, a giant that countless filmmakers aspired to reach. Yet this collaboration showed that not only did Bruce Lee hold the controlling rights to Harmony, but he also secured absolute creative authority. This was not merely a co-production, it was Hollywood lowering its stance and showing full respect. Zhou Zhanheng's demeanor remained unfazed, but he understood the implications well. Warner was not in the business of charity. In his past life, Bruce Lee's 3 films had been box office hits in Southeast Asia. Even the cinemas in Chinatown in Europe and America were packed. These Hollywood capitalists saw the potential profit in kung fu films, which is why they came seeking collaboration. As for himself, he never thought of overshadowing Bruce Lee. The profits from making movies were never comparable to capital investment. Establishing a film company was merely a strategic move to support this shining star of the Chinese community. In his past life, Bruce Lee was severely trapped by contract pitfalls. His rights eroded completely. In this life, he was merely helping Bruce avoid those traps, allowing him to confidently showcase Chinese kung fu and the essence of the Chinese spirit to the world. After all, he was a true ambassador of Chinese culture, and he had that much vision. The core terms are sound, the framework is correct. You just need to finalize the details. I trust you. Zhou Zhanheng's gaze swept over the contract, his tone calm. Then he shifted the conversation, adding an unyielding red line. Add one more stipulation: Warner is not allowed to diminish Mr. Lee's absolute leading role in any version of the film, nor can they arbitrarily add scenes to elevate the status of white supporting characters, and they cannot alter the core content of the Chinese characters. This is the bottom line. There can be no retreat. If they breach this, Harmony will unilaterally terminate the contract and reclaim all authorizations, with Warner bearing full responsibility. This statement precisely struck at the heart of what mattered most to Bruce Lee. He had spent nearly a decade in Hollywood facing discrimination and suppression, becoming accustomed to the negative portrayals of Chinese people. Even this time, when collaborating with Warner, they secretly added more highlights for white supporting characters attempting to reduce him to a mere kung fu symbol, which he had fought hard against. He was never afraid of confrontation, but what truly moved him was that Zhou Jianheng saw through his bottom line at a glance, placing Chinese dignity above commercial interests, fully supporting him without ever attempting to control him. Establishing harmony and granting him 51 control, giving him complete creative freedom. This was something Run Shaw could not provide, and Hollywood would never dream of offering. A fiery light ignited in Bruce Lee's eyes, his chest slightly rising and falling. He nodded firmly to Zhou Jianheng, speaking each word with conviction. Mr. Zhou, rest assured I will give my all for this film and ensure it is done well. I want the whole world to know that Chinese people are not the sick men of East Asia, to truly break into Hollywood's mainstream market with Chinese kung fu and show everyone the spirit of our Chinese people. Zhou Jianheng smiled and patted his shoulder, his tone steady and reassuring. Go ahead and film. All the troubles outside, the nuisances from Warner, will be handled by me and Zhou Sheng. You just focus on showcasing the most authentic Chinese kung fu to the world. Nearby, Sammo Hung Yuanhua and other martial artists also gathered around, respectfully greeting Zhou Jianheng and Lin Qingxiao, their eyes filled with genuine admiration. They were merely hard-working grassroots martial artists at Shaw Brothers, yet at Jiahe Zhou Jianheng offered them salaries far exceeding industry standards, giving them respect and even opportunities to be martial arts directors and lead their own films. They were all deeply grateful for this kindness. Lin Qingxiao stood aside, watching the calm and composed Zhou Jianheng in the crowd, effortlessly finalizing the core bottom line of the international co-production, earning the full respect of industry giants like Zhou Wenhui and Bruce Lee. In that moment, she understood why he was able to build such a vast empire in Hong Kong at such a young age. Noticing her gaze, Zhou Jianheng turned to her, the sharpness in his eyes softening into tenderness, gently asking, "Would you like to greet Mr. Lee?" Lin Qingxia's cheeks flushed slightly, but she gathered her courage and slightly bowed to Bruce Lee, her voice soft and sincere. "Mr. Lee, I really enjoy your films. You are truly amazing." Bruce Lee laughed heartily, his demeanor humble and courteous, nodding respectfully to Lin Qingxia before turning to Zhou Jianheng, his tone steady and proper. "Mr. Zhou is fortunate, Mrs. Zhou has a gentle aura, her eyes clear and captivating." Zhou Jianheng wrapped his arm around Lin Qingxia's shoulders, his expression tender as he politely replied, "Mr. Lee, overpraises of my wife Qingxiao has always admired you." It was clear this was genuine courtesy. Lin Qingxiao had no idea where this admiration came from. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxia's cheeks turned even redder, instinctively tightening her grip on his hand. At that moment, she was still just a young girl with bright features, unaware of the nuances of such commercial flattery. At this moment, she was secretly admiring the lively training room in front of her. The distant dream of filmmaking seemed suddenly within reach. The black Rolls-Royce slowly departed from the film factory, the air conditioning enveloping the faint scent of gardenias, quiet yet warm as the car headed towards the record company. Lin Qingxia sat in the leather seat, her fingertips gently stirring the silk of her dress, filled with hesitation until the car was nearly at the record company, finally mustering her courage to speak softly. "Jianheng, I really like the stories and films, but I'm just a bit curious about trying out what filming feels like." As she spoke halfway, she hastily added, her clear apricot eyes filled with apprehension, fearing that he might misunderstand or become angry. "I just want to experience it. I do not intend to show myself off as an actress, nor would I bring any gossip to you or the Zhou family." Losing face, she was not ignorant of the rules of the Hong Kong elite. In this circle, the dignity and reputation of the matriarch are of utmost importance. The future young mistress of the Zhou family, if her image appeared on the big screen, would inevitably become the subject of gossip among the masses, drawing disparaging remarks from the upper class. However, she truly loved movies. When in Taipei, she could spend an entire night immersed in Qiong Yao's novels, laughing and crying at the stories on the screen. That longing for the camera and light had been buried deep within her heart for far too long, and she could no longer suppress it. Zhou Jianheng looked at her flushed cheeks, her fingers slightly clenched, and couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to firmly hold her cool little hand, gently stroking her soft knuckles, his tone warm, yet undeniably confident. "If you want to shoot, then shoot. What is there to be afraid of? The reputation of the Zhou family is not earned by hiding at home. It is built on the properties I hold, the money in my accounts, and the weight I carry in Shanjiang. If you want to play privately, I can arrange a fully enclosed set for you where only we can see it. If you want to shoot seriously, I will find you the best team and the best script, letting all of Hong Kong and Southeast Asia see it. If the sky falls, I will bear it for you. Who dares to gossip? I will ensure they disappear from Hong Kong by tomorrow." No one understood better than him that this girl, whose bright eyes shone with a soft, timid charm when she smiled, would one day become a legend that dazzles the entire Chinese film industry, a white moonlight in the hearts of generations. He never intended to cage her in a gilded cage, dulling the starlight in her eyes. What he wanted was simply to clear all the storms ahead for her, giving her the utmost confidence. If she wanted to become the young mistress of the Zhou family, he would grant her a grand wedding that would capture the attention of all of Hong Kong. If she wanted to pursue her passion under the spotlight, he would provide her with the best resources and the most free stage, allowing her to explore freely with him, supporting her behind the scenes. Lin Qingxiao raised her eyes to look at him, her eyes instantly becoming warm like a pampered little cat, jumping into his arms, her cheek brushing against his pressed shirt as she murmured softly, "Why do you comply with everything I ask?" Zhou Zhanheng chuckled softly, wrapping his arms securely around her waist, gently resting his chin on the top of her soft hair, almost bursting with pride in his chest. Having lived 2 lifetimes, she was one of the people he most wanted to protect, and what else could he do but spoil her, though he spoke in an exceedingly domineering manner. "My little girl, of course I must spoil her." As he spoke, the black Rolls-Royce smoothly entered Xuechang Street and stopped steadily at the foot of the diamond road. Zhou Zhanheng tidied her slightly messy hair, taking her soft little hand and walking straight into the top-floor office that the company had reserved for him. Before entering, he casually instructed his secretary Annie, who was waiting nearby, "Please invite Mr." Annie promptly responded, her eyes filled with respect, not daring to be the least bit negligent, and quickly walked towards the production department. "Mr. Zhou, you called for me." He had just finished observing Su Xiaofeng's audition in the recording studio, still holding the freshly printed score in his hands. Upon hearing that Zhou Zhanheng had arrived at the company, he hurried over. Everyone knew that this young Mr. Zhou was not only a major shareholder of Diamond Records, but also held the key to launching singers into stardom. "Please have a seat." Zhou Zhanheng stood up from behind his desk, gestured for Li Xiaotian to sit, and they both took their seats on the sofa in the guest area. He sat next to Lin Qingxiao on his left, and once Li Xiaotian settled on his right, he turned to look at the obedient Lin Qingxiao beside him, his eyes instantly softening with a gentle smile as he introduced, "This is my wife Lin Qingxiao." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaotian promptly stood up, warmly nodding to Lin Qingxiao, his tone sincere. "Hello, Mrs. Zhou. I have heard for a long time that Mr. Zhou has a celestial-like wife by his side, and today I finally see her in person. She truly lives up to her reputation." Lin Qingxia's cheeks flushed slightly as she quickly stood to return the greeting, her voice soft. "Hello, Mr. Li." After speaking, she subtly inched closer to Zhou Zhanheng, her fingers lightly clasping his cuff like a timid little rat. Once the two settled back down, Zhou Zhanheng took a neat stack of paper from his briefcase and handed it to Li Xiaotian. "I came here today to hand over a few songs to you. There are a total of 5 songs, 2 of which I've reserved for Su Xiaofeng. Her voice and aura are the most suitable. The remaining 3 feel free to arrange for any singer in the company who fits. Additionally, during my time back in Hong Kong, I've noticed a few promising newcomers. Please arrange for them to be signed later. Luo, When the Loser Band, and Zheng Xiaoqiu are all quite good in terms of singing skills and potential." Li Xiaoshen's eyes instantly lit up as he eagerly took the stack of papers with both hands. He was well aware of Zhou Zhanheng's capabilities. The 7 songs he casually wrote before had directly propelled Su Xiaofeng from a newcomer to a top-tier singer, and this time, he was handing over 5 songs which felt like a heavenly gift. Diamond would surely produce another hit, and he was also familiar with those few individuals, so the signing would not be a problem. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, he heard Zhou Zhanheng beside him speak again, his tone laced with a casual pride, while his gaze remained glued to Lin Qingxiao, soft enough to draw water. "Oh, I forgot to mention these 5 songs were specifically written for her while I was in Taiwan accompanying Qingxia." Zhou Zhanheng's voice was straightforward yet affectionate, every word dripping with his deep affection. "I want everyone in Hong Kong, and even in the entire Chinese-speaking world, to know that these songs are written by me, Zhou Zhanheng, for my wife Lin Qingxia." As he spoke, he gently ruffled Lin Qingxia's soft hair, unable to hide the joy in his eyes, feeling quite pleased. "Who asked me to love our little girl so much?" Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxiao was completely stunned. She had been quietly sitting beside them, listening to their work discussion, never expecting him to suddenly say such a thing, feeling as if she had been thrown into hot water, her ears and cheeks instantly flushed, even her neck tinged with a faint red. She instinctively buried her face into Zhou Zhanheng's shoulder, her fingers gripping his suit jacket, softly whining, as if to complain, her voice as sweet as cotton candy with a touch of shyness. "Why did you suddenly say that? I wasn't prepared at all." Though she complained, her heart felt like it was filled with honey sweet and warm, her eyes slightly moist with unspeakable joy. "Oh, what a delight." Zhou Zhanheng sighed internally, though his face remained serious. He chuckled softly, his deep voice unusually gentle as he steadied his embrace around her waist, gently patting her back, as if comforting a delicate child. All right, it is my fault. Next time, I will definitely inform our little girl in advance, okay?" Li Xiaotian sat across from them, tightly gripping the heavy stack of papers, looking down at the first page, where the titles "The Moon Represents My Heart" and "The Most Romantic Thing" were prominently displayed, with lyrics filled with deep affection and a melody that was soft and gentle. Flipping through, "I particularly like you, a lifetime of love, and at least I still have you." Each song's lyrics and composition were perfect. Every word and sentence was filled with deep emotion. Anyone with discernment could see that these were definitely timeless classics that would sweep through the streets and be cherished for decades. However, upon looking up and seeing the two of them obliviously indulging in their affection, the golden songs in his hands suddenly lost their appeal. He was here to collect works and build a career, not to be a third while eating dog food. The next day, Zhou Zhanheng ordered his subordinates to completely vacate Studio No. 3, the most secluded independent soundstage at Yonghua Film Studio, and seal it off for a full-scale set construction. These veteran crew members who spent over a decade at the former Guotai Film Agency are exceptionally discreet. Nothing they shoot will leak a single whisper, and their craftsmanship is beyond reproach. He stood beside Lin Qingxia at the studio entrance, gently tapping his fingertip toward the interior as he spoke softly to her. Lin Qingxia tilted her head up to look at him, her eyes shimmering with quiet curiosity. Did you go to all this trouble just to indulge my whim? What else could it be? Zhou Zhanheng lowered his gaze and smiled faintly before adding, I recently sent someone to Taiwan to secure the complete adaptation rights to The Window from Qiong. The very story you once told me made you weep 3 times after reading it thrice. This time it's yours to direct however you wish. Lin Qingxia froze instantly, a warmth welled up in her eyes. She had mentioned it only in passing, yet he had remembered, quietly handled every detail and brought it to life. To ease any pressure she might feel, Zhou Zhanheng had already finalized the key personnel. I've engaged director Wang Tianlin, a man renowned across the industry for his gentle demeanor and extraordinary talent for nurturing newcomers. I've also selected several seasoned actors from our company to support you. The entire production will be fully closed set, free from external interference. Once filming commenced, there were no constraints whatsoever, no rush schedules, no external promotional pressures. When Lin Qingxia was in peak form, they shot. When she grew weary, she'd curl up on the sofa beside the monitor, savoring fresh strawberries. Zhou Zhanheng had brought quietly, watching him huddle with Wang Tianlin to discuss shot composition. Occasionally, when inspiration struck, Zhou Zhanheng would slip into costume and step before her with a playful lift of his brow. Come, let me act opposite you. That way you won't hold back with anyone else. On screen and off, he remained her unwavering leading man. After completing an emotionally devastating crying scene, Lin Qingxia's eyes were rimmed red, her nose faintly flushed. She accepted the warm water he offered, sipped it gently, and murmured, voice soft as silk, filming is truly enchanting. Even if only we ever see it, I'm utterly delighted. Leaning against his shoulder, she mused softly. Once we finish, we'll lock the film reels inside our private screening room, just for Mom, Dad, and my sisters. No one else will lay eyes on them. Entirely as you wish. Zhou Zhanheng raised his hand and tenderly brushed away the lingering tears at the corner of her eye, his voice so gentle it seemed to drip with liquid warmth. Your happiness matters more than anything else. Lin Qingxia lifted her gaze to meet his, her reflection cradled tenderly within his eyes. Her heart swelled, brimming with pure radiant joy. In all her life, her greatest fortune had been that fateful moment at the school gate, when her eyes first met his. Meanwhile, during those interludes devoted to immersing Lin Qingxia in the sheer delight of filmmaking, Zhou Zhanheng's strategic harvesting of the stock market never paused, not for a single breath. By 1972, Hong Kong had been utterly consumed by an unprecedented stock market frenzy. The Hang Seng Index surged wildly, from just over 300 points at year's start to a firm 800 by year-end, plunging the entire island into a near-delirious dream of instant wealth. Shoeshine boys debated market trends over newspaper headlines on street corners. Tea house waiters abandoned their trays mid-service to chatter about surging stocks. Bus drivers gripped their wheels while trading insider tips. Bank clerks leveraged their salaries to enter the fray. Even shark fin noodles, once a luxury, had become the most ordinary topic of conversation among investors. A city ablaze with jubilation, flames feeding upon oil. While others danced in the fire, he cast his net. In mid-July, central Hong Kong, a black Rolls-Royce glided smoothly to a halt outside the old Chinese bank building. Zhou Zhanheng stepped out in a bespoke suit and ostentatiously stylish rimless black glasses, tilting his head upward to survey the aging edifice before murmuring under his breath, damn it, this dump doesn't even have a parking lot. You'll be demolished and rebuilt in 2 years' time. Passers-by instinctively veered aside, not because they'd overheard his audacious remark, but because he was simply too conspicuous, standing nearly 195 meters tall and weighing well over 90 kilograms. His broad, bear-like frame made him a singular anomaly in Hong Kong of that era. Even dressed as the epitome of scholarly nonchalance, his sheer physical presence radiated undeniable authority. On the 12th floor of the Far East Exchange, outside Feng Jingxi's exclusive VIP trading suite, Zhou Zhanheng rapped lightly on the door. The assistant opened it, recognized him instantly, and bowed deeply. Mr. Zhou, please come in. Mr. Feng has been expecting you. Zhou Zhanheng gave a slight nod and strode in, waving through the glass partition before pushing the door open with a grin. Uncle Feng. Good morning. Morning. What time do you call this? Didn't you swear yesterday you'd arrive early today? Feng Jingxi rolled his eyes, his tone laced with exasperated affection. Ah, well, I've just acquired a wife. I must devote proper time to cherishing her. You're a seasoned man. You surely understand me. Zhou Zhanheng shrugged, carelessly plopping himself unceremoniously onto a single-seater sofa, making Feng Jingxi's eyebrows twitch involuntarily. Good heavens, he clearly treated other people's furniture as disposable. Outside, the corridor roared with clamor. Ticker boards flickered relentlessly, the entire floor vibrating with feverish shouts and urgent telephone calls. Yet inside the VIP suite, silence reigned. On the coffee table facing the sofa sat a neat stack of 16 stock certificates. No more, no less. All were blue-chip stocks issued by local Chinese enterprises between 1969 and 1970, the very stocks that had soared highest during this bull run. At one corner of the table rested a fine, purple clay TZ steam, still gently rising, freshly brewed. Zhou Family casually picked up one certificate, glanced at it, then tossed it back onto the table, his tone languid, utterly devoid of market euphoria. Uncle Feng began liquidating the remaining 14 stocks, excluding Hong Kong Land and Dairy Farm, starting today. Also allocate 50 million Hong Kong dollars from the proceeds towards subscribing to new share allotments. Distribute them across 7 or 8 offerings until the funds are fully exhausted. New issue subscriptions are simple enough, but the Hang Seng Index has just breached 800. The whole city is scrambling to buy. Isn't it premature to exit now? Feng Jingxi paused mid-sip, his teacup hovering slightly as he gazed out the window at the still raging market, his brow furrowed. Precisely because the whole city is scrambling. That's why we must exit. Zhou Family smiled faintly, a smile that pierced straight to the marrow of market truth. When even shoeshine boys dare offer stock tips, this money is no longer ours to claim. Proceed as instructed. Enter the village quietly, fire your guns silently. Feng Jingxi blinked, then couldn't suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Born in 1922, he was a true old-timer who'd weathered the war of resistance. He instantly recognized the boy was mimicking Japanese military cadence from that era. Very well, I'll follow your lead. After all, it's your inventory. Feng Jingxi had barely nodded when Zhou Family suddenly rose and headed for the door, prompting an immediate call-out. Hey, where are you off to? Home, to keep my wife company. There's not a single beauty here, just 2 old men. What on earth is there to talk about? Farewell, sir. With that, the young man even performed a mock Qing dynasty kowtow, then sauntered out, swaying slightly as he went. Feng Jingxi stared speechless, his eyes and mouth twitching uncontrollably. He'd encountered spirited youths before, but this one was truly exceptional, though outwardly irreverent and flippant. His instinct for the capital markets was peerless. Sigh. A quiet lament escaped him. How wonderful it would be if this were his own son. Thereafter, Zhou Family remained at home with Lin Qingxia, strolling through streets, shopping idly. Though he'd lived in Hong Kong for years, he'd scarcely explored it at all. Their tender, unhurried days drifted sweetly into October. October 27th, Friday, moments before market opening, Central Hong Kong, the same VIP suite. Zhou Family lounged deep into the sofa, a cigar lazily clamped between his teeth. Uncle Feng, begin liquidating Hong Kong Land at 94 and Dairy Farm at 135, starting today. Split it over 3 days, half today, half next Monday. Feng Jingxi's eyelid flickered, a subtle test in his voice. Hung Dairy Farm's announcement drops Monday. Surely you don't mean to sell now. Zhou Family merely smiled, pointing toward the live ticker board. Once the announcement breaks, retail investors will rush in to catch the falling knife. We are hunters, not dogs fighting over scraps. Crude in phrasing perhaps, but razor-sharp in logic. October 30th, Monday. The acquisition news exploded. Dairy Farm opened with a gap up to 188. Panic buying swept the city. In Feng Jingxi's VIP suite, the final Dairy Farm order was executed. Done, fully cleared. Zhou Family grabbed his coat and whistled sharply. We're done for the day. Uncle Feng, I'm treating everyone present tonight at Fu Lin Min restaurant. Excellent. You young man are truly a tycoon tonight. We'll dine on the tycoon. Feng Jingxi pointed playfully, laughter crinkling the fine lines around his eyes. Zhou Family pushed open the lounge door and addressed the entire team. Tonight, Fu Lin Min. My treat. Everyone must attend. He laughed heartily, then strode out, leaving behind a room trembling with awestruck breaths and burning admiration. No one dared cheer aloud, but the warm glow of being favored by a titan had already seeped deep into every heart. Time flew swiftly. Soon came the subscription period for Xianjiang Antenna. Zhou Family casually allocated 2 million Hong Kong dollars to fully subscribe to 2 million shares. Given his current reputation, he ranked among the market's most esteemed premium clients. Underwriters naturally prioritized approaching him for such new issue offerings. December 5th, Xianjiang Antenna officially listed. Its share price skyrocketed, yet Zhou Family remained calm and unruffled. 2 million shares. Hardly worth selling low. He'd wait patiently for peak valuation before cashing out. By year-end, the entire VIP suite fell silent. Yet beneath the stillness simmered a near-boiling intensity. Today marked the final liquidation of Zhou Family's foundational portfolio, first seeded back in 1969. The settlement statement appeared. Principal plus returns totaled 320 million Hong Kong dollars. The dust had settled. That night, a grand banquet was held at Fulemin, hosted by Zhou Family, inviting all the colleagues who had lent their support. The atmosphere was lively, and everyone received generous red envelopes. He even brought Lin Qingxia along, a perfect match in both talent and beauty. Wait for me here for a moment. I will go and fetch Uncle Feng. Zhou Zhanheng gently patted Lin Qingxia's hand that was linked with his arm, his tone tender. Lin Qingxia raised her eyes, her brows and eyes curving in a gentle smile as she nodded in agreement. Uncle Feng. From afar, Zhou Zhanheng extended his hand and quickly walked towards Feng Jingxi. He guided Feng Jingxi to Lin Qingxia's side, naturally taking the small hand she offered and holding it in his palm, seriously introducing her to Feng Jingxi. Uncle Feng, this is my wife Qingxia. Feng Jingxi looked Lin Qingxia up and down, seeing her gentle and graceful demeanor, and smiled as he nodded in praise. Beautiful and intelligent, you young man are quite fortunate. Tell me, how did you manage to win her over? Zhou Zhanheng pretended to be embarrassed, lightly coughing into his fist, as if helpless. Ahem, Uncle Feng, please spare me some dignity in front of everyone. His words made Lin Qingxia cover her mouth and chuckle softly. After he spoke, he turned to Lin Qingxia, introducing her seriously. Qingxia, this is the renowned godfather of Xiangjiang Securities, Uncle Feng Jingxi. You can just call him Uncle Feng. Lin Qingxia restrained her smile, bowed gently to Feng Jingxi, her voice soft. Uncle Feng, good to meet you. Good. Feng Jingxi nodded repeatedly, his smile growing wider. However, when he turned to look at Zhou Zhanheng, he suddenly widened his eyes and pointed at him, annoyed. Before he could speak, Zhou Zhanheng grabbed Feng Jingxi's outstretched hand. Come on, Uncle Feng, the food and drinks are ready. Tonight we won't stop until we're drunk. After a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere was lively. Zhou Zhanheng raised his glass and walked over to Feng Jingxi, lightly clinking their glasses together. Uncle Feng, let's catch up again early tomorrow morning. Feng Jingxi looked up and smiled. Oh, what grand plan do you have? Zhou Zhanheng's lips curled slightly, lowering his voice. Having such a large sum of money sitting idle in the account isn't a good idea. Let's discuss tomorrow whether to continue playing in the stock market or leverage it in the gold market for a big gamble. Feng Jingxi's eyes narrowed slightly, then he nodded. All right, I'll wait for you at the morning market tomorrow. The next morning, Central was still shrouded in thick fog, but the Far East Exchange was already bustling. Zhou Zhanheng arrived a quarter of an hour earlier than the market opening, still at Feng Jingxi's exclusive client room. As he pushed the door open, he found tea already prepared, the purple clay teapot emitting wisps of steam. Feng Jingxi was seated on the sofa holding a morning newspaper. Upon seeing Zhou Zhanheng enter, he tossed the newspaper onto the coffee table. You're punctual today. Speak up, what were you planning that you didn't finish discussing at the dinner table last night? Zhou Zhanheng sat down on the sofa, took a sip from his cup, his tone casual, as if he were discussing the weather. Nothing much, I've pretty much reached the limit of what I can gain in this wave of the stock market. The money I had set aside for new stock subscriptions is nearly used up, and the excess funds sitting in the account feel like a waste. Feng Jingxi's eyebrows twitched, his fingers lightly tapping on the armrest of the sofa. Oh, you don't have faith in the upcoming stock market? Not exactly. Given the current enthusiasm of investors, there are at least a few more months of action ahead. As he said this, Zhou Zhanheng sighed, lightly took a big gulp from his teacup, exhaling deeply and shaking his head. Sigh. Uncle Feng, what do you think will happen to a family that has been poor for 8 generations suddenly buying stocks with a month's salary, and within 6 months the value rises from 500 to 300? They've gone crazy. They're already lost. There's no saving them, nor the stock market. Just wait for it to collapse. The old veteran fell into silence for a moment, finally nodding with a slight sigh. Indeed. You are right. Since the Far East Exchange was listed, it has been smooth sailing. This year has seen a bull market throughout, which is a test for the capital market in Hong Kong. As he spoke, he looked at the young man in front of him, admiring his keen intuition in the capital market. I truly admire your instincts regarding the trends. So what's your strategy for the gold market? Zhou Zhanheng leaned slightly forward, his voice becoming more serious. The Bretton Woods system can't hold up for much longer. It's only a matter of time before the dollar decouples from gold. Feng Jingxi's eyes lit up, but he remained cautious. I understand gold, but what about the leverage you mentioned? Yes, leverage. Zhou Zhanheng smiled, his demeanor relaxed. With over 300 million in cash, I don't plan to put it all in, but I can play with 50 million. Using margin in the gold and silver trading market with 5 times leverage, I should at least double my return with a significant market movement. Feng Jingxi nodded, but still reminded him with the concern of an elder. Ahung leverage can bring quick profits, but it can also lead to quick losses. You need to think this through. Don't worry, Uncle Feng. I'll just treat it as a trial. 50 million is no big deal. Zhou Zhanheng spoke calmly, yet his tone carried the confidence of someone who sees through everything, as a time traveler having all the answers. Feng Jingxi stared at him for a while, suddenly laughing. You little rascal, you always catch me off guard, yet manage to hit the nail on the head every time. Zhou Zhanheng chuckled, lifting his teacup only to set it down again. Uncle Feng, for this trial with gold, I need 50 million through the new Hongji channel. Just help me set it up. Feng Jingxi, a man of great insight, immediately understood. You want to keep a presence in the circle while going through me, right? Zhou Zhanheng did not hide it, nodding candidly. You really see through everything, Uncle Feng. Recently, many eyes are on me. With over 300 million in cash, I need a place for it to be seen. On the surface, I'm just using 100 million for new stocks and trying my hand at gold, which isn't exactly small scale. As for the remaining funds, he gestured with his eyes. Feng Jingxi's eyes sparkled with understanding, realizing the young man's meticulous planning. The clear line between public and private with a mix of open and concealed strategies. You are quite calculating. Feng Jingxi chuckled and shook his head. You present your cards for everyone to see while keeping your hidden cards to yourself. There's no other way. The bigger the tree, the more wind it catches. Zhou Jianheng shrugged, looking helpless. If I put everything in, it would create too much noise and cause trouble. This way is best, following Uncle Feng. It's reasonable and legal, and everyone can see it. Feng Jingxi looked at him deeply, slowly nodding. You think ahead, calculating 3 steps at a time with method and measure. He'll make sure this 50 million is well arranged for you. Zhou Jianheng raised his glass slightly. Then I'll trouble you, Uncle Feng. No need to be so polite with me. Feng Jingxi clinked his glass with Zhou Jianheng's. But I must say the gold market is not like the stock market. International fluctuations are significant. Even though you are just testing the waters with that 50 million, don't take it lightly. Zhou Jianheng smiled, confidence glimmering in his eyes. Don't worry, Uncle Feng, I know what I'm doing. In this wave of gold, I will only catch the main rise, not the tail end. When everyone rushes in, I will have already left to watch the show. The clinking of their teacups created a crisp sound, solidifying their plans for the cross-market whale hunting. The fog outside gradually dispersed. Sunlight streamed through the window into the client room, landing on the newspaper on the table. The frenzy of the Hong Kong stock market was nearing its end, while their golden battlefield was just beginning. Zhou Jianheng gazed out at the street view of Central, his mind already calculating. By the time the Hong Kong stock market completely collapses and everyone is in despair, he will have already made a fortune in the gold market, holding a massive amount of cash ready to buy into the Hong Kong real estate market and expand his entertainment empire step by step, solidifying his business foundation in Hong Kong. After finalizing the matters, Zhou Jianheng prepared to leave, but Feng Jingxi chuckled and scolded. You brat, where are you? Oh, look at what you're saying. Qingxia is still waiting for me downstairs. He opened the door and turned to Feng Jingxi with, Goodbye, Uncle Feng. Feng Jingxi waved his hand with a look of disdain, signaling him to leave quickly. As he stepped out of the exchange building, he saw Lin Qingxia in a simple and elegant dress, waiting quietly by the car's sunlight, bathing her in warmth with a gentle expression. Zhou Jianheng hurried over, naturally taking her hand, the sharpness in his eyes fading, replaced by tenderness. Have you been waiting long? Not at all, I just came down for some fresh air. Lin Qingxia looked up, reaching out to smooth the wrinkles on his shoulders, smiling at him. Did you finish the discussion? All done. Zhou Jianheng tightened his grip on her hand, gently tucking a few strands of hair behind her ear, his tone relaxed. Next we have more to do, but no matter how busy it gets, he'll be with you. The two walked side by side on the streets of Central. Behind them lay the recently concluded stock market legend, while ahead was the impending gold market surge. Along with the gentle moments within reach, the road ahead was long and promising. In the evening, Zhou Jianheng held Lin Qingxia's hand, leisurely strolling in the garden, and when they reached the pavilion, they sat down together. Opposite them sat his mother, Lu Wanjun. As soon as he sat down, he revealed his true self, slumping casually into the rattan chair, one hand stroking Lin Qingxia's small hand, while the other grabbed an apple to munch on. Lu Wanjun couldn't help but roll her eyes. Hung, how old are you? You sit like that and stand like that. What kind of appearance is that? Sit up straight. She paused for a moment, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. Your sisters have been married for years, and how many times have you gone to visit them? They've spoiled and pampered you since you were young. Have you forgotten them? Your eldest and second sisters complained to me a few days ago that their brother has become distant. Do you not care for your sisters anymore? Stop, stop. Zhou Jianheng quickly waved his hand to interrupt his mother's rhythm, looking helpless. Mom, your son has grown up, not become useless. I like being like this at home, it's comfortable. If I still acted all formal at home, what would be the point? It would be better if I were dead. Pa pa pa, great fortune and prosperity, what nonsense are you talking? Really, how can you say something like dying? Lu Wanjun quickly spat a few times, put down her teacup, and poked him. Lin Qingxia also gently patted him, reproaching, how can you speak to mom like that? No talking about bad omens. Zhou Jianheng rolled his eyes and simply rested his head on Lin Qingxia's lap, grinning cheekily. Yes, 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 mother, your teachings are wise, my dear wife is right. I was wrong, I repent, I will go hang a sign in the streets to apologize. These words made Lu Wanjun and Lin Qingxia burst into laughter. Lin Qingxia reached out and tousled his hair into a nest, and they laughed even more heartily. Zhou Jianheng buried his face between her legs, inhaling the faint fragrance, deliberately nudging about, which made Lin Qingxia's cheeks flush. She shyly pushed his head away, but the more she pushed, the more he clung on and refused to get up. Lu Wanjun watched with a roll of her eyes, yet seeing the couple so loving, her heart felt indescribable. She thought her son was right. Oh, what kind of posture should he have at home? This made her recall his late father, who still acted all formal at home, treating it like a government office. She thought about how to discipline him properly, not allowing him to go to bed. If Zhou Jianheng knew her thoughts, he would definitely exclaim, Mom, you're rewarding him. You should make him pay his dues at least 5 times a week. That would be true punishment. After enough of the antics, Zhou Jianheng finally lifted his head and took another bite of the apple, mumbling, Mom, what about my sisters? Have they gotten married? I can't just run to their houses all the time. They have their own lives to lead. Besides, going over frequently, wouldn't my brothers-in-law have objections? Isn't it the case? As for that, I just remembered something important, he said, his tone becoming a bit more serious. By the way, tell my sisters to sell all their stocks, not to leave a single share. This wave of market sentiment has gone overboard. It might bury a lot of people. What have you and Uncle Feng analyzed today? Is something big going to happen in the stock market? Lu Wanjin's brows furrowed slightly. Although she worked in a bank, she didn't have the same keen sense of the market as her son. Yes, the stock market has completely gone crazy. There's no saving it now. Zhou Zhanheng spoke in a calm tone. You should also remind the stock traders in both families to stop when they should, to avoid losing money in the future and then blame me for not warning them. His words carried a hint of impatience, clearly showing a lack of fondness for certain people, and then he casually began discussing the arrangements for gold. Mom, there's one more thing. I want to use Jiahu Bank as the holding entity through the foreign channels of HSBC and Standard Chartered, using overseas Chinese assets for entrusted financial management to take 200 million as collateral with 5 times leverage, and buy OTC forward contracts for London gold, all conducted through a bank's private, closed loop, leaving no trace. Lu Wanjin's expression slightly stiffened. With her years of banking experience, she immediately recognized the risk points and asked steadily, Hung OTC doesn't have market guarantees. With 5 times leverage, the fluctuations are significant. The cross-border channels are also sensitive. Have you arranged the risk controls properly? Lin Qingxia gently held his hand beside her, her eyes filled with concern. Zhou Zhanheng, unfazed, gently stroked her hands back with his fingertips, casually saying, of course, everything is in order. The transactions will only be with the direct trading departments of HSBC and Standard Chartered. Their large bank reputations provide backing, so there is no risk of counterparty default. Additionally, I've prepared 100 million HKD as supplementary funds to prevent short-term withdrawals from triggering liquidation. As for the procedures on Jiahu's side with you overseeing, what do I have to worry about? Moreover, considering the Bretton Woods system is effectively defunct and the USD is about to decouple from gold, the Hong Kong stock market is also teetering at a high with funds likely to flock to gold for safety. The trend has been set. We just need to hold steady for the long term without frequent flurries. Lu Wanjun nodded slowly, her expression finally relaxing. Since you've planned so thoroughly, let's proceed as you wish. I will personally keep an eye on Jiahu, overseeing the whole process. There won't be any issues. The next day, Zhou Zhanheng handed over 200 million to his mother for her to arrange personnel to operate, then took Lin Qingxia by the hand and strolled leisurely into the Jiahu film set. Inside, the lights flickered with crew members and martial artists bustling about, creating a scene of lively shooting. Not far away, the martial arts filming area was already crowded, where 2 figures were locked in a fierce struggle. It was none other than the now famous Bruce Lee, holding onto the hair of a young martial artist, delivering punches with precision and power. The young man being beaten had no power to fight back, only able to let out miserable screams while struggling defensively. This young martial artist was none other than the still underappreciated Chen Yuanlong. Zhou Zhanheng's gaze swept over, a glint of amusement fleeting in his eyes. He remained impassive, secretly mocking himself. Isn't this the classic scene? The double dragon is being violently beaten by the single dragon. As expected, it's quite amusing to watch. Lin Qingxia timidly leaned closer to him and whispered, the fight looks so dangerous. That Mr. Lee has such impressive skills. Zhou Zhanheng wrapped his arm around her waist, softly reassuring her, it's just filming, it's all prearranged, so it won't hurt anyone. Jiahe's martial artists have done a thorough job with safety measures. As they spoke, the scene wrapped up. Bruce Lee withdrew his fists, his expression stern as he instructed the martial artists on the movements. Jackie Chan, meanwhile, rubbed his hair and stood up, looking respectful, showing none of the star aura he would later possess. The two didn't linger on set too long, just chatted briefly with Zhou Wenhui and Bruce Lee about the shooting progress. Zhou Zhanheng casually reminded him to rest more and suggested arranging a dedicated medical team for support if necessary. Upon hearing this, Bruce Lee's brow furrowed slightly, his expression clearly showing impatience, evidently not appreciating such concern. However, given that he was the largest investor, he merely responded with a couple of indifferent acknowledgments. Seeing this, Zhou Zhanheng chose not to say more, and instead turned to Zhou Wenhui, his tone becoming a bit more serious. Please keep a close eye on Mr. Lee. We cannot afford to be careless regarding his health. Exiting the Jiahe film set, Zhou Zhanheng took Lin Qingxia to wander around the central plaza. The Lunar New Year was approaching, and he had declined many social engagements this year. The peak of the Hong Kong stock market was looming. On the 10th day of the new year, Zhou Zhanheng returned to the Far East Exchange. Watching the still fervent stock traders inside, he shook his head, inwardly enjoy this final revelry while it lasts. He shook his head and slowly walked into the venue, heading to Feng Jingxi's large office, casually collapsing onto the familiar sofa. This sight made Feng Jingxi feel a pang of toothache, inwardly cursing, can't this guy be a little lighter? He doesn't consider his own weight. Zhou Zhanheng poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip, and slowly began, Uncle Feng, please help me liquidate the antenna stocks. Also, before the 8th of next month, please clear out those new stocks I subscribed to last year. Feng Jingxi was taken aback by these words, then his expression tightened, and he asked urgently, Zhanheng, have you speak frankly, don't worry about anything else, I will handle it for you. He knew too well how sharp Zhou Zhanheng's instincts were. The moment he uttered these words, it was clear that something serious was amiss. He understood that the stock market was already wildly overblown and was bound to collapse eventually, yet he did not have the precise judgment that Zhou Jianheng had. The mention of this time frame made him realize it was likely the last window for escape. Zhou Jianheng looked up at him, lightly tapping the edge of his cup, speaking in a calm tone, yet every word carried certainty. I estimate the situation will change around March. While the market is still crazy, it's best to take the first step and secure some profits. Feng Jingxi's expression darkened completely. Having navigated the exchange for decades, he understood the dangers behind such fervor all too well. He looked deeply at Zhou Jianheng, no longer asking further questions, just nodding solemnly. All right, I trust you. I will immediately arrange for people to sell in batches, trying not to disturb the market, ensuring you sell at a high point. Zhou Jianheng smiled, slightly lifted his teacup, and took a gentle sip. Then I will trouble you, Uncle Feng. Between us, there's no need for politeness. Feng Jingxi nodded with a smile. Zhou Jianheng promptly spoke of the second matter of the day, lightly tapping the rim of his cup, his tone slightly serious. Uncle Feng, I plan to establish a dedicated investment company to facilitate future operations and strategies. He then shifted the conversation, establishing the tone for future collaboration. Once the company is established, it will not affect our friendship. Our cooperation will remain unchanged. In the future, if there are any major projects to collaborate on, I will be the first to seek you out. He struck the right balance with his words, clearly indicating his intention to operate independently while ensuring Uncle Feng's dignity, making it clear that this was not a distancing, but merely a necessity of business planning. Having navigated the business world for many years, Feng Jingxi understood, immediately smiling and nodding. I get it. Given your current financial standing, you should indeed have your own independent platform. I fully support this. If you need anything from the exchange, just let me know at any time. Zhou Jianheng took a sip from his tea cup, a calm smile on his face. Thank you, Uncle Feng. Once the funds are cleared, we will first streamline our visible collaborations. There will be plenty of opportunities to work together later on. Feng Jingxi readily agreed. Don't worry, we will exit in batches to avoid disturbing the market. I will ensure it is handled properly. Zhou Jianheng seized the opportunity, maintaining his precise tone. Uncle Feng, you have a wide network in the industry and are good at assessing people. The company is just starting, and we need an experienced, reputable, and clean individual without factional ties to serve as the general manager. It will also be easier to explain externally. If you have a suitable acquaintance on your end, could you please introduce one to me? Feng Jingxi pondered for a moment and nodded. I know just the right person. Chun Jingshan, who was a manager at HSBC in his early years and later served as the vice president at a Hong Kong-based brokerage firm, has been idle at home for the past 2 years. He is steady, knowledgeable, and discreet, and he belongs to no faction. He is the most suitable for this confidential venture. Zhou Jianheng raised his cup in acknowledgement. Then I will trouble you, Uncle Feng. With you overseeing, I feel at ease. Feng Jingxi raised his cup in response, smiling. I guarantee they'll find someone who can get right to work without needing. As they left the Far East Exchange, the gentle tune of the moon represents my heart floated intermittently from the shops and buildings along the street, mixed with the new song just released by Eric Mu. These few songs echoed throughout the streets. Listening to it, Zhou Jianheng couldn't help but mutter under his breath, damn, is there really no other new song? Why is it all just my old tunes? It's getting tiresome. Lin Qingxia chuckled softly, covering her mouth, and gently looped her arm through her fingertips, subtly tugging at his sleeve, whispering in his ear. Don't complain, this is still the song you wrote for me. How can you find it annoying so soon? Besides, everyone in Xinjiang loves these songs now. It's not that I find it annoying, I'm saying that Hong Kong creators should come up with something new. I've given them the answers, yet they still can't manage to copy them correctly after all these years. Lin Qingxia understood well what he was complaining about, but she just enjoyed seeing him care for her. I know. Zhou Jianheng's heart softened, and he raised his hand to ruffle her hair. The two strolled side by side with life steadily moving towards March. In the blink of an eye, it was March 8, 1973. Feng Jingxi hurried into the main office, holding a settlement document, unable to suppress a gasp at the figures on it, looking up at Zhou Jianheng, who was casually leaning on the sofa, and handed the document to him. He paused for a moment, suppressing his surprise, and reported one by one, all cleared. The 2 million principal of Xiangjiang Tianxian has turned into 60 million Hihis, 12 million has turned into 67. 2 million, and Sun Hung Kai's 11 million has turned into 11 billion. Henglong's 9 million has turned into 99 million. New World's 8 million has turned into 84 million, and Chengkong's 10 million has turned into 90 million. Feng Jingxi pointed to the general ledger, a total sale of 102 billion, deducting various miscellaneous fees of 306 million. The net amount is 507 billion. With a principal of 52 million, a solid net profit of 455 million. Zhou Jianheng took the document, his fingers slowly gliding over the shareholding ratio section, his expression indifferent, appearing somewhat uninterested. When he looked up at Feng Jingxi, he slightly nodded. Thank you, Uncle Feng. With all shares kept under 3 points, the ratios are clean, and the unloading was smooth, not bad. That goes without saying. Uncle Feng still has this capability, but after making so much money, why do you seem less enthusiastic? Feng Jingxi chuckled as he took a seat, pouring a cup of tea for Zhou Jianheng. Uncle Feng, if this were profits from a real business, I would naturally be happy. But in the stock market, to be honest, you might think I'm being pretentious, but this is blood money. How could I be too happy about it? Upon hearing this, Feng Jingxi felt a wave of emotion, surprised that this young man, though small in stature, had such a grand vision, yet he still teased him. You say all that, but didn't you still eat this bun? Zhou Zhanheng slightly raised an eyebrow, initially wanting to retort, but after a moment's thought decided against it. After all, why argue with an old man? He rolled back onto the sofa, looking calm as he said, "Sai, who can say otherwise? If I don't eat, I can't grow up quickly. If I don't grow up, I can't engage in business. If I can't engage in business, I can't contribute to society. This is just a vicious cycle. There's nothing to be done, I guess. Why am I discussing this with you?" Zhou Zhanheng raised his hand to take the document, his finger lightly touching the rim of the cup, his tone calm, yet tinged with amusement. Back to the main topic, it's good that the money has been secured. Next, let's wait for the Hong Kong stocks to crash through the floor. At that time, we will enter the market to buy at the bottom. Later, Zhou Zhanheng decided to host a banquet for Feng Jingxi and others, treating them from private kitchens to clubs, frequently raising his cup to express his gratitude for their hard work during this period. Feng Jingxi smiled in response. The two exchanged glances, understanding each other's intentions without needing many words. A few days later, Zhou Zhanheng met Chen Jingshan, who was introduced by Feng Jingxi in his temporary office. As Chen Jingshan sat down with his back straight and composed demeanor after a conversation, Zhou Zhanheng lightly tapped the table, promptly finalizing the hiring. "Mr. Chen, Uncle Feng has a very high opinion of you. I would like to invite you to serve as the general manager of my newly established capital company, fully responsible for recruiting traders, risk control, and core personnel for settlement." Chen Jingshan stood up slightly and bowed, his expression serious. "Thank you for your trust, Mr. Zhou. I will definitely do my best." Just as the two finished their discussion, the receptionist brought in a young student, Liang Jinsong, who was there for an internship interview, standing nervously to the side, holding his resume tightly. Zhou Zhanheng looked him over for a moment, waved him over, and spoke casually, "Bring your resume here." After reading it, Zhou Zhanheng inwardly exclaimed, "Wow, this is a future big shot." He set the resume down and looked at Liang Jinsong. "No need for an internship, just stay on, become my personal secretary, and learn from me gradually." Liang Jinsong's face immediately lit up with surprise, hurriedly bowing and expressing his excitement. "Thank you, Mr. Zhou. I will definitely do a good job." Zhou Zhanheng couldn't help but smile broadly, and everything unfolded as he had expected. By mid-March, the Hong Kong stock market completely collapsed, leading to a financial crisis sweeping across the region amidst the cries of despair. In the Zhou family mansion, Zhou Zhanheng gathered his family for a small family meeting. His mother Lu Wanju and father Zhou Xinxiong, three sisters Lin Qingxia, and both grandparents were all present. Lin Qingxia sat quietly beside Zhou Zhanheng, gently tugging at his sleeve, her eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow over the severity of the stock market crash. The eldest sister Zhou Jing could not help but speak first, patting her thigh with fear in her voice. "This stock market crash is truly frightening. Many people around have lost everything. There are cries on the streets every day." The second sister Zhou Zhanmin followed up, glancing at Zhou Zhanheng with admiration in her eyes, and patted his arm. "Fortunately, we sisters listened to Ah Heng and cleared all our stocks early, not losing a single cent. We owe it all to Ah Heng." Third sister Zhou Zhanlin spat lightly, her brows arching in exasperation, her tone brimming with pleasure. "Those inept brothers-in-law of yours secretly hoarded stocks and refused to sell. Now look what's happened. Their pocket money has been wiped out entirely. They'll return home meekly, utterly at my mercy, never daring to make decisions on their own again." A ripple of wry laughter passed through the assembled family. Grandfather let out a soft sigh and gently patted Zhou Zhanheng's shoulder, his eyes warm with quiet pride. "Many within the clan ignored your counsel, dismissing you as too young to grasp the true state of affairs, and insisted on holding their positions. Every one of them suffered heavy losses. Agreed, in the end was their undoing." Grandmother too sighed deeply, her brow furrowing in concern, and reached out to clasp Zhou Zhanheng's hand. "The worst hit were the distant branches and collateral lines. Those who not only invested their entire capital, but also leveraged margin trading. Now they've faced total liquidation, plummeting from modest affluence straight into destitution, relying solely on clan support for survival." Zhou Zhanheng gently squeezed grandmother's hand, then turned to face the whole family, his voice solemn and resolute. "When market frenzy takes hold, everyone believes fortune is within easy reach, but unchecked greed inevitably consumes the self. Henceforth, any investment decision must be discussed thoroughly in advance. Never act impulsively or unilaterally." Upon hearing this, all nodded earnestly, their gazes filled with deep trust. His mother Lu Wanjuan watched him with unmistakable pride, and quietly exchanged a gentle, knowing glance with Lin Qingxia. Once the informal family meeting concluded, Zhou Zhanheng found himself instantly surrounded by his three elder sisters, forming an impassable human barricade. He instinctively turned to seek allies, only to discover that grandfather, spotting his glance, had already vanished, moving with surprising alacrity. Mother hurried off too, supporting grandmother with brisk, purposeful steps. Even father stood idly by, grinning foolishly at the spectacle, whereupon Zhou Zhanheng's eyes lit up, and he reached out eagerly. "Ahem, don't look at me. I'm merely passing by. With that, he swiftly distanced himself. Father Zhou Jinxiong, ever quick-witted, intercepted his son's plea before it could even begin. Whistling nonchalantly at the sky, he ambled, overtaking exaggerated leisurely strides, and once near feigned casual wonder. Ah, the weather today is truly splendid. Perfect for retreating indoors for a quiet drink. Zhou Zhanheng bristled at the remark, already stepping forward to pursue his father, when a firm, graceful hand seized his shoulder. His spark of hope faded, his posture froze mid-stride. He turned helplessly toward Lin Qingxia, only to see third sister whisk their younger sibling aside, clearing the field entirely for eldest sister's full attention. There was no escape. He would face the storm heat. He inwardly wiped cold sweat, then cleared his throat awkwardly. Ahem. Good morning, eldest sister. Ha ha. Such lovely weather today. Shall we go shopping? I'll treat. Guaranteed satisfaction. He immediately scurried to her side, offering back rubs and shoulder kneads. Second and third sisters rolled their eyes in unison and scoffed, puffed. Yet Zhou Zhanheng paid them no mind. His gaze remained fixed solely on eldest sister. Eldest sister spoke coolly. Speak. Speak what? Zhou Zhanheng blinked, genuinely bewildered. She turned sharply. Sister, hear me out. Not as an excuse, but as an explanation, he hastily amended, seizing her raised hand before she could withdraw it. It's not that younger brother avoids visiting your homes. I simply hesitate, for you're all married now, and your husbands are prominent figures across Hong Kong. Were I to drop by too often, how would they feel? How would their families perceive it? As he spoke, he continued, smoothing her back, his eyes darting shrewdly as he added. In those early years, the entire city branded me a prodigal son. If I kept appearing at your doors, wouldn't people suspect I was freeloading? Gossip would surely follow. I ask you, isn't younger brother right? They dare. All three sisters chimed in unison. Yes, yes. My sisters are peerless martial artists, paragons of beauty, enchantresses whose grace commands empires and captivates nations. Zhou Zhanheng mopped his brow, pouring forth flattery like an inexhaustible spring, each phrase more extravagant than the last, until Lin Qingxia and his sisters burst into unrestrained laughter. Fine, you've passed. But remember, visit us more often. Understood. You're now hailed across the city as the stock god, so don't dare brush us off again. Humph. Think carefully about the consequences. With that, the three sisters swept Lin Qingxiao out the door for shopping. She glanced back, waving with a wry affection. Zhou Zhanheng waved back, while wiping sweat, forcing a strained grin, even as relief washed over him inwardly. Did he not understand his sister's intent? This stock market crash had cost everyone dearly. His brothers-in-law's losses likely extended far beyond mere pocket money. Ah, every household bears its own unspoken burdens. Musing thus, he strolled lazily toward the garage. Good day, master. Where shall we go? The Livian chauffeur bowed respectfully as Zhou Zhanheng approached, already opening the car door. To the Golden Harvest Film Studio. We'll leave promptly and return just as swiftly. With that, Zhou Zhanheng ducked into the vehicle and closed his eyes to rest. The black Rolls-Royce glided smoothly from the mid-levels villa estate toward Golden Harvest. Fist of Fury had long wrapped filming. After a May spent unconscious and a June devoted to convalescence, Li Xiaolong's vitality had finally begun to recover by July. That day, finding no one at home to keep him company, Zhou Zhanheng drifted over to the studio to ease his solitude. Run Shaw and Li Xiaolong were huddled over storyboards for Game of Death when he entered, whereupon Shaw greeted him with a weary, grateful smile. Mr. Zhou, you've arrived just in time. Xiaolong has been restless for over a month, insisting on resuming the tower fight sequences this very week. Li Xiaolong sat nearby, still slender, yet his eyes gleamed with renewed intensity. Nodding in agreement, he added, my body is nearly ready. Delaying further will only push Game of Death indefinitely, and Fist of Fury's release is imminent with tight promotional deadlines looming. Zhou Zhanheng stepped forward, scanned the script, and appraised Li Xiaolong closely, then declared decisively. Filming may resume, but not yet. He met Li Xiaolong's gaze, his tone unwavering. You've just returned from death's threshold. Have you forgotten your physician's strict orders? Here's the plan. Rest fully for 7 days. Restore your strength completely. Then next week we'll shoot only the core martial arts sequences for Game of Death and halt immediately upon completion. No rushed overtime. Afterward, focus solely on recovery, preparing for Fist of Fury's global premiere and worldwide press tour. Should you collapse again, everything collapses with you. Run Shaw clutched the script tightly and chimed in instantly. Precisely, Mr. Zhou. Xiaolong. Listen to him, just this once. Li Xiaolong fell silent, studying Zhou Zhanheng's grave expression, then slowly nodded. Very well, I'll follow your advice. 1 week's rest, then we resume. Zhou Zhanheng exhaled, visibly relieved. That's the spirit. A film can wait, but a life cannot. He didn't linger long at the studio. Once his mood lifted, he departed. Yet no sooner had the car entered the bustling city center than a shrill cry pierced the air. Zhou Zhanheng instinctively looked up, just in time to witness a figure plummet from the rooftop of a Tong Lao building, crashing violently onto the sidewalk, blood blooming instantly beneath him. Panic erupted among passers-by. Some screamed, others covered their faces, while one trembled, murmuring, another margin calls suicide. How many this month already? Zhou Zhanheng silently raised the window. A heavy weight settled in his chest. Beneath the market's ruin, yesterday's tycoon became today's corpse. Human life reduced to the fragility of discarded paper. Leaning back against the seat, he muttered softly to himself, "Perhaps I should venture out less often." After painstakingly amassing hundreds of millions to be crushed by a falling body, that would truly be history's most absurd injustice. On the afternoon of July 20th, the screening room of the Half-Mountain Master residence was dimly lit as Zhou Zhanheng accompanied Lin Qingxia to watch the freshly edited preview of Outside the Window. This wretched film took a whole year to shoot, mainly because this couple was always inconsistent, and even the usually patient Wang Tianlin couldn't help but grumble privately several times. On the screen, the girl had clean and clear features. He smiled as he squeezed Lin Qingxia's hand and whispered in her ear, "You performed beautifully, capturing the character's purity perfectly." To put it bluntly, he was at a loss for words, only praising her most striking qualities. Just as he finished speaking, the emergency hotline phone that only a few trusted confidants were aware of began to vibrate violently. This line was only used for significant emergencies. Zhou Zhanheng's heart sank suddenly as he picked up the phone. Liang Jinsong's slightly panicked voice came through immediately. "Zhou Sheng. Master Li suddenly collapsed with a severe headache at Miss Ding Pei's apartment, and the accompanying doctor is an emergency rescue. The situation is critical. You need to come quickly." Zhou Zhanheng fell silent for 3 seconds, his fingers tightening slightly on the receiver. Immediately dispatched the top emergency team from Mary Hospital with all the necessary equipment. They must arrive at the scene within 10 minutes. I will be there right away. After hanging up, he turned and grabbed his coat from the sofa, speaking rapidly to Lin Qingxia. "Bruce Lee is in trouble." He grasped her hand tightly, his tone tinged with urgency. "I need to rush to Kowloon Tong immediately. It's chaotic over there. You stay at home and wait for news. Don't cause any trouble by following me. I will go with you." Lin Qingxia gently smoothed his furrowed brow with her hand, her voice soft but firm. "I will wait outside, not going in to create chaos. I can't be at ease if you go alone." Zhou Zhanheng looked at the worry overflowing in her eyes. After a moment of swallowing hard, he nodded and took her hand as they hurried out. The black car sped towards Kowloon Tong, the cabin enveloped in silence, while Lin Qingxia held his hand tightly, silently accompanying him. Upon arriving at the apartment, the place was already in chaos. Medical personnel surrounded Bruce Lee, performing CPR in turns while the piercing sound of the defibrillator echoed repeatedly. Linda slumped on the sofa, crying uncontrollably, struggling to catch her breath. Zhou Wenhui leaned against the wall, his face as pale as paper, trembling constantly. Seeing Zhou Zhanheng enter, his lips quivered, unable to utter a word. The emergency team from Mary Hospital arrived shortly and took over the rescue, employing all possible measures, but the ECG monitor displayed a cold, flat line without any fluctuations. At 11:30 p.m., the attending doctor removed his mask and slowly shook his head at the crowd surrounding him, his voice heavy with sorrow. "I'm sorry, we did our best. Master Li suffered cardiac arrest due to acute cerebral edema, despite our efforts, he has passed away." As his words fell, Linda's heartbreaking cries filled the apartment instantly, while Zhou Wenhui slid down the wall to the floor, covering his face with his hands, his shoulders shaking violently. Zhou Zhanheng stood motionless, staring at the lifeless warrior on the hospital bed, gazing at his still strong silhouette, his mind swirling with countless disordered thoughts, yet he remained silent. Lin Qingxia quietly stood at the door, watching his lonely back, her heart aching. She stepped forward, lightly, firmly grasping his hand, looking up at him, her voice soft yet powerful. "You have already advised him repeatedly to rest, and tried to stop him from working too hard. You've done everything you could. Don't blame yourself." Zhou Zhanheng turned to look at the tenderness in her eyes, but internally he mused, "Why should I blame myself? I advised him, I tried to stop him. If he wouldn't listen, what could I do? It's just a moment of sentiment, reflecting on his solitary passing in the past life, where it might take days for someone to discover him." Outside the window, Victoria Harbor was still lit up brilliantly, but in Hong Kong's night sky, the brightest star of martial arts had fallen forever. The news of Bruce Lee's sudden passing shook Hong Kong and even the world overnight. Zhou Zhanheng, on behalf of Zhou Holdings and Golden Harvest, handled all the funeral arrangements personally, setting up a solemn memorial hall at the Kowloon funeral home. Dressed in a black suit, throughout his face calm, he stood by Linda and her 2 young children at the memorial, blocking all media interference and rejecting any unrelated disturbances, fiercely protecting this mother and her children. The memorial hall was adorned with wreaths and tributes, with prominent figures from Hong Kong film industry colleagues and global fans coming continuously. The funeral procession stretched from the funeral home to the street, a sea of people, yet solemn and respectful. Even the British Hong Kong government sent representatives to pay their respects. On the day of the funeral, Zhou Zhanheng personally supported the coffin, his footsteps heavy, as he escorted the Kung Fu King on his final journey. The day after the funeral, in a private room of the Mandarin Oriental Hotel, Zhou Zhanheng pushed a document in front of Linda, his tone calm, yet extraordinarily serious. "This is a lifelong trust fund I have established in my personal name for you and the 2 children, with a principal of 10 million Hong Kong dollars, which will provide fixed annual income sufficient for you and the children to live comfortably in Hong Kong or the United States for life. This money was entirely his share from Bruce Lee's collaboration with Golden Harvest since the beginning. He never sought fame, only disdain for profiting from his own benefactor's blood and sweat. Nothing more. He paused, his eyes sincere. The fund will be managed by a dedicated lawyer and financial team, and no one can touch this money, including me. No matter what happens in the future, Golden Harvest and Zhou Holdings will always be your support. No one will dare to bully you. Lin Qingxia held the document, her fingertips trembling as hot tears dripped onto the paper. She suddenly stood up, deeply bowing to Zhou Zhanheng, choked with emotion and unable to say a complete sentence. All her gratitude was hidden in that bow. After Bruce Lee's passing, she had long prepared for a difficult life, seeing others coldly observing, waiting to watch her and her children fall into despair. Yet Zhou Zhanheng not only gave Bruce Lee the most dignified farewell, but also paved the way for their future early on. This kindness had long surpassed the bond between a boss and an employee. Zhou Zhanheng quickly stepped forward to support her, his tone sincere. There is no need for such formality. Master Lee was a great contributor to Golden Harvest and a hero who brought Chinese kung fu to the world. I am merely protecting his most cherished family on his behalf. As soon as Linda left, Zhou Wenhui pushed the door in, his red-rimmed eyes and hoarse voice revealing days of grief and toil. Zhou Sheng, the post-production materials for Enter the Dragon and Game of Death have been organized next. All post-production is entrusted to you. No one understands Master Lee's thoughts better than you, nor what he wanted for the final cut. Zhou Zhanheng handed him a cup of hot tea, his tone resolute. The global promotion will roll out simultaneously. North America will be coordinated with Warner, and for Southeast Asia, Japan, Korea, Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan, we will utilize all our distribution channels and apply full force. His gaze was firm, every word deliberate. I have only one request: let the whole world see these two films and remember the name Bruce Lee, fulfilling all his wishes during his lifetime. Zhou Wenhui tightened his grip on the teacup, his eyes filled with emotion, and nodded earnestly at Zhou Zhanheng. Having navigated this industry for many years, he had seen his fair share of betrayal and exploitation, but he had never seen anyone take on such a monumental responsibility in the wake of a superstar's demise. When there was no profit to be gained fulfilling the deceased's wishes, he was determined to repay this kindness with all his might. In the second half of 1973, Enter the Dragon premiered globally, igniting the world film market with box office revenues soaring to $90 million. Even after Bruce Lee's passing, cinemas remained packed. Countless viewers sat before the screen, tears welling for this kung fu king. Chinese kung fu finally penetrated Hollywood's mainstream, and the name Bruce Lee became synonymous with Chinese martial arts, a source of pride for all Chinese. Bruce Lee's passing cast an even deeper pall of sorrow over Hong Kong, a city already ravaged by the stock market crash. The entire year of 1973 dragged slowly through waves of investors' resentment and despair, while Zhou Zhanheng had already begun positioning himself to acquire core assets at rock-bottom prices. A temporary office of Central District Hongjin capital, Zhou Zhanheng stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the unusually quiet streets below. Beside him stood Liu Shiming, the group's chief financial officer, and also his maternal uncle. The allocation path for the 500 million Hong Kong dollars has been routed entirely through Zhou Group Holdings' overseas channels as you instructed. I'll ensure the books are fully reconciled. No trace will remain. Liu Shiming lowered his voice, his tone calm and measured. Still, deploying such a massive sum all at once raises serious risk control concerns. Wouldn't this be overly aggressive? Zhou Zhanheng offered a faint knowing smile. Uncle, this is the absolute bottom of the crash. Miss this moment and the opportunity vanishes forever. Keep tight oversight on the funds as safety comes first, but don't let caution paralyze action. Liu Shiming nodded in silent understanding, then voiced the concern weighing on his mind. Zhou Group Holdings is currently little more than an empty shell. Reliable enough for strategic coordination and asset risk isolation, yes. But if we plan a formal group restructuring soon, shouldn't we begin assembling leadership teams and selecting a permanent headquarters location ahead of time? At these words, Zhou Zhanheng's gaze drifted beyond the window towards Central's most iconic landmark, and a subtle, confident smile curved his lips. His reply carried not a flicker of hesitation. It's time we erected a proper stage. I've already chosen our headquarters, the Chinese Bank building. Next year I'll acquire it outright, officially establishing it as Zhou Group Holdings Global Nerve Center. Liu Shiming felt a quiet tremor ripple through him, then bowed his head slowly, saying nothing more. He knew well his nephew's vision and audacity, but each time he heard such meticulously orchestrated grand-scale strategy, his pulse still quickened with awe. Just then a soft knock sounded at the door behind them. Enter. Zhou Zhanheng turned and settled back into his executive chair, giving it a slight, thoughtful rotation. Hong Kong truly lived up to its reputation. Fully modern offices, state-of-the-art by current standards, though still modest compared to those of later decades. As he mused quietly, Chen Jingshan and Liang Jinsong entered. Liu Shiming took a seat nearby, representing group finance throughout the meeting. Zhou Zhanheng gestured for them to take seats in the lounge area, then picked up 2 heavily annotated sheets and handed one to each as he leaned casually onto the sofa. His voice was calm, deliberate. These outline your primary responsibilities over the coming years. Pay special attention to the highlighted sections. Every transaction must flow exclusively through anonymous offshore shell companies held across multiple brokerages and numerous accounts. Above all, concealment must be absolute, especially regarding Hutchison International. He paused to sip water, then continued steadily. We've allocated 500 million Hong Kong dollars total, sufficient to gradually increase your positions over several years. Raise any questions now. I have another engagement shortly. Liang Jinsong raised his hand, first voicing his concern. Mr. Zhou, I'm still unfamiliar with securities operations. I lack practical experience. May I shadow Mr. Chen closely to master the necessary expertise? Zhou Zhanheng nodded, slightly smiling, agreed. You're destined to serve as my confidential secretary, so broad-based competence is essential. With additional subsidiaries coming online, you'll need to mature swiftly. Liang Jinsong's face lit with genuine delight, though he quickly composed himself. Chen Jingshan, however, was genuinely startled. Does the boss truly place such weight on this young man? A swift mental pivot brought clarity, and he pressed forward. Mr. Zhou, aside from Hutchison, which we'll handle internally, have you already selected preferred brokerage partners for the other covert positions? He needed confirmation now, to avoid missteps later. I only know Mr. Feng of Sun Hung Kai. Beyond that, handle arrangements as you see fit, but Hutchison remains strictly confidential. Everyone involved must sign binding non-disclosure agreements. Zhou Zhanheng sat upright, fixing Chen Jingshan with a grave, unwavering look. Chen immediately straightened, replying with solemn assurance, Mr. Zhou, rest assured, I guarantee flawless execution. He held the slender sheet, yet it weighed upon him like lead. At the top, clearly inscribed, read 1. HSBC 50 million Hong Kong dollars ceiling, phased accumulation over 18 months, final stake capped at 3, pure long-term foundational, holding no pursuit of governance influence. 2. The 5 major Chinese conglomerates beginning in 1974, 50 million Hong Kong dollars ceiling, targeted accumulation across Chung Kong Sun, Hung Kai New World, Hang Lung, and Hopewell. Each capped at 4, purely financial investment, 0 operational interference. 3. Wharf Holdings commencing mid-1975, 150 million Hong Kong dollars ceiling, covert acquisition of 18 equity over 2 years, with potential follow-up capital injections should funding prove insufficient. 4. Hutchison International 250 million Hong Kong dollars ceiling, initiation in 1974, 1-year acquisition window, a position building scaled downward progressively, from peak to trough, with panic-driven selling met only sparingly, and selectively, a ultimate concealed stake 13 equity. Chen Jingshan couldn't help but marvel. His boss's ambition dwarfed anything else in Hong Kong today. Clutching the paper tightly, he leaned forward slightly, his voice both reverent and precise. Mr. Zhou, let me reconfirm the core mandate. All covert positions must be fragmented across anonymous shell accounts, no contact with existing shareholders, no mandatory disclosure filings, and no public statements. Strictly silent passive financial investment with absolute adherence to the control threshold. Especially for Hutchison and Wharf Holdings, I'll fracture the accounts to the finest granularity, each trade limited to under 0. 1 of the free float, ensuring 0 market visibility. Zhou Zhanheng's gaze settled slowly on Chen Jingshan, calm, penetrating, appraising him intently for a beat, then gave a quiet, definitive nod. Correct. Relief washed over Chen Jingshan. This was acknowledgement, full and unreserved. From now on his path would run smoother. Well then, I'll take my leave. Family matters await me at home. Zhou Zhanheng rose, shrugged on his coat, and prepared to depart. Lu Shiming watched his nephew vanish just like that, leaving behind a multi-hundred-million-dollar strategy for them to execute, and shook his head, half amused, half resigned. Chen Jingshan and Liang Jinsong hurried to escort him out. Both knew perfectly well family matters meant returning home to his wife. They exchanged a glance, silent knowing, and turned away, careful never to whisper a word about their employer behind his back. April 16, 1974. In the study of his mid-levels villa, Zhou Zhanheng reclined lazily on a wide leather sofa, before him only a single slender sheet showing gold price trends. Outside, Hong Kong remained shrouded in the lifeless gloom of the stock crash, but before him the figure gleamed with startling brilliance. London gold at $174 per troy ounce. 2 years of meticulous preparation. Now it was time to reel in the net. He lifted the private line connecting directly to Feng Jingxi and spoke calmly. Uncle Feng, I want every ounce of our gold position liquidated immediately, at market price down to the last cent. Feng Jingxi paused for only a heartbeat, then understood instantly his protege intended to exit precisely at the peak. Understood, I'll oversee it personally. Zhou Zhanheng murmured an acknowledgement and hung up, resuming his leisurely tea. Exactly 30 minutes later the phone rang again. Full liquidation complete. Average price $173. 60. Settlement confirmed. Funds settle T2, clearing day after tomorrow. Zhou Jianheng set down his teacup, a glint of quiet amusement flickering in his eyes. 50 million Hong Kong dollars principal leveraged fivefold. Bought at $64, sold at $173. After all fees, total return approached 4 Hong Kong dollars. 32 billion. While others leapt from rooftops amid the crash, he cashed out triumphantly from the summit. Bricklaying complete. 2 days later, on April 18th, a private banking officer personally drove to the mountainside villa presenting the fund receipt confirmation. Nearly 400 million Hong Kong dollars lay quietly in his private account. Zhou Jianheng glanced at it without much interest, casually tossing the receipt aside, and directly picked up the phone to call Feng Jingxi. Uncle Feng, the funds have arrived. Thank you. With that, his expression turned serious as he cleared his throat. And Uncle Feng, I am considering acquiring Huaran Bank as the headquarters for my group. The location and symbolic significance of this building are evident. Huaran Bank has deep connections with the Feng and Li families. I don't want to act in secrecy and disrupt the circle's rules, which might lead to misunderstandings in the future. Therefore, I would like to invite both seniors to meet, firstly to pay my respects, and secondly to clarify matters so that we can all seek fortune amicably. Your assistance in introducing me would also provide me with a standing so that others don't think I am suddenly barging in to seize something. With that, he slumped back onto the sofa. On the other end of the line, there was silence for a few seconds, followed by Feng Jingxi's teasing voice. Have you changed, kid? You're being so formal that I, an old man, don't even know how to respond to you. Hee, it's an old family, right? I must be a bit formal when inviting them, don't you think? He replied with a chuckle. Feng Jingxi on the other end was speechless. All right, I will help you arrange it. You are genuinely a big shot now. The two families have had a tough time this year, so I doubt they'll refuse. After hanging up, the entire atmosphere in the mountainside study abruptly changed, shifting from the air of commercial transactions filled with money to a languid and serene sanctuary. When Feng Jingxi hung up, he couldn't help but sigh, realizing that this little shark, which had been swimming in the stock market until last year, was finally about to turn into a giant shark this year. Meanwhile, the Li family received the invitation with a complex mix of emotions. Under the stock market crash, Huaran Bank's stock price plummeted and liquidity dried up. They had expected to be squeezed and slaughtered, but Zhou Jianheng's full cash offer came so quickly that they had no time to catch their breath, raise their price, or hesitate. Huaran Bank. Zhou Jianheng lay on the sofa, murmuring softly, a slight smile gracing his lips. Next, it's time to pick up these blood-soaked chips scattered all over. This year, Hong Kong was hit hard by the dual blows of the stock market crash and the oil crisis, making the streets of Central even more desolate and sparsely populated. Yet in the top VIP room of the Wenhua Hotel, the warmth was abundant, and the aroma of tea wafted through, creating a stark contrast to the world outside. At the long table, Zhou Jianheng sat at the host's seat, dressed in a neatly tailored light-colored suit, exuding an air of calm. Feng Jingxi was seated in the middle, while Li Fushu and Feng Bingfen sat at the opposite host seats, both key figures of top Chinese families. Though their expressions bore traces of the fatigue brought on by the stock market crash, their demeanor remained composed. Feng Jingxi, sitting beside them, sipped tea, lightly, his gaze shifting between the guests without speaking first. Gentlemen, it's been a while. Zhou Jianheng stood up first, displaying proper etiquette with a warm smile, while inwardly thinking that speaking with these old remnants of the Republic of China was quite a hassle. I apologize for the abruptness today, and I appreciate Uncle Feng for facilitating this meeting with the two gentlemen. The Zhou family has long-standing ties with the Li and Feng families, and today's gathering at Wenhua can also be considered a reunion. Li Fushu smiled, slightly nodding in acknowledgement. Jianheng, who in Hong Kong doesn't know that you are young, yet your investments are astonishing. Even amidst the stock market crash, you remain so composed. The younger generation is indeed formidable. Feng Bingfen nodded in agreement, speaking calmly. As a descendant of the Sir Zhou Xinyan family, your demeanor is indeed extraordinary. We have seen you grow up, so there's no need for formality. After a few pleasantries, the atmosphere warmed considerably. Being prominent families, their small talk naturally flowed smoothly. After the initial pleasantries, with tea served 3 times, Feng Jingxi gently set down his teacup, signaling a silent cue. Zhou Jianheng reined in his smile, his expression slightly serious, continuing to address them appropriately. Gentlemen, I won't beat around the bush. The reason I invited you here today is to discuss matters regarding Huaran. Li Fushu and Feng Bingfen exchanged glances, both unsurprised. Zhou Jianheng lightly tapped the table with his fingers, speaking slowly. Everyone is well aware of the current market situation. I won't deceive or overstate. I'm offering a fair price of 120 million Hong Kong dollars. As his words fell, the room fell silent for a moment. Li Fushu slightly furrowed his brow. Jianheng, Huaran Bank is worth much more than just this amount. Feng Bingfen also shook his head gently. 3 billion is negotiable, but 120 million seems to lack sincerity, Jianheng. Zhou Jianheng nodded, slightly pondering before stating his bottom line. Since both gentlemen have spoken, I will naturally show respect. Let's settle on a firm price of 140 million Hong Kong dollars in cash. Feng Bingfen sighed lightly. Add a bit more, how about 145 million? It would be more acceptable for us to take back to our families. In this buyer's market, they couldn't afford to make a harsh demand, fearing that the other party might simply walk away, which would leave them in a difficult position. Zhou Zhanheng raised his eyes, his expression calm, lightly tapping the table with his fingertips, and stated directly, "Gentlemen, 140 million is my highest offer. If you are still dissatisfied, I can only seek other properties." With that, he lowered his gaze slightly, saying no more. The room fell into complete silence. In truth, Zhou Zhanheng's offer was already quite reasonable. In his past life, Li Kashing had only used 27 million US dollars. Li Fushu and Feng Bingfen exchanged glances, reading astonishment and helplessness in each other's eyes. 140 million far exceeded market value with cash payment for a swift deal. This was already the best and only outcome they could achieve in this cold winter. The silence in the room lasted for only 2 seconds. Li Fushu's fingertip slipped slightly on the rim of his cup, forcing himself to stay calm. "Zhanheng, 140 million is indeed a sincere offer." Feng Bingfen nodded slightly, sighed again, and set down his cup. 140 million is indeed quite sincere. Zhou Zhanheng finally revealed a hint of a smile, standing up and extending his hand. "Then, gentlemen, may our cooperation be pleasant. We will meet tomorrow at the law firm." The day after acquiring Huarun Bank, Zhou Zhanheng did not take a break. Early in the morning, he had Liang Jinsong prepare a car and personally went to the Chinese University of Hong Kong. He brought only 4 bodyguards. There was no choice, as he had been gaining too much attention lately. He headed directly to the university's electronic engineering laboratory to visit Gao Kuan. Inside the office, Gao Kuan was deeply immersed in experimental data. Upon seeing the uninvited yet imposing young man before him, a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. Zhou Zhanheng stood up to greet him, displaying full courtesy and speaking sincerely. "Mr. Gao, I apologize for the abrupt visit. I am Zhou Zhanheng, and I am here today to invite you to join my Zhou Family Electronics as the chief technical advisor." Gao Kuan set down his pen, waiting for him to continue. Zhou Zhanheng spoke frankly, expressing his genuine intentions. "I plan to make a significant push into the electronic technology and game development fields, fully aware that technology is fundamental. I promise to establish an exclusive electronic research laboratory for you, allocating 1 million Hong Kong dollars each year as dedicated research funding, without any additional conditions, fully at your discretion." Upon hearing this, Gao Kuan's surprise deepened. In the winter of the 1974 stock market crash, 1 million in research funds was considered a staggering amount. A professor in the U.S. had an annual research budget of only about 5500 Hong Kong dollars, let alone unconditional support for academic research. Zhou Zhanheng continued, revealing another concern. "Today, I have another request. I know there is an entrepreneur named Ouyang. He in Hong Kong, who is deeply involved in the electronics field, possesses solid technical skills, and understands factory management. I would like to invite him to oversee local production in Hong Kong. I have no prior connections with him, and it would be inappropriate to invite him directly. I hope you can help me make the introduction to arrange a meeting with him." Gao Kuan pondered for a moment and understood. The young man before him not only possessed ambition, but also understood etiquette, providing substantial financial support for research without bullying others with his status. Instead, he sought to leverage his academic identity to recommend talent, showing thoroughness in his actions. He set aside the experimental data in his hands, actively extending his hand to shake Zhou Zhanheng's, nodding in agreement. "I accept your sincerity, Zhou. I have indeed heard of Ouyang He. He is quite down to earth among young electronic entrepreneurs, and I will help you arrange to meet him." Zhou Zhanheng also extended his hand to shake Gao Kuan's, genuinely pleased as he said, "Thank you very much, Mr. Gao. It is truly an honor for me to have your assistance." 2 days later, in a private room of the Wenhua Hotel, Gao Kuan sat in the center, while Ouyang He sat to one side, feeling both anxious and pleasantly surprised. Being personally invited by Mr. Gao was an opportunity he had never imagined. Zhou Zhanheng walked in slowly, extending his hand to shake hands with the two, his demeanor humble, yet commanding, completely devoid of the flamboyant arrogance from a few days prior, when he had splurged 1.4 billion to acquire Huarun Bank. This sharp edge of acquiring Huarun Bank for 1.4 billion instead seemed to add a touch of respect for talent. After the attendant served tea and the door was gently closed, Gao Kuan broke the silence, speaking in a calm tone. "Oh hey, this is Zhou Zhanheng. I invited you here today because there is an important matter concerning your career ahead that you both need to discuss thoroughly." Ouyang He quickly stood up, handing over his business card with a somewhat restrained expression. "Mr. Zhou, I have long..." He understood clearly that the young man before him had made billions during the stock market crash, a formidable figure who had acquired the landmark Huarun Bank in Central, and being invited by Mr. Gao was no trivial matter. Zhou Zhanheng took the business card, glanced at it, then lightly placed it into his pocket, getting straight to the point with sincerity in his voice. "Mr. Ouyang, I won't beat around the bush. I have just established Hunka Industrial Electronics Company, mainly focusing on video game development, hardware research and development, and complete assembly, intending to invest a total of 400 million Hong Kong dollars to deeply cultivate the electronics industry in Hong Kong and create a lasting enterprise." He paused, his gaze fixed on Ouyang He, expressing his utmost sincerity. I know that your Jinbei is just starting. You have the technology and understand factory operations, yet you lack funds and a platform, making it difficult to navigate through this cold winter of the stock market crash. I sincerely invite you to join Hunka as the general manager fully responsible for domestic and subsequent overseas expansion as well as all operational affairs. Before Ouyang, he could respond, Zhou Zhanheng added, completely dispelling his concerns. I will also buy your Jinbei electronics factory at a fair market value without underpricing or shortchanging you, ensuring that your current efforts are not in vain and providing a larger platform for you to showcase your talents. Ouyang, he tightened his grip on the teacup, his heart surging with tumultuous emotions. He had been struggling to keep his small factory afloat, merely seeking a glimmer of hope, while Zhou Zhanheng was offering him an opportunity to soar to new heights. To lead the large Hunka Electronics and have his own factory acquired with dignity. Previously, he wouldn't have dared to even dream of such a scenario. Mr. Zhou, Ouyang, his voice faltered, filled with emotion. I am just a small factory owner. I may not be able to bear such a... I have always been good at assessing people, Zhou Zhanheng replied with a faint smile, his tone calm. What you lack is not ability, but merely a sufficiently large platform. Hunka provides you this platform covering all financial, technological, and resource needs so you can focus on your work. Gao Kuan nodded in agreement from the side, admitting that he too was quite shaken. Investing 400 million to delve into the electronics industry during these times posed a tremendous challenge for all small and medium-sized electronics factories in Hong Kong, but it was also a significant opportunity. He immediately spoke up to lend support. Hey Mr. Zhou is sincerely engaged in real business and genuinely trusts you. This opportunity is rare. With Gao Kun's endorsement, Ouyang, he no longer hesitated, standing up solemnly. Mr. Zhou, with your kindness, Ouyang, he accept. Great. Zhou Zhanheng stood up and extended his hand, their palms clasping in agreement. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., we will sign the contract at the law office covering the acquisition of Jinbei, the appointment of Hank's general manager, and the confidentiality and non-competition agreement all at once. Ouyang, he nodded heavily. I will follow Mr. Zhou's arrangements. 2 days later, in the top office of Huaran Bank, the floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of Central, and the office was simple yet grand, already serving as Zhou Zhanheng's core workspace. Ouyang, he arrived on time, and looking at such an impressive setting, he had no doubts left about Hunka Industrial. The two sat down, and Zhou Zhanheng directly pushed the preliminary planning proposal, as well as the parameters and schematics of the 4 main products the company would focus on, right in front of him, getting straight to the point. The contract has been finalized. From now on, all affairs of Hunka Industrial will be entrusted to you. If you have any needs, feel free to mention them, and the group will fully cooperate. He paused before continuing. The first installment of 200 million Hong Kong dollars has been injected into the company account. From here on, it depends on you. We are not short on funds. The acquisition will only be based on our future product line, focusing solely on the quality of the company. As long as the price is reasonable, we will pay cash directly. I need to see the complete delivery, integration, and production-ready factory, as well as the usable research and development base in Shatton, all before the end of the year. Ouyang, he lowered his head, reviewing the entire plan. The 4 products, capacity planning, and supply chain layout were all meticulously detailed, and at this moment, he realized that Zhou Zhanheng's layout had long been in place, not a Spiro-Themet decision. He closed the document, his tone steady and assured. Mr. Zhou, there is absolutely no problem. Currently, small and medium factories in Hong Kong are under financial strain, and as long as we hold cash, acquisitions will face almost no obstacles. Additionally, I plan to prioritize building a core technology and management team, selecting all industry veterans who can ramp up quickly and minimize internal conflicts. Zhou Zhanheng replied lightly, just go ahead with it. The compensation will be generous as long as we can retain core talent and stabilize production capacity. You don't need to worry about costs. For the subsequent projects, once they are defined and we secure overseas raw material production capacity, I will inject a second installment of 200 million dedicated road funds at the end of the year. Zhou Zhanheng leaned back in his chair, fully delegating authority. Ouyang, he felt a jolt of resolve and nodded immediately. Understood. Before the end of the year, all groundwork will be laid out. In addition, for RD, I will have Mr. Gao Kuan as a consultant. I will promptly connect with Liang Qichong and Lu Xiuzhang, one focusing on core research and development, the other managing the production line implementation. As for production quality control, procurement, and factory affairs, I also have suitable candidates. Ouyang, he quickly got into the rhythm, clearly organized. Zhou Zhanheng lightly tapped the table with his fingers and nodded in agreement. You assemble your own team. Oh, I won't interfere. The 8,000 square meters of industrial land in Shatton is already being negotiated. Oh, we will first build a phase 1 factory and laboratory. Subsequently, you will lead the acquisition of 6 electronics factories and 6 fan factories, operating in place temporarily and integrating them uniformly. Understood. Ouyang, he already had a comprehensive plan in mind. Zhou Zhanheng walked to the window, gazing at the traffic in Central, his tone flat. Proceed step by step. First produce prototypes, then set up equipment and train workers. Achieve the local production capacity limit in Hong Kong by 1976 at the latest. The foundation must be solid. Mr. Zhou, rest assured, I will never let you down. Ouyang He's initial shyness faded away as he pulled out paper and pen to write down a few names. For Hunka to start, we need core personnel, and I have already identified them. Production Director Zhang Chung, with experience managing factories of 1,000 workers, is currently idle at home. Quality Control Head Lin Miling, from a Japanese-funded factory, excels in microelectronics quality control. Procurement Expert Wang Yaoming is familiar with both domestic and international supply chains, and Wu Da in charge of factory logistics. The integration of the 6 fan factories will be led by Zhou Fu, an old factory manager with 20 years of experience in fan production. He is well versed in the production of cooling components and can effectively manage capacity. Zhou Zhanheng smiled slightly, full of approval. You've thought this through. The company will be entrusted to you for management. Just let your talents shine. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. I will contact everyone today and finalize their onboarding within a week, while simultaneously advancing factory integration and supplier connections. No need to rush. Establishing proper rules and selecting the right talent is more important than anything else, Zhou Zhanheng advised. I will have Chen Jingshan follow up on the land acquisition in Shadin and first establish the RD base. Do not blindly procure mass production equipment until the prototypes are finalized. Ouyang He nodded repeatedly, already having all the work planned out in his mind. Mr. Zhou, rest assured, I will steadily advance according to plan and will not make any mistakes. Alright, you can go back and organize the company affairs. After the RD room is built, I will announce the specific RD projects. After he spoke, Zhou Zhanheng leaned back in the large office chair and closed his eyes to rest. Seeing this, Ouyang He hastily took his leave. At dusk in the mid-hill villa, the sea breeze drifted gently through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Lin Xingxiao wore a simple home dress and sat on the sofa flipping through a magazine. From the distant sound of a car, she knew Zhou Zhanheng had returned as she tossed the magazine aside and ran to meet him. Seeing him alight from the car, she leapt at him. Zhou Zhanheng hurriedly let go of his briefcase, one hand protecting her back and the other supporting her hips, catching her securely. He complained under his breath. Oh my, what are you doing? You must know that if you had truly fallen, I would have been heartbroken. I know you would never let me She giggled to herself after speaking. Zhou Zhanheng noticed that after his influence, the girl was becoming more and more accustomed to his life and way of speaking. Yes. How could I bear to see my little girl hurt? Did you stumble upon a gold bar today? You seem so pleased. He carried her toward the door. Glancing inside, he found no one. The elders had gone back to Macau for the day, leaving only the two of them to enjoy their private world. Of course not. What gold bar would be waiting for me to pick up? She buried her head in the hollow of his neck and nuzzled him like a 5 or 6-year-old, pleading for a hug. He carried her to the sofa, helped her slip off her slippers, and then sat down with her straddling him. Zhou Zhanheng pressed his forehead into her neck, inhaled deeply, and sighed. Xiao, you smell divine. Did you sneak my body wash? He teased, nudging into her embrace. Lin Xingxia gave a soft exclamation and tapped his shoulder with a coquettish scold. Naughty. You were the one sneaking the body wash. This is just the normal scent after a bath, okay? She finished with a dramatic roll of her eyes, which only stoked Zhou Zhanheng's mock irritation. Just as he was about to move, Lin Xingxia hurriedly began recounting what she had seen while idly wandering the set today. Yes, wandering, a habit she picked up from Mr. Zhou. Having married a wealthy, doting man early in life, she had been eager at first. She even co-starred with him in The Window. Now she cared little for acting. She was playing in higher circles, who wanted to be a bit player, toilsome and poorly paid. She was practically a landlady now. Oh, stop teasing him, telling you something important. I'm not teasing him, engaged in a serious matter, the great business of continuing the family line. She said this with a mischievous grin, her right hand wandering as if to proceed. Lin Xingxia slapped his impertinent hand away, cheeks flushed, yet spoke with mock solemnity. Stop it. I was on set today, and the crew were saying that after Mr. Lee's passing, Jiahe can barely hold itself together. People are panicked, many productions have been halted. Xiaoshi even threatened to swallow up Jiahe's theaters and markets. The whole film world is watching, waiting for our collapse. So what of it? Zhou Zhanheng wore an indifferent expression. But Jiahe is our family's company. Although it does not make much money, it was your early lives' work. Are you truly unconcerned? Lin Xingxia looked adorably puzzled, a question written across her face. That is the right mindset. Those enterprises are ours. Keep this mistress soft house bearing, so long as you do not break the law. Do as you wish. He nuzzled about in her arms again. Lin Xingxia cupped his head with both hands. Stop it, I'm asking about the Zhou Zhanheng could not help himself. He planted a deep kiss before speaking casually. Do not worry. With me involved, Jiahe will not fall. Oh, without my consent it cannot act freely. As for Xiaoshi, let them chatter. Xiao Yifu is all talk, in truth he cannot do much. Oh. She nodded, half understanding, then shifted the subject to Zhou Wenhui with a hint of sympathy. I passed by Mr. Zhou's office today and saw him shut in Mr. Lee's old studio all day. He hadn't even eaten. The sight was heart-rending. Oh, we should watch that. Fine, I'll go see him tomorrow to prevent any mishap. He said this as he swept her up into his arms wearing a roguish smile. Now for our proper business, ha. With that he headed upstairs. Naturally the night that followed was a storm of passion. There is little more to recount. The next day at the Jiahe lot, Zhou Zhanheng pushed open the half-closed studio door. The curtains hung half-drawn, and the light inside was dim. Zhou Wenhuai stood alone beneath a massive poster of Li Xiaolong, his back taut, and the whites of his eyes rimmed in red. He looked as though several years had been carved from his face. In an instant he did not so much as notice when someone pushed the door open behind him. Mr. Zhou, you cannot go on like this. A cool male voice suddenly pierced the stillness. Zhou trembled, turned slowly, exhaustion and defeat clouding his eyes. His voice was hoarse and dry. Mr. Zhou. Zhou Zhanheng stepped forward deliberately, his gaze passing over the heroic Li Xiaolong on the poster. His tone was calm and restrained. So many at Jiahe are waiting to resume work and earn a living. Yes, Mr. Li was undeniably a pillar of Jiahe. In feeling and in reason, he deserves everyone's reverence. But the dead cannot be brought back. The living must still make a living, must they not? Zhou Wenhuai lowered his eyes, his Adam's apple bobbing, as he forced a bitter smile. I know. It is just that. Half of Jiahe's strength was propped up by Xiaolong. With his departure, Jiahe's kung fu films would be as if a central pillar had been severed. I am not indulging sorrow. I fear we will no longer be able to produce worthy martial arts films, and so betray the lifetime of effort he invested. Zhou Zhanheng did not argue. He cast a measured glance at him, devoid of mockery or reproach, only a transparent, tranquil depth. Having lived the span of 2 lives, he had seen too many rises and falls, too many arrivals and departures, and so he naturally understood the bewilderment that follows the fall of a kindred spirit and the unmooring of a legacy. He allowed the grievance to pass, his expression unchanged. I understand your worries. But you are the head of Jiahe. Your duty is not to drown in regret, but to hold the foundation intact. I promise not to interfere with daily operations, but given your current collapse of morale and scattered ranks, I will exercise my rights as a major shareholder and offer you some proposals. Zhou Wenhuai raised his head, shook off the last of his despondency, straightened, and nodded solemnly. Please speak, Mr. Zhou. First, kung fu films are Jiahe's root. They must never be abandoned. Hong Jinbao, Yuan Hua, Yuan Biao, and the rest of the martial troops possess solid foundations. They are the best successors. We must prioritize their training, bind them to the Jiahe system, and assemble an entirely new kung fu corps. Second, pursue asymmetric competition. Where Shaoshi's centralized power stifles creators, we shall do the opposite. Open creative authority and empower directors. The talent Shaoshi cannot hold will be fully absorbed by Jiahe. Third, for the next 3 years, Jiahe's staff will forego profits and shareholder dividends. All operating profits shall be reinvested into production, the training of newcomers, and the construction of studio teams. Zhou listened intently as the grayness in his eyes gradually ebbed. After a moment of silence, he spoke, the softness gone and steadiness returning. Mr. Zhou, these past days I have not been entirely lost. I have realized that Jiahe's over-reliance on Li Xiaolong alone was its greatest danger. It was only that his sudden death left me unable to accept it at once, and my composure unraveled. He rubbed his brow, and the hard edge returned to his gaze. You are right. The departed cannot be retrieved, and the foundation must not collapse. I should not let my sorrow fail everyone. Zhou Zhanheng gazed at him, now fully lucid, and softened his tone to offer encouragement. Mr. Zhou, cinema has never been upheld by a single genius alone. It rests upon the crew, the production system, and above all, the collective heart of its people. Mr. Li left behind a legend. Your task is to carry that legend forward. Jiahe is not merely my asset. It is yours as well, and more importantly, it is the hallmark of Hong Kong Kung Fu cinema. I trust your capability. Recompose yourself and bear this weighty responsibility. Shaw Brothers watches with hawkish intent. Jiahe must not falter. Rest assured, Mr. Zhou, I shall restore Jiahe's morale, reclaim the glory of Kung Fu films, and honor both Jiahe and those who came before us. Zhou Zhanheng observed Zhou Wenhuai's full return to clarity and gave a slight solemn nod, his voice quiet yet resonant, as he delivered his final words of encouragement. Mr. So what, Mr. Li bequeathed was fame. Oh, what you must forge is an enduring realm. The path of Kung Fu cinema remains long, and Jiahe cannot rely on one man alone. You march forward under Jiahe's banner without reservation. I shall hold the line behind you. With that he glanced casually at his Patek Philippe Nautilus watch, his demeanor shifting effortlessly back to its usual ease and composure. I will not interfere in the company's day-to-day operations. You have my full authority to act decisively. I have other matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now. He departed without further delay, pushing open the door and striding briskly toward the Chinese bank building in Central. To him, Jiahe was but a single piece upon the chessboard, not the entire game nor the most vital one. Yet neither would he allow this piece to gather dust. Zhou Wenhuai watched his retreating figure, drew a deep breath, and firmly set aside his grief, then turned, picked up the telephone on his desk, and began executing Zhou Zhanheng's strategy with unwavering resolve. Coincidentally, Su Guanwen arrived at Sha Egong's office bearing the script for the spooky twins seeking a profit-sharing agreement. Only to be publicly rebuffed and scolded, a television actor dares to negotiate revenue splits with me. Zhou Wenhui immediately greenlit full investment for the Su brothers, agreed to a 50-50 split of net profits, and granted them complete creative autonomy, finalizing the collaboration without delay. What followed needs no elaboration, everyone knows the outcome. That evening, warm amber light bathed the living room, soft and comforting. Zhou Jinxiong reclined on the sofa lazily perusing a newspaper, his posture relaxed and unhurried. Lu Wanjun sat beside him, ledger open before her, carefully verifying figures with quiet precision. Lin Qingxia nestled quietly into the sofa, peeling an orange in serene silence. Zhou Zhanheng rested his head comfortably upon her lap, lying utterly at ease, languid, unguarded, wholly himself. His hand wandered idly, gently stroking her thigh as he spoke in a drowsy drawl. Mama, the London gold position we secretly established in late 1972 is ripe for liquidation. Lu Wanjun paused mid-stroke, lifted her eyes, and replied in her calm, matter-of-fact tone. You're certain? You had me dig through old records yesterday. Was that to confirm this window is optimal? Yes. Zhou Zhanheng tilted his head slightly, his eyelids heavy with languor. It's November now. The price will surge past 180 around the 10th. That peak won't last. Zhou Jinxiong lowered his newspaper and looked at his son, puzzled. Peak. Markets are still rising. The momentum seems strong. It's all illusion. Zhou Zhanheng smiled faintly, accepting the peeled orange segment Lin Qingxia offered at his lips. As he chewed, he continued, the Bretton Woods system collapsed long ago, and the oil crisis hype has long since faded. In a few weeks, America will suppress gold prices. The December crash is inevitable. If we wait, we'll forfeit at least 30% in gains. Lin Qingxia lightly swatted his increasingly bold hand, teasingly chiding, oh, stop that. Finance talk baffles me. Just tell me plainly, how much will we earn this time? Zhou Zhanheng remained supine, voice casual. Not bad. I'll need Mama to finalize the sale first. I'm estimating roughly now. By the way, Mama, how long will it take to clear the entire position? The off-market position is substantial. We can't dump it all at once. It would attract attention and depress the market. I'll stagger the exit in 3 tranches, 4/10 on the 9th to test liquidity, the bulk, 5/10 on the 11th and 12th, precisely when the price surges above 180, and the final 10th on the 13th to close cleanly. 8 days total, steady and secure. Zhou Jinxiong furrowed his brow, asking offhandedly, could insiders at Jiehua or HSBC leak word of this? No. Lu Wanjun shook her head, gently sipped tea, and spoke with quiet certainty. We opened this position under the name of Overseas Chinese Trustees. Fully offshore documentation, every procedure handled personally by me. Few even know this vault belongs to our family. Why would any high-ranking figure monitor an anonymous offshore transaction? No sooner had she spoken than Zhou Zhanheng began calculating aloud, fingers tapping thoughtfully. Just now I estimated 200 million HKD in margin, leveraged 5-fold. 10 billion HKD deployed. Total position approximately 33300 troy ounces. Sold at 182 per ounce, that yields over 35 billion HKD. After deducting principal, interest, fees, and sundry expenses, net profit approaches 22 billion HKD. The living room fell silent for a breath. Lin Qingxia's mouth parted slightly, stunned, her half-peeled orange forgotten in her hand. Her mind reeled. 22 billion. How many buildings could that buy? She truly might become Hong Kong's largest landlord. Zhou Jinxiong sat motionless, gaze distant. Having spent decades at Macau's taxation bureau, he'd witnessed staggering sums. Yet this 22 billion was amassed by his son in just a few years, flowing directly into their household coffers. He murmured softly, almost involuntarily, 22 billion, 22 billion. His voice trembled with disbelief and unmistakable pride. Zhou Zhanheng observed their reactions with an easy, light-hearted smile. The Hong Kong stock market has crashed. Real estate has plummeted. Nothing holds value anymore. Only gold remains steadfast, ideal for hedging risk. We're simply securing our gains. Lu Wanjun closed her ledger and leaned back in her chair, decisive and crisp. Agreed. I'll notify Jiehua's liaison tomorrow. The first tranche exits punctually on the 9th. Mama, don't forget. Zhou Zhanheng lifted his gaze, voice sharpening with quiet urgency. The bulk must be cleared by the 11th. Beyond the 15th, prices will collapse outright. There'll be no second chance. Zhou Jinxiong snapped back to attention, looking at his son. Hengzi, with such a colossal sum secured, how do you intend to deploy it? Zhou Zhanheng grinned. A picture of relaxed confidence. How else? We'll buy the bottom. Stocks and property are abyssal pits now. Assets lie everywhere, dirt cheap. We'll aggressively acquire buildings and equity stakes, publicly framing it as faith in Hong Kong's future and commitment to stabilizing the economy. If fortune favors us, the governor might even award me a modest medal. He chuckled at his own jest. Lin Qingxia watched his radiant, unrestrained laughter, and her eyes softened, tender as moonlight. She slipped the last orange segment into his mouth, then bent down to kiss his forehead, quick, sweet, and fleeting, before lifting her head to beam at him, adoring and unguarded. Lu Wanjuan, unperturbed, reached for the telephone directory on the table and began flipping through pages, preparing to coordinate ahead of schedule. Zhou Zhanheng, catching her dazed smile, playfully nudged her abdomen, just as she raised her fist to swat him, then swiftly sat upright and turned to Zhou Jinxiong, grinning mischievously. "Old man, aren't you nearing retirement?" Zhou Jinxiong's brows knotted. He bristled at the irreverent address and harumphed sharply. "No respect for elders. 3 years remain." "What? Are you already scheming about my retirement? I've served the civil service my whole life, waiting only to retire in peace. Let me warn you, don't even think about it. Not a chance." Zhou Zhanheng's grin froze. Astonishment flickered inward. Good heavens. Do bureaucrats possess such uncanny intuition? Did he sense my intention the moment it formed? He instantly shifted to charming effusiveness, leaning in. "Dad, why speak so harshly? I'm your flesh and blood son. The Zhou family's sole heir across 3 generations. I'd never betray you." Zhou Jinxiong rolled his eyes, exasperated. "Out with it. What scheme have you cooked up now? I'll decide whether to spank you or help you." Zhou Zhanheng's eyes lit up. He grinned, rubbing his hands together. "Nothing troublesome. Our family's foundation grows ever deeper, and larger targets attract greater danger. Security must keep pace. I plan to launch a security firm, and I'd like you to serve as chairman. Your decades of service in Macau grant you impeccable credentials and extensive networks. Leveraging your standing, the company may even qualify for firearm licensing, protecting our family while serving elite clients. A win-win." Zhou Jinxiong fell silent for several seconds, mulling it over. He knew his son was right. The family scale demanded professional safeguards. Feigning hesitation, he nodded slowly. "You make a fair point. Security is precarious now. Add 3 more bodyguards to our current detail. I'll oversee the security firm for you." Zhou Zhanheng privately groaned at his father's stubborn pride, but wore a look of delighted astonishment, seizing the moment to lavish praise. "Wonderful. Dad's integrity, impartiality, and unparalleled connections ensure our family's safety and stability." He capped it with a flourish of classical phrasing, prompting a chorus of affectionate eye rolls from the entire family. The subsequent gold liquidation proceeded flawlessly. 22 billion HKD secured clean, and November 20th, 1974. In Central, the top-level conference room of the Chinese Merchants Association, the entire glass wall was pushed open, and the salty sea wind carried the bustling noise of Central's streets, lightly flowing into this newly renovated top-floor conference room. After 7 months of cleaning, restructuring, and renovation, this landmark of Chinese commerce that has stood in Central for decades has completely changed its owner today. The long black ebony conference table was as smooth as a mirror, with high-backed leather chairs neatly arranged on both sides. The vast room was silent, the air still and almost stagnant. Today, the Zhou Group officially established itself, holding its first all-hands high-level meeting, where all the attendees were the new elite backbone of Hong Kong's business community, the future pillars supporting an entire commercial landscape. At the head of the table, Zhou Zhanheng wore a sharply tailored black suit, his tall and slender figure exuding confidence. The young man had long shed the youthful naivety of years past. His brows and eyes were sharp and cold, devoid of the impatience typical of someone in their early 20s. His gaze was deep as dark water, sitting there with an innate aura of authority and composure. On his left sat Zhou Jinxiong and Lu Wanjun. The two maintained calm expressions, sitting quietly without any intention to interject. From today onwards, the Zhou family business would no longer be a small family workshop, but a formal consortium, with them serving merely as honorary directors, fully delegating authority to their younger generations. Lin Qingxia sat quietly beside Zhou Zhanheng, dressed in an elegant plain dress, her demeanor gentle, and she remained silent throughout, her expression mild and compliant, responsible only for representing the group's image and the family's background, not interfering in any business decisions, perfectly adhering to the role of a noble matriarch. On either side of the head of the long table sat the core team of the group. The newly promoted secretary Liang Jinsong sat at the end, sitting straight, his pen hovering above his notebook, his expression serious. Today marked his formal entry into Hong Kong's top capital circles, and from this point on, all resolutions, secrets, and documents of the meeting would be under his management. The group's operating CEO Li Hantong wore a solemn expression, his eyes reflecting anticipation and seriousness. The finance director Lu Shiming was typically calm and reticent, his fingertips lightly touching the table, constantly monitoring the distribution of funds, accounts, and responsibilities. The leaders of various subsidiaries were seated on both sides. Zhou Wenhui sat on one side, exuding the steady and reserved aura of a seasoned literati businessman. He had been in charge of Jia Entertainment for several years, and was one of the longest-serving veterans following Zhou Zhanheng, his mindset already set. The general manager of Diamond Records, Li Xiaoyan, sat upright, having worked diligently for 6 years independently managing the record sector. Today he had a vague realization that it was time to establish his position and reap the rewards after 6 years of dormancy. The 3 newcomers this year, Chun Jingshan, Shi Zhurong, and Ouyang He, were all outstanding talents from various industries in Hong Kong. It was their first time attending the Zhou Group's highest meeting, their expressions respectful, yet cautious, awaiting the top leader to set the rules and clarify responsibilities. The room fell silent for several seconds. Zhou Zhanheng slowly scanned the faces at the long table, his voice not loud, but clearly cutting through the entire conference room devoid of any unnecessary emotion. Today Zhou Group officially establishes itself. The Chinese Merchants Association serves as our headquarters, and all of you present are the first builders of the Zhou legacy. Today I personally invest 100 million Hong Kong dollars into the group's fund solely for the purpose of managing the group's operations. He leaned back slightly, his aura relaxed, yet more imposing, every word resonating. First, let's discuss the rules. From now on, all subsidiaries of the group, including Jiahe Diamond Records, Hongjin Capital, Hengchong Real Estate, and Hengke Industry, will operate independently with separate accounting. I will only review the reports, only look at the annual performance. I won't inquire about the process, and difficulties must be solved independently with resources coordinated by the group. Perform well, and you will reap both fame and fortune. Perform poorly, and your position will change. Zhou Group does not support the incompetent, does not support the idle, and certainly does not support those who only know how to complain. This statement was blunt and cold without any embellishments. The three newly appointed general managers felt a chill in their hearts, instantly grasping the working style of this young chairman. Direct, efficient, results-oriented with no room for sentiment. Zhou Wenhui and Li Xiaodian were already familiar with his style and appeared unfazed. Zhou Zhanheng continued his tone steady. Second, the group will establish a unified fund pool. Funds from each subsidiary can be mutually accessible, allowing for short-term borrowing and resource sharing to maximize asset liquidity. However, he paused slightly, his cold gaze sweeping over Finance Director Lu Shiming. Every account must be borrowing has a deadline, returns must be accounted for, and profits and losses must be documented. Zhou Group may allow project losses, but it will absolutely not tolerate muddled accounts. All targets, deadlines, and returns must be in black and white, honored as scheduled. Personal favors and sloppy accounts are forever prohibited within the group. Lu Shiming nodded slightly, responding in a deep voice, understood. Third point. Zhou Zhanheng's gaze softened for a moment, revealing his broader perspective. In business, it is all about retaining people internally and externally. Externally, all partners must foster mutual benefit and win-win situations, giving up a share without pursuing complete domination. To engage in long-term business is to form lasting alliances. Internally, I firmly believe in one saying: money cannot be earned by one person alone, everyone should earn together for the foundation to be stable. Zhou Group is not my personal ATM, it is a platform for everyone present. Those who contribute will be rewarded, those with talent will be utilized, and everyone will share in the profits, never hoarding alone. These three guiding principles are simple and straightforward, yet they directly set the tone for the Zhou Consortium's operations for decades to come. Everyone in the conference room wore serious expressions, committing everything to memory. Seizing the calm and solemn atmosphere, Zhou Zhanheng took the opportunity to introduce a significant layout. Today, with the establishment of the group, we also finalized the external structure. I have officially invited Mr. Feng Jingxi to serve as the lifetime chief business advisor of Zhou Group. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present felt a stir in their hearts. Feng Jingxi, the foremost figure in the Hong Kong stock market, a pioneer in Chinese securities with connections throughout Hong Kong, Macau, and Southeast Asia, he is a genuine top business mogul. With such a person seated on the advisory board, it was equivalent to Zhou Group obtaining a ticket to enter the top tier of Hong Kong's capital circles, elevating risk control, connections, and market strategies to a whole new level. Without allowing everyone to compose themselves, Zhou Zhanheng continued to unveil deeper strategic layouts. In addition, the group has completed pre-investments, acquiring shares in the enterprises of Mr. Li Kashing, Mr. Chen Yutong, Mr. Li Shaki, Mr. Hu Kunheng, and Mr. Hu Yingxiang, with each holding 4%. The room instantly fell into silence. All present were insiders, and no one could misunderstand the significance of this. These 5 individuals may not yet be at the top of Hong Kong's rich list, but they are already emerging giants with the greatest potential in Chinese capital, holding the future of real estate infrastructure and industry. 4%, no entry into the board of directors, no interference in management, no competition for control, purely financial investment. It may seem like a small stake, but it is essentially the highest level badge of entry into the circle. No need for public offerings, no need for hype, no need for exorbitant public relations costs. Zhou Group directly bonds with Hong Kong's future 5 major financial groups, establishing a mutually supportive alliance, sharing resources, and joint bidding. Chen Jingshan's eyes flashed with clarity as he fully understood the scope of his boss' vision. Not just doing business, but weaving a vast commercial network covering all of Hong Kong's Chinese capital. Zhou Zhanheng spoke in a flat tone, outlining the rules of the circle. We do not interfere with our allies' operations, nor do allies need to meddle in Zhou's arrangements. We only seek mutual information sharing, project collaboration, and assistance in times of crisis. From this point on, Zhou Group officially enters the top tier of Hong Kong's Chinese capital circles. With the layout settled, he shifted his gaze to Li Xiaodian, beside him, beginning to lay out internal incentives. Li Xiaodian. Suddenly being called out, Li Xiaodian immediately raised his head, sitting up even straighter. You have been with the company for 6 years. Zhou Jianheng looked at him calmly. You have forged ahead in the record industry, building teams and stabilizing the Hong Kong Music Foundation. Enduring 6 years of trials and tribulations, you are truly the founding father of Diamond Records. Today we confirm your rights. I grant you 5% permanent equity in Diamond Records. You will be fully responsible for all business, creative, and market decisions of the record company. From now on, Diamond Records belongs to the group and is also your hard-earned foundation. With these words, the people in the conference room were taken aback. This was real registered equity, not empty stock options or verbal dividends. It was a genuinely owned, legally protected share. Li Xiaoyan's breath hitched slightly. He stood up and bowed slightly, speaking earnestly. Thank you, Chairman. I will not disappoint your trust. No need to thank me. Zhou Jianheng raised his hand to signal him to sit down. His tone indifferent. Rewards for contributions are the group's rules. He then looked at all the executives present, establishing a universal system for everyone. Taking advantage of today, the group will unify the incentive rules. All wholly owned subsidiaries will reserve 10% for an employee stock option pool. This is not limited to senior management, but will cover core staff. Awards will be distributed annually based on years of service, annual performance, and project contributions. Rescission upon resignation, no rewards for idleness, and more work equals more rewards. Not just Diamond Records, but in the future Jiaha Hongjin Hengchang Hengka, and all subsidiaries will adopt this set of rules. What Zhou Group aims to do is to ensure that those who work hard can earn money, and those who are willing to work have a future. At this moment, the newly joined Ouyang, He Zhurong, and Chen Jingshan felt completely reassured. As newcomers, they had no personal equity yet, but the group had established a standardized option system, meaning that as long as they achieved results and rooted themselves deeply, everyone would have the opportunity to hold shares, no longer merely working for wages. With the rules established and the framework laid out, Zhou Jianheng's gaze swept across the room, once more his cool voice bringing the meeting to a close. From today onward, the Chinese Merchants Association is the foundation of Zhou Group. Internally, responsibilities are clear, rewards and penalties are documented. Externally, alliances are formed, fostering mutual benefit. From now on, Zhou Group's legacy begins anew. As his voice fell outside the window, traffic flowed endlessly in Central, and the sea breeze swept through the window, stirring the still air in the room. Winter 1974. On the top floor of the Chinese Merchants Association in Central, an emerging Chinese capital consortium capable of shaking Hong Kong and Macau and establishing a foothold in Asia officially broke ground, taking root in Xinjiang. After the meeting, Zhou Jianheng and Lin Qingxia strolled around Central while their parents returned home, not wanting to disturb their little world. Today the group was listed, and Zhou Jianheng felt happy as they leisurely walked to Xuechong Street, which was just a 23-minute walk. Zhou Jianheng looked at the sign of Diamond Records and remarked, the building is a bit old and small. They need a new. It is indeed a bit outdated and cramped. Where should we move them? Should we buy another building nearby? Lin Qingxia tilted her head, looking at the old Tang-style building in front of her, which was indeed narrow and old. Not understanding, she turned to Zhou Jianheng for clarification, but upon not hearing his response, she quickly turned back to see him measuring the dimensions of the building with his hands. She hurriedly asked, a hung you can estimate without a ruler? Of course, just look at who I am. Zhou Jianheng posed, arrogantly whistling and singing as the two of them entered Diamond Records. We workers, walking down the street is bad for the stomach. Finding that little to make it through the end of the month is a struggle. It's really quite wet and sluggish. Lin Qingxiao looked at him with confusion, just as someone suddenly rushed out beside them. With messy hair, heavy dark circles, and slightly sunken cheeks, the person rushed up and grabbed Zhou Jianheng's hand, shaking it vigorously. If not for Zhou Jianheng signaling his bodyguard to stay put, the person would have been restrained. The newcomer was none other than Su Guanjia. Recently, he was overwhelmed with the album Ghostly Twins, running low on inspiration. While squatting at the street corner, smoking to catch his breath, he suddenly heard those few lines and exploded with excitement, his eyes shining brightly. Zhou Sheng, is this your new song? Do you have a draft? Let me see. Su Guanji's appearance was scruffy, but his gaze was fervent and focused, gripping Zhou Jianheng's hand tightly. Sam, let go for now. This is public, what's the decorum? After saying that, he pried Su Guanji's hand free, while feeling relieved inside, silently thinking. Thank goodness he didn't catch the oddness. He adjusted his collar and said seriously, I just came up with a few lines. I just thought of these few lines. If you like it, take it, and continue writing, consider it yours. After saying that without a hint of embarrassment, he led Lin Qingxia into the company, heading straight for the general manager's office, leaving Su Guanjia behind to ponder. Lin Qingxia looked at him suspiciously on the way, feeling a bit flushed at the sight of this shameless guy. She immediately straightened her face and lectured him. Xiao, what kind of gaze is that? Quickly put away your seductive look. Do you know that your gaze right now is intoxicating? This remark made Lin Qingxia giggle and call him annoying. Zhou Jianheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking thankfully nothing was exposed that was close. The two reached the door of the general manager's office and gently knocked. A voice from inside Li Xiaotian called out, come in. As they pushed the door open, Li Xiaotian immediately stood up at the sight of the boss and the boss wife. Zhou Xing Zhou Tai. Zhou Jianheng and Lin Qingxia nodded slightly, and the group sat down in the reception area. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhou Zhanheng directly spoke up. Li Sheng, this building is too small and old, it can't keep up with the current scale of diamond. We need to relocate. I just thought about it. The areas around Causeway Bay and Taihang are suitable for record production. Go check it out on site tomorrow and report the plan to the group once it's settled. Li Xiaodian was momentarily stunned but quickly understood. In recent years, the company had been expanding continuously, and recording and production were becoming increasingly cramped. The boss' suggestion was exactly what he wanted, and he immediately replied, "Okay, Zhou Xing will go look tomorrow and finalize it as soon as possible." After he spoke, Li Xiaodian looked at him with anticipation, but Zhou Zhanheng pretended not to see it and lightly coughed. "Ahem, there's no song. Oh, I don't have that much time to write this stuff. Alright, that's it for this matter. We're leaving now." After saying that, he ignored Li Xiaoshan's slightly resentful gaze, taking Lin Xingxiao straight home. In the following days, while Diamond Records quickly chose a new location and prepared for relocation, Zhou Zhanheng found Shi Ziruang to discuss the renovation of the old site. In the exclusive office at the top of Huaran Bank, Zhou Zhanheng's secretary reported that Shi Ziruang had arrived, and Zhou Zhanheng looked up and said, "Please let him in." A few seconds later, the office door was opened again, and the secretary gestured for Shi Ziruang to come in. After he entered the office, the secretary gently closed the door. Shi Ziruang took a few steps forward and spoke softly. "Zhou Xing, you wanted to see me?" "Yes, this is my drafted acquisition plan for the building on Xuechang Street, the old site of Diamond Records, and the surrounding buildings. Take a look and let me know your thoughts so we can discuss it together." Shi Ziruang stepped forward to take the plan. Zhou Zhanheng handed him, flipping through 2 pages before understanding the intent. When he raised his eyes, his expression had taken on a more professional seriousness. Zhou Sheng is planning not just a renovation, but to acquire the adjacent buildings to integrate them into a large development. Zhou Zhanheng leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping the table with his fingertips. "Exactly. This single Tang-style building is too narrow. The rebuilt structure would be small and unable to support the rent and quality. Only by acquiring the contiguous buildings can we consider a serious project on Xuechang Street. Since you are in the real estate business, what challenges do you foresee? Feel free to speak candidly." Shi Ziruang set the document aside and began to outline the challenges clearly. There are mainly 3 challenges. First, the buildings in this area are old and ownership is fragmented. Each building often has 10 to 20 small owners, some living in them and some renting them out, making it hard to reach a consensus. After the stock market crash in '74, while many were willing to cash out, there would inevitably be 1 or 2 stubborn owners dragging their feet. Second, Xuechang Street is in the heart of Central with narrow streets and dense traffic. During the acquisition, the need to clear rentals, relocate, and surround the street will impact the surrounding businesses. The buildings department and community relations will also need to be managed, which may cause delays in the process. Third, once the 3 buildings are connected, the land, depth, floor area ratio, and height limits will need to be recalculated. The approval cycle for architectural plans is not short, especially in Central, where regulations are stringent. It's not just about having money. Zhou Zhanheng nodded slightly. "You must already have solutions in mind." Shi Ziruang responded. "For the small owners, we will primarily use cash purchases, offering a price 10 above the market rate, quickly sealing deals with those willing to sell. If there are stubborn owners, I will negotiate compensation and exchanges personally, using both soft and hard tactics to avoid getting dragged into lengthy lawsuits. As for clearing rentals and noise issues, I will personally communicate with the department and send people to notify nearby businesses, promising to minimize disturbances during construction and ensuring all procedures are completed in advance. Regarding planning approvals, I will have recognized architects draft 2 versions of plans, one conventional and one optimized, and communicate with the personnel at the buildings department in advance to minimize the approval timeline." Zhou Zhanheng looked at him directly. "How long do you need for the acquisition of the buildings?" "Give me a month." Shi Ziruang spoke with confidence. It's now the end of November, and the market is sluggish after the stock market crash with weak owner sentiment. Starting tomorrow, I will send people to contact each owner, prioritizing the acquisition of the 2 adjacent buildings. By December 20th, I will ensure that all 3 buildings have 100 ownership secured." Zhou Zhanheng asked again, "When will the demolition and reconstruction be completed?" Shi Ziruang briefly estimated, "After the completion of the merger of the buildings, it will take only half a month to demolish the buildings. However, the approval for the architectural plans typically takes 6 to 9 months in Central. I will do my utmost to compress it to half a year. The main construction will take a year, and the interior decoration will take another 6 months. Overall, the project can officially be completed and rented out by mid-1977. What kind of building will be constructed?" "A pure grade, a commercial building most suitable for Xuechang Street." Shi Ziruang affirmed. "After the merger of the land, it will be about 4,000 square feet, enough to build a boutique commercial building of around 22 stories. The basement to the 3rd floor will be used for financial shops, securities firms, or high-end retail. The 4th floor and above will be office spaces, with the top floor reserved for the group's exclusive floor and clubhouse. The name can be set as Hengchang Tower, which suits the real estate company and solidifies the group's brand." Zhou Zhanheng listened, the corners of his mouth slightly rising as he gently tapped the table. Good. Let's do as you say. 1 month for the merger of the buildings, and by mid-1977, Hengchang Tower will be completed. Shi Zuruang immediately became serious. Understood, Mr. Zhou. I will arrange for the team to enter immediately without any delays. Zhou Zhanheng nodded slightly and added calmly. You need not worry about the subsequent funding. I will personally inject 900 million Hong Kong dollars into Hengchang properties specifically for the acquisition and expansion of properties in Central and Tsim Shui. Go ahead and do it. Shi Zuruang's heart jolted and he steadied his voice, replying, Understood, Mr. Zhou. With this 900 million, we should be able to sweep up most of the permanent ownership properties in Central and Tsim Shui by the end of the year. Alright, let's end it here for today. Go down and arrange everything as soon as possible. Zhou Zhanheng leaned back in the executive chair, rubbing his temples. Shi Zuruang immediately stood up and bowed slightly. Yes, Mr. Zhou, I will go arrange the project now. Zhou Zhanheng waved his hand, but in his mind, he was reviewing the flow of funds over the past few years. Starting from the liquidation of the stock in 72, he calculated that he had made nearly 3,200 million Hong Kong dollars over the years. Yet he hadn't seen much return, thinking to himself, indeed, the more money one has, the more it feels insufficient. 500 million in dark Hong Kong stocks, 1.4 billion in Chinese bank. 200 million injected into the electronic industry in the early stages, 1 billion from the group, 900 million from the property company, and still needing to repay a loan of 50 million to HSBC, not to mention another 200 million to be invested in the electronic industry soon. After calculating all the miscellaneous expenses, only 1 billion remained. Damn, moving forward, I still have major plans to implement. This amount of money is hardly sufficient. The initial capital is still too small. He returned smoothly to the Zhou family mansion on the hillside. As he stepped out of the car, he saw Lin Qingxiao rushing towards him. He returned smoothly to the Zhou family mansion on the hillside. As he stepped out of the car, he saw Lin Qingxiao rushing towards him, startling him enough to hurriedly toss his briefcase aside and quickly catch her scolding. I told you, Xia, could you not scare me? With you like this, I could easily get lost in your tenderness and find it hard to escape. After speaking, he playfully pressed a kiss on her small lips, causing Lin Qingxiao to giggle, clinging to him even more. It has been 2 years since they got married, and their relationship has only grown sweeter. Sometimes he even wondered if he had a latent playboy quality in this life. Making her happy felt so easy. A casual joke could make her laugh for half a day. He carried her to the pavilion to rest. The briefcase would be taken care of by the servants. They were so close that it felt never enough. Half an hour later, Zhou Zhanheng asked, Why didn't you go out shopping today? Were you waiting specifically for me to come home and keep you company? Well, I was originally supposed to go with my third sister for a beauty treatment today, but something came up at her home, so she went back early. She didn't seem too anxious, so it shouldn't be a big deal. I just came back myself. Lin Qingxiao said while playing with his fingers, comparing their hands. The contrast was like that of an adult and a child. She suddenly curiously asked, Ahung, how did you grow to be so tall and strong? I never saw anyone like you when I was in Taiwan, and even less so after coming to Hong Kong. Zhou Zhanheng lightly tapped her adorable forehead, speaking with a sense of pride. Naturally, it's due to good genes. Eating well and exercising more. Our Chinese people actually have strong physiques. It's just that the nutrition has not kept up, which makes them seem shorter. Just look at the period from the Qing dynasty to the Republic of China. Weren't those lower-class citizens living on plain rice and vegetables? He continued, feeling odd about bringing up national issues while discussing height and weight. Damn, memories from my past life have made me used to discussing grand affairs. Otherwise, it wouldn't feel impressive enough. Lin Qingxiao looked at him with admiration, feeling that he understood so much while she felt inadequate. But it was fine, he was her man. Thinking of this, she showed a face full of happiness. Ahem, back to the point, just eat well, don't be picky, and exercise more. When nutrition is sufficient, one will naturally grow taller and stronger. After saying this, he proudly flexed his bicep, causing Lin Qingxiao to giggle in his embrace. Time flew by in Zhou Zhanheng's busy life and their affectionate daily interactions, and soon it was December 25th. The courtyard was slightly cool, and the servants had already set up the Christmas decorations. The colorful lights illuminated the hillside mansion, adding a touch of festivity. Zhou Zhanheng stood on the porch, glancing around, and casually remarked, What's with good Chinese people celebrating foreign festivals? He paused for a moment after saying this. In his past life, he looked forward to such holidays while at school. Now in this life, as someone holding billions in capital, everything seemed like it was delaying his plans. Lin Qingxiao walked out from the house, gently linking her arm with his, her eyes smiling. Everyone is celebrating, and here you are looking all serious and troubled. Zhou Zhanheng took advantage of the moment to pull her into his arms, deeply inhaling her fragrance, his tone lightening. There are too many matters, I can't take a break. Are you thinking about business again? He nodded slightly, his gaze directed toward the lights in Central. The plans for Hengchang Tower have already been finalized, and next comes the electronic sector. In April, I invested 200 million for preliminary work, and now we should be entering the formal research and development stage. Lin Qingxiao looked up at him, her eyes filled with curiosity and concern. Does the electronic industry require a lot of investment? Yes, but the returns later will be substantial. Moreover, high-tech is worth the investment, Zhou Zhanheng replied calmly with a hint of anticipation. Oh, so you will be even busier. Yes, it will be a bit hectic. He lowered his head, gently brushing his fingers against her cheek. But some things, if not done now, won't have a chance later. Lin Qingxia didn't understand the industrial layout, but she understood his determination. She softly responded, snuggling closer to him. You do what you need to do, though I'll wait for you at home. Just don't overwork yourself. Zhou Zhanheng's heart softened. Don't worry, while I'm young I'll accumulate some family wealth. When our child is born, looking at the vast empire their father has built, they'll probably wake up smiling in their sleep. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxia immediately melted, giggling as she nestled closer to him. After a moment, as if recalling something, she looked up with a smile. Ahung, do you prefer boys or girls? Zhou Zhanheng was puzzled. Is this how all women are? What's there to differentiate? I like both. Boys will be the pillars of the family, while girls will be my little dark. He responded with a cliché answer from the future. That's more like it. You passed this time. Lin Qingxia smiled happily, burying her face back into his chest. Zhou Zhanheng couldn't help but pinch her nose at her adorable antics, causing Lin Qingxia to protest. Christmas passed amidst their playful bickering. The next day, in the small conference room of the Shatin Huitian Industrial Park, cigarette butts piled up in the ashtray like a small mountain, the air thick with the acrid scent of tobacco mixed with the humid sea breeze blowing in from outside, weighing heavily on one's chest. The electronic factory and fan factory have been fully integrated, and the heads of core positions have all gathered. Research and development, technology, production, molds, core components, quality inspection, factory affairs, Japanese, procurement, new business, overseas operations, all seated in a row. Even their breathing felt subdued. CEO Ouyang, he sat sideways, tapping his fingertips on the table, his gaze heavy like a black cloth soaked in water, waiting for Zhou Zhanheng to make a decision. The door creaked open. Zhou Zhanheng walked in, his white shirt sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing a solid forearm, the collar loosely open with 2 buttons undone, mixed with the scent of sweat from running through the factory, which only made him appear more distinguished. He did not exchange pleasantries with anyone, nor did he glance at the tea on the table, walking straight to the main seat, propping his elbows on the table, tapping his fingertips on the surface, raising his eyes to scan the entire room, his voice clear, yet carrying an oppressive force. I just toured the factory, and the research and development facilities are all set. Starting today, we will simultaneously tackle 3 projects, plus 1 long-term reserve. I will not intervene in the technology, though I will focus on 3 things: defining requirements, setting deadlines, and delineating boundaries. Anyone who crosses the line should not expect leniency. As he finished speaking, he pulled a crumpled sketch from his folder and slammed it onto the central table. The sketch depicted a portable music player, an arcade machine, and a handheld console, with the neatly folded corner of the last sketch inscribed with the words long-term reserve. The first project, the Walkbox, which I have named Star Chase, is a portable stereo cassette player. 3 rules to remember. First, the appearance must be striking, compact enough to fit into a woman's handbag or a man's pocket, and it should attract attention the moment it is taken out. Second, the functionality cannot be lacking but must play. Standard cassettes have stereo sound, be able to connect to headphones, and have a separate power supply. If the battery life is less than 4 hours, you can leave immediately. Third, time is of the essence. In 18 months, by June 30th, 1976, we must present a working prototype. It does not need to be mass-produced yet, but it must be tangible, operable, and able to be demonstrated to clients. Production will begin in the second half of the year with a monthly output of 100 units, not a single unit. Li Shuliang, you will fly to Japan immediately after the meeting to connect with suppliers of micromotors and magnetic heads for technical specifications, finalizing the core component plans, performance parameters, and compatibility standards to ensure we can directly move to production upon your return. Huang Zhijian, synchronize the mold development and make the casing more refined. It should not look like a brick. Wang Yaoming, you are responsible for securing long orders for core components and capacity locking. For critical parts like motors and magnetic heads, we need a baseline of 3 million sets. Money is not an issue, but we must have a firm grip on upstream supplies. The RD director Liang Qichang adjusted his glasses, tapping on the table with his fingertips, his tone steady, yet infused with the certainty of a technical expert. Zhou Sheng, the discrete components will establish the stereo solution. As long as the Japanese parts arrive on time, producing a prototype in 18 months is absolutely feasible. Zhou Zhanheng responded with an NM, standing up and moving to the whiteboard, picking up a marker to quickly sketch the core image of the arcade machine, with alien arrays sitting in rows, a crooked turret at the bottom, and a randomly appearing little UFO. The second project, the arcade game Space Invaders. I will decide on the gameplay, simple enough for even a fool to. Players control the bottom turret to move left and right, shooting at the aliens above, which gradually descend, while shooting back and charging forward with UFOs randomly appearing, scoring high points if hit. It's all about simplicity, the simpler the more addictive. The head of overseas operations, He Guiyin, immediately stood up, his brow furrowed tightly, his tone as professional as a rock. Zhou Sheng, there is a critical hurdle. The American company Magnavox holds the patent for the RE28507 Lite game, and Atari Pong fell victim to this, unable to extricate itself. If we act recklessly and infringe on the patent, the European and American markets will be directly jeopardized. Zhou Jianheng paused his pen, turned to look at him, and nodded. Patents. A direct confrontation would be foolish. We will take an alternative route utilizing digital pixel output, employing TTL logic gates for scanning and memory. Collision detection will rely on coordinate values, which is not at all the same technical route as Magnavox's analog light, that circuitry. This way we only need to acquire their most basic foundational licenses, significantly reducing costs. Liang Qichong ensure that all your circuits are firmly on the digital path, using the 74 series chips exclusively, and do not touch any analog circuits. Liang Qichong immediately responded, his tone infused with determination. Rest assured, Zhou Sheng, we will use only 74 series TTL chips, conducting field scanning and pixel refreshing entirely on digital logic, completely avoiding the patent lines, ensuring no pitfalls. This arcade machine will have a lower cost than Atari's Pong, while offering a more engaging gameplay experience. As long as we succeed in overseas markets, cash flow from North America will pour in, fully supporting the RD department. Zhou Jianheng leaned back against the whiteboard, gesturing towards Higuian. All overseas operations are under your purview, subsidiaries, patents, channels, after sales. It's all up to you. Half of the profits will be allocated to RD iterations, while the other half will go into the company's fund pool. There's no need for you to be stingy. Just go ahead and do it. Higuian immediately stood up, his voice booming. Zhou Sheng, rest assured, I will register a subsidiary in Los Angeles by mid-75, securing all patents for the 3 products first, then establishing a warehouse and setting up after sales. I will negotiate with distributors in advance, ensuring payment upon delivery, taking no risks. When the 76 products are ready, they will be launched directly into the market. Zhou Jianheng nodded, tapping on the palm's eye sketch. The third project, the Play Pocket handheld console. Low power consumption segment screen, simple buttons driven by a single chip, still utilizing pixel logic without touching patents. The timeline must synchronize with the arcade machine, and progress cannot lag behind. Everyone responded in unison, yes. No one dared to waste time. Then he slowly unfolded the long-term sketch, depicting a console that connects to a television accompanied by 2 controllers and a detachable cartridge. The conference room fell silent for half a second, all eyes fixated on that paper. The 4th card, a home television gaming console. No rush, it will be postponed until 1980. Zhou Jianheng's voice softened, but it carried an air of far-reaching strategy. Magnavox's current patents are as rigid as iron. Even Atari has to pay protection fees. If we approach them, we are just asking for trouble. The first phase involves honing our skills with arcade and handheld devices, developing all circuits in-house, and not touching any patent boundaries. The second phase, wait until 1977, when the 8-bit processors and dedicated graphics chips mature, and switch to AV output signals to completely avoid patents. The third phase, from 1979 to 1980, will involve integrating an 8-bit CPU with a graphics processor and a detachable card structure, applying for our own patents for all architectures and interfaces. By 1980, Magnavox's patent will have expired. We will be compliant and ahead, directly occupying the living room. Liang Qichong concurred. Extending the timeline by 5 years will allow us to reduce chip costs further and stabilize the architecture, while all the technology accumulated from the arcade and handheld devices can be utilized, posing almost no risk. Higuian added, I will begin securing patents and channels for home consoles from 1978, directly connecting with department stores and home appliance chains in 1980, getting everything in place. Zhou Jianheng raised his hand to signal for calm. Only a few people will be assigned to preliminary research on the home console. All resources will be focused on the 3 products for 1976. He shifted his focus, tapping on the nearby fan factory report, his tone carrying a hint of calculated enthusiasm. The American fan industry has seen a 27% increase this year, with ceiling fans rising by 30%. Profits are flowing like water. From now on, all profits from the fan business will be directed towards supporting electronic RD. With the profits from these 2 products, it should be sufficient. He then looked towards the procurement head, Wang Yaoming. The supply chain is the lifeblood. We cannot be tied to it. In the short term, we will use Taiwan, sourcing the 74 series chips from TI's Taiwan plant and Kaohsiung plant, with components from Lianhua Delta and Hanhai, which are 30% cheaper and have stable delivery. Sign a 1-year short contract to lock in capacity without committing to long-term contracts to avoid being. Wang Yaoming nodded. Understood. We will source directly from TI and the factory. The performance will be compatible with that of Japan's, allowing for direct replacement. But we can't only bet on Taiwan. Starting from the second half of 1975, Malaysia and Singapore will serve as our backup. Higuian, you go to Penang and quietly invest in 2 injection molding factories and 1 power supply factory specifically to provide us with casings, chassis, and buttons. We have also negotiated with the packaging factory in Singapore to stock RAM and ROM. By the end of 76, Taiwan will account for 60%, while Malaysia and Singapore will take 30%, with Japan directly controlling some core chips. After the ramp-up in 77, we will continue to shift towards Malaysia and Singapore. If there are issues in Taiwan, we can switch production lines within a week without any delay. Finally, he established a fallback factory in Hong Kong. We must have a backup in Hong Kong. We will build 2 precision electronics factories on this 1,000 square feet of land in Fotan. Factory 1 will produce magnetic heads, motors, and power modules, leveraging Hong Kong's watchmaking industry to manufacture core components, protecting ourselves from Japan's control. Factory 2 will handle chip packaging and testing, and we won't deal with wafers, only sourcing wafers from Europe and America for packaging and testing, ensuring stability while preventing leaks. Zhou Zhanheng scanned the room, his voice heavy as if soaked in wine, yet carrying an irresistible energy. We are not merely creating products, we are orchestrating a scheme. Personal music devices, arcade machines, handheld consoles. We will first solidify our foundational market, spending 5 years refining our home console to break into living rooms by 1980. With the ability to attack or defend, Hunka can progress far and steady. Ouyang, he immediately stood up, his tone steady and resolute. Hank's internal budget, manpower, and capacity will all be directed towards these projects, ensuring priority and a green light. We will not hold back. Everyone stood up in unison, their voices loud with pent-up energy. Understood, Zhou Shang. Zhou Zhanheng looked at everyone, a smile flickering at the corner of his mouth as he took a sip of tea from the table, a hint of satisfaction glimmering in his eyes. This plan was solid. After finishing a meeting in Shatton, he hurried directly to Central at the top floor office of the Chinese bank building. Zhou Zhanheng lounged on the sofa, while his secretary Liang Jinsong sat beside him diligently taking notes, as Zhou Zhanheng's lazy voice broke the silence. Song, please note that starting tomorrow we will establish the Tongxin Employee Fund, Zhou Family Fund, and the Rongxing Top-Level Fund with the following rules. Zhou Zhanheng yawned, slightly blinked, and continued. The Employee Fund will have a 2-year lock-in period. Management fees will be waived and profits will go entirely to the employees. Zhou's will take nothing, ensuring a stable annual return of 4, with no mandatory purchases, entirely voluntary. Liang Jinsong paused in his notes, looking up at him, his eyes filled with shock. In this age of sharp labor-capital conflict, where factory owners are often harsh, this arrangement from the boss is unheard of, not just in Hong Kong, but globally. He was about to speak when Zhou Zhanheng interrupted with a wave of his hand. All right, I know what you want to say, but the times are changing. Zhou's has benefited from the era's dividends, and we can't let our employees go without even a drop of soup. This is my decision, no need for further discussion. He paused before continuing. The family fund will have a 3-year lock-in period with no withdrawals allowed during that time, management fees waived and no profit sharing, but there is no guaranteed return. The subscription documents should be handed directly to my mother once you prepare them. She knows how to handle it. Hearing this, Liang Jinsong paused again, thinking the boss is providing a safety net for the family. It seems he still cares about those people. He had been with Zhou Zhanheng for nearly 2 years, and had often heard him complain about the clan elders behind their backs. He glanced at the boss, quickly composed himself, and continued to take notes, listening as Zhou Zhanheng spoke again. The top-level fund is by private invitation only. Once you've finished your notes, arrange for the invitations to be made. Invite Bao Yugong, Li Kashing, Guodashing, Li Zhaoji, Feng Jingxi, Zheng Yutong, Ho Sin Hang from Macau, and Ho Hung Sun, along with He Tian and Zhuang Shiping, 2 financial predecessors. Also invite the wives of Mr. Jian Yueqiang and Mr. Wang Zesen. Since they have official identities, it would be more appropriate to invite their wives to participate in the investment. Liang Jinsong's heart trembled again. He thought, this is not just a fund, it is clearly a ticket to the upper circles of Hong Kong and Macau, a coalition of interests between politics and business. As for the rules of this fund, he pondered, tapping his forehead with his finger for about 10 seconds before continuing. Set a 100 million Hong Kong dollars limit, with a 5-year lockup period, only accepting long-term capital with an annual management fee of 1.5. No capital protection promise, and investors will be responsible for gains and losses. After the fund profits, Hongjin Capital will extract 20 of the performance fee from the earnings that exceed 100. Zhou Zhanheng stood up and walked to the window, gazing out at the somber Victoria Harbor with a steady tone. Hongjin's team mustn't just defend, they must also attack. Liang Jinsong listened intently. Zhou Zhanheng slowly turned back and pushed a bank draft forward on the table. Here is 8 million Hong Kong dollars. This sum is independent of the 3 funds set aside as Hongjin's proprietary fund for a 5-year term. I will impose no restrictions, will not monitor the process nor interfere with the methods. You can engage in short-term trading, swing trading, new stock investments, or gold and forex arbitrage. I'll be as flexible as you like. I hope that in the future each of you can stand on your own 2 feet. Zhou Zhanheng continued. They'll only say the rules once. If you lose, it's on me. No accountability or salary deductions. If you profit, the team will split 50-50 with me. The internal distribution will be led by Chun Jingshan for discussion. I won't interfere. Liang Jinsong bowed, deeply, his voice steady, but betraying his excitement. Zhou Shang's trust we will not disappoint. That's all for now. If your notes are accurate, go ahead and start making arrangements one by one. Complete the fundraising and have them arrange for funds to enter the market as soon as possible. With that, he waved his hand, and slumped back, closing his eyes to rest. Liang Jinsong took the hint, stood up, paid his respects, and left. The next few days went smoothly according to plan. The employee fund ultimately raised 2 million Hong Kong dollars. The family fund raised 6 million Hong Kong dollars, and the top-level fund was fully subscribed. As for the subscription banquet for the top-level fund, there was nothing much to discuss, just formalities and pleasantries. The crystal chandelier in the living room sparkled brightly, casting a warm glow throughout the spacious reception area. A brand new black and white television sat on the solid wood cabinet against the wall, its screen flickering with fine snowflakes, continuously replaying last year's hit TVB drama, The Laughter and Tears of Love. Zhou Jinxiong sat in the main seat of the sofa, casually holding a newspaper, his gaze relaxed as he occasionally glanced at the blurry image on the television, passing the time. Lu Wanjun sat down beside her husband, thoroughly engrossed, her face reflecting her enjoyment. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhanheng lay lazily against Lin Qingxia's soft lap, staring at the slow, outdated plot on the screen, his brow tightly furrowed, genuinely unable to muster any interest, and he couldn't help but mutter softly, "What is this? Damn, it's so ugly, and the picture is unclear." His fragmented complaints echoed clearly in the quiet living room, and he was unaware that because of his presence, TVB's The Laughter and Tears of Love had lower viewership, without Wang Tianlin and Gu Jiahui. Lu Wanjun turned her head at the sound, her eyes carrying a hint of reproach, her tone gentle. "Be good, what are you grumbling about? It's so good to watch. We all love watching this." Zhou Zhanheng pouted in disdain. "What's so good about it? The picture is a total mess, and the quality is so poor it's black and white, making my eyelids heavy." Zhou Jinxiong put down the newspaper, nodding in agreement, and spoke leisurely. "It is indeed a bit unclear. It's not very friendly to us elderly folks. I say, old man." Zhou Zhanheng immediately looked up at his father, a mischievous smile playing at the corner of his mouth. "You're not even 60, yet how can you be old? You're definitely a spirited young man." Lin Qingxia couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckled, gently patting his shoulder with her delicate hand, her face full of tenderness and playfulness. "Be serious, don't tease your father. This boy dares to tease even your old man." Lu Wanjun laughed heartily, her eyes filled with helplessness. Zhou Jinxiong immediately raised his hand and slapped the solid wood table, feigning anger, his expression deliberately stern. "Rascal, I'm at most in my prime. How can I be compared to some street punk?" As he spoke, he tilted his head, raising his hand in a rather proud manner to slick back his meticulously styled hair, exuding both elegance and a hint of middle-aged arrogance. Lu Wanjun looked at her husband's childish demeanor, silently rolling her eyes, the corners of her mouth unable to stop rising. Zhou Zhanheng also rolled his eyes in response, gently shifting on Lin Qingxia's lap, humorously echoing, Yes, 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 my father is young and strong, and in his prime. How could he be compared to those street punks?" He then shifted the topic, his eyes carrying a hint of exploration. "By the way, Dad, Mom, how about our family going on a trip to Japan this year? It's time to get away and relax." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxia's eyes instantly lit up, her lips slightly parted in excitement. "Really? I've never been to Japan, or I've heard the cherry blossoms in Japan in April are particularly beautiful." However, Zhou Jinxiong showed no hesitation and shook his head in refusal, his demeanor instantly shifting from casual to serious and composed. "No, it cannot be done. Now that the Zhou family has a vast enterprise, even the slightest disturbance can affect the whole. The family's foundation must not be put at risk. Without a crucial official matter, I do not recommend the whole family traveling abroad." Zhou Zhanheng fell silent for a moment, quietly contemplating. He understood that every word his father said was true. Recently his career had been going smoothly, and it was inevitable that he had become a bit complacent, acting too casually and nearly forgetting the rules that govern the lives of wealthy families. Traveling as a family was indeed a major taboo. With this thought in mind, he reined in his playful demeanor and spoke sincerely. "All right, this time I didn't consider it thoroughly. The trip is off. I plan to go to Japan mainly to inspect the Chinese medicine industry and the electronic trade supply chain. This time I will bring Qingxiao along, and we will heighten security throughout the trip, traveling discreetly and without any ostentation. We will return to the port as soon as the official business is done." Lin Qingxiao, upon hearing this, gently raised her hand and lightly caressed his cheek, her expression radiating the calmness and composure unique to a matriarch of a wealthy family, softly reassuring him. "Aheng, you have done very well. There is no need to blame yourself. I will accompany you this time, and we will focus on handling the official matters, going and returning quickly so that our parents need not worry." Lu Wanjun watched her daughter-in-law being considerate and thoughtful, increasingly satisfied in her heart. A gentle smile appeared on her face as she spoke steadily. "Good boy, your father is not restricting you. He is considering the whole family. Being in a family like ours where there is glory outside, the responsibilities within mean that many things cannot be done as one wishes or impulsively." Zhou Zhanheng slightly nodded, raising his eyes to meet Lin Qingxia's gaze at his side. There was no need for words, all emotions were reflected in their eyes. He leaned closer to Lin Qingxia's soft abdomen, gently covering her hand with his palm, slowly caressing it, his tone carrying a hint of introspection and melancholy. "Father and mother are right, it was my oversight. From now on, I will be more thoughtful and consider everything thoroughly. Yes, it's best if you can understand that. Zhou Jinxiong nodded, slightly hidden satisfaction in his eyes. Although this son was often unruly, he was steady and correctable when it came to major matters, which was always reassuring. When you return from your official business, I will take your mother out for a stroll as a way to relax and vacation. Zhou Jianheng rolled his eyes internally, understanding well. The old couple was clearly not going on vacation, they just wanted their own world together. He maintained a composed expression and replied decisively, "All right, it's settled then. I will arrange the paperwork tomorrow, and after dealing with the accumulated matters of the group, we can depart in April." After speaking, he turned back to watch television, growing increasingly uncomfortable with the poor quality. Suddenly he thought, could he acquire live television? The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed, and he spoke up, "What do you think if I acquire live television?" After speaking, he received no response for a while, and curiously looked up to find the whole family staring at him, leaving him somewhat baffled. "Why are you all looking at me like that? Is there grass growing on my head?" After saying this, he even touched his head, causing laughter to fill the room. He himself felt it was perfectly normal, but others thought he had a natural sense of humor. Lin Kingxi's eyes sparkled as she grabbed his hand and asked, "Can we really acquire live television? We all look forward to you coming up with more good ideas and producing more good dramas, though otherwise we are barely managing with just TVB." Once she finished speaking, she immediately garnered unanimous support from the family, all optimistic about him acquiring live and producing good dramas. Zhou Jinxiong cleared his throat and spoke steadily. "A friend of mine mentioned this. He said live is indeed considering selling. The government changed the television regulations in '73, encouraging Chinese investments to take over. At that time I didn't think much of it. That lousy television station has been losing over 22 million a year. Who would want to buy that? They have been saying they would list it for sale last year, and up till now no one has taken it on." As a senior government official from Macau, he now spoke with a modern vocabulary, a result of spending too much time with his son, who had crossed over. "All right, I will have someone investigate it later. If it's suitable, we will acquire it ourselves and start filming. The current dramas are just too unwatchable." Upon finishing, the room erupted in applause. In February, Zhou Holdings officially acquired live television for 55 million Hong Kong dollars and took on its 30 million Hong Kong dollar debt. The first thing Zhou did after the acquisition was to urge Huang Shijiao to take office as soon as possible. After Zhou Jianheng dealt with these matters, time swiftly turned to April. Spring had fleetingly passed, as if in the blink of an eye. The warm spring breeze replaced the coolness of early spring, arriving too suddenly. At the private tarmac of Hong Kong's Kai Tak Airport, the dawn light was faint, enveloping the entire tarmac in a soft glow. A top-spec 4-engine Lockheed private business jet was quietly parked at the stand, its body sleek and understatedly luxurious. Dozens of security guards in black suits stood tall, paired off around the perimeter, forming layers of security that isolated all outsiders. The entire tarmac was quiet and solemn, devoid of any noise. Zhou Jianheng, dressed in a well-tailored black suit, stood tall and noble. He raised his hand to glance at his expensive watch, then turned to his attendant Zheng Donghan, speaking in a low, even tone. "Are the schedules for the Chinese medicine factory and electronic components suppliers all set?" Zheng Donghan slightly bent forward, his demeanor respectful and professional. "Mr. Zhou, everything has been arranged. The cooperative manufacturers in Osaka and Tokyo have been fully coordinated, and all official business can be completed within 4 days without delaying the schedule." Then let's set off." Zhou Jianheng nodded slightly, his tone straightforward. Lin Qingxia, dressed in a simple and elegant long dress with her long black hair cascading down, radiated a gentle and dignified aura. She lightly linked her arm with his, her eyes hiding a trace of barely perceptible excitement, speaking softly. "The official matters are important, let's finish them first, we will talk about the rest later." She was clear-minded, knowing her man always pampered her, and as long as the official business was taken care of, he would surely spare time to accompany her on outings, thus remaining calm and composed throughout. Zhou Jianheng turned to look at her, his fingertips gently brushing aside the fine strands of hair that stuck to her cheek, his gaze softening, free of the coldness of the business world. "Don't worry, we will have plenty of time after we finish the official matters. We can stroll around and see how Japan has developed over the years." With that, the two boarded the plane side by side. The private business jet slowly taxied and then ascended smoothly, penetrating the clouds and heading straight for Osaka, Japan. In Osaka, the suite of a top luxury hotel in the city center offered a unique view of the spring streets of Honshu Island through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The interior was simply but luxuriously decorated, clean and elegant. Lin Qingxia stood at the table, her slender fingers gently organizing the thick stack of documents on the surface. The pages were filled with dense Japanese and business terminology that she mostly did not understand, yet she patiently and meticulously categorized and arranged them neatly. After finishing, she looked up at the man who was bent over reading the materials. "Is this the information on the Chinese herbal medicine factory and the electronics factory that you want to inspect?" Zhou Jianheng did not lift his head, his fingers gliding over the data on the pages, speaking in a calm tone. "Yes." Japan has a mature standardized system for traditional Chinese medicine and a perfected mass production model. The supply chain for electronic components is comprehensive with many aspects worth learning from. Although they are thieves and robbers and enemies of every Chinese person, one cannot deny that they have indeed excelled in this regard. This inspection aims to see what we can learn from them, and it also serves as groundwork for our Hunka industry and the future pharmaceutical sector. Lin Qingxia sat obediently across from him, resting her delicate chin on her white and exquisite hands, her bright eyes fixed on him, filled with an irrepressible admiration and tenderness. I don't understand these business matters, but I will follow your lead. Wherever you go, I will accompany you. Zhou Zhanheng raised his eyes upon hearing her. Morning light streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, softly illuminating the girl's brows and eyes, infusing warmth and tenderness, revealing not only the innocence of youth, but also a maturity cultivated by the passage of time, remaining stunningly beautiful. For a moment he was slightly distracted, his eyes flooding with tenderness as he softly remarked, "Asya, you are truly beautiful. Having you in this lifetime is wonderful." After his words, he walked to her side, directly lifting her into his arms and striding toward the bedroom. In that moment, the room was filled with spring, and the warmth of the night required no further words. On this day, after 4 days of intensive official visits, the inspections of manufacturers in Osaka and Tokyo were completed, and all business data and cooperation channels were established. In the evening, the hotel lobby was brilliantly lit, showcasing luxurious and high-end decor with a tranquil and relaxed atmosphere. Zhou Zhanheng languidly leaned against the sofa, his long fingers gently swaying the glass of crimson red wine, the liquid flowing slowly along the glass wall. He appeared relaxed and amiable, speaking in a calm tone. "Have you received any news about the person I asked you to inquire about? What is she currently doing? How has she been? What is your first impression of her? Is she worth cultivating?" Zheng Donghan immediately stood up, slightly bowing and greeting, his demeanor serious, as he reported in a deep voice. "Zhou, we have found her. Following the name and general address you provided, we located her at the Nakajima Obstetrics and Gynecology Hospital in Obihiro, Hokkaido. She is currently not signed with any company and has no formal job, helping her father manage the daily affairs of their hospital at home. I heard that the hospital is facing bankruptcy risks. When I first met her, she appeared very slender, with a cool demeanor and air of lingering melancholy surrounding her, exuding a sense of detachment. However, upon reviewing her privately created lyrics and compositions, I found her style to be avant-garde and profound, showcasing immense talent, a rare gem in the music industry with high cultivation value." He paused for a moment, organizing his thoughts, and continued to report, "I have fully informed her of all the contractual terms you proposed and have sent an invitation for a meeting. She has confirmed her attendance and will come to the Osaka Imperial Hotel tomorrow as scheduled." Zhou Zhanheng, upon hearing this, lifted his gaze nonchalantly, his eyes betraying no emotion, and casually remarked, "Oh, that's fine. You've worked hard on this trip. After years of training and refinement, you are now capable of handling matters independently." Zheng Donghan's spirit lifted upon hearing this, realizing that the boss was considering promoting him. Zhou Zhanheng, regardless of where he was, casually praised him, then waved his hand dismissively, his tone relaxed. "When she arrives tomorrow, just bring her to see me." With that, he stood up, swayed his body, and turned back to his room to rest. A night passed in the blink of an eye. The next afternoon, in the hotel's closed private meeting room, the entire space was quiet and solemn, with the remaining snow outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the sky appearing cold. The room was furnished in a minimalist and high-end style, with a clean table displaying 2 identical bilingual contracts and a pen. In the silence, a gentle knock sounded at the door. "Please come in." Zhou Zhanheng sat at the main seat, his posture relaxed, yet dignified, looking up at the woman who entered. The visitor was Nakajima Miyuki. Dressed in a simple, old-fashioned solid-color sweater and basic jeans, she carried an old wooden guitar on her shoulder. Her slender frame emanated an unmistakable sense of gloom and sensitivity, naturally giving off an air of detachment and fragility. He slowly stood up, took half a step forward, and extended his hand for a light handshake, maintaining a restrained and distant demeanor, not underestimating her, but displaying the composure of top-tier capital. Her first impression was small and quiet. When they stood together, Zhou Zhanheng resembled Rao from Fist of the North Star. He looked down and spoke gently. "Miss Nakajima, hello." He gestured beside him and said warmly, "This is my wife, Lin Qingxia." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxia extended her hand for a handshake, her demeanor gentle and dignified, smiling as she said, "Hello, Miss Nakajima." "Hello, madam." Nakajima Miyuki hurriedly bowed in return, embodying a unique Japanese politeness, her fingers slightly tense, unable to hide her underlying nervousness. Zheng Donghan also shook her hand, gently smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. The 4 of them took their seats in turn, and the atmosphere was quiet and stagnant. Zhou Zhanheng spoke first, his tone calm and relaxed, lacking the aggressiveness of a businessman, yet carrying an undeniable authority. "Miss Nakajima, you should already be aware of all the contract terms. I wonder if you could give me a response today." Nakajima Miyuki's back stiffened slightly. She immediately stood up and bowed, suppressing the hesitation and anxiety surging within her, and spoke softly. "Yes, I have read everything. However, An 8-year contract seems far too long. Coming from an ordinary background and having never dealt with capital contracts, the thought of an 8-year exclusive binding felt like an extensive gamble to her, filling her with concerns. Miss Nakajima. Zhou Zhanhing gestured for her to take a seat, his tone gentle, his words objective and devoid of any pressure, but all were the truth. I understand your concerns. You worry about being bound by capital and losing your creative freedom. Setting aside the 5 million yen signing bonus, the standalone villa in Hong Kong, the exclusive private music studio, and the non-interference in your songwriting, I assure you I am very sincere regarding the artist's compensation. I am investing real funds and resources while you are investing 8 years of creative time. Essentially, this is a mutually beneficial cooperation, nothing more. Nakajima Miyuki lowered her eyelids, her long lashes gently trembling, her appearance looking slender and fragile, resembling a little girl overwhelmed and wronged, remaining silent for a long while. She looked up at the few people before her, her eyes filled with struggle. You really won't alter my lyrics or melodies nor force me to accept unwanted performances or variety shows. Without needing Zhou Zhanheng to speak, Zheng Donghan lightly tapped the table with his fingertips, his expression calm and professional, his tone assured. Miss Nakajima, the contract terms are in black and white, having undergone legal review and notarization by both Hong Kong and Japanese parties. We will separately register an artist agency in Japan operating in full compliance, never interfering with any of your creations or personal schedules, with all constraints being mutually respectful and having absolute legal effect. Each word shattered Nakajima Miyuki's last remaining doubts. With her family's industry in distress and her future uncertain, she was filled with talent but lacked the platform to showcase it. The contract before her was the highest level she could reach as a newcomer and would not present a better opportunity. After a long while, she took a deep breath, suppressing all hesitation, fear, and unease, and nodded gently. I will sign. Zhou Zhanheng nodded slightly, his expression calm. Zheng Donghan immediately stepped forward, smoothly pushing the formal contract and pen towards her. Nakajima Miyuki picked up the pen, her fingertips trembling slightly, but she wrote down her name decisively. With her pen stroke, everything was finalized. Zhou Zhanheng stood up, extending his hand for a handshake, his tone crisp and clear. Miss Nakajima, my team will follow up on all subsequent connections and payment matters. I look forward to our pleasant collaboration over the next 8 years. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Nakajima Miyuki bowed deeply, her cool voice carrying a hint of relief at finally landing this opportunity. Afterward, Nakajima Miyuki and Zheng Donghan bid farewell and left the meeting room. Only the two of them remained. Lin Qingxia stood up from the side seat, softly walking over to him, leaning against his shoulder, her eyes sparkling with a hint of playful anticipation. With all business matters settled, it was evident that their time for leisure together had finally arrived. Zhou Zhanheng looked down at the person in his arms, chuckling softly, and directly lifted her up, spinning her around lightly, leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on her slightly flustered cheek. Everything is settled. Next, it's time for our world together. Let's take a stroll around Japan and see if this land has recovered from the shadows of the little boys over the years. Lin Qingxia, cradled in his arms, was amused by his mocking words, giggling uncontrollably, lightly punching his chest and beaming with a charming smile. Stop it. What little boys? That's so funny. Let's hurry and explore, and when we're done we can return to Hong Kong early to put Dad and Mom at ease. For the entire following week, the two of them set aside all business busyness, shedding the sharpness of capitals, steering, unloading all pressure. Today, Osaka Park was sparsely populated. Perhaps everyone was busy with their work. Under the cherry blossom trees, Lin Qingxia wore a cream-colored waist-length trench coat, paired with a light pink collared chiffon shirt and a matching knee-length Aline skirt, her feet adorned with light brown low-heeled leather shoes and skin-toned thick stockings. Zhou Zhanheng donned a gray trench coat over a tailored single-breasted suit, a silk white shirt, and deep brown Oxford shoes. Standing beside her, he wore a signature, mischievous grin reminiscent of characters from 80s movies, speaking in a flippant tone. Kingseakin, the season of cherry blossoms is the perfect time for us to enjoy together. Let this tycoon bless. As he spoke, he rubbed his hands and lifted her up, spinning her around, causing Lin Qingxia to laugh joyfully, the falling cherry petals landing softly on her shoulders as if the wind had draped a light veil over her. He spun her around amidst the flurry of falling cherry blossoms, like pink rain showering around them. This scene was naturally captured by the accompanying bodyguard's camera for the two to admire later. The couple then explored the streets of Osaka and the alleys of Tokyo, leisurely unwinding and enjoying their rare moments of relaxation. A week later, all their plans were successfully concluded. The couple boarded their exclusive private business jet, heading back to Hong Kong. This trip to Japan, balancing business arrangements, asset acquisitions, and their vacation, came to a perfect conclusion. Zhou Zhanheng, clad in a crisply tailored dark gray suit, had just returned from Japan. Before he could make his way back to Huaran Bank, he was met by Governor Mai Leheo's official car and driven straight to Government House. The reception room smelled of fresh tea. Mai Lehao rose and, smiling with easy affability, extended his hand. Mr. Zhou, you must have had a long journey. Please have a seat. Zhou Zhanheng inclined slightly. Inwardly, he thought, damn, I've only just got off the plane. Is the governor really in such a hurry? He sat down composedly. It is my honor to have summoned you, Your Excellency the Governor. My Li Hao spoke plainly and earnestly. The stock crash of 74 left Hong Kong in turmoil. Mr. Zhou bought at the bottom against the tide, shoring up both the property and stock markets. He took the lead in rallying a circle of Chinese capitalists to shore up public confidence. In the past 2 years, he has invested heavily in the electronics industry, opening a new course for Hong Kong's industrial enterprise. An achievement visible to the whole city, praised even by Buckingham Palace and the Privy Council. He paused, his gaze was mild, yet carried the weight of his office. I asked you here today partly to, on behalf of the Hong Kong government and Her Majesty the Queen, formally convey our thanks. Secondly, to brief you on a matter concerning your commercial arrangements and regulatory compliance. Zhou Zhanheng betrayed no stir of feeling, a faint smile almost on his lips. Outwardly, he was solemn, inclining his head slightly. Please speak, Your Excellency. My Li Hao settled back into the sofa and spoke slowly. Your acquisition of live television is a boon for Hong Kong. Chinese ownership of the media aligns more closely with local sentiment. But according to the long-standing practice of the Broadcasting Authority and the Legislative Council, a television station is the mouthpiece of public opinion. Its license is exquisitely sensitive and must not be commingled with property, industrial, or technology operations. Such mixing readily invites accusations of conflicted interests and in the long run can imperil license renewals. Zhou Zhanheng understood immediately and offered a wry, restrained smile. I am well aware of the rules. Upon returning to the company, I will immediately establish Zhou Media Group, wholly owned by Zhou Holdings, but structured as a separate legal entity, with an independent board of directors and autonomous financial accounts. Live Television, Zhuangxi Records, Jia Film and Television Artist Management, and all film and television copyrights will be consolidated under the media group, completely segregated from the industrial property and electronics divisions, operating in clearly delineated compliance spheres. Approval flashed in my Li Hao's eyes as he smiled faintly. Mr. Zhou grasps matters at once and thinks thoroughly. With that assurance, the government can be at ease. My Li Hao took up a gilt-edged document from the desk and pushed it across to Zhou, his voice solemn. This is the formal notice of the Queen's birthday honors. After consideration by the Privy Council and royal assent, it has been decided to confer upon you the rank of Commander of the Order of the British Empire (CB) in recognition of your outstanding merits and social contributions in stabilizing Hong Kong's economic order and expanding its indigenous industry. Zhou Zhanheng rose to accept it and bowed slightly. Thank you, Your Excellency, my gratitude to Her Majesty the Queen. Yet inwardly, he was indifferent. What nonsense. Who cares? They make it sound like some immense favor. Outwardly, his manner was solemn and reverent. My Li Hao nodded, inwardly a young man of great wealth who understands protocol and is stationed steady and attuned to the times. He is a pillar of the Chinese commercial community, worth both supporting and balancing. He adopted a more formal tone. The investiture will be held in June at the Government House Reception Hall, and I shall on behalf of the Queen formally invest you with the honor. The Protocol Office will liaise with your secretary on all arrangements. You need only attend punctually, Zhou Zhanheng replied calmly. I shall attend punctually and follow protocol. Yet inwardly he was cursing, damn it. It's not that valuable, and yet there are so many hassles. My Li Hao regarded him with a loaded expression. Work steadily and remain true to your duties. London places great hopes upon you. In the years ahead, Hong Kong's commercial structure will need local gentry capitalists of your steadiness and pragmatism. Zhou's gaze was composed, neither servile nor arrogant. I will remain based in Hong Kong and conduct business earnestly, living up to your excellencies and the government's expectations. Seeing his unruffled composure, my Li Hao allowed a faint smile and lowered his voice to a more intimate timbre. Mr. Zhou, the honor is both the Crown's grace and society's recognition of you. Hong Kong's upper commercial circles have long observed a principle of reciprocity: take from the market and give back to it. Philanthropy, education, public hospitals, welfare for the elderly and children. Moderate giving to society is both gentlemanly decorum and the duty of the merchant. Though the words were gentle, they embodied an unspoken rule that did not allow refusal. Zhou understood perfectly to accept a decoration and do no charity would be ungrateful, suspicious in intent, even potentially construed as disloyal. Then would follow tax audits, license inspections, and media briefings in quick succession. Endless trouble. Damn it, in a small temple the winds stir the demons. He inclined his head slightly, striking precisely the right balance. Your Excellency's counsel is well taken. I have already made plans. Henceforth I shall, in the name of the Zhou family, establish a dedicated educational charity foundation to provide sustained support for charity schools, public hospitals, and welfare for the elderly and children. Practical local philanthropy that honors the distinction bestowed by society and the Crown. My Li Hao's smile was genuine, and he appeared satisfied. Mr. Zhou understands reason and the bigger picture. Hong Kong is fortunate to have such a promising young talent. He added a final counsel. Charity must be handsome and pragmatic, not a campaign for fame. Low-key benevolence that nurtures quietly is what is most admirable. Those words effectively permitted the Zhou family to avoid ostentatious displays or newspaper fanfare, granting ample room for discreet self-preservation. Zhou Zhanheng understood clearly. That afternoon, shortly after returning to his office, Zhou summoned Liang Jinsong. Reclined in his executive chair with fingertips tapping the desk, he appeared calm though his mind had run 1,000 circuits. His tone was casual and even. Asong register a company called Zhou Media Group Limited, wholly owned by Zhou Holdings, but operating independently with its own board and accounts. Transfer Live Television, Zuanxi Records, Jiahe's Equity Artist Management, and all film and television copyrights into the media group. Liang's pen paused. He immediately comprehended. Mr. Zhou intends a complete separation between industry and the media, both to comply with licensing and to facilitate future equity incentives and partner introductions. Zhou nodded slightly. A faint, hard-to-detect glint passed through his eyes as he spoke slowly. Light is a mouthpiece and cannot be lumped together with property or electronics. After you leave, notify the media heads to convene at Huaran Bank in 3 days to announce subsequent appointments and the division of authority and responsibilities. Liang's pen paused in understanding. Yes, Mr. Zhou will arrange it immediately. He responded solemnly, his pen tracing each item with assurance. Zhou pondered for a moment and continued. As for charity, establish the Zhou Family Education Charity Foundation with Qingxia as nominal chair. It will be entirely funded by the Zhou family, routed through a dedicated family account for clean transparency. Add my mother's name among the supervisors. Sort out the procedures quietly. There is no need for publicity. The foundation will allocate a fixed 2 million Hong Kong dollars each year for charity schools, medical care, and welfare for the elderly and children. Steady, modest, not for show, but for practical effect. Liang immediately grasped the intention. 2 million is a measured amount. It fulfills social responsibility without being conspicuous, sensible, and dignified. Zhou inclined his head slightly. Charity is about intention, not power. Giving little is one's duty. Giving just enough is the rule. Giving too much, by contrast, courts misfortune. Having said that, he waved his hand to indicate that Liang might leave. Liang rose, bowed slightly, paid his respects, and took his leave. Left alone, Zhou brooded in thought, feeling the strain of having to be shrewder. He scratched his scalp and muttered softly, "Damn, it's too early. These familiar stars and television people are all so green. Some talents haven't even come into their own. What the hell should I do about this? Never mind the older ones I don't recognize. I will leave that headache to Zhou Wenhui." In the evening, Zhou Zhanheng got out of the car and surprisingly did not see Lin Qingxiao, probably because she was catching up on sleep after a few days of wild fun. Naturally, he was also tired and immediately returned to his room to throw down his briefcase, take off his clothes, shower, and roll into bed. Nothing happened, and 3 days passed by unnoticed. On this day, in the boardroom on the top floor of the Central Chinese Bank, the attendees were all media-related executives and his wife Lin Qingxia. Zhou Zhanheng placed his hands flat on the table and tapped it. Zhou's media group is officially listed today. Each of you is an elite in your respective industries, so I won't waste words. Let's announce the appointments now. He paused, his tone serious. I appoint Zhou Wenhui as the executive director and CEO of Zhou's media group, overseeing the overall strategy and external expansion of the group. Zhou Wenhui's eyes brightened, and he slightly bowed, saying, "Thank you, Zhou Sheng." Zhou Zhanheng's gaze remained steady as he nodded slightly, and continued, "You are the president of the group, focusing on the group's strategy and overseas expansion, responsible for conquering territories. The internal affairs of Jiahe are too fragmented for you to manage." He added, "This is also to ensure the efficient operation of the group and avoid the pitfalls of multiple management. I officially appoint He Guanchang as the general manager of Jiahe Entertainment, fully responsible for film production, distribution, and administrative affairs." He Guanchang, known for his calm and reserved nature, stood up seriously. "Zhou Sheng, rest assured, I and Zhou Sheng will definitely uphold the flag of Jiahe." Zhou Zhanheng nodded slightly and continued, "Liang Jinsong will also serve as the executive director of the media group, representing the controlling party to supervise finance, compliance, and licensing matters." Liang Jinsong stood up, slightly bowing in acknowledgement, and said clearly, "Yes, Zhou Sheng, I will definitely fulfill my supervisory duties." Zhou Zhanheng nodded and shifted his gaze to Huang Shizhao. The old Li TV, with its heavy foreign investment, outdated structure, and weak viewership, cannot support Zhou's reputation. His words were crisp and straightforward. From today onwards, Li TV will officially be renamed Asia Television. With this statement, everyone present felt a jolt. For years, the television market in Hong Kong has been dominated solely by TVB, monopolizing viewership, artists, and public opinion. From this moment onward, the single structure of the Hong Kong entertainment circle is completely shattered, with 2 channels competing, officially inscribed in the annals of Hong Kong media history. Huang Shizhao, you were appointed as the general manager of Li TV during its British ownership. Today, I officially invite you to serve as the general manager of Asia Television. You will be fully responsible for channel rebranding, program production, variety show projects, drama production, artist management, and viewership competition. Your only task is to stand firm benchmark against TVB and break into the free television market. Huang Zizha's expression was solemn as he replied seriously, "Thank you for your trust, Zhou Sheng. I will give it my all. The foundations of television and film were completely solidified. Zhou Zanheng's gaze slightly shifted to Li Xiaoyan, who sat with a calm demeanor, and he continued to set the tone. Since the acquisition of Diamond Records, Li Xiaoyan has been at the helm, deeply cultivating the industry for many years, and holds a 5% stake in Diamond Records, making him a core veteran of the group's entertainment sector. He is now officially promoted to the position of director of Zhou's media group, continuing as the general manager of Diamond Records. You will not only oversee the daily operations of Diamond Records, but also join the top-level decision-making of the group, participating in cross-sector collaborations, entertainment project launches, and industry strategic discussions. Li Xiaoshan's eyes lit up, and he immediately stood up and bowed, saying, "Thank you for the promotion, Zhou Shan." Zhou Zhanheng nodded and continued. "I promote Zheng Donhan to the position of Deputy General Manager and Production Manager of Diamond Records, responsible for recording, production, copyright, reserves, arrangement, supervision, artist contracts, and management of the music supply chain." Zheng Donhan stood up to acknowledge the order. At this point, all three major pillars of Jiahe Film, Asia Television, and Diamond Records were in place. Yet Zhou Zhanheng did not stop there. He scanned the room, his tone calm, but penetrating. "Many people think that film, television, and records equal media. Wrong." He continued, "This can only be called entertainment. Entertainment can only earn popularity, box office, and album sales with no foundation, no discourse power, and no sustainable IP sources. Zhou's media does not engage in superficial entertainment. We aim to build a closed-loop media group." He immediately finalized the new blueprint. The group will establish a publishing division immediately. The business will encompass daily newspapers, weekly magazines, popular comics, book publishing, graphic printing, and original text IP incubation. Thus, the four major sectors of the group take shape: publishing to create IP, film and television to produce television for promotion, and music for empowerment. Words are the root, images are the body, reputation is the clothing, and public opinion is the shield. From now on, all subsidiaries are not allowed to act independently. Zhou Wenhui's eyes brightened, instantly grasping this top-level logic. Most entertainment companies in the market operate in a scattered manner, making money with each production, with each album. But Zhou's media is a top-down, closed-loop harvest of the entire industry chain. Zhou Zhanheng proceeded to set the group rules. From now on, the entire group will implement the film, television, and music linkage mechanism. Films and dramas produced by Jiahe and Asia Television will prioritize internal group artists and prioritize matching customized soundtracks from Diamond Records. Asia Television will fully undertake all preheating, exclusive interviews, behind the scenes, and landing promotions for the group's film and music projects, responsible for raising popularity, generating viewership, and promoting artists. Diamond Records will bind all self-produced film and television projects, handling movie soundtracks, theme songs, and interludes, utilizing the popularity of film and television to invigorate album sales and artist fame. Once the publishing sector is established, processes will be further advanced. Comics and novel IPs will be incubated first, and once matured, they will be directly adapted into dramas and movies, with exclusive soundtracks released simultaneously, along with magazine interviews and newspaper reports, achieving multiple revenue streams from a single IP, creating a full loop cycle of profitability. The rules are clear and responsibilities are defined, leaving no room for dissent. Zhou Zhanheng paused to allow them to digest the information before continuing calmly. "Tomorrow, I will inject 100 million Hong Kong dollars into the media group, specifically for daily operations and subsequent acquisitions and integration of new sectors." With the entire meeting's agenda settled, Zhou Zhanheng finally looked at Lin Qingxia, who had been quietly sitting throughout. Lastly, the top-level legal representative appointment. Lin Qingxia is appointed as a director of Zhou's media group, concurrently serving as the group's legal representative. His tone was extremely concise, finalizing the decision. "I will not participate or interfere with the group's daily operations or business decisions." There were no extra explanations or additional responsibilities. Purely nominal, occupying a position, providing a safety net, holding the seal, serving only as the top-level face and legal endorsement of the group, completely refraining from meddling in the business of professional managers. Lin Qingxia nodded slightly, calmly taking her seat. Zhou Zhanheng withdrew his gaze and surveyed the top executives of the Hong Kong circle, commanding the atmosphere. The structure is set, the blueprint is finalized, and the rules are established. I only look at the results, not the process. Each sector must present initial results in 3 months. Zhou's media from this day forward enters the game, establishing a foothold in Hong Kong and benchmarks against all of Asia. The meeting is adjourned. Outside the window, the sea breeze of Victoria Harbour swept through the buildings, stirring the reflections of sky and clouds on the glass. Today marks the official launch of Zhou's media, a cultural and entertainment dynasty that will dominate all of Hong Kong. In the evening, Zhou Zhanheng walked hand in hand with Lin Qingxia. As they reached the entrance, he held her small hand to get out of the car and strolled through their garden. Suddenly, Zhou Zhanheng began to sing, stepping in a lively manner, his demeanor resembling that of a suddenly affluent Kong Yi. Falling flowers fill the sky, obscuring the moonlight. Borrow a cup to recommend atop the Phoenix platform. The imperial daughter's flower drips with tears as she offers incense. Lin Qingxia covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. There was much to be happy about lately as her man had been awarded the CBE. Although he himself didn't care, their family was quite proud and pleased. It was unexpected that he would be so happy today when the media group was listed. After singing a couple of lines, Zhou Zhanheng suddenly turned to Lin Qingxiao with a sincere expression and serious tone. "Xia, let's hold our wedding in March next year." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxia's eyes widened, staring at him in disbelief, tears streaming down her cheeks. Zhou Zhanheng hurriedly reached out to gently wipe them away. "What's the matter? Do you not like it? Should we do it this year then? That might be a bit rushed." He gently embraced her, softly patting her delicate back while whispering comforting words. "No, Aheng, I am happy, you know. I have been looking forward to this day coming sooner. In a family like ours, if I haven't gained social recognition for a day, I am so afraid that one day you might not want me anymore and would divorce me. I've thought it all through. If you divorce me, I'd just die." Lin Qingxiao wiped her tears and choked out her words. Zhou Zhanheng didn't rush her, just patiently comforted her, waiting for her emotions to settle before speaking seriously. "Xia, I must criticize you here. Am I that kind of person? How could I possibly divorce you? You'd be more likely to divorce." This remark made Lin Qingxiao, who was sobbing, burst into laughter, saying between her sniffles, "You're annoying. Making me cry and laugh at the same time. I'm not talking to you anymore." As she turned away from him, Zhou Zhanheng gently turned her back, saying solemnly, "Ahem, may I ask Miss Lin Qingxiao, do you agree to hold the wedding at this time?" Lin Qingxia's lips curled up, and with her hands behind her back, she bounced along, saying with obvious delight, "Oh, this is so difficult. Is there a teacher who can teach me? I can't solve this problem." Zhou Zhanheng feigned a look of despair towards the heavens while Lin Qingxia turned around and shot him a beautiful eye roll, then ran back, seemingly busy with something. Zhou Zhanheng stood in the courtyard watching her retreating figure, a slight smile forming on his lips as he hummed joyfully to himself. "I still can't quite grasp you. You think this glamorous life of the wealthy is just what it seems on the surface." After enjoying his thoughts for a while, he turned to make a phone call, inviting family members to the hillside villa the next morning. He wanted to publicly announce the date of his wedding, which was both a family tradition and a sign of respect for Lin Qingxia. That night was naturally spent in a gentle embrace with no intense emotional clashes, only a familiar harmony. The next day, the elders of the family arrived one after another, creating a lively atmosphere. When Lin Qingxia came downstairs after a little dressing up, she immediately spotted two familiar figures and rushed toward them like a swallows returning to their nest. Lin's mother also saw her daughter and came up to greet her. After chatting with her parents for a while, she turned and leaped into Zhou Zhanheng's embrace, her face still holding the surprise of suddenly seeing her parents, joyfully saying, "Aheng, when did you bring my parents here? Why didn't you tell me?" She nuzzled into his arms, wearing a blissful expression. "Of course, I had someone invite them while we were going to Japan. Such a big event needed to be arranged in advance. If I told you, it wouldn't be a surprise. So were you surprised?" While saying this, he gently ruffled her hair, his gaze tender and his tone filled with affection. I'm so happy, Aheng, thank you." Lin Qingxia tilted her head back in his arms, her cheeks flushed with happiness at seeing her family. He gently tidied her slightly messy hair, his voice soft yet tinged with pride. "What's there to thank? We are family, silly." The two were engrossed in each other, oblivious to the world around them, while the elders watched on with smiles, admiring the couple's strong bond. Seeing that everyone had gathered, Zhou Zhanheng held Lin Qingxia's hand and walked to the center of the living room. He scanned the room full of relatives, his expression serious, his voice clear and steady without hesitation. "Dear elders and relatives, it has been almost 4 years since I married Qingxia and obtained our marriage certificate in 1972. In these years, our marriage has been harmonious without quarrels or disputes. However, I have never given her a proper wedding, and I feel deeply guilty about this. Now that my career has flourished and my status has improved significantly, I have decided to hold a wedding ceremony on March 16th next year in accordance with ancient rites, with 3 letters and 6 invitations, officially welcoming her into the Zhou family as my legitimate wife." As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent, then erupted with joy. Although this wedding was a bit late, it was ultimately a happy conclusion. Lin Qingxia stood by his side, dressed elegantly in a qipao, her brows gentle and her cheeks slightly from the old banyan tree outside Jinling Girls' School to their companionship amid the lights of the hillside. They respected each other like guests, often surprised by little joys. He cherished her as if she were a precious treasure in his palm, and at that moment Lin Qingxia felt enveloped in happiness, unable to resist tightly hugging his arm. Zhou Zhanheng tilted his head and gently patted her fragrant shoulder. Then, turning to reveal his true self, he wore a proud expression, his lips curving upward, speaking in a very cheerful tone. "Now that I've finished my speech, dear loved ones, let's begin the feast." As soon as he said this, everyone froze for a moment, then burst into laughter and scolding. This guy had always been like this, often behaving without any formality, but everyone was used to it. He took Lin Qingxia by the hand and led her towards the dining room. All these years he remained the same humble cook at heart, only now he had become wealthy, educated, and respected. Yet his inner self had never changed. He simply wanted to live freely and carefree. If he couldn't do that, then what was the point of being reborn? After lunch, Zhou Zhanheng invited Lin Weiliang to his study. Once the door was closed, only the two of them remained in the study. Lin Weiliang sat on the sofa, his back still straight, although his expression was much more relaxed than in the hall. Zhou Zhanheng spoke first, his tone calm and respectful. Dad, handle the businesses in Taiwan as best as you can. They aren't worth much, and there's no need to keep them as a burden. You and Mom can move to Hong Kong for good. I've already prepared a place for you not far from here, quiet and convenient. Lin Weiliang nodded lightly, tapping his knee with his fingertips, letting out a sigh. That's good. Taiwan has never been a place for long-term residence. Seeing Asya by your side all these years, your mom and I have had nothing to worry about. Zhou Zhanheng took the opportunity to say, you don't need to worry about Chung Sen's career. The economy in Hong Kong is recovering, and there are plenty of opportunities. I need reliable people here, so it would be great if he is willing to help me. If he wants to start his own business with my support, it will be much easier. In short, it's better than following a routine in Taiwan. At this point, Lin Weiliang's face visibly relaxed. That's good, that's good. He is still young, and with you around, I don't have to worry. Zhou Zhanheng's tone became slightly serious, but firm. There's one more thing. I can basically confirm that my elder sister is in Hunan now. However, it is somewhat unrealistic to bring her to Hong Kong at the moment. It might take a few more years. Upon hearing this, Lin Weiliang appeared stunned for a moment, unable to hide the surprise in his eyes, and then he let out a gentle sigh. He remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Ahing, you've put in a lot of thought. This matter has weighed on your mother and me for decades. We didn't dare to bring it up or ask about it. Now that we have definite news and know she is still alive, it's truly wonderful, very wonderful. After saying this, the elder straightened his back, which had been straight all his life, and appeared slightly hunched. Seeing this, Zhou Zhanheng also let out a gentle sigh. In his past life, he had a daughter, so he could naturally understand the feelings of the elder. Yet he knew that what Lin Weiliang needed at that moment was not comfort. Men tend to be strong at such times. So he simply said, Dad, don't worry. Within 5 to 6 years, I will definitely bring Sister Lin Li to Hong Kong to reunite you all. I promise. Lin Weiliang took a deep breath, looked at Zhou Zhanheng with steady and affirmative tone. Okay, I'll go along with your arrangements. I have no objections. I will arrange for someone to handle things in Taiwan. In the future, your mother and I will stay in Hong Kong to accompany you, waiting for Lily's family to settle down safely, which is better than anything else. Zhou Zhanheng smiled slightly. Family should be together after all. At dusk, Zhou Zhanheng changed into a plain dark-patterned long robe and entered the study with his grandfather Zhou Shirong and the venerable steward loyal Uncle Zhou. Sandalwood incense curled softly in the air. The patriarch sat upright in his grand armchair, fingers idly turning a string of purple sandalwood prayer beads. His clouded eyes gleamed with sharp, penetrating light as he gazed upon his eldest grandson. Zhanheng, I am aware of your arrangements in Hong Kong. Steady, discreet, unassuming for one so young. Excellent. Now that the wedding date is set, prepare it well. Do not slight Miss Lin. Zhou Zhanheng bowed slightly and poured fresh hot tea for his grandfather, his voice calm and measured. Rest assured, grandfather. I shall never slight Qingxia. I asked you here today for another matter of great importance, one requiring your formal consent, to borrow loyal Uncle Zhou and the Zhou family's long-standing foundations in Macau. Speak. The patriarch lifted his teacup without raising his eyelids, yet an unmistakable aura of authority filled the room. I intend to establish a trading firm in Macau, conducting business with the mainland. Zhou Zhanheng spoke plainly without circumlocution, not for profit, but to deliver urgently needed goods the mainland cannot procure. The West enforces strict embargoes against the mainland. Portuguese Macau authorities watch vigilantly. One misstep would not only destroy your Hong Kong. The West enforces strict embargoes against the mainland. Portuguese Macau authorities watch vigilantly. One misstep would not only destroy your Hong Kong enterprises, but drag the entire Zhou family into ruin. I am fully aware, Zhou Zhanheng replied, his tone resolute, unwavering. Thus this trading firm must be completely severed, legally, financially, and operationally, from all Zhou family enterprises and my Hong Kong ventures, shielding our kin from peril. I have devised a sound plan. I seek only your approval to appoint loyal Uncle Zhou as the sole intermediary between myself and the firm. I shall never appear, sign, or leave any trace. Only 3 people, yourself, myself, and loyal Uncle Zhou, shall know of my involvement. At this, Zhou Zhanheng inwardly mocked himself. Is this what they call, when one attains success, one benefits all under heaven? Hardly. It was merely a lifelong habit etched deep into his bones. Though his own life remained imperfect, he could not bear to witness suffering in the world. This flaw, it seemed, would endure across lifetimes. At heart he remained, still and always, the down-to-earth chef steeped in the scent of everyday life. The patriarch fell silent for a long while. Only the faint whisper of burning sandalwood broke the stillness. He studied his grandson, the boy who at 8 years old had dared launch his first venture using fund dividends, and now stood as a tycoon commanding Hong Kong's vast commercial empire. He had never misjudged him. This young man might seem unorthodox, yet in matters of consequence he possessed quiet tenacity, unwavering responsibility, and above all an unshaken sense of origin. After a long pause, the patriarch spoke, his voice deep and resonant, his gaze shifting to loyal Uncle Zhou, standing respectfully nearby. Loyal Uncle Zhou, you have served me your entire life. You know better than anyone where the Zhou family's roots lie. This endeavor is perilous beyond measure. Are you willing to follow Zhang? Loyal Uncle Zhou bowed deeply, his voice steady, devoid of tremor. Master, my life belongs to the Zhou family. If young master undertakes righteous noble work, I will face death without hesitation. The patriarch nodded once, then laid down 4 ironclad rules. None could be omitted. First, this matter remains known only to heaven, earth. You, me, and loyal Uncle Zhou. Not a fourth soul, not even your parents or wife, must learn of it. Not from distrust, but because every additional person multiplies risk exponentially. Second, the firm must be physically and legally isolated from you and all Zhou Group enterprises. Not a single cent from the Zhou family treasury may be used, no Zhou Group channels or personnel may be engaged. All funds must originate solely from your private, anonymous personal account. Loyal Uncle Zhou serves as your sole, untraceable liaison to the firm, never appearing in any official registration. Should calamity strike, investigators may uncover only the nominal operator, never the family, never the Hong Kong enterprises. Third, the firm handles only material logistics. No political entanglements, no direct contact with mainland authorities. Do not trouble the mainland, you do not invite disaster upon yourself. Fourth, stability is paramount. Better to do nothing than to rush forward recklessly. Never gamble with the lives of those who follow you. Understood? Understood, grandfather. Zhou Zhanheng bowed deeply once more, the weight that had hung over his heart finally settled to rest. He understood the danger better than anyone. In 1975, the Coordinating Committee for Multilateral Export Controls maintained a comprehensive embargo against the mainland, ranging from penicillin raw materials and precision bearings to machine tools and chemical feedstocks, all strictly prohibited. Unauthorized transport, if discovered, constituted grave smuggling offenses. Yet he also knew with equal clarity how desperately the mainland needed these goods. In the final years of the Cultural Revolution, industrial and agricultural production had stalled, fertilizers and pesticides were scarce, grain yields stagnant. The healthcare system suffered acute shortages. Penicillin was rarer than gold in many regions. Industrial infrastructure lay fragmented, basic bearings, electronic components, rubber feedstocks, all unobtainable. Having traversed time, he had mastered Hong Kong's stock market fluctuations and built a sprawling commercial empire across 4 sectors, amassing immense wealth. Yet he never forgot he was Chinese. He could bestow lifelong prosperity and peace upon the woman he loved. Yet he also wished to serve the land that had birthed and raised him, doing whatever lay within his power. Neither fame nor fortune motivated him. With the patriarch's blessing, progress accelerated swiftly. Zhou Zhanheng's presence remained entirely invisible, and the 3-tiered isolation held flawlessly. Following Zhou Zhanheng's instructions, loyal Uncle Zhou introduced Lin Afu, a prearranged frontman. Lin Afu was the only son of loyal Uncle Zhou's distant cousin, having spent years seeking fortune in Southeast Asia before returning alone to Macau at the end of 1974, friendless, rootless, eking out a living as a dock worker. No local in Macau recognized him. Reserved, taciturn, tight-lipped, yet perceptive, he owed absolute loyalty to loyal Uncle Zhou. No one suspected his ties to the Zhou family, let alone any connection to Zhou Zhanheng in Hong Kong. Zhou Zhanheng further instructed loyal Uncle Zhou that half the firm's profits would remain for operational use, while the other half would be deposited, not distributed directly, but split equally among 3 names into clandestine Macau banking accounts. These accounts would maintain ledgers only, no cash withdrawals permitted. Funds would be released annually if all remained secure. Should disaster strike, all deposits would be frozen and nullified. Thus, each man's livelihood hinged upon discretion. Betrayal or error would sever their own path, making the cost of transgression prohibitively high. Within 3 days, a long-standing local Chinese law firm in Macau completed all commercial registrations on Lin Afu's behalf, strictly adhering to every stipulation Zhou Zhanheng had laid down without deviation. Business structure: a locally registered sole proprietorship trading firm. No shareholders, no board of directors, no public financial disclosures, requiring only a nominal capital registration of 500 patakas. Firm name: Fu Shun Trading Firm. Devoid of surnames, corporate suffixes, or terms like group or import-export. Deliberately ordinary. Indistinguishable from a decades-old neighborhood general store on any Macau street. Registered operator Lin Afu. He signed and filed all documents personally. Loyal Uncle Zhou appeared only as a distant elder relative and advisory consultant, never formally registered under his own name. Zhou Zhanheng remained entirely absent, neither signing nor leaving any identifying information. The law firm knew only its client Lin Afu, nothing of the figure behind the veil. Permitted scope of operations: 3 categories only: retail and wholesale of daily necessities and local produce, cargo agency, and warehousing logistics, import-export of standard commodities. The office address was selected on the midsection of Rua das Flores, beneath a traditional arcade flanked by century-old shops selling dried fish sundries and herbal teas. The storefront was narrow, its facade weathered and peeling. Only a simple wooden plaque inscribed in regular script with the characters Fu Shun Trading Firm replaced the old sign. No neon lights, no signage, no distinguishing features. So unremarkable it vanished into the fabric of the old street. Inside there were no lavish offices. Only 2 chipped wooden desks, a sheet metal safe, and a modest 10 square meter storage area partitioned off behind. Not even a guest sofa graced the space. Only 3 permanent staff members, Lin A. Fu as the public-facing proprietor, loyal Uncle Zhong as the hidden manager, and Zhou Ming, loyal Uncle Zhong's distant nephew, as assistant. All were the Zhou family's most trusted inner circle. No external hiring, no job advertisements. Discretion reduced to dust. Financial settlements were equally airtight. All operating capital flowed from Zhou Zhanheng's overseas anonymous private account, withdrawn in cash via a reputable long-established private bank in Macau. No transactions passed through HSBC or Banco Nacional Ultramarino, leaving no large-scale transaction trails, and remained utterly severed from the Hong Kong headquarters accounts of the Zhou Group. Daily petty expenses were settled exclusively in cash, through larger transfers moved only through private accounts at local Chinese banks, leaving no auditable corporate documentation. The firm's books mirrored those of an ordinary Macau general store. Late that night, loyal Uncle Zhong returned to the Zhou family's semi-mountain mansion in Hong Kong, placed the freshly issued commercial registration certificate gently before Zhou Zhanheng, and murmured softly, "Young master, the matter is complete." To the outside world, Lin A. Fu is the sole proprietor running a humble general store, earning honest, hard-won wages. I shall oversee operations from behind the scenes. There will be no breach, no slip. No investigator will ever trace this firm to you, to the Zhou family, or to your Hong Kong enterprises. Zhou Zhanheng lifted the slender document fingertips, tracing the characters Fu Shun Trading Firm, his gaze quiet, profound. To outsiders, it was merely an unassuming transfer depot on a Macau side street. But he and loyal Uncle Zhong knew the truth: this modest shop would become a concealed lifeline for the mainland. On the second day, Zhong Bo returned to Macau, yet he remained the carefree tycoon of Xiangjiang who accompanied his wife and managed the group's business, never having set foot in the commercial hall. From now on, all instructions relied solely on Zhong Bo's monthly visits to Hong Kong under the guise of family visits, and delivering local specialties from Macau, reporting in person, or using a secret message written in alum water to be read and then burned without leaving a trace. He completely distanced himself from the commercial hall, becoming an unknown figure behind the scenes. At the moment the sign of Fushan Commercial Hall was raised, Zhou Zhanheng, far away in Hong Kong, had already set a second set of rules for Zhong Bo through secret messages. From sourcing to entry, everything was fragmented and decentralized, leaving no trace. He was well aware of how stringent the Western embargo was in 1975. Any misstep would not only expose the entire network, but also bring disaster to the contacts in the mainland. Therefore, from the very beginning, he eliminated all potential risks of exposure. Even the connections with the mainland were made through the most reliable intermediaries, avoiding direct contact. 1. Connection only using Nongguang without direct contact with the authorities. Sourcing can be gradually arranged, but the channels connecting to the mainland must be foolproof. From the outset, Zhou Zhanheng established the rule not to directly sign contracts with mainland authorities or institutions. All material demands and transfers would be handled through the Nongguang Trading Company in Macau. In 1975, before diplomatic relations were established between China and Portugal, Nongguang Trading Company was the only official general agent for the mainland in Macau and the most secretive logistics hub. The general manager, Ku Zhengping, was a key figure in the underground operations of the mainland in Macau. The bridge between them was Dr. Kowloon, the director of the Mirror Lake Hospital, who was Ku Zhengping's elder brother and a core figure among patriotic Chinese merchants in Macau, well respected in both Hong Kong and Macau. Zhou Zhanheng anonymously donated a large sum to the Mirror Lake Hospital through a Hong Kong law firm intended for purchasing medical equipment and aiding impoverished patients without revealing his identity. Only Dr. Kowloon, from the subtle clues provided by the law firm, deduced that the donor was Zhou Zhanheng from Xiangjiang, adding a degree of admiration for this young tycoon who shunned the limelight and sought no fame. Afterwards, Zhou Zhanheng sent a message through an intermediary to Dr. Kowloon: as a junior, I have channels to supply some urgently needed medicines and materials to the mainland with no desire for reward, only seeking safety. I wish to ask you to facilitate this strictly using the Nongguang route. Dr. Kowloon understood his intentions and recognized the young man's discretion. A few days later, facilitated by Zhong Bo, Zhou Zhanheng met Ku Zhengping for the only time in an abandoned pharmacy in the back of the Mirror Lake Hospital. There were no formalities or third parties present. Even a dim kerosene lamp was lit. Zhou Zhanheng got straight to the point, laying out his ideas. Mr. Ku, I want to use Fushan Commercial Hall to send urgently needed materials to the mainland. Whatever is lacking, I will supply. I seek no fame or profit and wish to avoid trouble. I will bear all risks and strictly use your Nongguang route. What do you need? Please provide me with a coded list, and I will find a way to procure them. Once the materials arrive in Macau, you will handle the transportation. Ku Zhengping looked at the young man in his 20s with a scrutinizing gaze. Having seen many profit-driven merchants and scheming politicians in Macau over the decades, he rarely encountered someone like this, holding immense wealth, willing to risk their reputation and livelihood to supply the mainland, even preferring to remain invisible. Mr. Zhou, do you know the risks involved in this matter? Ku Zhengping said in a deep voice. Once the Portuguese and Macanese authorities catch wind of this, not only will you go to prison, but all your enterprises in Xiangjiang could be destroyed in an instant. I know, Zhou Zhanheng replied calmly. That is why I have made thorough arrangements. The public-facing operator of the commercial hall is a local businessman with no ties, and there is no visible connection to me, the Zhou family, or the Zhou group, who all operations will leave no trace of my involvement. Even if something goes wrong, it will only lead to the person in the foreground. I have only one requirement. Once the materials reach the mainland, they must be used where needed, and that is sufficient. After a long silence, Ku Zhengping finally extended his hand, firmly shaking Zhou Zhanheng's hand, saying solemnly, Mr. Zhou, on behalf of the mainland, thank you. Thus the two reached an understanding without a contract or agreement, relying only on a promise and mutual trust. After this meeting, they never saw each other again. All subsequent communications were conducted without phone calls, telegrams, or written records, using only the most primitive and secure method of human courier, with Zhong Bo accompanied by Lin Afu, completely separating Zhou Zhanheng from the Zhou group. Fixed contact points: the old tea shop on Qingping Street in Macau and the traditional Chinese medicine shop next to the Mirror Lake Hospital, both reliable rendezvous run by patriotic Chinese merchants. Secret message method: writing in alum water on ordinary tea packaging or the back of herbal prescriptions, invisible when dry and visible when wet. Core information was all conveyed in code. Medicinal material referred to medical supplies, agricultural tools referred to industrial components, and groceries referred to agricultural raw materials, avoiding sensitive words. The only courier, Zhou Ming, a fisherman who traveled back and forth between Macau and Zhuhai daily, delivered only verbal messages or secret notes without carrying any goods, making it impossible for patrol boats to catch him. The code for rendezvous: tea shop code. I need 2 taels of Longjing, this year's new tea. Traditional medicine shop code. Get a piece of Angelica and 3 red dates. The token was an old silver coin with smooth edges, with each party holding half only, revealing their identities when matched. The entire process left no trace. Even if the Portuguese and Macanese authorities monitored closely, they could find no clues. Nangguang Company was responsible for verifying mainland demands and connecting with mainland receiving points, while Fushan Commercial Hall handled procurement, packaging, and delivery to designated handover points, clearly defining responsibilities, preventing overlap, and minimizing risks. 2. Sourcing: dispersed procurement, avoiding large quantities, and regulatory scrutiny. Upon receiving the demand list, Zhou Zhanheng again established strict rules through secret messages. All materials would not be centrally procured, but spread out. Purchases would be made from multiple locations with cash transactions and no receipts. He wanted every procurement to appear as ordinary stock for small businesses in Macau, avoiding attracting attention from Western embargo authorities. Hong Kong channels commissioning 3 local intermediaries with no ties to the Zhou family to procure penicillin, streptomycin, disinfectants, medical glucose, simple surgical instruments, as well as precision bearings, electrical wires, and small machine parts from scattered locations, including private pharmacies on Davao Road West and hardware stores in Shangwan. Each purchase would not exceed 100 items, with today's order from one shop being 10 boxes and tomorrow's from another being 20 sets, settled in cash on the spot, without leaving any buyer information. Southeast Asia channels purchasing rubber raw materials, fertilizer intermediates, pesticide raw materials, and agricultural film auxiliaries from a small Chinese business in Singapore under the guise of Macau handicraft raw materials. Goods would pass through Macau's free port with simple customs clearance. The Portuguese customs only collected nominal fees and would not pay attention to these seemingly ordinary industrial auxiliaries. Japanese channels purchasing transistors, resistors, capacitors, electrical instruments, and battery materials in small quantities through a local Japanese agency in Macau under the guise of electronic toy parts. All items would be disassembled into parts and packaged neutrally. Even if inspected, they would only be regarded as ordinary toy components. All goods entering Macau would be recorded as daily groceries, industrial auxiliaries, making the books of the commercial hall indistinguishable from those of street-side grocery shops. More importantly, all procurement funds were borne by Zhou Zhanheng's overseas anonymous personal account. He never intended to profit even a cent, not even to recover costs, purely for altruistic support. As he wrote in a secret message to Zhong Bo, these items, if they can save lives and ensure harvests in the mainland, are worth it. 3. Entry: 3 routes operating simultaneously, small batches all day round, accumulating sand to form a tower. In 1975, the Zhuhai-Macau border was under strict surveillance by Portuguese and Western intelligence agencies. Large shipments were almost guaranteed to be inspected. Zhou Zhanheng had long prepared plans, designing 3 parallel channels. While the daily volume was limited, it was continuous, allowing accumulation over time. Throughout, Zhong Bo coordinated with Nangguang, while Zhou Zhanheng did not inquire into specific details, focusing only on controlling risks in the overall direction. The first route: legal transportation through Nongguang during the day. Small batches of medical supplies and electronic components mixed into Nongguang's legitimate customs declarations for border traders passing through the Gongbei port during the day under the guise of daily groceries from Hong Kong and Macau. Nongguang had official backing with relatively lenient inspections. Small medicine boxes and parts mixed in with ceramics and fabrics would hardly attract attention legally entering Zhuhai before being transferred underground. The second route: nighttime transport by fishing boats connecting via waterways in the dead of night. Most urgently needed antibiotic raw materials, fertilizer intermediates, and precision bearings would use this most discreet waterway. After the goods were packed and divided, they were transported to Macau's inner harbor, loaded onto modified fishing boats with hidden compartments covered by fishing nets, making detection difficult even if stopped by patrol boats. Every day during the window from 1 to 3 a.m., when patrol boats changed shifts, the fishing boats departed from the inner harbor, navigating the Zhuhai-Macau waterway to concealed beaches in Zhuhai. Nangguang's connecting personnel had long been waiting. The handover was completed within half an hour, and the fishing boat immediately returned without leaving any trace. The third route: scattered transport by border residents, with small amounts entering daily by land. The tiniest electronic components, emergency medications, and small agricultural machine parts were entrusted to Macau border residents, who frequently traveled back and forth to Gongbei, each carrying small amounts daily under the guise of personal items. An elderly woman hiding 2 boxes of penicillin in her shopping basket, a young man stuffing a dozen bearings into his backpack. Little by little, the daily volume was significant. Most border residents were impoverished, and Zhongbo offered generous rewards not involving any criminal activity, so everyone was willing to help. With so many people carrying small amounts, customs could hardly inspect them one by one. The 3 routes complemented each other, with daytime legitimate cover, secret nighttime waterways, and regular border residents carrying supplies. If one route was obstructed, the other 2 could still function, never halting the supply to the mainland. From the establishment of the commercial hall in May to July, in just 2 months, nearly 1,000 boxes of penicillin raw materials, hundreds of sets of simple surgical instruments, dozens of tons of fertilizer intermediates, tens of thousands of precision bearings, as well as countless electronic components, agricultural film raw materials, and industrial lubricants were quietly supplied to the mainland. These commonplace items found in Hong Kong and Macau were hard currencies that could save lives, secure harvests, and restart factories in the mainland. And all of this was hidden in an inconspicuous little shop on October 5th Street in Macau, unknown and Zhou Zhanheng continued to be the illustrious Mr. Zhou of Shangjiang, accompanying Lin Qingxia daily to prepare for their wedding, managing the Zhou Group's business, and attending necessary social events. He even rarely mentioned the Fushun commercial hall, only quietly listening to a few updates during Zhong Boss monthly reports when he came to Hong Kong, casually reminding him, maintain stability, do not take risks, without any further instructions. Having settled the covert supply line in Macau, Zhou Zhanheng returned to Hong Kong, refocusing on the commercial landscape he had built. The dark chess pieces in the mainland were already laid, he just needed to wait quietly for the harvest. August 1975 in Hong Kong offered little to praise. The weather remained its usual oppressive self, humid, suffocating, and clinging. Zhou Zhanheng disliked it intensely, yet the thought of relocating inland was even less appealing. He resigned himself to making do. That evening, as usual, he returned home early. The moment he stepped into the living room, he spotted his mother whispering intimately with his wife. "Oh dear, go take a shower at once. You're drenched in sweat." His mother wrinkled her nose, speaking with the uniquely indulgent tone only a devoted mother could muster. "My dear boy, did you just inspect the construction site on Xuechang Street? Why are you so soaked?" I want to check how far along the project is." "Sigh, don't even ask. Demolition has barely begun. Completion won't happen before 1977. Zhou Zhanheng replied with palpable resignation, then vanished upstairs to shower. When he reappeared downstairs, towel in hand, he caught his mother hanging up the phone, her expression grave and pensive. As he rubbed his damp hair, he asked lightly, "Mama, what's the matter? Your brow is furrowed so deeply. Any trouble? Tell your capable eldest son. I'll turn the situation upside down with a flick of my wrist." He sauntered over to Lin Qingxia with practiced swagger. She turned slightly, took the towel from his hands, and began gently drying his hair. Then glancing toward his mother, she spoke with quiet grace. "Indeed, Mama, this matter is perfectly suited for Ahing's involvement. If they wish to sell, why not simply acquire?" She continued, tenderly patting his hair dry. Lu Wanjun glanced at her daughter-in-law and sighed inwardly. What an exemplary wife. Kind, poised, utterly devoted, yet utterly devoid of commercial instinct. Well, perhaps that's for the best. Less calculation means fewer shadows. Composing herself, she spoke with solemn clarity. A consortium of overseas Chinese merchants, including the Jiahua Group, and foreign shareholders are urgently seeking liquidity and exit. Local minority shareholders, too, have collectively expressed intent to divest. Lately, your grandfather has been weighing whether to retain his stake in this bank. She exhaled softly. Zhou Zhanheng, expecting something weightier, responded with unruffled calm. Mama, you've fallen into a cognitive trap. This issue should have been brought to me the instant it arose. My two flagship conglomerates currently entrust the majority of their treasury operations, including all large-scale fund settlements, to HSBC and other major banks. I've long desired my own banking institution, not merely for prestige, but to enable discreet, high-value financial maneuvering. Let me acquire Jiahua outright. You oversee the transaction, I'll sign the documents when needed. Without waiting for Lin Qingxia's protest, he flopped backward onto her lap and seized her outstretched hand, idly twirling her fingers. Lu Wanjun paused, startled, then lightly tapped her forehead, murmuring inwardly, of course. We'd blinded ourselves to the obvious. After a thoughtful silence, she said, My dear boy, do you intend to purchase all remaining shares, or would securing controlling interest suffice? 51% is my absolute floor. Should other shareholders willingly sell beyond that, I'll acquire them all. I've already allocated 400 million Hong Kong dollars as dedicated acquisition capital. Overages refunded, shortfalls covered. He set the threshold with effortless precision, then immediately outlined post-acquisition strategy. The deal was inevitable. Preparation must begin now. Sitting upright, his demeanor shifted to unwavering gravity. Upon completion, Mama dispatch a specialized team to the United States immediately to establish Jiahua's U.S. representative office, securing legal USD clearing and cross-border remittance channels. Next year, we'll opportunistically acquire a small, locally rooted Chinese-American community bank in California, serving as our operational shell. By 1977, we'll upgrade our overseas licensing, fully integrate financial infrastructure across both jurisdictions, and activate seamless Hong Kong U.S. business synergy. Henceforth, all group trade settlements, overseas investments, and industrial repatriation flows will be channeled exclusively through our proprietary banking system, shielding core capital entirely from external scrutiny and securing every strategic asset. He slumped back into the sofa with a languid sigh. That's all. Any oversights, Mama, you'll handle those for me. Lu Wanjun watched him shift from steely resolve to utter nonchalance in a heartbeat, and laughed, shaking her head as she pointed a gentle finger at him. You're nothing but a debt-collecting demon. Fine. The rest is mine to manage. Who else but your mama? A life of tireless labor, it seems. Zhou Zhanheng rolled his eyes and grumbled half-heartedly. Mama, you're truly the sole financial mastermind of our family. Though I excel at earning and spending money, neither Qingxiao father nor I possess the acumen to steward or grow wealth. You hold the helm, Mama. That's undeniable. He rose abruptly, bowed deeply before her, voice earnest and ceremonious. I beg your favor, honorable mother. I offer my deepest reverence. His mock-formal theatrics sent Lu Wanjun and Lin Qingxia into peals of laughter. The following days passed quietly, routine office hours punctuated by tender moments with his wife. One morning, after finishing dim sum, Zhou Zhanheng sighed inwardly. Life without a mobile phone is profoundly dull. He decided to take Lin Qingxiao on a leisurely tour of his domain, part inspection, part diversion. Having reached mutual agreement, he soon strolled arm in arm with her toward the Golden Harvest film studio. Scarcely had they alighted from the car when a striking figure emerged in the distance, sharp sculpted features lending her an unmistakably exotic allure. She stood conversing with a handsome young man, both wearing subdued, troubled expressions. Noticing their gaze shift toward him, Zhou Zhanheng raised a hand in greeting. As the young man approached, he clapped him warmly on the shoulder and said with genuine admiration, Oshing, you've struck gold with the Hung Fist Boy this year. An outstanding debut. Truly your first decisive stride towards superstardom. And this, your singer girlfriend. Truly exquisite, uncommonly refined. Won't you introduce us? Fu Sheng flushed faintly, but years as a martial arts stuntman had instilled in him the forthright charm of the Jianghu. Scratching his head, he grinned. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Then he stepped aside and introduced her formally. Ani, this is Mr. Zhou, chairman of the Zhou Group, and Mrs. Zhou, its esteemed chairwoman. Mr. Zhou, this is my girlfriend, Miss Zhen, and I. Fu Sheng glanced at her with radiant affection. Zhen and I inclined her head gracefully and smiled. Mr. Zhou, Mrs. Zhou. Zhou Zhanheng and Lin Qingxia each offered a subtle, respectful nod. He extended his hand and shook Zhen's knees firmly. A pleasure, Miss Zhen and I. Turning to his wife, he introduced her warmly. May I present my wife, Lin Qingxia. Lin Qingxia stepped forward, exchanged a gentle handshake, and nodded in mutual acknowledgement, then courteously yielded the space to the two men. You two have stirred quite a stir lately. Even I've heard whispers. But Oshing, I believe in you. Our generation ought to embrace such boldness. When you find the woman who moves your heart, pursue her with unwavering resolve. At this, he cast a tender glance toward Lin Qingxia, who beamed back, radiant, serene, utterly content. Fu Sheng's eyes lit up instantly. Yes, Mr. and Mrs. Zhou come from vastly different worlds, yet they stand together as equals. He must have faced tremendous pressure and chosen love unflinchingly. Zhou Zhanheng paid no mind to Fu Sheng's internal epiphany and continued smoothly. Our elders were constrained by their era. Our generation need not bind itself to their limitations. Be true to yourselves. Oh, and when your wedding draws near, do send me an invitation. I'll gift you 1,000-square-foot residence in Happy Valley as your marital home. Without awaiting Fu Shang's repeated bows of gratitude, he waved dismissively, took Lin Qingxia's hand, and ambled leisurely into the studio compound. Only after they vanished from sight did Zhun and I murmur awestruck, "Mr. Zhou is extraordinarily generous, and their bond is truly extraordinary." Indeed, Fu Shang, overwhelmed, could only echo the single word, his heart too full for further articulation. Zhou Zhanheng walked with Lin Qingxia through the Jia film set when he noticed He Guanchong arriving with Qin Yuang Tianlin and several high-ranking officials to greet them. Perhaps seeing him chatting with Fu Shang, they deliberately waited here, not wanting to disturb them. He Guanchong was the first to slightly bow and greet, followed by the others who also bowed and saluted in unison. "Mr. Zhou, Mrs. Zhou." Zhou Zhanheng waved his hand with a smile and said, "Everyone, no need to be so formal. I just came to take a look today." After saying that, he went over to shake hands with each of them and offered a few encouraging words. He didn't want to engage in too much small talk, as it would not only delay matters, but also make him uncomfortable. Without discussing work, it would just be some empty compliments lacking meaning. He said little and waved for them to get back to their tasks, suggesting they take a stroll before leaving, and the crowd dispersed. After wandering around Jiahe, Zhou Zhanheng returned to the car, reflecting on how Jiahe had improved over the years, now producing 35 films annually, just a 5-film gap from Shaw Brothers. With the two giant companies in Hong Kong monopolizing the market, half of the small and medium films had directly perished. Zhou Zhanheng didn't care about that. After their visit to Jiahe, they arrived at the new location of Diamond Records in Causeway Bay. Getting out of the car, he saw Li Xiaotian and Zheng Donghan seemingly waiting at the entrance for a long time. Only those two were known to Zhou Zhanheng, as he had informed them in advance. Having a crowd of people would not only delay matters, but also waste time, so he didn't say much to them. He headed straight to the recording studio, peering through the glass window, and saw Su Guanjie dressed in a casual and untidy outfit, his hair slightly messy and the cuffs of his shirt casually rolled up, completely devoid of the airs of a popular ass. He was deeply engrossed in the recording work of genius, idiot, dream focused, and oblivious to everything. Zhou Zhanheng slightly nodded, holding Lin Qingxia's hand as they continued their stroll, noticing Su Xiaofeng, Luo Wen, and several other singers who were busy working on their albums for next year. He didn't linger, only asking as they were about to leave, "How is Nakajima Miyuki's album production going this year?" After returning from Japan, Zhou Zhanheng had completely forgotten about her, and now suddenly asking was naturally because he was concerned about her copyright library. Zheng Donghan stepped forward, bowing as he answered, "Ms. Nakajima's album is also in production, but she is quite meticulous, so the album's production is slow." Slow is fine. Her talent is undeniable. Once her album is completed, you can select suitable songs for Chinese and Cantonese adaptation. Our copyright library can also adapt the Japanese version. At that time, we can have her write lyrics and sing, releasing it in Japan, which will help her rise to fame quickly there. I suppose you understand from here. Li Xiaotian quickly stepped forward respectfully, saying, "No need, Mr. Zhou. We will rely on Miss Nakajima to swiftly capture the Japanese market." Very good. Zhou Zhanheng smiled and nodded, and with Lin Qingxia took a car to the Asia Television building on Kowloon Tong's Broadcasting Road. The car stopped at the entrance of the TV building, and a bodyguard quickly came over to open the door. Seeing the couple get out, Huang Shizhao hurried over to greet them, his demeanor respectful, yet not servile, exuding the aura of a leader. "Mr. Zhou, Mrs. Zhou, I will show you the way." Thank you, Mr. Huang." Zhou Zhanheng nodded, while Lin Qingxia linked her arm with his. The two followed Huang Shizhao into the ATV building. They stepped into the filming area where several production teams were simultaneously at work. The Republic of China set and fashion film set were laid out in a staggered manner, with staff bustling about, each fulfilling their duties. The assembly line work was mature and orderly. As they passed, the actors, directors, crew, and production personnel on duty saw Zhou Zhanheng and Lin Qingxia coming together, and they instinctively paused their work, bowing to greet them. Faced with the greetings from the staff, Zhou Zhanheng remained composed and gentle, acknowledging them with a slight warm smile and a nod. Lin Qingxia beside him was graceful and dignified, her eyes soft and gentle, always maintaining an appropriate smile, her demeanor elegant and just right. The couple walked through the building with ease. In fact, Zhou Zhanheng had never been to ATV, and how many of these employees actually recognized them? It was merely because Huang Shizhao accompanied them cautiously, leading to everyone greeting them with respect. After inspecting the major filming locations, the group made their way to the new artist training class. In the classroom, dozens of young newcomers were practicing lines and physical posture with their instructor, full of vitality. Zhou Zhanheng casually scanned the crowd and noticed a young man in the corner. He pointed at him and turned to Huang Shizhao, asking knowingly, "Mr. Zhou, that young man is Wan Ziliang, one of the more outstanding newcomers of this batch." Zhou Zhanheng, "Mr. Zhou, that young man is Wan Ziliang, one of the more outstanding newcomers of this batch." Zhou Zhanheng rolled his eyes inwardly at this remark, secretly muttering, "What does outstanding mean? In your last life, didn't he end up running to TVB?" Yet on the surface he remained calm and said slowly, "Looking at him, his features are rebellious and reserved, possessing a certain heroism. If you give him a slick-back hairstyle and a more arrogant expression, he could play a villainous gang leader or a behind-the-scenes boss quite fittingly. With a gentler expression, he would also suit the role of a loyal and righteous underworld leader. Dressed in ancient garb, he could portray a chivalrous hero. He's a good seedling who focus on nurturing him. He might just become a pillar in the future. Huang Shizhao hurriedly agreed, but in his heart he thought you are the boss, you have the final say. After watching for a while in the training class, the group then moved on to the next area. Once they left, the classroom immediately buzzed with noise. A classmate beside Wan Ziliang nudged him with his elbow and said enviously, "Hey Liangzi, I just saw the big shot accompanying Mr. Huang pointing at you to inquire about something. Looks like you're going to make it big, don't forget to help your brother out when you do." As he spoke, he took out a pack of Marlboro from his pocket and painfully shared one with Wan Ziliang. Wan Ziliang's eyes lit up as he took it and patted his classmate on the shoulder, smiling as he said, "No worries, if I really make it big, I'll definitely help you out when the time comes." After saying that, he turned and forgot about the matter. It wasn't that he looked down on others, but rather you can't expect a bodhisattva to respond to a wish made with 50 cents to gain 500,000. While they were joking, Zhou Zhanheng and his group arrived at the lounge. Several leading figures of ATV had already been waiting in the reception area, with Ouyang Peishan at the forefront, and a group of senior actors stood in order, their demeanor dignified. After exchanging pleasantries, Ouyang Peishan and Lu Songren were the first to step forward, speaking in a warm and respectful tone. "Mr. Zhou, Mrs. Zhou, welcome to the TV station for an inspection." The other artists followed suit with their greetings, their attitudes humble and courteous. Zhou Zhanheng slightly raised his hand, his tone warm and steady. "Everyone, thank you for your hard work. The steady development of ATV relies on everyone's diligent efforts." He scanned the crowd and slowly, the Hong Kong film and television industry is changing rapidly and the audience's aesthetic is continually improving. Compared to flashy gimmicks, what can truly retain the audience and establish a foothold in the industry is always solid acting skills and heartfelt works. You are all the backbone and pillars of ATV. I hope everyone will continue to hone your acting skills, respect your works, and respect the screen. In the future, ATV will continue to invest resources, build the best production platform, and provide optimal resource support. I also look forward to seeing you produce more timeless classics that resonate with the times and possess high quality, which can span across the Hong Kong screen, growing together with the TV station and achieving mutual success. After this round of formalities, everyone showed some expectations on their faces. Those in the film and television industry are all perceptive. Without seeing tangible benefits, few truly respect you. Don't think that people at this time are foolish. They won't pour out their hearts in just a few words. They are among the first to engage with the capitalist society, fully aware of the attributes of capital, using people forward and discarding them when they fall behind. At this moment, Ouyang Peishan showcased her qualities as a leading actress. She gently nodded, responding gracefully, "Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Zhou. We will certainly devote ourselves to honing our works and live up to the company's cultivation." The surrounding actors also echoed in agreement, their expressions increasingly serious and respectful. After a simple exchange of pleasantries and encouragement, there was no need for a dedicated person to accompany them further. Zhou Zhanheng raised his hand to indicate Huang Shizhao and the staff to carry on with their duties and not to follow. Afterwards, he took Lin Qingxia's hand, no longer inquiring about work matters. The two strolled side by side, leisurely wandering through the corridors, sets, and lounges of the ATV building casually and freely. After leaving Asia Television, the two did not wander through other enterprises, but strolled through the Central Mall. He saw Lin Qingxia buying a pile of items for infants and new mothers, and curiously approached to ask her about it. "Asia, do you want to be a mother so much? How about we create one right now?" Lin Qingxia rolled her eyes at him and responded gently, laced with a hint of playful reproach. "How annoying. These are for the newborn baby of my third sister's family. Have you forgotten so quickly?" Saying this, she gave him a light slap and shot him a sidelong glance. "Besides, are children born just to play with? And when I become a mother, is not up to you to decide." Humph. Zhou Zhanheng was taken aback and then sighed dramatically. "Sigh, I'm just worried that you'll look bad with a big belly at the wedding. Speaking of my third sister's baby, I only caught a glimpse of him when he was born and had to rush back to handle company matters. Half a month has passed. That little one should have opened his eyes by now. He was so ugly when he was born, looking like an old man." Lin Qingxia shot him a glare, signaling him to stop talking nonsense. The two continued to walk and browse, and before they knew it, the sky was getting dark. Zhou Zhanheng seemed indifferent. His physique was not something ordinary people could compare to, but Lin Qingxia looked weary. When they returned to the mansion and got out of the car, she leaned against him, reaching out for a hug. Zhou Zhanheng chuckled helplessly, bending down to carry her into the house. He walked into the living room, placed her on the sofa, and took off her high heels, massaging her feet with a pained expression. "Asia, next time when we go out, don't wear high heels. Look at how your feet have become deformed." Lin Qingxia heard this, first curling her foot to take a look, then rolling her eyes in response. "There's no deformation, you're just talking nonsense. If I don't wear high heels when I go out with you, I feel so short. That would affect your image so much. Even if you wear them, it doesn't make much difference. I feel it's the same. Don't wear them next time. It pains me to see you like that." Zhou Zhanheng pouted and switched to massage her other foot. Lin Qingxiao found his words both amusing and infuriating, and she hurriedly urged him. All right, go take a shower. After dinner, rest early. I'm so tired today. Saying this, she saw Zhou Zhanheng scoop her up and quickly dash into the bathroom, leaving only her soft gasps and laughter behind. A night of stormy winds and heavy rain. No, that's wrong. It was a night of calm and tranquility as she clung to her pillow and drifted off to sleep. The lights in the room were turned off, and the surroundings fell silent. Zhou Zhanheng lay on his side against the headboard, watching the woman sleeping beside him. The usual looseness in his gaze gradually faded away. Today, seeing those baby and postpartum herbal supplements while shopping had left him quite reflective. In present-day Hong Kong, Western medicine is expensive, though ordinary people bear small ailments and dare not treat serious ones. Meanwhile, traditional Chinese herbal medicine, which has been passed down for thousands of years, is scattered among the populace in a disorganized manner. Old Chinese medicine practitioners guard their secret formulas and pass them down through generations, but as practitioners pass away, their skills are lost. He also thought of Japan in his past life, where they had long ago deconstructed, improved, and standardized ancient Chinese formulas, registering patents all over the world. Last time Zhou Zhanheng was in Japan, he saw that their government had already begun to standardize Chinese herbal medicine nationwide, and its patent medicine was about to enter the citizens' health insurance. One day in the future, just like in his past life, the Japanese will hold the patents, purchase our medicinal materials at low prices, and sell them back to the Chinese at high prices. This means that the heritage left by our ancestors will completely become a tool for others to profit and control. After pondering for a long time, Zhou Zhanheng's eyes settled with determination. Tomorrow he would visit Qin Sunren. The next afternoon, Zhou Zhanheng drove over with ease, heading alone to Causeway Bay to visit the foremost figure in Hong Kong's traditional Chinese medicine community, Qin Sunren. Qin Sunren, over 60 years old, had practiced medicine for half a lifetime, authored books, compiled pharmacological texts, and deeply studied medical techniques and pharmacology, enjoying a high reputation in the Chinese community in Hong Kong, Macau, and even Southeast Asia. The old man had a gentle and transparent personality, not rigid or conservative. He had long seen through the problems of traditional Chinese medicine's gradual decline, but lacked capital and platform, leaving him anxious, yet unable to break the deadlock. In the elegant study, the mingling of medicinal fragrance and the scent of old books greeted him. After some simple tea and pleasantries, Zhou Zhanheng did not beat around the bush. With a respectful tone, he stated his purpose. Old Chun, I went to Japan last April. He lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his usual nonchalance replaced by a serious demeanor. I saw with my own eyes how they deconstructed, improved, and standardized our ancestral Chinese formulas, registering patents early on to monopolize the market. If we continue to let this happen, it won't be long before they hold the patents, purchasing our raw materials at cheap prices and selling them back to our people for tenfold or even more. By then, genuine, affordable Chinese patent medicines will be hard to find, and hospitals will be filled with expensive Western medicines. Ordinary families won't be able to afford treatment for minor ailments or serious diseases. This is not the situation that the Chinese should be in. Qin Kunren's expression turned slightly grim as he slowly nodded. What you say, Zhou Sheng, is precisely the concern I've had for many years. Clinging to old methods may seem like preservation, but in reality, it is waiting to die. So today I have specially come to ask you to step out of retirement. Zhou Zhanheng's gaze was sincere, and his attitude. I plan to invest 100 million Hong Kong dollars to establish a Chinese patent medicine research institute, with the land, factory buildings, funding, and manpower all fully covered by the Zhou family. I don't seek short-term profits. I only wish to shape the industry with capital, standardize and industrialize Chinese patent medicine, making it affordable for the common people. The Research Institute will be under your complete supervision. You can recruit experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and seasoned pharmacists in Hong Kong, as well as hire new specialists in pharmacy and chemistry, combining the old and the new to fill the gaps. Qin Sunren raised his eyes to look at him, his tone cautious. Zhou Shen, what are your specific plans? Zhou Zhanheng laid out his thoughts clearly and practically. Step 1. Reorganize the ancient prescriptions. We will compile all the recorded ancient texts, effective folk remedies, and clinical formulas, filtering out the useless dross, standardizing the medicinal materials, and unifying the preparation methods, transforming unstable old prescriptions into safe, stable, and mass-producible Chinese patent medicines. Step 2. Secure patents and lock down barriers. In the past, Chinese medicine practitioners liked to keep their secret formulas and techniques hidden, with masters taking away most of the knowledge, leaving the apprentices incomplete, ultimately leading to the loss of their skills upon passing. From now on, we won't hide them. All formulas that have been improved and validated will be registered for patents in Hong Kong, the Commonwealth, the United States, and Southeast Asia at the earliest opportunity. With legal protections in place, the patents will secure our rights. If others want to mass produce and export our formulas, they must obtain our authorization and pay patent fees. Step 3. Layered commercialization and sustainable operation. Relying solely on personal subsidies won't be sustainable. Initially, we will focus on research and development, refining standards without rushing for profits. Once the system matures, we will establish our own production lines, first using high-end products to generate revenue to support research, then compressing mass production costs to launch affordable and accessible medications. This not only breaks the monopoly of Western medicine, but also prevents Japanese traditional medicine from controlling our Chinese medicine. His eyes were resolute. Only in this way can we shatter the monopoly of Western medicine, free ourselves from the constraints of Japanese traditional medicine, and safeguard our national essence of Chinese medicine. He then displayed his utmost sincerity. The academic personnel and research directions of the Institute will all be decided by you. I will only be responsible for the commercial aspects and global patent arrangements, ensuring that this medical practice takes root and is passed down through generations. Chun Sunren remained silent for a long time, gently stroking the thick pharmacological texts on the table. He had seen too many capitalists entering the medical field solely to exploit, make quick profits, and ruin national essence. But this young scion before him had a completely different perspective. He was not here to make money. Rather, he intended to use capital to fill the gaps of the times and benefit the populace. After much deliberation, Chun Sunren slowly spoke, his tone earnest and sincere. Zhou Sheng's concern for the people and long-term vision is truly rare. This matter concerns the preservation of our national essence and the well-being of many families. The old man is willing to come out of retirement and assist wholeheartedly. After confirming Chun Kunren's leadership, Zhou Zhanheng quickly went to invite the other three top figures in Hong Kong's traditional Chinese medicine community. They were Fan Zhaojin, the president of the elite Traditional Chinese Medicine Academy, Wu Zhuoqi, the president of the Hong Kong College of Traditional Chinese Medicine, and Liang Jueshuan, an authority in acupuncture. All three were the real top figures in Hong Kong's traditional Chinese medicine scene in the 1970s, specializing in internal medicine, gynecology, and pediatrics, and acupuncture, each with their strengths. Initially, all three had reservations, fearing that capital involvement would distort traditional Chinese medicine, making it utilitarian and losing its roots. However, after hearing Zhou Zhanheng's comprehensive plan for academic autonomy, avoiding quick profits, patent protections, and affordable healthcare, coupled with Chun Sunren personally recommending him, all three completely set aside their concerns and agreed to join forces to delve into the reform and research of Chinese patent medicines. Thus, the four renowned doctors of Hong Kong joined hands. The Zhou Family Chinese Patent Medicine Research Institute officially entered a comprehensive preparatory phase. The Research Institute was situated away from the bustling city in a tranquil environment, dry and well-ventilated, suitable for storing medicinal materials, experimental research, and quiet study. The team was recruiting on two fronts. One side sought experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and seasoned pharmacists to preserve the essence of traditional preparation techniques. The other side was offering high salaries to recruit new talents in pharmacy and chemistry responsible for formulation improvements, pharmacological testing, and standardized mass production. Thus, a research system for Chinese patent medicines belonging to Hong Kong's Chinese community took root. With the joint involvement of Hong Kong's foremost esteemed traditional physicians, Zhou's Traditional Chinese Medicine Research Institute rapidly took shape and broke ground. For 6 full months, day and night, the building underwent renovation. Storage facilities were reorganized, production lines and inspection equipment installed one by one until the final batch of specialized instruments was calibrated and all preparations were complete. On that day, Zhou Zhanheng gently held Lin Qingxia's hand as they both arrived in person at the institute, a place embodying his solemn vow to safeguard China's classical medical heritage and extend its benefits to every household. Now adorned in crimson ribbons and awaiting its formal inauguration, he first bowed respectfully to several grandmasters of traditional medicine, including Chun Sunren, then individually greeted newly appointed pharmacists, attending physicians, and pharmaceutical R&D technicians. Zhou Zhanheng then turned back, clasped Elder Qin's hands firmly, and spoke with grave sincerity. Elder Qin, I entrust the Institute entirely to your stewardship. I shall spare no effort in securing logistical support, not only to ensure our classical medical heritage remains defined by its own integrity, but also to guarantee affordable, accessible medicine for all. Upon finishing, he and Lin Qingxia bowed deeply to the assembled masters of medicine. Moved by the gesture, the venerable physicians hurried forward to steady him, insisting it was their solemn duty, and silently reflected, though a man of capital, he carried the nation and its people in his heart. Zhou Zhanheng's expression softened slightly as he discussed follow-up matters with them. Once the ceremony concluded, he led Lin Qingxia home. The Zhou family residence now bustled with activity, with their wedding drawing near. The entire family had sprung into motion. As they stepped out of the car, Lu Wanjun waved to them, and when they drew near, she beamed and said, "My dear son, please prioritize your company affairs these days, and carve out more time. After the wedding, spend it well with Qingxia." Lin Qingxia's cheeks flushed faintly, and she held his arm a little tighter. Zhou Zhanheng glanced sideways at her delicate face, patted her hand reassuringly, and replied to his mother with quiet solemnity, "Don't worry, Mama. I'll expedite my company matters and make sure to take Qingxia on a proper honeymoon." Lu Wanjun, deeply touched by their affection, smiled warmly, then suddenly remembered something and added, By the way, elder Xinyan of the main lineage sent word today advanced in years, and recently suffering a relapse of gout, he is unable to attend in person. He has therefore dispatched Zhou Qibong as his representative, to uphold ancestral propriety and familial decorum. Zhou Zhanheng gave a slight right twist of his lips and remarked coolly, I suspect it is less infirmity than fading influence that keeps him away. He sends Zhou Qibong merely to preserve the dignity of the main branch, avoiding the role of mere backdrop. Lu Wanjun tapped his forehead playfully and shook her head with a smile. Such was the nature of elite families. The distinction between main and collateral branches ran deep. Time passed quietly, and before long the wedding day arrived. March 16, 1976. The Mandarin Oriental Hotel on Chitair Road in central Hong Kong commanded the undivided attention of the entire city's media. Every major newspaper and radio station rushed to cover the event. Front pages were reserved in advance. This century-defining nuptial had already become the talk of Hong Kong and Macau alike. Reporters gathered thickly outside the hotel perimeter, while TVB and other news outlets remained confined behind barriers awaiting updates. Only Asia Television, owned by the Zhou Group, enjoyed exclusive on-site filming rights. Its crew entered discreetly in formal attire, quietly documenting this illustrious marriage of two great families. Crimson silk ribbons spiraled upward from doorways to lanterns, gilded double happiness characters hung from the Grand Hall's central beam. A breeze from Victoria Harbor stirred the red silks gently, so softly that even guests' footsteps seemed hushed in reverence. This much-anticipated celebration marked the formal public wedding ceremony of Zhou Zhanheng, the legitimate heir of Macau's Zhou clan, for his wife Lin Qingxia. Inside the presidential suite on the top floor, master tailors from Guangzhou's century-old Guan Nanhua workshop arrived early with their apprentices carefully presenting a custom-made, hand-stitched Cantonese bridal gown, the workshop's signature ceremonial attire. Its deep red satin surface shimmered with dense pure gold embroidery of dragons and phoenixes symbolizing harmony and 5 bats cradling longevity, stitches tight and refined light glinting softly, never ostentatious, reserved exclusively for the principal wives of elite families across Hong Kong and Macau. Beside it rested a matching folk-style phoenix crown intricately patterned with 3 dragons and 4 phoenixes adorned with pearl tassels, a headdress permitted only to the formally wedded principal wife. Lin Qingxia sat poised before the dressing mirror, her raven hair swept up into a perfectly coiffed chignon suited for the phoenix crown. Born into a traditional military family, her temperament was gentle and serene. For over 3 years, she had lived in quiet, unacknowledged marriage, never uttering a word of complaint, content simply to stand by Zhou Zhanheng. 3 elder sisters-in-law stood beside her, tenderly adjusting the tassels of her bridal gown. Lu Wanjun sat nearby, eyes brimming with tenderness and quiet satisfaction, occasionally whispering gentle instructions to the master tailor, ensuring not a single detail of the crown's placement would cause her daughter-in-law the slightest discomfort. The moment the phoenix crown settled upon her head, the chamber door opened softly. Zhou Zhanheng stood there in a stone-blue, subtly patterned changshan, and magua, his waist cinched with a plain jade belt, tall, elegant, and striking. The sharp acumen he wielded so deftly in the boardroom had vanished, entirely replaced by nothing but warmth and solemn devotion. He approached slowly, pausing before the mirror to meet Lin Qingxia's gaze. Gently he adjusted a stray pearl tassel at her temple, his voice calm and tender. Xia, you've borne too much for me these past years. I promised you a grand wedding. Today at last I fulfill that vow. He reached out and lightly grasped her hand, resting on her lap, his fingertips instinctively tracing the knuckles. In that instant he was no tycoon. Only a husband who had kept his wife waiting 3 years too long, now returning to honor his pledge. His voice dropped low yet resonated with quiet power. I love you. From this day forward, there will be no more hiding, no more secrecy. You are Zhou Zhanheng's one and only wife, sole principal consort of the Zhou family, forever, without change. Lin Qingxia gazed at his unwavering reflection in the mirror, her eyes warming at the corners, her heart profoundly still. She nodded softly. She had never craved spectacle. When she chose secret marriage with him years ago, she staked her faith on the man himself. For over 3 years he had shielded her and her family, with flawless discretion far exceeding even her highest hopes. This wedding was not an addition but a revelation. The profound security he had already given her now laid bare before the world. She turned her hand to clasp his, her fingers cool yet gripping tightly, and whispered, Ah Hung, with you beside me, I am at peace. The auspicious hour approached. A steward murmured softly from beyond the door. Zhou Zhanheng nodded, then stepped ahead to wait at the entrance of the wedding hall for his bride. Inside the hall the arrangement followed the classic layout of elite weddings in Hong Kong and Macau. A crimson carpet stretched from the threshold to the central dais. Tall dragonan phoenix wedding candles burned steadily, their warm glow reflecting off walls draped in rich red silk, elegant, dignified, and deeply ceremonial. The master of ceremonies, a seasoned veteran of Hong Kong and Macau nuptials, stood in a well-tailored suit, his words precise and reverent. Guests lined both sides of the aisle, titans of industry, Hoing Dong Y. K. Pao Stanley Ho Run Shaw, as well as senior Hong Kong government officials and Zhou Jianhing's key executives and partners, including Raymond Chow and James Wong. Every guest was a figure of prominence, yet the hall remained hushed, solemn, and utterly still. At the precise auspicious moment, the master of ceremonies proclaimed in ringing tones, "The auspicious hour has arrived." The bride and groom enter. Lin Qingxiao, escorted gently by her elder brother Lin Qingxin, stepped calmly into the hall. The hem of her Cantonese bridal gown trailed gracefully across the carpet. The pearl tassels of her phoenix crown swayed softly, with each measured step, serene, composed, unwavering. Her eyes remained lowered, yet her peripheral vision never left the figure awaiting her at the dais. The man she had met in Taipei in 1971 entrusted her life to in 1972, and would now walk beside for all her days. Once they stood side by side, the master of ceremonies guided them through the three bows, following authentic Cantonese tradition. Simple, solemn, and deeply symbolic. First, bow to heaven and earth, to honor cosmic order and pray for peace and prosperity within the household. They bowed together reverently and deeply. Second, bow to parents, to express gratitude for their nurturing love and heartfelt understanding. Zhou's parents and Lin's parents, having traveled specially from afar, sat serenely upon the dais, accepting the bow with quiet dignity. Lin's mother gazed at her daughter, resplendent in full bridal regalia, finally realizing her long-held hope, and recalled the quiet anxieties of 3 years prior. Now only profound relief filled her heart. Her eyes glistened faintly. Lu Wanjun beamed, her gaze overflowing with maternal affection. She had long regarded Lin Qingxia as her own daughter. Third, bow to each other, to seal your union witnessed by ritual and bound by mutual respect. May you remain steadfast, inseparable for all your days. They bowed toward one another. As they rose, Zhou Jianhing tightened his grip on her hand, his fingertip pressing gently into her palm, then leaned close to whisper, just for her ears. From now on, no one, not ever, will make you suffer the slightest injustice. Lin Qingxia's cheeks flushed faintly, yet she did not draw away, letting him hold her hand tightly, savoring this happiness long delayed, yet now perfectly whole. With the three bows completed, the most significant ritual of Hong Kong and Macau weddings commenced. The tea ceremony. A lacquered red tray bore 4 cups of warm sweet tea, steeped with red dates, longan, lotus seeds, and lily bulbs, symbolizing early blessings of children, enduring marital harmony and auspicious joy. The fragrance was delicate and sweet, filling the air with quiet festivity. Lin Qingxia knelt gracefully, and with both hands presented the first cup to Zhou's father Zhou Jinxiong, and the second to his mother Lu Wanjun, her voice soft and respectful. "Father-in-law, mother-in-law, please accept this tea." Zhou's father accepted the cup with a broad smile and drank it in one draught. Then he placed into her hands a jade seal engraved with the Zhou family crest, the official token of matriarchal authority. Though she had long held this symbol in trust, today it was bestowed anew, before the entire assembly of Hong Kong and Macau, to affirm her position with unassailable legitimacy. Lu Wanjun accepted her cup and personally fastened a pair of heirloom Hetian jade bangles onto Lin Qingxia's wrists, holding her hands warmly as she spoke. "My dear child, you bore too much for us these past 3 years. You have been our chosen daughter-in-law since the beginning. From now on, within this home, I stand behind you. No one shall ever make you suffer the least injustice." Zhou Jianheng then stepped forward with his cup, bowed deeply before Lin's parents, and offered the tea with both hands. "Father-mother, please accept this tea." Lin's father Lin Weiliang accepted the cup, his fingers trembling slightly, as he looked upon his steady, trustworthy son-in-law, his heart swelling with emotion. "These past 4 years we owe you everything, for protecting Qingxia, for shielding our Lin family, for guiding us safely through turbulent times. Now seeing you both united at last, your mother and I can rest completely at ease." Zhou Jianheng bowed again, his voice resolute and sincere. "Father, you do me too much honor. It was my solemn duty. What I pledged to you years ago, I fulfill today. Henceforth, I will cherish Qingxia with all my heart, and honor you both as my own parents. Never shall I betray your trust." Lin's mother listened, tears slipping silently down her cheeks as she clasped her daughter's hand, overwhelmed with gratitude that her daughter had found a man who loved her truly, protected her fiercely, and honored her wholly. When the tea ceremony concluded, Zhou Jianheng took Lin Qingxia's hand and turned to face the assembled guests. His voice, calm and earnest, carried clearly throughout the hall. "Today we are profoundly honored by the presence of family, friends, and distinguished guests who have taken time from your busy lives to witness the formal wedding of my beloved wife Lin Qingxia. I, Zhou Jianheng, thank you all from the depths of my heart." He bowed deeply, then straightened, scanning the room with steady, unwavering eyes, each word landing with, "In 1972, constrained by circumstances of the time, Qingxia and I married secretly, leaving her unrecognized and unnamed for 3 long years. Now with all matters settled, I am finally able to grant her the rightful public wedding she deserves. I speak no hollow vows, only solemn promises forged in truth. Lin Qingxia is and forever shall remain my sole and rightful wife, the unchallenged principal consort of the Zhou family. Any children born to her shall be the undisputed heirs of the Zhou lineage." The Lin family shall forever stand as the honored principal-in-law kin of the Zhou clan, held in universal esteem by our entire family. I vow to guard her safety for all her days, to shield her from fear, from disturbance, from sorrow, so that she may live in perpetual peace, joy, and serenity. His words fell silent, and thunderous applause erupted, reverent and heartfelt. All present knew the truth of those 3 hidden years, and admired Zhou Zhanheng's fidelity, his meticulous care, his unwavering integrity. Their gazes upon the newlyweds brimmed with genuine blessing and deep respect. Lin Qingxia then took the microphone, her fingers trembling slightly, yet her posture upright, and composed, her voice gentle, yet deeply sincere. Meeting Ah Heng in 1971 was the greatest fortune of my life. Over these past 4 years he has shielded me and my family with extraordinary devotion. I have never known a moment of grievance. To stand here today receiving your blessings is more than enough for me. Henceforth I will honor my in-laws with filial piety, manage our household with diligence, and walk beside Ah Heng, cherishing our home, honoring his sincerity, and embracing the Zhou family's grace, bound to him heart and soul for all our days. A breeze from Victoria Harbor slipped through the hall's open windows, stirring the crimson silks. Warm candlelight bathed the couple's radiant faces. There were no elaborate archaic rites, only profound unvarnished love and meticulous care. This wedding, 3 years overdue, required no fanfare. Only the depth of Zhou Zhanheng's devoted guardianship and Lin Qingxia's patient blossoming grace. On the shores of Victoria Harbor in 1976, their story reached its most perfect, peaceful conclusion. In May, Zhou Zhanheng's honeymoon with Lin Qingxia had just ended when the long-awaited security license, delayed for over a year, was finally approved. The holdup stemmed entirely from the firearms permit. Hong Kong police force had recently revised the security company's ordinance requiring licensed firms to secure sponsorship from individuals of recognized public credibility and subjecting firearm authorization to layered stringent approvals, a process that had pushed him to the brink of exhaustion. Though the license was now secured, formal operations could not commence until his father's retirement. Still, preparatory work could begin immediately, recruiting, training, and structuring the team. He had already selected 2 individuals for key roles, Zhao Weiguo and Sun Shitu. Both were veteran soldiers who had served on the battlefield and later drifted from mainland China to Macau. They possessed exceptional martial skill and unwavering moral integrity. Last year, destitute and cornered in Macau, they could not even raise funds for their elderly parents' medical treatment, until Zhou Zhanheng extended a hand, helping them settle into stable housing and securing proper care for their ailing elders. This profound act of grace remained etched deeply in their hearts. On the 5th day after company registration, Zhao Weiguo and Sun Shitu entered the headquarters office of Zhou Holding. Both wore faded, well-worn military uniforms, spines rigid as parade ground bayonets. Upon entering, they snapped their heels together sharply and rendered a flawless, textbook-perfect military salute, their rough, resonant voices vibrating the floor-to-ceiling windows. Mr. Zhou. Zhou Zhanheng looked up and instantly noticed the thick calluses on their palms, hardened by years of gripping rifles and handling equipment. Their knuckles bore scars of varying depths, some battle-worn, others earned in grueling drills. Their eyes held the tempered resilience forged in fire and combat, and beneath it a quiet, earnest hope for a new life, no trace of streetwise cunning, only the unvarnished sincerity of soldiers. Zhou Zhanheng rose immediately from behind his desk and strode forward, returning a salute that lacked technical precision but overflowed with genuine respect, his demeanor utterly devoid of corporate hauteur, radiating warmth and kinship instead. He gestured gently toward the lounge area, his tone relaxed and heartfelt. Please sit. No need for such formality. We're all brothers here from now on. There's no need to observe military protocol. Today I'm formally entrusting you both with the entire operation of Heng Security. This enterprise rests squarely on your shoulders. With that, Zhou Zhanheng slid 2 impeccably printed appointment letters across the table, each bearing the official seal of Zhou Holdings. Tapping lightly on the cover, he spoke plainly, without pretense or ceremony. I've weighed every detail of the division of duties, tailored precisely to your strengths and life experience. Only by placing each man where he excels can we forge a truly exceptional team. Zhao Weiguo, you've spent years on the front lines mastering hand-to-hand combat and reconnaissance, your character unyielding and upright. You will serve as training director. You will lead all specialized combat training, anti-surveillance drills, perimeter security deployment, and, most critically, the vetting and training of every new recruit. Every prospective member of Heng Security must pass your scrutiny, purity of intent, loyalty to the company, and proven physical capability. Each stage is non-negotiable. If any candidate fails even one criterion, no recommendation, not even mine, shall override your judgment. Sun Shitu, you possess meticulous attention to detail, excel at equipment maintenance and emergency response, and uphold discipline without compromise. You will serve as technical director. You will oversee all aspects of security, technology integration, crisis management protocols, internal disciplinary enforcement, and the modification, upkeep, and repair of all security apparatus, large or small, with absolute unwavering reliability. Hearing this, both men shot to their feet instinctively, arms rising once more for salute, only for Zhou Zhanheng to step forward with a warm smile, gently pressing down on their forearms with firm, yet tender insistence. Sit please. I've said it before, no formalities here at Zhou Holdings. Our shared mission is what matters. Unity, dedication, and excellence. Compensation, internal regulations, and long-term support are all clearly outlined in these documents. Take them home, read them thoroughly, and if anything feels unsuitable or raises concerns, come directly to me. No intermediaries, no hesitation. I'll resolve every issue personally. His smile softened, then vanished. His gaze grew grave, his voice low and unyielding, charged with solemn authority and uncompromising rigor. I have few demands, but one rule is absolute, inviolable. Every single member of Hung In Security must remain grounded in principle. They must never disgrace my name, never abuse authority to oppress ordinary citizens, and above all, never betray the company by colluding with criminal syndicates or corrupt elements. This is the very root of Hung In Security and the bedrock of your own integrity. Can you uphold it? Instantly, both men rose again in unison, heels clacking sharply, voices taut with fervor and ironclad resolve, reverberating with visceral intensity, not a flicker of doubt, only the raw, unflinching devotion of soldiers. We guarantee mission success, never shaming Mr. Zhou, never violating this code. Zhou Zhanheng tapped his fingertips once, firm, measured, resonant, then laid down recruitment principles as immutable as iron law, his tone leaving no room for ambiguity, reflecting both severity and prudence. Hong Kong today is a den of serpents and dragons rife with triad influence. Our ranks must be immaculate. Thus we accept only two categories of candidates. First, ethnic Chinese veterans from Hong Kong and Macau, especially those who have served on active fronts or guarded the frontier. Second, descendants of wartime resistance veterans from Southeast Asia, of unimpeachable lineage. All applicants must possess spotless backgrounds, no triad affiliations, no police records, no history of misconduct, preferably married, settled, and temperamentally steady. Every facet of their origins, their family ties, personal history, service record, must be investigated exhaustively. Any ambiguity, any shadow of doubt disqualifies them outright. Initially, we will recruit 30 personnel. Upon completion, they will undergo 6 months of closed-door intensive training. No leniency, no exceptions. I have instituted a 3-tiered evaluation system. None may be omitted. First, loyalty, the paramount criterion. Talent alone means nothing without fidelity. Second, physical competence, proven ability to shoulder the weight of elite security duty. Third, character, composure, discipline, and accountability. Only those who clear all 3 thresholds earn the right to join Hung In Security. All others face either dismissal or reassignment to foundational roles for complete retraining. When addressing personnel welfare and long-term stability, Zhou Zhanheng's tone softened, thoughtful, comprehensive, tending to the deepest anxieties of the heart with meticulous care. The families of trainees need not worry. The company assumes full responsibility. All will relocate to the newly built Hung In staff residence, a tranquil, secure environment with reputable neighbors. Daily sustenance, health care for dependents, and children's education. All expenses fully covered at zero cost to the recruits. Their sole focus must be rigorous training unburdened by domestic concern. Upon successful completion of training and verification of both loyalty and capability, we will award villas, substantial bonuses, and lifelong security guarantees. Step by deliberate step, we build cohesion, trust, and unwavering reliability. Our core clients include Zhou Holdings' flagship properties, major shopping malls, chain cinemas, and Jiaha Film Studio, along with its roster of artists. In time, high-end security services for Hong Kong's elite families, multinational corporations, and prominent political and cultural figures will become our primary domain. If you too mold this unit into Hong Kong's preeminent elite security force, your future extends far beyond local foothold. It opens doors to broader platforms and greater horizons. Zhao Weiguo and Sun Shirtu felt warmth flood their chests, mingled with deep reverence. For years adrift and dismissed, they had found in Zhou Zhanheng not merely aid, but dignity, purpose, and a chance to reclaim honor. They rendered another solemn salute. We will give our all to build this team with unwavering excellence and never tarnish Mr. Zhou's reputation. Good. I trust you and await your triumph. Begin preparations immediately. Zhou Zhanheng watched them depart, speaking softly, his eyes brimming with quiet expectation. They nodded gravely and exited, footsteps steady and resolute. The moment they left, the office intercom chimed softly. Zhou Zhanheng activated speakerphone. His secretary's voice came through, calm and courteous. Chairman Superintendent Chun has arrived. Please show him in. As Chun Jintang entered, Zhou Zhanheng rose promptly. Uncle Chun, please take a seat. Shall we brew a fine pot of tea? Yes, Chairman. Chun Jintang surveyed the office, then smiled wistfully. You've always known how to make a place feel like home. Zhou Zhanheng gestured warmly for him to sit. Uncle Chun, you flatter me. First, let's enjoy the tea. He paused, then asked directly, Mother mentioned you've retired. Yes, formally half a month ago. Shun Jintang lifted his teacup expression serene. Is that why you... Precisely. I'm establishing an elite security firm. Bureaucratic hurdles have been cleared, but I require a leader, someone capable of commanding a team, discerning true character, and possessing an irreproachably clean background. I seek officers untainted by corruption. Those who refused graft were marginalized for their integrity and ultimately found the force untenable. Shun Jintang grasped the gravity, instantly lowered his gaze in thought, then met Zhou Zhanheng's eyes. There are such men. The Hong Kong police force is rotten to the core, but even in the blackest mud, a few stubborn stones refuse to dissolve into filth. A faint smile touched Zhou Zhanheng's lips, his gaze settled with quiet certainty. Then I ask you, Uncle Chun, to lead them personally. This elite armed unit shall number no more than 10. They will provide dedicated protection for key members of the Zhou family, and will follow official procedures to obtain firearm licenses. He paused briefly, then entrusted him with another critical task. The training base also requires your expertise in selecting an optimal location. I've already secured a site in Suanwan industrial area for standard security personnel training. Shun Jintang gave a slight nod, already mapping possibilities in his mind. For the elite armed contingent, the camp must be secluded, silent, and remote from urban bustle. Suanwan is the visible front, so the covert elite compound must lie hidden within the industrial zones of Quiet Sing or Tsing, discreet, controllable, and unobtrusive. After finalizing the security company's affairs, Zhou Zhanheng felt exceptionally pleased. Upon returning home in the evening, he embraced Lin Qingxia and showered her with kisses. She helplessly pushed his head away with both hands, playfully scolding him. Aya, hurry up and take a shower. Okay. As Zhou Zhanheng walked toward the bathroom, he hummed a tune, his voice resonating with a melodious bass quality. Even if the time and space have changed and my appearance is altered, I still remember the affection in your eyes. Though it may be difficult to continue our past life, I wish to forge a bond in this lifetime. Lin Qingxia stood there momentarily entranced, her mind racing. Could it be that I was indeed his lover? She recalled the time when she and Zhou Zhanheng first came to Hong Kong, asking him, "Did you really want to marry me the very first time you met me?" She clearly remembered him saying, "Not just the first time we met. Long, long ago, I wanted to cross mountains and seas to fulfill this promise with you." Thinking back on it now, she felt that it might actually be true. Tears streamed down her face, yet she smiled, her heart melting. She stood there lost in her own thoughts. If Zhou Zhanheng knew, he would surely praise the excellent foreshadowing. He quickly finished washing up, dried his hair, and headed downstairs. Seeing him come down, Lin Qingxia leaped into his arms, her voice choked with emotion. "Aheng, I love you. In this lifetime, even in death, I do not wish to be apart from you." Zhou Zhanheng was taken aback by her words, wondering what has gotten into this girl today. Could it be that my charm has increased again? His face, however, was filled with tenderness as he gently patted her back, speaking softly with affection. "I love you too, unwavering till death." Lin Qingxia looked up, her autumn-like eyes brimming with tears flowing down her cheeks. Zhou Zhanheng felt a pang of heartache, quickly comforting her in a soft voice. "What's wrong? Are you thinking of something sad? Why are you crying so heartbreakingly? It's all right, don't worry, I'm here for you. Just tell me, and I'll help you sort it out." Lin Qingxia saw him in a flurry of confusion and laughed out loud, leaving him puzzled. He thought to himself, what is up with this girl today? Women's thoughts are truly hard to decipher. Lost in thought, he felt he needed to exercise his brain, scratching his head. Once he had comforted her, Lin Qingxia stopped crying, but the heavens began to weep. The rain came suddenly, just like the weather in Hong Kong, which like a woman's mood fluctuated from good to bad. And time too slowly passed by amidst this mix of weather until June 28th. As for the awarding ceremony, to be honest, there was not much to discuss. In any case, Zhou Zhanheng was quite averse to it. Returning to the main topic, 2 days before the launch of Hunka Electronics' first arcade and handheld game console, Zhou Zhanheng personally came to inspect the venue setup, ensuring everything would go smoothly on the launch day. Ouyang, he the general manager of Hunka, followed him, explaining as they walked. The group moved about, quickly arriving at the venue, where they saw a row of arcade machines neatly arranged on the left, and on the right was the handheld display area. Several staff members were testing the machines and greeted them as they passed by. Zhou Zhanheng nodded slightly and smiled, asking, "Are the arcade machines ready to play? Let me try one." A leader from the debugging team hurriedly stepped forward, speaking, "Mr. Zhou, they have basically been debugged. You can choose anyone to try." As he gestured for Zhou Zhanheng to choose freely, Zhou Zhanheng walked over to the first machine on the far right, turned it on, and effortlessly played a round of Space Invaders. The old-school gameplay posed no challenge to him, yet it left everyone around him in awe. After all, the current test machines were all set to medium to high difficulty, and even those who worked with them daily found it difficult to pass the first level. To see the boss clear it on his first try was astonishing. Everyone was filled with admiration. Zhou Zhanheng then went over to the handheld section, testing its performance. It was quite good. The handheld featured Zhou Zhanheng's personally designed Hong Kong blocks, running very smoothly. The block models shifted and rotated fluidly, with no lag when clearing lines. Overall, it was not much different from what he had played in his past life. There were no complex sound effects, only the simple sounds of button presses, blocks settling, and lines clearing, straightforward and crisp. He walked to the center of the venue, pointing at the empty spots on either side, speaking in a calm tone. Let's put up 2 larger signs with the prices and monthly production capacity displayed prominently. This current size is too small. We need our clients to clearly see our strength. No problem, Mr. Zhou. These 2 products are uniquely designed ahead of the market on a global scale, with no competitors at all. The only concern, no problem, Mr. Zhou. These 2 products are uniquely designed ahead of the market on a global scale, with no competitors at all. The only concern is whether the pricing is too low, which might not reflect the value of these 2 products. This was the 3rd time he had raised this concern, and the entire RD team also believed the prices should be increased. Alright, no need to discuss it further. We're sticking to this price. I've said it multiple times, there's no need for further debate. We are a new force, and to quickly capture the American market, low prices are essential. Zhou Zhanheng waved his hand and left the venue directly, continuing to inspect the factory. Not far along, Liang Jinsong caught up, handing him a prototype portable player. Holding it in his hand, memories from his past life surged forth. The overall body was silver, the appearance was decent, resembling the first Sony model from his past life. Zhou Zhanheng was speechless, noting that it still resembled a brick. He reminded himself inwardly. Forget it, it's great that they managed to produce it. After all, the time was too short, they can optimize it later. The current Hunka Electronics campus was quite expansive, and Zhou Zhanheng spent the entire morning wandering around. Most of the construction was nearly complete except for 2 precision factories still under construction. The rest could already achieve mass production. Zhou Zhanheng turned to Ouyang He and said seriously, Ouyang, for the portable player, we must achieve mass production by September. By next May, I want to see a stock of 80000 units. You keep a close eye on this. As for the specific reasons, I will explain them to you early next year. Ouyang, he was taken aback, thinking the boss is planning something big. He quickly focused his thoughts and said earnestly, Rest assured, Mr. Zhou, I will ensure your plans are not delayed. Zhou Zhanheng nodded slightly, sincerely saying, Ouyang, I will be heading back now. Hunka is in your hands. After saying this, he waved his hand, stopping Ouyang He from continuing to speak, and turned to leave. Time flew by, and soon it was time for Hunka's global product launch. Dozens of arcade machines were lined up neatly, their silver-gray shells paired with cool light strips. The screens displaying alien fleets advancing, the sounds of shooting and explosions intertwining in an impressive atmosphere. The Play Pocket handheld experience area was even more crowded with palm-sized plain plastic bodies. A light green LED matrix screen, simple gameplay, but highly addictive, and its compact portable design caught the attention of the attending dealers. The arcade machines were each priced at $1,200, with a monthly production capacity of 6,000 units. The handhelds were priced at $29,900, with a guaranteed monthly capacity of 1,200 units. After several rounds of trial play and seeing the price and production capacity announcements, the crowd was no longer hesitant, and orders flooded in immediately. Meanwhile, the flagship stores in Central Causeway Bay and Tsim Sha Tsui opened simultaneously. The Central store focused on high-end experiences with a steady flow of customers. The Causeway Bay store was packed with young clientele. The Tsim Sha Tsui store saw a continuous stream of tourists, with many overseas merchants inquiring about agency matters on the spot. Relying on the natural advantage of a prime location, the 3 stores did not need to deliberately attract customers and were bustling right from the start. Far away in Los Angeles, He Guiyuan presided over the North American branch's venue. Hunka was virtually unknown in North America. He did not create a big fuss, but instead targeted small to medium dealers in bars, bowling alleys, and arcades. These individuals had long been fed up with the strict payment terms and bundled sales imposed by large manufacturers. He Guiyuan directly offered free samples, announcing generous conditions such as full upfront payment, exclusive state-level agency, no bundled sales, and patent protections. With the competitive edge of the product itself, he quietly secured a large number of potential agents. Inside the exhibition hall, dealers rushed to lock in full payments, and the first batch of arcade machine allocations was quickly cleared, with over half of the 1,000 handheld allocations also booked. By that evening, all global orders were compiled and sent back to Hong Kong. The 3 flagship stores saw over 10,000 customers on their first day, and all offline stock sold out. Orders from the Shatan factory and the Los Angeles venue added up, completely selling out the first batch of arcade machines and handhelds. Ouyang He quickly approached Zhou Zhanheng, lowering his voice to report this unexpectedly great victory. The RD team, production line technicians, and store staff all gathered around. The cheers from the factory and experience area rising higher and higher, filled with the joyous atmosphere of summer. Zhou Zhanheng raised his hand slightly, and the noisy crowd fell silent in an instant. Everyone's gaze fixed firmly on the young leader. He slowly scanned the entire venue, from the workers who had been toiling overnight on the production line to the RD technicians who had stayed up late debugging samples, and to the sales staff stationed at the stores who were so busy they hardly had time to drink water. Every face that had dedicated themselves to Hunka was captured in his sight. Today's global debut success of Hunka is not solely my achievement. It is the result of every one of you working day and night united in our efforts. Zhou Zanheng's voice was steady and clear as he turned to the financial supervisor beside him, instructing distinctly. From this day forward, all current employees of Hunka, regardless of position or rank, will be granted 2 months' full salary as a reward for the launch celebration to be deposited in full within 3 days. As soon as his words fell, the venue first fell silent for a moment, and the next second erupted into thunderous cheers and applause. In Hong Kong in '76, the monthly wages for grassroots workers on the production line barely reached 800 to 1,200 Hong Kong dollars, while RD and store supervisors earned slightly more. This reward was substantial. Without distinctions in rank and treating everyone equally, this generosity and sincerity struck a deep chord in everyone's hearts. Some clenched their fists, their eyes reddening, others exchanged high-fives in celebration. The entire Sha Tin factory was enveloped in bubbling joy. As the cheers slowly subsided, Zhou Zhanheng inwardly sighed about the trust of the people. Yet his expression remained composed as he continued. This reward is merely a token of appreciation for your hard work. From now on, everyone must stabilize production capacity and ensure quality, calmly advancing subsequent production and channel development. Next year, on the launch day of our brand new portable audio product, the Starry Portable Player, I will again distribute benefits far exceeding this reward. I promise to keep my word. As his words settled, the atmosphere in the venue reached its peak, the cheers nearly lifting the factory roof. Ouyang, he stood by watching Zhou Zhanheng surrounded by employees filled with admiration. The people around Fox chimed in, convinced that this investor from Hong Kong did not understand the intricacies of Hollywood's financial dealings. Zhou Zhanheng raised his eyes, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. His voice was not loud, yet it left no room for rebuttal. Rules are set for equal opponents. Lucas receives director's pay without bearing the risk of project overruns and does not fill the funding gap. It's only natural for him to take a net share, indifferent. He leaned slightly forward, the accounts clear in his mind. Fox's initial investment was $25 million, and now the funds are exhausted with a rigid funding gap of $3 million remaining for post-production effects. I will invest $65 million, taking on 20 of your initial investment, helping your company recoup funds on the spot and reduce losses. I will cover the entire remaining $3 million for post-production, and Fox need not spend another penny. In total, I am investing $65 million, which accounts for 42. 2 of the total production cost, bearing all risks of overspending and project abandonment. As for Fox, they need not add any investment while being able to recoup their funds, securing their initial investment with 0 risk. Even if the film does not get released, you will still be in an unassailable position. Zhou Zanheng's gaze swept across the room, his tone carrying a hint of coldness. Now you want to talk to me about net shares? Don't try to fool me with this accounting game. With layers of deductions for distribution cuts, promotional expenses, and headquarters management fees, even if the box office sells, well, you can still incur permanent losses. I am taking on the risk with my investment, not to become a fool for Fox. Behind him, the actuary immediately handed over a report, his tone professional and sharp. According to Hollywood's revenue-sharing data from the past 5 years, the net profit share you proposed after deducting all expenses effectively equals only 2/3 of the global box office. For an investor bearing nearly half of the production costs, this is extremely unfair. Only a gross share from the first ticket is a reasonable business exchange. The conference room fell into an instant silence. Alan stared intently at the investment details on the table, his face alternating between pale and flushed. He knew better than anyone that Zhou Zhanheng was speaking the truth, but the gross share from the first ticket had always been reserved for top-tier directors in Hollywood. To offer it to external investors was unprecedented. After 2 hours of back and forth, Fox retreated from their firm stance on the net share, then to the distribution gross, and finally to the gross after deducting promotional expenses, with Zhou Zhanheng not yielding an inch. As dawn broke, Alan returned from the hallway after making a phone call for the 3rd time, his voice hoarse. 15 of the global box office gross, with first priority payment post-theater settlement, not deducting production costs, but the corresponding promotional tax, must be borne proportionally. This is President Gordon's final bottom line. Zhou Zhanheng nodded, slightly tapping his pen lightly on the term. Just as the revenue share was finalized, Business Director Bill Immerman immediately followed up, his tone firm. Since you are taking a 42 share, you must also bear the promotional costs in the same proportion. Risk and reward must be commensurate. This is basic business logic. They calculated precisely that the promotional budget for this film was at least $6 million, meaning Zhou Zhanheng would need to invest an additional $53 million, which would both share the risk and bind him to the project. However, Zhou Zhanheng laughed directly at this, his tone filled with mockery. Mr. Immerman, you have it backward. Promotion is the responsibility of the distributor Fox. If the film is not finished, it won't even qualify for release, so any amount you spend on promotion is wasted. He shifted his gaze directly to Alan's face. If you want me to bear the promotional costs, then grant me 42. 2 of the global distribution rights, and I'll cover the promotional expenses proportionally. I don't say $6 million, am willing to cover even $10 million. Are you willing? Alan was instantly rendered speechless. The global distribution rights were the lifeblood of Fox. How could they possibly give that up? He opened his mouth, unable to counter even a single word. 40 minutes later, Fox fully conceded, and the agreement was written in black and white. Zhou Family would not bear any promotional costs, only sharing the corresponding taxes according to the revenue share. With the main framework finalized, the negotiation entered the stage of subsidiary rights, and the atmosphere, when Zhou Family proposed a 25 equity stake in Industrial Light Magic. Lucas, who had been silent all along, suddenly stood up, his eyes red, and his tone unprecedentedly resolute. Mr. Zhou, everything else can be negotiated, but the equity of ILM is absolutely non-negotiable. This is the root of my filmmaking. I cannot allow outsiders to interfere with the creative process. This is my bottom line. The eyes in the conference room instantly focused. Alan crossed his arms, taking on the pose of a spectator eager for the two to reach an impasse. However, Zhou Family did not get angry. Instead, he raised his hand to signal Lucas to sit down, his tone calm. Mr. Lucas, I understand your obsession with creativity and never intended to interfere with ILM's operations. He smoothly provided a way out while safeguarding his core benefits. I will exchange the common stock for 25 of non-voting preferred shares, only enjoying permanent dividends and financial information rights without interfering in operations personnel or creative processes, not even sending a director, only appointing a financial observer. Can you accept this condition? Lucas was momentarily stunned. He had prepared for a tough battle, but Zhou Family had taken a step back, preserving his absolute control while also showing sincerity. He knew in his heart that without this money, ILM wouldn't even be able to pay this month's salaries. After a silence of several seconds, he heavily sat back in his chair and nodded. All right. Alan's face instantly fell, and the internal conflict he had been waiting to see was easily resolved. Immediately after, the legal team pressed hard, insisting that the rights to derivatives and home entertainment were limited to 20 years, only covering physical toys and VHS tapes, rejecting terms for all future media forms. Zhou Family directly pushed the latest revised copyright law of 1976 in the United States across the table, his tone calm, yet uncompromising. The copyright law clearly states that the protection period for works is the author's lifetime plus 50 years after death. I want rights within the complete protection period, legal and compliant. He scanned the crowd, his eyes carrying a hint of coldness. Now all of Hollywood believes that derivatives are worthless plastic toys, and that tapes are trash that impacts box office sales. No one thinks these can make money. Today I am taking on the risk of a potential failure to invest money, naturally needing to secure all possible future profits. What is unreasonable about that? Of course, if you insist on sticking to 20 years, that's fine too. Zhou Family shifted his tone. I want 20 of the box office share, 15 for derivatives and 18 for home entertainment. You can choose one. Alan felt overwhelmed. The 20-year limit seemed restrictive, but no one knew if this film would be a hit. Raising the revenue share was a tangible, immediate loss. He went to the hallway to make a call again, returning with a tired expression, saying, let's execute according to the complete copyright protection period, covering all categories of derivatives, and home entertainment, covering all existing and future media forms, maintaining the original 10 and 12 revenue shares. Zhou Family nodded slightly. Deal. The last point of contention fell on the sequel rights. When Zhou Family proposed a 35 permanent priority co-investment right for the entire Star Wars series and all official sequels, while giving up on co-investment but retaining 15 passive income, Bill slammed the table angrily, accusing it of being a scheme to take advantage of others. Zhou Family leaned back in his chair, laughing openly, a single sentence silencing the entire room. Future. Everyone asked themselves sincerely, do you truly believe that this space opera, which no one has confidence in, could have a sequel? With a single sentence, he pierced through everyone's thoughts. Within Fox, 90 of the people believed this film would flop, and if they could recoup costs, they would be grateful. No one had even considered making a sequel, otherwise they wouldn't be so unwilling to spend the $3 million for post-production. Zhou Family leaned slightly forward, his tone clear. If the film fails, this clause is just a piece of scrap paper. If the film succeeds, I will be the first to support the project. Taking this small amount of sequel rights is entirely justified. Moreover, the co-investment right means I will also have to invest real money and bear the risk, not just take profits without any investment. He leaned back against the chair, took a sip of his cold coffee, and spoke with a calm, yet resolute tone. This clause, I will either accept it all, or I will get up right now and head to the airport to return to Hong Kong. I believe there won't be a second person in all of Hollywood willing to take on this mess. The conference room fell into a deathly silence, with only the ticking of the clock echoing. Alan's expression changed repeatedly as he walked to the hallway phone for the 5th time. 10 minutes later, he returned, his eyes filled with a sense of complete resignation. All right, let's proceed, as you say. After 5 rounds of back and forth, he emerged victorious in every one. At 10 in the morning, the door of the conference room was pushed open, and Fox's president Gordon Sturberg walked in slowly, his gaze quickly scanning the final agreement. After half a minute of silence, he squeezed out 2 words. Sign. With that, he turned and walked away, not sparing a glance at Zhou Family. He was not there to negotiate, but to minimize losses. Alan picked up the pen, pressing down so hard that he nearly pierced the paper as he signed his name. Zhou Zhanheng followed suit. The ink fell and the dust settled. The final agreement firmly locked in his ultimate package of rights. 1. 15 gross of worldwide box office revenue paid first after theater settlements without deducting production costs, only sharing the corresponding promotional taxes. 2. During the global copyright protection period of the Star Wars IP, 10 gross share of all derivative products across all categories, covering all future media forms. 3. 12 gross share of the entire global home entertainment cycle covering all forms, including videotapes, pay television, and streaming. 4. 25 non-voting preferred shares in Industrial Light Magic ILM, enjoying permanent dividends and financial information rights without interfering in creation and operations. 5. 35 permanent co-investment rights for all main series of Star Wars and all official sequels, enjoying proportional shares of the entire chain's profits, retaining 15 passive income, even if opting out of co-investment. 6. 3. 5 permanent share of the entire revenue chain for the original trilogy of the Star Wars IP. After the Fox representatives left, only Zhou Zhanheng, Lucas, and the legal teams remained in the conference room. Zhou Zhanheng pushed 2 additional memos toward Lucas, speaking in a calm tone. Mr. Lucas, this is our independent arrangement. It does not interfere with creation and does not touch on Fox's rights, only for commercial collaboration. As he spoke, he casually took a portable bag from his bodyguard behind him, opened it, and handed him one of the portable music players before detailing his cooperation plan. First, in the main film The Star Chase, portable music player from Hunka Industries will be set as the standard portable communication device for the Rebel pilots, with a clear 3-second close-up in the cockpit of the swing fighter. Second, Hank's arcade and handheld devices can freely use the Star Wars IP for modified versions with a licensing period of 5 years. Lucas quickly scanned the documents and fondled the machine that at this moment appeared to have an advanced sci-fi quality, with growing surprise and admiration in his eyes. He had seen too many investors who, once they invested, would meddle in the creative process, but this young man from Hong Kong not only saved his movie and preserved his creative autonomy, but also completely connected the links of content, hardware, and games. He stood up, extended his hand toward Zhou Zhanheng, and for the first time there was genuine recognition in his tone rather than a desperate compromise. I fully agree. Mr. Zhou, you understand better than any Hollywood studio how to make content endure longer. Zhou Zhanheng smiled as he stood up and shook hands with him firmly. I just believe that good content should not be confined to the screen. These machines will be yours. I will arrange for a technician to stay in America to answer any questions you have about this product. That afternoon, Zhou Zhanheng arranged for 3 accompanying personnel to stay in America for a while to oversee the advertisement shooting for the portable music player. He then boarded a private flight back to Hong Kong with the signed agreement in hand. As the plane soared above the clouds, breaking through thick layers, Zhou Zhanheng leaned back in his seat, gazing at the boundless sea of clouds outside, and a smile he could no longer conceal appeared at the corners of his mouth. 4. $65 million in exchange for a lifelong revenue right of a top-tier IP that would influence the globe for half a century and simultaneously kicked open the door to the North American consumer electronics market. Just after getting off the plane, Zhou Zhanheng took a deep breath of the relatively fresh air in Hong Kong and murmured softly, finally back to a place where people can stay. He then saw a girl in the distance jumping up and down while waving energetically at him. Upon seeing this, he naturally smiled and waved back, but soon he saw her rushing towards him like a gust of wind, startling the bodyguards beside him into quickly following her. Zhou Zhanheng immediately ran over and lifted her up, followed by a deep kiss. After the kiss, Lin Qingxia pressed her face tightly against his rubbing back and forth, her legs wrapped around his waist as he held her, soothing her while walking towards the car. As they reached the car, he gently patted her back and teased, "Oh dear, which little girl is this so clingy? Shouldn't you hurry down so we can go home?" Lin Qingxia twisted in his arms, her voice sweet and spoiled. I want you to carry me home like this, darling. Do you know how much I've missed you these past half month?" Zhou Zhanheng gently patted her, soothing her. "I know, my wife, but we need to go home first. There are so many people watching. However, if you don't mind, I have no objections." Lin Qingxia lifted her head to glance around, then hurriedly buried her face in his shoulder. She then quickly slipped down from him and dashed into the car. Noticing he was still standing outside, she waved to hurry him along. "Get in the car already." Zhou Zhanheng smiled and bent down to enter the car, and once inside, the two continued their affectionate antics until they reached home. Once home, they were eager to cling to each other, having been apart for half a month, both feeling quite starved for each other. The following days naturally turned into wild nights, as their young bodies were able to indulge freely. Zhou Zhanheng genuinely cherished this girl, always being quite restrained, while Lin Qingxia was of the type that was both inexperienced and playful, often provoking him first only to be defeated and left in disarray. It wasn't until Lin Qingxia raised the white flag that the battle finally settled. One day, while sunbathing in the garden, she suddenly slapped her forehead, her cheeks slightly flushed, and awkwardly said, "Darling, there's something I forgot to tell you." Seeing this, Zhou Zhanheng turned over to face her with a curious expression, asking, "What is it?" "It's just that a few days ago," Ah Sheng asked Mr. Zhou Wenhui to send their wedding invitation, and he wants to invite you to be their witness. Zhou Zhanheng raised an eyebrow, a smile dancing in his eyes as he pulled her into his embrace, gently saying, "This is easy. Keep the invitation, I will accept the role of witness." Sheng is a promising new generation of action film stars supported by the company, and since Brother Wenhui values him, it's only right for me to show up at his wedding. He lowered his head and rubbed her forehead, teasingly saying, "Have you been so comfortable lately that you've forgotten important things? You mustn't be so careless in the future." After saying this, he raised his eyebrows, giving a cheeky look. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxia's face instantly turned beet red, and her whole body felt like it was on fire. She slapped him lightly, pouting and playfully scolding, "Hey, that's annoying, I won't talk to you anymore." After saying this, she truly turned her back to him, burying her face in the lounge chair. Seeing this, Zhou Zhanheng hurriedly soothed her, knowing her face was thin, but he hadn't expected that after being with such a lecherous man for so long, she would still be so shy. He adjusted her body, bringing his face close to hers, softly coaxing, "Oh dear, it was wrong of me. I won't tease my little girl next time. How about I let you tease me this time instead?" Lin Qingxia chuckled and said sweetly, "Annoying, who wants to tease you? Besides, how could I tease you when your skin—" Zhou Zhanheng laughed heartily, feeling proud, and planted 2 firm kisses on her face. Life sped by in such sweet daily routines, quickly approaching December 4th, the wedding day of Fu Sheng and Zhen and I. In the afternoon, a black Rolls-Royce smoothly stopped in front of the Meihua Hotel. Zhou Zhanheng helped Lin Qingxia out of the car, clad in a tailored dark suit, his posture upright, radiating a subtle, yet restrained aura. At the entrance, Zhou Wenhui had been waiting for them. Upon seeing the two disembark, he quickly approached, displaying impeccable manners and slightly bowing. "Mr. Zhou, Mrs. Zhou." Zhou Zhanheng and Lin Qingxia both smiled and nodded lightly. He spoke in a calm tone, "Mr. Zhou, today's event is quite grand. Thank you for your efforts." The crowd around was filled with familiar faces from the film industry and business circles. Passers-by turned to look, greeting with smiles, and bows their eyes filled with respect. Lin Qingxia gently linked her arm with his, leaning in closer and whispering, "I didn't expect Sheng's wedding to be so lively, as so many people have come. Sheng is a key talent our company is promoting, and Brother Wenhui has always valued him. With many friends in the industry, the scale naturally won't be small." Zhou Zhanheng replied softly, casually glancing at the red silk decorations hanging at the hotel entrance. Zhou Wenhui took a step forward and lowered his voice to report, "The newlyweds have been waiting inside for you to arrive before they come out to greet you. The officiant for the wedding ceremony has also been arranged properly." Zhou Zhanheng lightly acknowledged with a hum, his expression composed. "Let's go in." As they entered the banquet hall, Fu Sheng approached quickly, leading Zhen and I, who was dressed in a pristine white wedding gown. The two stood before Zhou Zhanheng, bowing in unison, full of sincerity and respect. "Mr. Zhou, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to come and be our officiant." Fu Sheng's voice was loud, unable to hide the joy of the wedding, while Zhen and I also greeted softly, her eyes gentle. Zhou Zhanheng smiled slightly, raising his hand in a gesture of reassurance, his tone warm. "On this joyous occasion, there is no need for excessive formality." Just as he finished speaking, the officiant stepped forward with a microphone, announcing loudly, "The auspicious time has arrived. We invite Mr. Zhou to officiate the wedding for the newlyweds." The noise in the venue instantly hushed, all eyes focused on Zhou Zhanheng. He walked slowly to the stage without a speech prepared, and began with concise and appropriate remarks, embodying the straightforward tone of a modern-day magnate. "Dear guests, today I am officiating the marriage of Fu Sheng and Zhen and I. The two are a perfect match, dedicated and progressive, a couple destined for each other. I hereby declare that their marriage is legal, and they are now husband and wife. May you respect and love each other, achieve success in your careers, bear children soon, and grow old together." With just a few succinct words, applause erupted throughout the hall. Fu Sheng and Zhen and I hurriedly bowed and thanked him again. Zhou Zhanheng casually accepted the exquisite gift box handed to him by the bodyguard behind him and presented it to the couple. "The keys to the wedding house I promised earlier are inside. Consider it my congratulatory gift." The couple was both surprised and delighted, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Zhou." Zhou Wenhui timely stepped forward, quietly reminding Mr. Zhou it's time for the cake cutting and the banquet to begin. Zhou Zhanheng shook his head slightly, his tone indifferent. "Now that the officiating is done, I won't stay any longer. You all take care of the guests, allowing the newlyweds to enjoy their ceremony." He turned to Fu Sheng and Zhen and I, gently advising, "Sheng, live a stable life after marriage, no reckless speeding, take good care of your family, and cherish the person." After saying this, his gaze fell on Zhen and I, his tone softening a little. "He has a wild nature, loves to speed since childhood. You'll need to keep a close eye on him. If you really can't manage him, just come talk to me, and I won't hesitate to confiscate his driving tools." After saying this, his gaze fell on Zhen and I, his tone softening a little. "He has a wild nature, loves to speed since childhood. You'll need to keep a close eye on him. If you really can't manage him, just come talk to me, and I won't hesitate to Zhou Zhanheng's gaze lightly swept over Xiao Yifu and Zhang Renlong, who were seated, and he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The two elders also smiled and returned the gesture, the etiquette of the upper class being brief and to the point, avoiding unnecessary pleasantries. He then took Lin Qingxia's hand beside him, not engaging in further small talk, and without lingering on the lively scene walked straight toward the exit of the banquet hall. Lin Qingxia followed in his footsteps, quietly asking, "Are we leaving just like this? Not going to sit for a while?" Zhou Zhanheng turned to look at her, a faint smile appearing in his eyes as he lowered his voice. "If we stay here, they might feel constrained. It's most appropriate to leave right after officiating the wedding." The bodyguard had already opened the car door in advance, and the two got into the car. The black Rolls-Royce smoothly drove away from the Meihua Hotel, leaving the bustling scene behind as they headed home. Time flew by, and soon it was a new year, January 15th. The employee fund, initiated in January 75, was now due for settlement. On this day, the top office of the Zhou family's headquarters was lit by a warm yellow desk lamp. On the mahogany desk lay the annual closing report for the Hang Seng Index. Zhou Zhanheng held an unlit cigarette between his fingers, his gaze calmly fixed outside the window, his expression unperturbed, as if he had already calculated the year's circumstances and returns, showing no signs of surprise. There was a gentle knock on the door, and Liang Jinsong hurriedly entered. This young man, who had followed Zhou Zhanheng since graduating from Hong Kong University, was always composed and unflustered. At this moment, however, the report he held was slightly crumpled at the edges, and his breathing was a bit more hurried than usual, his voice wrapped in suppressed excitement and fervor. "Mr. Zhou, the final settlement report for the employee fund has come out." He placed the report steadily in front of Zhou Zhanheng, pointing at the key data, every word carrying significant weight. The raised capital was 2 million Hong Kong dollars with a total market value of 432 million Hong Kong dollars at the end of the period. After deducting the principal, the net profit is 343,000 Hong Kong dollars. For a 2-year term, considering stock dividends, the cumulative return rate reached 171.6, nearly doubling to 1.8 times. All participating employees saw their returns at least increase by nearly 1.5 times, and several loyal followers of yours have funds after the settlement sufficient to buy a luxurious apartment in Kowloon. Zhou Zhanheng casually flipped through the report, his expression still showing no signs of disturbance, as if this near doubling of returns was a foregone conclusion. He lightly tapped the end of the report with his fingers, looking up at Liang Jinsong, his tone calm and resolute, without a hint of hesitation. "First, instruct the finance team to transfer all employees' principal and corresponding profits to their personal accounts within 3 days, ensuring each person receives a detailed account statement, clear, open, and transparent, without allowing any interception or deductions. Second, from the group's annual profits, allocate an additional bonus of 2 million Hong Kong dollars to be distributed among the finance and risk control teams managing the fund, as well as all grassroots employees in the group who did not participate in the fund. Everyone should benefit regardless of their position or rank, allowing all to share in this joy. Third, after the new year, officially restart the employee fund, opening a new round of subscriptions. Prepare for intention registration with the fundraising cap set at 5 million Hong Kong dollars, ultimately subject to the actual fundraising amount, still a 2-year term with unchanged rules and commitments." Liang Jinsong was momentarily stunned, then a wave of warmth surged from his heart throughout his body. He knew full well the weight of this arrangement, the fund's profits. The boss took not a penny, and now there were even generous rewards for the employees who did not participate. "Mr. Zhou, this. Just do as I say." Zhou Zhanheng gently interrupted him, his tone firm and unyielding. "Everyone working hard alongside me, Zhou Zhanheng, cannot rely solely on a fixed salary to get by. The wave of economic dividends in Hong Kong I can seize, and those who follow me should also receive their rightful. When hearts are united, the mountain can be moved. The foundation of the Zhou family today was not built by me alone, but by all of us working together. Yes, I will implement it immediately." Liang Jinsong nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with sincere admiration, and turned to quickly exit the office, his steps noticeably lighter than usual. The news spread like wings, reaching every corner of Zhou Holdings within a single day. At the Jia film set, Hong Jinbao had just finished shooting an action scene, his costume soaked in sweat. Without bothering to wipe his forehead, he looked at the bank transfer notification handed to him by his assistant and burst into hearty laughter, slapping his thigh. "I told you, following Zhou definitely brings rewards. Back then some people advised me against investing, saying there was no way a boss would cover losses while sharing all the profits. Look at it now, they must be feeling quite embarrassed." Beside him, Su Guangjie leaned back in his chair, casually strumming the guitar strings while thinking about the double digits in his account. He smiled and remarked to his colleagues. In the recording studio, Su Xiaofeng and Luo Wen had just finished recording a new song. Glancing at the arrival notification, they exchanged smiles filled with admiration. Su Xiaofeng softly sighed, saying, "In this industry, many bosses treat artists like cash cows, but Zhou truly regards us as family. We were among the first to invest back, then believing in Zhou character. Looking back now, that trust was not wasted." In the director's break area, not far away, Wang Tianlin puffed on a cigarette, studying the profit statement. He turned to Zhang Che with a smile saying, "Old buddy, we were the first to sign the investment agreement. We didn't misjudge him, did we?" Zhang Che held a cup of hot tea, his tone calm, yet filled with acknowledgement. Zhou Sheng is always true to his word. Following him feels secure. In the office of a real estate company, a foreman who had followed Zhou Zhanheng for many years stared at the numbers in his account, his hands trembling slightly. Back then he grit his teeth and invested all his life savings, and now with the profits doubled, he could afford to marry off his son and buy a home in Kowloon, fulfilling a lifelong wish in a single day. A female worker on the assembly line of Hunka Electronics, though not part of the fund investment, unexpectedly received a generous bonus. With tears in her eyes, she said to her colleague nearby, "Even us grassroots workers are not forgotten by Zhou Sheng. We must work even harder from now on." Her colleague rolled her eyes, looking pained as she replied, "Oh, don't say that. If it weren't for that stubborn old man at home who wouldn't let me invest, I would also have received this dividend. It infuriates me, though I must make him pay extra tribute tonight." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire workshop was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Meanwhile, Uncle Chun, the butler of the Zhou family's villa, held the bonus and smiled as he spoke to the cook in the kitchen. It is a blessing in this life to work alongside Zhou Sheng and Madam. The impact of this event extends far beyond the joy brought by a single dividend. Previously, competitors such as Shaw Brothers and Polygram were secretly offering high salaries to poach Jiahe's core artists, the creative talents of Diamond Records, and key employees from the real estate and electronic sectors. However, once the news of the fund dividends broke, not only core talents, but even ordinary grassroots employees were unwilling to leave. The cohesion of the Zhou holdings reached an unprecedented peak. Seizing the joyful atmosphere throughout the entire group, Zhou Zhanheng immediately decided to host a charity gala. This event would celebrate the successful conclusion of the fund and the achievements of the year, as well as practice benevolence, with donations being entirely voluntary and collected in anonymous red envelopes. Regardless of the final amount raised, he would personally match it dollar for dollar. The venue for the gala was set at the North Point Sunlight Theater. 3 days before the event, in the backstage office of the theater, Liang Jinsong held the seating arrangement chart, reporting clearly to Zhou Zhanheng. "Zhou Sheng, all arrangements for the gala have been finalized. The entire Sunlight Theater is reserved with no tickets sold to the public and no media invited, only internal employees of the group and close friends from Hong Kong's political and business circles." He traced the seating chart with his fingertips, adding details one by one. Employee representatives from each subsidiary of the group, a total of 1,500 people, have all been seated. The media team is in the center, while the real estate and electronic sectors are on either side. I've also reserved seats for the household staff, drivers, and servants next to the main table. Not a single one is missing. Zhou Zhanheng nodded slightly, tapping his fingers on the table, and instructed, "The charity fundraising must be conducted anonymously, without names, public amounts, or comparisons. Employees may donate voluntarily, whatever amount reflects their goodwill, and no department or individual should engage in moral coercion." "Understood. I have repeatedly communicated this to the heads of each department, but we will ensure there will be no pressure to donate or comparisons," Liang Jinsong immediately replied. Zhou Zhanheng raised his eyes, his tone calm, yet filled with meaning. "When employees invest in the fund, it is a sign of trust in me. Voluntarily doing charity is a reflection of their inherent goodness. My responsibility is to uphold this trust and amplify that goodwill." He paused for a moment before arranging the subsequent matters. "Additionally, in the name of the group, we will formally establish an employee mutual aid fund, with the group allocating fixed funds to it every year. Please inform Li Sheng and Lu Sheng later, so they can carefully calculate the total number of employees and the expenses for assistance, determining the fixed amount to be injected each year and reporting back to me." Regarding the allocation of the raised funds, Zhou Zhanheng directly arranged half of the funds will go into the employee mutual aid fund I just mentioned, and all employees of the group will be included in the assistance plan. The other half will be donated in full to Tonghua Group of Hospitals, Poliang Cook, and the Hong Kong Community Chest, without any naming or branding, handed over to professional organizations to do practical work. "Yes, I have noted everything down," Liang Jinsong responded, and turned to implement various details. The day before the gala, in the backstage of the Sunlight Theater, Liang Jinsong was checking the process chart when Hong Jinbao, Fu Xing, Su Guanjia, and Su Xiaofeng approached with smiles, greeting him proactively. "Liang Sheng." Hong Jinbao clasped his fists and greeted cheerfully. "For tomorrow's gala, we've prepared a small program, just a simple song and a few stunts to liven things up. We won't be a bother, right?" Liang Jinsong nodded slightly, his tone calm and friendly. "Of course not, you all are very thoughtful. Zhou Sheng has also specifically instructed that tomorrow is a family reunion. There's no need for formality, just enjoy yourselves as you wish." Wang Tianlin and Zhang Che also approached slowly. Wang Tianlin smiled and said, "Liang Sheng, we old buddies were the first to follow Zhou Sheng in our early days, and also among the first to invest in the fund. Now that we've reaped the benefits, we must take the lead in charity. Rest assured, we will not embarrass Zhou Sheng." Zhang Che also nodded solemnly, his tone steady. "Zhou Sheng looks after us in every way, so we naturally cannot fall behind. Although donations are entirely voluntary, our intentions will definitely be counted. Liang Jinsong slightly bowed, showing complete respect. You all are the contributors to Zhou Holdings, and Zhou Sheng has always remembered that. At tomorrow's gala, feel free to enjoy yourselves. On the night of the gala, the North Point Sunlight Theater was ablaze with lights radiating warmth. The red carpet stretched from the street all the way to the theater's main entrance, with no reporters chasing for photos and no frenzied fans crowding. Only the exclusive filming crew from Asia Television was allowed in, recording the entire gala privately, without broadcasting it or releasing it casually, yet it still shone with stars and gathered the elite. Hong Jinbao, Su Guanjie, Su Xiaofeng, and Luo Wen walked in unison, with Jenny linking arms, with Fu Sheng right behind. Everyone was dressed simply, yet elegantly, exuding a strong presence. Directors Wang Tianlin and Zhang Che entered calmly, chatting amiably, showcasing the demeanor of industry veterans, while the elites from Hong Kong's political and business circles arrived one after another. 1,500 representatives from the group, regardless of their rank, whether executives or grassroots employees, entered in order, all dressed neatly and wearing smiles. There were no distinctions of status, and everyone present was part of the Zhou family. Just as the atmosphere grew warm and the sounds of chatter filled the air, the entrance to the banquet hall suddenly quiet. Zhou Zhanheng, dressed in a dark custom suit, stood tall and straight like a pine tree, with broad shoulders and a steady demeanor, firmly holding the hand of the person beside him as he walked into the venue. Beside him, Lin Qingxiao wore a pale blue patterned qipao, slender, yet poised, her eyes gentle as water, radiating an aura of elegance unique to a lady of a prominent family. At this moment, she followed Zhou Zhanheng, gracefully greeting the arriving elites and ladies, moving in a poised and appropriate manner without a hint of shyness. Zhou Zhanheng held her cool hand, gently stroking the back of her hand with his fingertips, and softly asked, "Are you tired? If you feel bored, we can go to the terrace on the second floor for some fresh air later." Lin Qingxiao looked up at him and smiled, with her eyes curved, her demeanor gentle. "I'm not tired, just being with you is enough." Halfway through the banquet, after 3 rounds of drinks, Liang Jinsong slowly walked onto the stage, picked up the microphone, and spoke with a steady and clear voice, without a single unnecessary pleasantry. "Good evening, colleagues and friends. Tonight's banquet is not to celebrate achievements or show off, but to celebrate the successful settlement of the Employee Unity Fund, where everyone has received their share of the benefits, and to take this opportunity to do something meaningful together." The audience fell silent, all eyes fixed on the stage. Tonight's donations will be collected in the form of anonymous red envelopes, without names, without publicity, and without comparison. Every contribution is a matter of goodwill. The donation boxes are placed on both sides of the stage, and everyone is free to contribute and leave after donating without the need to linger. As his words fell, people in the audience began to rise in an orderly manner towards the donation boxes. Hong Jinbao was at the front, followed closely by Fu Sheng, both clutching thick red envelopes, which they decisively dropped into the box before turning to leave without a hint of ostentation. Su Guanjie, Su Xiaofeng, and Luo Wen stepped forward together, gently placing their red envelopes into the box with a soft and low-profile motion, silent as they did so. Wang Tianlin and Zhang Che walked up slowly, exchanging smiles after donating their thoughts, unspoken but under. Then others from different sectors stepped up one by one. Some held thick red envelopes, while others had thin ones, but no one paid attention to how much others donated, simply offering their heartfelt contributions in silence. Half an hour later, the donation officially concluded, and the finance team counted and verified the total, handing the final numbers to Liang Jinsong. Liang Jinsong stepped back onto the stage, looking at the 1,500 pairs of expectant eyes in the audience, his voice filled with emotion. "Tonight, the total amount donated by all present is 4,000 Hong Kong dollars. A wave of soft applause erupted from the audience, not vigorous, but long-lasting and sincere. At that moment, Zhou Zhanheng slowly stood up, walking steadily to the front of the stage to take the microphone from Liang Jinsong. He was not wearing an extravagant outfit, just a simple dark suit, but his presence radiated a powerful aura. The audience fell completely silent, with 1,500 people collectively holding their breath, their gazes fixed on him. I won't say much, just 3 sentences. His gaze slowly swept across the entire audience, from the calloused hands of the real estate workers to the genuine smiles on the faces of the crew, from the respect in the eyes of the star directors to the emotional expressions of the grassroots employees. Every individual present was captured in his sight. "First, tonight, everyone donated 4,000 Hong Kong dollars, and I will personally match that amount, bringing the total donation to 86,000 Hong Kong dollars. As soon as the words fell, there was a moment of silence in the audience, followed by an outburst of astonished and moved voices. They applauded vigorously, having long known Zhou's vision and generosity, yet still being repeatedly astonished by his actions. Zhou Zhanheng raised his hand to signal for silence and continued. "Second half of this money will be allocated to the Zhou Employee Mutual Aid Fund. From now on, everyone in the group, regardless of work injuries, urgent difficulties, children's education, or retirement livelihood, this fund will be your most reliable security. From now on, everyone in the group, regardless of work injuries, urgent difficulties, children's education, or retirement livelihood, this fund will be your most reliable security. With tears, they worked hard alongside him, not only earning enough to make a living, but also gaining a solid assurance and a respect that was genuinely valued. Third, the remaining half of the donations will be fully donated to Tung Hua Group of Hospitals, Puliang Kuk, and the Hong Kong Community Chest. No naming in the Zhou family's name, no displaying my name Zhou Zhanheng, no running our own charity. We will leave professional matters to professionals. We only offer goodwill, without seeking false fame. He finally looked out at the audience and simply said one simple yet weighty sentence. You trust me, and once the fund is settled we will hold this charity banquet once again. The applause from the audience erupted, continuing without end. Hung Jinbao clapped his hands vigorously, repeatedly murmuring, Zhou is so generous. Su Guanjia set down his glass quietly, applauding, his eyes filled with admiration. Su Xiaofeng and Luo Wen exchanged glances, seeing deep recognition in each other's eyes. Wang Tianlin sighed softly, expressing to Zhang Che beside him, in this lifetime following Zhou is worth it. The banquet continued, the hall lively with voices, the aroma of wine mingling with a faint hint of fireworks, filling the entire venue. Lin Qingxia felt a bit stuffy inside, gently squeezing Zhou Zhanheng's hand, and in a low voice said, I'm going out to the terrace for some fresh air, I'll be back soon. Zhou Zhanheng looked at her slightly flushed cheeks, his gaze tender, gently nodding, discreetly signaling to the bodyguard behind him to follow at a distance. Don't wander too far or call me if you need anything. Got it. Lin Qingxia smiled gently at him, turning to lightly lift the hem of her qipao, and walked towards the terrace on the second floor. She did not take the main corridor, fearing to bump into guests coming to toast and disturb the tranquility, instead opting to round the quiet corner of the side corridor. Just as she was about to push open the terrace door, she caught sight of a small figure standing quietly in the light. The girl was no more than 15, wearing a white dress that did not fit quite right, making her appear even more Her exquisite face seemed to be carefully outlined with every stroke, but at this moment, she quietly lowered her eyes, her fingers lightly tugging at the hem of her dress, standing cautiously afraid to disturb the surroundings. It was Guan Jiaowei, the daughter of the former Hong Kong film emperor Guanshan. Lin Qingxiao recognized her at a glance, having encountered her twice on the set of Jiahe, and having heard the gossips around. 2 years ago her parents divorced, and her mother took her brother to America, leaving her behind with her father, who had long since lost interest in family matters. In the past 2 years Guanshan had lost his former glory, relying on his old reputation to attend various banquets. Tonight, with Zhou's charity banquet for the fund settlement, many people from the industry were present, and he naturally used his connections to come. However, as soon as he entered, he became busy socializing with the elite, completely forgetting about his daughter beside him. Surrounded by seniors, directors, and artists, she found no one to talk to. As the novelty wore off, all that remained was awkwardness and helplessness, and she could only quietly retreat here, shrinking into the corner like a nameless little flower forgotten. There were no cries or disputes, no complaints, only a young person entering the adult world of glamour, feeling the awkwardness and loneliness of being out of place, painfully sensitive. At this moment, she was just a half-grown child undergoing a huge family change, shy in personality and increasingly sensitive inside. Lin Qingxia felt her heart soften and deliberately walked over lightly, afraid to startle the timid little girl. Guan Jiaowei heard the footsteps and suddenly looked up, her expression like a startled deer, instantly tensing up, yet still very obedient and polite, lowering her head to softly say, Mrs. Zhou. She recognized the person before her, the wife of Zhou Zhanheng, whom everyone respected, Lin Qingxia. But feeling the disparity in their status, she did not dare to speak much, merely standing quietly, even her breathing barely making a sound. Lin Qingxia stopped to step away from her, maintaining a comfortable distance, her voice soft like a gentle breeze brushing through the night. Don't be afraid, I came out to escape the commotion too. It's crowded and noisy inside, but feels stuffy, doesn't it? Guan Jiaowei was taken aback, her long eyelashes fluttering down as she nodded slightly, her voice so faint it was almost inaudible. Yes, my dad brought me here, but I'm not really used to these occasions. She did not mention that her father neglected her, nor did she say that she felt abandoned, not expressing a single grievance. She simply admitted her inability to fit into such situations, and this enduring understanding made Lin Qingxia's heart ache all the more. The little girl responded softly, nervously tugging at the edge of her skirt, and relaxed just a little. Lin Qingxia nodded inwardly, her expression natural and sincere, showing no hint of pretense. You don't have to stay here awkwardly. If you feel bored next time, or want to find a quiet place to read, or do homework, you can come to my home at Half Mountain. It's spacious, there are few people, and it's very quiet. Just give me a call in advance if you want to come. Guan Jiaowei froze for a moment, her eyes slowly brightening, her long eyelashes fluttering. In the past 2 years, she had heard too many insincere pleasantries, and seen too many cold eyes and exploitation from others. For the first time, someone was genuinely concerned for her loneliness, offering her a pure form of warmth, without any ulterior motives. She didn't cry out loud, her eyes merely felt slightly warm, and her nose tinged with a hint of soreness, as she said quietly and earnestly, Thank you, Sister Qingxia. I will remember it. Lin Qingxia took out a small note from her bag, wrote down the phone number for the Half Mountain Villa, and gently placed it in the chilly palm of Guan Jiahui's hand, her fingers lightly covering it, transmitting warmth little by little. Your hands are so cold that don't stand here too long, or you'll catch a chill. It'll stay with you for a while, and when it's less crowded inside, it'll go find your father. Guan Jiahui clutched the thin note, as if holding a small source of warmth. She softly replied, feeling less lonely and unsupported for the first time in such a strange and bustling night. As the banquet moved into its later stage, Zhou Zhanheng sent off several group consultants and familiar wealthy figures planning to find Lin Qingxia to go home together. As the person in charge of the group, it was better to leave the venue first, allowing his employees to relax completely rather than remaining there where they might feel constrained. He walked slowly along the side corridor of the new light theater, deliberately avoiding the lively main venue, his footsteps light. Just as he turned the corner of the stairs, he immediately noticed a striking figure in the crowd. It was a woman of mixed Chinese and Portuguese descent with a plump figure wearing a faded short jacket and long pants. She had her hair neatly tied up and was carrying 2 towering boxes of drinks, moving steadily among a group of male temporary workers, her back straight, showing more strength than the men beside her. Even with sweat soaking her bangs, she didn't pause for a breath, exuding a refreshing and forthright demeanor. With just one glance, Zhou Zhanheng recognized her. Based on memories from his past life, this person was unmistakable: Fat Mama Maria. She would later become a prominent singer in Hong Kong, straightforward, loyal, and full of righteousness, a person worth helping, and her mixed-race appearance would serve as a good foundation for entering the Western music scene. At this moment, she was still struggling at the bottom, single-handedly supporting a family of 13, often suffering from domestic violence, facing a difficult life. He paused slightly in his footsteps and walked directly toward her. Maria had just set down the boxes and wiped the sweat from her brow. When she looked up, she was startled to see the man approaching. The man before her was Zhou Zhanheng, the chairman of the Zhou Group, respected by all of Hong Kong. She was merely a temporary worker, and she quickly stood up straight and bowed politely. Mr. Zhou. Zhou Zhanheng's tone was calm and gentle, without any hint of superiority, as he spoke, bridging the gap. Grew up in Macau. Maria was taken aback, not expecting this big boss to initiate a conversation with her. She promptly responded, yes. I came out from the beautiful street in Macau. I'm also from Macau, he said with a smile, his eyes scanning her shoulders reddened from the boxes. He then continued, it's too hard to do heavy lifting, can you sing? Maria was even more surprised, but didn't shy away. She answered cheerfully, I can sing a couple of songs, just filling in at the bar occasionally, it's nothing special. If you don't mind, then sing a couple of lines. She wasn't shy either. Clearing her throat, she hummed a Cantonese tune effortlessly, her voice rich and resonant, with a natural gift for singing that was particularly pleasant to the ear, even without accompaniment. Zhou Zhanheng nodded slightly, not wasting words, directly turning to Liang Jinsong behind him, saying, tomorrow arrange for her to go to Diamond Records as a harmony assistant. Pay her as a formal employee, and if she has talent, we will nurture her. Maria stood frozen in place, unable to believe this sudden opportunity. Her eyes instantly felt warm, and she deeply bowed, her tone filled with gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. I will work hard and learn well. I will never embarrass you. Just do your best, Zhou Zhanheng said with just 3 simple words before turning to continue walking, not lingering. He casually laid down a piece, which was merely a trivial matter for him, not needing to concern himself with it. Passing through the side corridor, he headed straight for the terrace. The evening breeze carried the salty scent of Victoria Harbor. Just as he rounded the corner, he saw 2 figures standing under the corridor lights. Lin Qingxia was gently speaking to a slender little girl, and Zhou Zhanheng immediately recognized her, Guan Jiahui, daughter of Guan Shan. He lightened his footsteps, choosing not to disturb them, but he was mentally calculating how to arrange things for this girl. Lin Qingxia sensed the movement, turned to see him, and instantly smiled lightly, reminding Guan Jiahui of a few things before walking towards him. Have you sent off the guests? Yes. Zhou Zhanheng naturally took her slightly cool hand, holding it steadily in his palm, his tone gentle. Everything is taken care of, let's go home. After Zhou Zhanheng left the main banquet hall, the atmosphere instantly became lively. At the entrance, he heard the evident laughter and chatter from inside, smiled faintly, and turned to take Lin Qingxia to a black car. The car smoothly drove away from North Point, heading towards the half-mountain villa. Lin Qingxia leaned against him and softly began to talk about Guan Jiahui. I ran into Mr. Guan Shan's daughter hiding alone on the terrace. She was particularly sensible and quiet, so I invited her to come over to play at our home in the future. Zhou Zhanheng's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light, wondering what she meant. Then, as if he thought of something, he spoke to her with deep affection. You can decide. I will have someone greet Guan Shan, asking him to keep an eye on his daughter. Lin Qingxia smiled, and then suddenly remembered the hard-working figure from the side corridor. By the way, I think I saw a temporary worker sister, just now, strong and very reliable. Did you notice her? Zhou Zhanheng tightened his embrace, holding her a bit closer, his voice warm. I noticed her voice is quite good, and I have already arranged for her to go to Diamond Records. You must be tired. When we get home, I'll help you with a nice massage. Lin Qingxia's cheeks flushed slightly, and she lightly scolded him, her face turning a soft pink as she leaned against him and fell silent. Outside the car window, the lights of Victoria Harbor twinkled like a river of stars, making the night feel gentle and long. The next day, in Zhou Zanheng's office on the top floor of the Chinese Merchants Bank, Mr. Zhou, this morning the total subscription amount for the employees fund reached just over 10 million Hong Kong dollars, greatly exceeding the 5 million limit you set last night. The employees are very enthusiastic and willing to trust you investing most of their savings. Liang Jinsong spoke with a smile, his tone light, as he himself had subscribed all his salary from the past few years to the fund. Zhou Zhanheng lightly tapped the desk with his fingers, his expression calm, but his tone carried a hint of seriousness. It's good that the employees trust me, but this gambler-like investment mentality is not acceptable. In the future, before fundraising, we should arrange more financial education to explain investment risks to everyone. Even if I provide a safety net, they should not invest all their wealth on speculating in the stock market. Yes, Mr. Zhou. I will arrange for someone to take charge immediately and regularly hold talks to ensure the risk warnings are clear. Liang Jinsong restrained his smile and replied solemnly, fully aware that Mr. Zhou genuinely cared for the employees. If there's nothing else, I will go to implement the various matters now. Zhou Zhanheng nodded slightly, signaling him to leave. Once the office returned to quiet, he casually picked up an urgent document from the corner of the desk, the cover clearly marked with the words Research Institute of Traditional Chinese Medicine in Kowloon Tong. His fingers brushed over the document title, his gaze slowly falling down. The entire document was a report of the Research Institute's achievements over the past year, stating that the core products had completed preclinical research and were expected to start the first clinical trial on the 5th of next month, inviting him to inspect the institute and discuss the core matters of mass production, patent application, and market implementation. Zhou Zhanheng closed the document. This long-prepared layout for traditional Chinese medicine was finally at a stage where results could be seen. On February 5, 1977, with just 13 days left until the new year, the cold wind wrapped around the dampness of Victoria Harbor, sweeping past the newly completed Zhongqing Medicine Research Institute building in Kowloon Tong. The black Rolls-Royce came to a steady stop at the entrance, and the personal bodyguard quickly stepped forward, efficiently opening the car door, standing upright with hands at his sides. Zhou Zhanheng slightly bent forward and calmly stepped out of the car, the hem of his dark blue coat lightly fluttering with his movement. He stood straight, his fingertips adjusting the collar of his coat, his expression serene, emanating a powerful aura. He lifted his gaze and scanned the three-story building before him, illuminated by warm light. Unlike the oppressive medicinal aroma of the old pharmacies found throughout the streets, a faint, refined herbal scent wafted from here, mingled with a hint of alcohol's crispness, clean and orderly. Mr. Zhou, you're here. At the entrance, he was greeted by Chun Sunren, an elderly gentleman dressed in a neatly pressed white lab coat, looking spirited, followed by several other elderly practitioners in white coats, all prominent figures in Hong Kong's traditional medicine community, Fan Zhaojin Wu Zhuiqi and Liang Jueshuan, all treasures whom he had invited to the institute after much effort. Zhou Zhanheng extended his hand to shake hands with the gentlemen, feeling the thick calluses on their fingertips worn from years of taking pulses and writing. He smiled gently, his tone calm. Old Chen, thank you, and all the gentlemen, for your hard work. I came today to see the progress over the past year. There's no need for formalities. When he initially invested heavily to establish this research institute, the Hong Kong medical community mostly laughed at it. At that time, traditional Chinese medicine in Hong Kong had no legal status, and the old practitioners could only consult patients in private pharmacies. They couldn't even get their hands on decent equipment for research, let alone compete with Japan's Tsukuba Shuntendo, which had spread Chinese herbal medicine worldwide. Let's take you to see the central testing room first. Chun Sunren stepped aside to lead him inside. In the glass partition laboratory, a Germany-imported high-performance liquid chromatography machine emitted a soft hum while rows of glassware gleamed under the light. Mr. Fan, please explain our quality standard system to Mr. Zhou. Fan Zhaojin stepped forward, holding a neatly bound booklet, adjusting his glasses, his tone filled with undeniable confidence. Mr. Zhou, the reason Japanese herbal medicine can sell worldwide is due to their unified quality standards. However, their standards have a fatal flaw. They only measure one or two indicator components. For instance, when using Angelica, they only test for ferulic acid, ignoring other effective components, making it easy to counterfeit. Zhou Zhanheng took the booklet, flipping through it, filled with dense graphs and data. He pointed to one page and looked up to, I recall you mentioned that the Japanese testing method has been patented. Our method circumvents their barriers. Yes. Fan Zhaojin's eyes brightened, surprised that this boss could indeed ask the right questions. Our method is a full component fingerprinting system. For each herbal medicine and batch of finished products, from sourcing authentic materials to processing, extraction, and formulation, the entire process is controllable. Not only do we measure indicator components, but we also clearly mark the proportions of all effective components. This testing method is developed exclusively by us, with the Japanese having no equivalent. We have already applied for a patent in Hong Kong, along with standard drafts for 30 common Chinese herbal medicines, which we have submitted to the National Pharmacopoeia Committee. This year's Chinese Pharmacopoeia will likely include our standards. Zhou Jianheng nodded, gently tapping the booklet with his finger. Well done. Standards equate to discourse power. The medicine of our Chinese people must have our own rules. Continuing down the corridor, the second room is the formulation research room, which is the core of the entire institute. On the experimental table lay rows of small pill samples and sealed bottles containing brown extracts. Chen Sunren picked up a tube of pills and handed it to him, his tone carrying a touch of seriousness. Mr. Zhou, this is our most crucial achievement over the past year, coronary heart efficacy drops. Zhou Jianheng held the transparent sample tube, looking at the evenly rounded drops the size of millet grains inside, and lifted his gaze to ask, I heard you mention that Su Cuba has patented layout related to Su Heshang pills. Will our formulation run into issues? Absolutely not. Chen Sunren shook his head, pointing at the sample tube, confidently explaining. The Japanese use the original formula from the Taiping Huimin Heji Ju Fong for Su Heshang pills, which consists of over 10 herbs made into honey pills, and have patented the process of water extraction and ethanol sedimentation. Our formulation fundamentally avoids all their barriers. He paused, explaining clearly to Zhou Jian. First, the prescription has been clinically optimized by us using only 2 herbs, Chuanqiong and Bingpian. Chuanqiong promotes blood circulation and regulates qi, while Bingpian opens the orifices and awakens the spirit, completely unrelated to their original formula, so there is no infringement. Second, the extraction process uses ethanol gradient extraction combined with large pore resin purification, extracting the ligustrazine and ferulic acid from Chuanqiong with a purity exceeding 90. Their water extraction and ethanol sedimentation are completely different processes, and we have already applied for a unique extraction patent. Third, the dosage form is a drop pill that dissolves under the tongue, taking effect in 3 minutes. It targets acute attacks of angina, whereas their honey pills take half an hour to show effects, making them entirely different products. Fan Zhaojin added, animal experiments are complete, and the efficacy of our product is 40 higher than similar Japanese products. Preliminary trials have also been completed. We can report for clinical trials in April this year, and we have submitted patents in Hong Kong and the UK. Once approved, all Commonwealth countries will be protected, making it difficult for the Japanese to copy. Zhou Jianheng placed the sample tube back on the experimental table, feeling a weight lift from his heart. He hadn't invested so much money just to open a pharmacy for a little profit, but to seize the core technology of traditional Chinese medicine and hold it firmly in the hands of the Chinese people before the Japanese could. And there's this. Chen Sunren picked up 2 more sample bottles. Beside him, one was a foil bag containing brown granules, and the other was an interliquated capsule. This is a stone-dissolving powder optimized based on the ancient formula of Shihui San, adding extracts of Jin Qian Shao and Hai Jin Sha, with an efficacy increase of 30 compared to the original formula, sugar-free, targeting the high incidence of stones in Hong Kong and Southeast Asia. The prescription is exclusive and has been patented. This is a compound silymarin interliquated capsule. The Japanese currently only have single silymarin tablets. We have added Schisandra and Inshin extracts to synergistically protect the liver, and the interliquated capsule avoids destruction by gastric acid with a bioavailability double that of their tablets, and the patent has also been applied for. Zhou Jianheng picked up the capsule, examined it, and smiled as he said, I remember Mr. Wu is an expert in women's and children's medicine. Surely you have made quite a few achievements. Wu Zhuoqi, who had been standing beside, smiled as she led him into the neighboring research room for women's and children's formulations. On the testing table lay numerous sample boxes adorned with cartoon patterns along with soft capsule samples designed for postpartum women. Mr. Zhou, we have primarily developed 2 core products. Wu Zhuoqi picked up a bag of pediatric cold granules, saying, this is a sugar-free cold granule for children made with the roots of gungame and wuzamatato from Lingnan paired with honeysuckle and forsythia. It is gentle and non-irritating, ensuring it does not harm children's spleen and stomach. Japanese pediatric herbal medicines rely heavily on ancient formulas, which are potent and cooling, often containing large amounts of sucrose, leading to cavities in children. Our version is flavored with glycyrrhizin and is sugar-free. The gungame and wuzamatato in our prescription are rarely used by the Japanese, making our compound entirely unique. We have already applied for a patent, and the pilot testing has been completed with many pediatric clinics in Hong Kong pre-ordering. Wu Zhuoqi then picked up a box of soft capsules. This is the Emu Shenhua soft capsule, optimized based on the Shenhua soup, targeting postpartum residual flow and abdominal pain. It has been transformed into a soft capsule, eliminating the need to boil herbal soup, ensuring better absorption. It also includes chicken bloodvine from Lingnan, which enhances blood replenishment and circulation. The original Japanese herbal medicines only exist in soup and honey pill forms. Our dosage form and prescription are entirely unique, with the patent already submitted. Zhou Jianheng nodded in agreement. He knew that Chinese families in Hong Kong place great importance on the health of women and children. These 2 products, once launched, would undoubtedly find a market. More importantly, they completely circumvented the patent barriers posed by the Japanese, being entirely their own creations. The final stop was the external preparations and acupuncture research room, led by Liang Jueshuan. Upon entering, a faint scent of mint and clove greeted them, and the testing table was filled with various adhesive patches and acupuncture needles alongside acupoint models. Mr. Zhou, our main focus is on external preparations integrated with acupuncture theory. Liang Jueshuan picked up a black adhesive patch stating, "This is a blood-activating pain relief patch designed for trauma and rheumatic pain, effective for up to 72 hours. The core of the Japanese adhesive patch patent is a chemical transdermal agent which has side effects. We have completely avoided this by using mint oil and clove volatile oil as transdermal enhancers, achieving 30 better transdermal effectiveness than theirs. It is purely based on traditional Chinese medicine, a unique offering worldwide, and we have already applied for a patent." He then picked up a smaller patch. This is an asthma acupoint patch combining the acupuncture theory of treating winter illnesses in summer, targeting chronic bronchitis and asthma. We have conducted over 100 clinical cases with an efficiency rate of over 90. The Japanese do not even comprehend the theory, and there are no similar products available. We are preparing for the patent submission, which we can file in early 1977. Having walked through the entire facility, it was already noon. The group sat down in the conference room, where Chun Tsunren placed a thick results booklet in front of Zhou Zhanheng, clearly outlining all the achievements of the past year. In September 1975, the Research Institute was established, the laboratory was completed, and the expert team was in place. In the first half of 1976, we completed drafts for quality standards of 30 commonly used traditional Chinese medicines and established a resource bank for authentic medicinal materials between Hong Kong and the mainland. In the second half of 1976, we completed preclinical research for the fast-acting heart-saving pills, stone-expelling granules, and compound silymarin capsules. The two women's and children's products finished pilot testing, and the external adhesive patches completed clinical validation. By December 1976, we had submitted 4 invention patents in Hong Kong, 2 in the UK, and were preparing 5 core patents to be submitted in early 1977. The 10 submitted standards for traditional Chinese medicines have been included in the preparatory catalog for the 1977 edition of the Pharmacopoeia by the mainland's Pharmacopoeia Committee. Zhou Zhanheng flipped through the pages, closed the booklet, and looked up at the elderly gentleman present, speaking with solemnity. "Gentlemen, thank you for your hard work over the past year." He paused, his voice carrying a sense of determination. "I, Zhou Zhanheng, may not understand deep medical theories, but I know that the knowledge passed down by our ancestors for thousands of years must not be appropriated by the Japanese. You can focus on your research. If you need equipment, I will procure the best in the world for you. If you need medicinal materials, I will gather the most authentic from all over China. If you need funding, I will ensure there is always enough." He added, "This year, I have only one request." Zhou Zhanheng's gaze swept across everyone. "We must firmly hold on to our exclusive patents. We will sell our traditional Chinese medicines to Southeast Asia, to the Commonwealth, and to the entire world. Let everyone know that the best traditional Chinese medicine is always in the hands of us Chinese." The elderly gentleman appeared invigorated, and Chun Tsunren, holding the results booklet, replied, "Seriously, Mr. Zhou, rest assured we will safeguard the pharmacology technology and patents. However, for mass production approvals and distribution, we will still need Mr. Zhou to coordinate." Zhou Zhanheng nodded slightly, his tone crisp and decisive. "You need not worry about production. In the second half of this year, 2 production lines capable of producing 200 tons of modern traditional Chinese medicine extracts annually will be established, fully renovated to meet Commonwealth GMP standards, sufficient to meet the initial trial production needs of Hong Kong, Macau, and key areas in Southeast Asia." He paused, having laid out the plan, yet also considering the current realities. Regarding medicinal materials, at present the mainland's medicinal materials are under centralized procurement and distribution, and the supply is rather tight. Blindly establishing factories will not work. After returning, I will arrange for people to contact China Resources Company and the Guangdong Medicinal Materials Branch. We will definitely secure a 3-year dedicated supply agreement, prepaying foreign exchange to lock in the annual export quotas for authentic medicinal areas in Yunnan, Sichuan, and Zhejiang, controlling quality from the source. For now, this is the only way to lay out the plan. As for approvals, the legal and medical teams in Hong Kong will liaise with the agent office. The Commonwealth market will directly go through the UK patent channel, simultaneously applying for market approval with all patent application fees already prepared. In Southeast Asia, our Singapore branch will lead, leveraging the Chinese network to establish channels through advanced pharmacies and clinics, gradually advancing into hospital pharmacies. Liang Jueshuan was moved, unable to resist, interjecting, "Mr. Zhou is looking at the long term, starting to connect with overseas pathways. As long as the supply of medicinal materials from the mainland is guaranteed, large-scale production will not be an issue. Doing business naturally requires long-term planning. Hong Kong is small in area and raw materials can only rely on the mainland, so we must not rush for success." Zhou Zhanheng replied calmly. "This year we will take small steps, advancing 4 flagship products simultaneously. The coronary heart fast-acting pills targeting emergencies, the stone-expelling granules for common ailments, the pediatric cold granules meeting family needs, and the blood-activating pain relief patches for extensive offline circulation. We will first conduct small batch trial productions this year for local clinics and hospitals in Hong Kong, establishing a good reputation and solidifying our foothold. True large-scale production and comprehensive distribution will have to wait until at least the second half of 1978, when the mainland policies ease and the supply of medicinal materials catches up, allowing us to seize the market fully. Chun Tsunren nodded in agreement, his eyes filled with expectations, understanding the depth of this strategy. Mr. Zhou has considered everything thoroughly, advancing step by step. With your words, we the old bones will do our utmost to uphold the banner of traditional Chinese medicine. Zhou Zhanheng stood up, nodding slightly to the elderly gentleman. You can focus on your research, safeguarding the technology and patents. The remaining battles in business, market strategies, funding allocation, and patent defenses will all be left to me. Outside, the cold wind gradually ceased, and a beam of morning light broke through the clouds, illuminating the newly erected sign of the Research Institute, bathing the walls in warm light. The first move towards the modernization of traditional Chinese medicine had thus been made. Upon exiting the Research Institute, Zhou Zhanheng wasted no time. He immediately advanced the mass production of pharmaceutical technologies. He directly founded Zhou Group Biomedical Co., Ltd., incorporating the entire Research Institute into the company. While strictly separating management, the institute focused solely on R&D and the company solely on commercialization. Two entities operating independently, yet mutually supportive. Amid his intense workload, a shy, quiet young woman had quietly entered Lin Qingxia's life, and the two got along exceptionally well. One day, Lu Wanjun visited her son and daughter-in-law. Upon stepping into the garden, she found Lin Qingxia chatting animatedly with the young woman. Lu observed them silently for a moment, then mused inwardly. Has Qingxia begun selecting a second wife for her beloved son? The girl was quite lovely. Yes, Qingxia was truly maturing into the poised matriarch of a prestigious family. Lu did not approach or interrupt. Instead, she quietly turned and withdrew. Such matters were best left to the daughter-in-law. Intervention by the mother-in-law would be inappropriate. This domestic vignette remained entirely unknown to Zhou Zhanheng, who remained wholly absorbed in the electronics industry. Before he knew it, the annual senior management meeting of Hunka Technology had arrived. In the conference room at the Shatin headquarters of Hunka Technology, Zhou Zhanheng sat at the head of the table, his fingertips resting lightly on the cool, sleek casing of a prototype device. His expression calm, composed, and deeply focused as he began to speak. First, report the net profits generated over the past 6 months by our arcade and handheld gaming systems. Then detail current Walkman inventory levels and related follow-up plans. Liang Jinsong, seated to Zhou's right, rose promptly upon hearing the instruction. He bowed slightly in deference. Zhou nodded in acknowledgement, and Liang resumed his seat before leaning toward the microphone before him, delivering a concise set of figures in a steady, precise tone. As of December 31st, 1976, the Space Invaders arcade business achieved a net profit exceeding 14.7 million over the past half year. The Play Pocket handheld system generated 12 million in net profit during the same period. Meanwhile, the fan business operated by our Los Angeles branch, capitalizing on the post-oil crisis market surge, recorded approximately 7 million in net profit, surpassing its initial annual forecast by 600. Zhou Zhanheng gave a slight nod and shifted his gaze toward Ouyang, he who understood the cue instantly. Tapping the microphone before him, Ouyang opened his report and spoke in a measured, authoritative voice. Mr. Zhou, distinguished colleagues. Since the commissioning of our first mass production line in September 1976, 5 full months have passed. All 4 primary lines and 1 backup line are operating stably, sustaining a consistent monthly output of 100 units. The Shatin Central Warehouse currently holds 600 sealed units in stock, with a yield rate of 98.7. Regarding supply chain resilience, local inventories of PCBs, casings, and buttons are sufficient to ensure uninterrupted production through year-end without risk of shortage. Phase 1 procurement has secured 3 million core component sets with a 20 deposit, totaling 10.8 million already paid. Micromotors, magnetic heads, and audio ICs are all sourced from Japan's top-tier manufacturers Mabuchi, TDK, Toshiba, and Sanyo. Long-term contracts lock in pricing, insulating us from raw material inflation triggered by the ongoing oil crisis. Pausing briefly, he added a critical detail. Per your earlier directive, we have signed secondary supplier agreements with Hong Kong's Technomotor U.S. based 3MO and the Netherlands Philips. Signed in 1976, these agreements stipulate bulk delivery commencing in 1978. This year we paid less than 1 million in reservation fees, placing negligible strain on our core liquidity. Zhou Zhanheng nodded faintly, his expression unchanged, and gestured for him to continue. Lu Xiaozhang picked up a production unit prototype from the table and gently slid open its side-mounted battery compartment with practiced ease. His tone, calm, technical, unflinching, laid bare an industry-wide vulnerability. Mr. Zhou, I'll supplement with RD and market risks. Our model's key advantage lies in its streamlined recording architecture, miniaturized mechanics, reduced power consumption, and reliance on standardized Japanese components, ensuring stable quality control and predictable cost efficiency. Yet the industry's Achilles heel is unmistakable. Once launched small and medium-sized electronics factories in Kuntong and Suan, one will reverse engineer our casing and circuitry within 3 months and flood the market with clones priced at half, or even less, of ours, directly undermining our strategic positioning. He placed the unit back onto the table with deliberate care, his expression grave. Patent protections may deter industry giants like Sony or Sanyo, but they cannot halt the wave of imitation from countless local workshops. Litigation is protracted and resource-intensive, offering no swift resolution. And engaging in a price war would erode the premium brand identity we've painstakingly cultivated, rendering the effort futile and self-defeating. His words resonated instantly. Every senior RD engineer around the table nodded in quiet agreement. They had spent 2 full years dissecting over 100 Japanese portable recorders, revising circuit schematics across thousands of iterations, and calibrating mechanical parameters tens of thousands of times to create the world's first pure-play stereo Walkman. None wished to see their labor of genius diluted by cheap imitations. Liang Qichong lifted his gaze, adjusting his glasses with gentle precision. His voice remained courteous, but incisive. Patents safeguard intellectual property, but they do not command consumer perception. The crux is not whether we can launch, but how our launch strategy can rapidly cement our mid to high-end brand positioning, erecting an insurmountable market barrier against copycats, thereby eliminating low-price competition at its root. All eyes converged instantly upon Zhou Zhanheng at the head of the table. His fingers traced the cool, glossy finish of the device before him. Only after every voice had been heard did he lift his gaze and speak, softly, deliberately, with unwavering composure. Continue ramping up production capacity to maximum. Seal all existing inventory. None shall leave the warehouse. Effective immediately until May. Maintain full capacity across all 4 production lines. Produce an additional 1200 units of the Star Wars-themed limited edition. Combine this with standard units to accumulate a total stockpile of 800 units. Only then initiate global distribution. No one stirred. Over the past 3 years, every decision Zhou Zhanheng made had been grounded in rigorous analysis, complete with robust risk mitigation and clear ROI frameworks. Absolute trust had long since crystallized within the team. Ouyang, he merely furrowed his brow, slightly pinpointing the operational core. Mr. Zhou, financing the 800 unit inventory poses no liquidity strain. The company's cash flow fully covers it. However, the timing of the global launch must be absolute, non-negotiable in its precision. Furthermore, the pricing structure for the limited edition requires formal validation. Zhou raised his hand, signaling Liang Jinsong to distribute a document from the corner of the table to all core executives present. It was a copy of the Lucasfilm investment agreement signed last October. Zhou tapped a bolded clause and stated plainly, revealing the previously confidential rationale. This agreement was withheld from the team not out of secrecy, but for sound commercial confidentiality and strategic execution. Last year, George Lucas faced severe funding shortfalls during the production of Star Wars. Major Hollywood studios hesitated, refusing further investment. I traveled personally to the U.S. to negotiate investing under my own name, and secured both product placement and a global co-branding partnership. We maintained silence precisely to prevent premature leaks that might alert copycat manufacturers, disrupting our inventory buildup and launch cadence. He met each person's gaze with calm objectivity. I believe this science fiction film will serve as our pivotal breakthrough, not only in North America, but worldwide. Leveraging its global cultural resonance, we can rapidly establish distinct product recognition, creating an unbridgeable chasm between our technology and any imitation. Accordingly, the limited edition will be priced at $229, the standard model adjusted to $179. As the world's first pure-play stereo Walkman, its technological sophistication and user experience fully justify this premium positioning. He glanced toward He Guiyuan at his side, indicating he should elaborate on contractual specifics. He Guiyuan inclined his head, opened his summary dossier, and spoke with scholarly poise and crystalline clarity. In October last year, Mr. Zhou invested $65 million to become a co-producer of Star Wars. The agreement contains 2 legally binding ancillary clauses. First, Starchase Walkmans appear as standard-issue portable audio devices for rebel pilots in the film, featured prominently in swing cockpit scenes with the Starchase logo clearly visible. A dedicated close-up shot, minimum duration 3 seconds, is contractually guaranteed and non-removable. Second, Hunka Electronics holds the exclusive global license for Star Wars-branded audio equipment and arcade games, a 5-year term with priority renewal rights. He closed the dossier and added, in exchange, Hunka Electronics commits its global offline retail channels to provide complimentary promotional support for Star Wars. For Lucasfilm, then facing acute financial constraints, this arrangement held irreplaceable strategic value, making the partnership not only viable, but but eminently rational. Zhou Zhanheng picked up the Starry Stream personal audio device from the table, pushed it forward slightly, and cast his gaze over everyone present, his tone steady and powerful, thoroughly laying out the strategic intentions. Indeed, our positioning is singular. The Starry Stream personal audio device is akin to the futuristic portable audio equipment used by the rebel pilots in Star Wars. Promotion and release will be completely synchronized with the film's premiere launching on the same day across all channels for a simultaneous explosion. With that, he lightly tapped the table with his fingertips, clearly outlining the division of labor, with each step precise and efficient. In North America, He Sheng will lead coordinating with the LA office to tap into amusement parks and retail channels already established through Space Invaders, directly negotiating exclusive partnerships with 20th Century Fox and major cinema chains, setting up special Starry Stream sales kiosks in theater lobbies, running our promotional ads before the film starts, and offering the personal audio device with movie ticket stubs along with a limited edition Star Wars poster. Pop-up stores will open simultaneously around shopping centers and universities, featuring the world's first portable stereo, the official Star Wars edition, with ample stock available. For Hong Kong and Southeast Asia, Ouyang Husheng will take full responsibility. Within a week of the film's release, special counters and experience stores will launch the limited Star Wars edition with posters and advertisements spread across all channels, the slogan being the voice of the future Star Wars edition. He rose, resting both hands on the conference table, and spoke solemnly, "Everyone, there is a tough battle ahead. After this meeting, return to your posts, each fulfilling your duties, and prepare for the various matters following the explosion of the personal audio device." Having said that, without waiting for a response, he waved his hand and left quickly. He still needed to visit ATV. Over the past 2 years, ATV had not improved much besides stabilizing its current ratings, remaining under the relentless pressure of TVB. This made Zhou Zhanheng doubt whether this group of people was too young, leading to their creative ideas being somewhat immature. Arriving at ATV, it was almost noon. He directly summoned Huang Shizhao, and the two took their seats in the office, Zhou Zhanheng straightforwardly stating in a calm tone, "Given ATV's current ratings situation, I will invest my efforts in personally participating in the station's operational work over the next few weeks." Huang Shizhao sat opposite him, his expression filled with unease and self-reproach, wanting to argue a bit about the difficulties of the past 2 years, but found no words. Zhou Zhanheng glanced at him, his tone calm and restrained, merely pointing out the current situation without excessive reproach, allowing the general manager to save face. "I have noticed your efforts at ATV over the past 2 years. Thanks to your diligence, the station's ratings have not declined. You've worked hard." Huang Shizhao stood slightly bowed, quietly relaxing his tone much steadier. "Thank you, Chairman, for your understanding and compassion." Zhou Zhanheng waved his hand, signaling him to sit down, and continued, "However, merely maintaining the status quo will never allow us to compete with TVB. They hold popular variety shows and top self-produced dramas, monopolizing over half of Hong Kong's ratings, while ATV has yet to produce any competitive works, remaining suppressed, which is not a sustainable strategy." He spoke in a calm tone, without unnecessary words, directly laying out the comprehensive plan. "I do not require a complete overhaul of the station, nor do I hold anyone accountable. I only ask that you do 2 things: create 2 hits, and that will be enough to turn the tide. First, fully invest in producing a patriotic drama set in the Republic era. I will personally oversee the framework of the script. I have a promising screenwriter named Chen Xiaoying, who is currently an editor at Silver World. Arrange for someone to invite him to take a formal screenwriting position at the station, and inform him that upon joining, he can participate in the creation of ATV's key annual drama." He rubbed his temples, feeling a bit uncomfortable from overthinking recently, and lightly coughed before continuing. "Additionally, assign the station's top screenwriting team to collaborate with him on refining the script, with Wang Tianlin overseeing production, maintaining control throughout filming. This drama will be designated as ATV's flagship production of the year, titled Shanghai Bond, with a storyline based on Du Yusheng's life trajectory, focusing on the conflicts and power struggles of the Republic era, aiming for both quality and popularity, directly competing with TVB's concurrent dramas to capture the attention of the entire Hong Kong audience. Second, create a primetime variety show modeled after TVB's Happy Tonight, named Tonight in Xiangjiang, integrating song and dance performances, celebrity interviews, and local skits, involving all artists and singers under the group to perform with a fresh format and lively pace, covering audiences of all ages, aiming to seize the primetime viewing slots. 1 drama, 1 variety show, concentrating all the station's funds, manpower, and resources to create without dispersing energy or incurring unnecessary costs." Zhou Zhanheng raised his gaze, his expression steady and his tone composed. "You just need to manage the internal coordination and personnel scheduling, fully cooperate with filming and production. I hope that through this drama and variety show, you and the other key staff at the station will gain something." Huang Shizhao felt a jolt of gratitude, immediately standing up with a serious expression. "Zhou Sheng, I will follow your arrangements, mobilizing the full strength of the station to cooperate fully, and will not slack off." Zhou Jianheng nodded slightly, speaking in a deep voice. Immediately gather all main creators, screenwriters, and core management of the station for a special meeting tomorrow morning to finalize all creative teams and quickly prepare for filming and broadcasting matters. In the shortest time possible, let all Hong Kong audiences remember ATV. The next morning in the high-level conference room of ATV, all directors, screenwriters, producers, and heads of the artist department were present, the room silent, everyone holding their breath waiting for this behind-the-scenes chairman to decide the layout. Zhou Jianheng pushed the door open, followed closely by his aide, Liang Jinsong. He gestured slightly, and Liang Jinsong quickly stepped forward, distributing the printed outline and list of key cast and crew members. Zhou Jianheng took his seat at the main position, his expression calm, flipping through the artist information in his hands, and upon seeing the documents distributed, he got straight to the point without any unnecessary pleasantries. For this drama, we will not conduct complicated auditions that waste preparation time. I will directly finalize the cast. All departments should execute accordingly. The male lead Su Wenxiang will be played by Wan Ziliang. As the words fell, the crowd below nodded slightly. Wan Ziliang was a new star heavily promoted by the station over the past 2 years, with decent acting skills, possessing an appearance that combines scholarly elegance and a charismatic presence, embodying the resilience of youth in turbulent times and the decisiveness of a figure from the underworld, perfectly aligning with the character traits of Su Wenxiang. The audience, upon hearing this, secretly agreed. The female lead Feng Qingqing will be portrayed by Ouyang Peishan. She has a graceful appearance, a gentle temperament with a hint of cold stubbornness, embodying both the elegance and intellect of a noble lady and the passionate persistence of youthful characters in chaotic times, highly compatible in image and temperament, with Feng Qingqing making her the best fit. Ding Li will be played by Qin Pei, a smooth, ruthless, and loyal character who rises from the bottom ranks to become a tyrant in Shanghai. He can fully portray this role. For the remaining roles, Zhou Jianheng pondered briefly, finalizing each arrangement meticulously. Feng Jingyao, a major underworld figure and business tycoon in Shanghai, deeply cunning and ruthless, will be portrayed by Lu Xiaoming, presenting the classic dark and imposing aura of a traditional tyrant. Adisu Wenqiang's confident, gentle, and kind will be played by Huang Mening. Uncle Xiang, a loyal and scheming housekeeper beside Feng Jingyao, will be portrayed by Ling Li Wen. Chun Hanlin, played by Lu Songren, is a passionate scholar returning from abroad, with a sense of patriotism and integrity, having both friendship and ideological conflicts, with Su Wenxiang providing rich character arcs. Lu Songren naturally embodies the aura of a scholar, righteousness, and refined elegance. He is perfectly suited for this role, being of the second male lead caliber, deserving of his status as a pillar of ATV, while not overshadowing Wan Ziliang, with a significant role and a likable character. Additionally, the roles of underworld thugs, police detectives, various family members, and supporting characters will all be played by the station's experienced and capable actors, fully honing their skills to ensure the quality of the drama. With the angle set, Zhou Jianheng turned to his side to Wang Tianlin, his expression serious as he conveyed his. Director Wang Yu will have full authority over the production of the entire drama, serving as the chief director, coordinating all filming, on-set scheduling, and script refinement, collaborating with screenwriter Chen Xiaoying to maximize the details in the script, the visual frames, and the emotional portrayal of the characters, strictly controlling the shooting schedule and eliminating any delays or half-hearted efforts. Wang Tianlin smiled gently and nodded, responding humbly, understood, Zhou Shang. I will ensure to maintain the overall pace. Zhou Jianheng nodded in acknowledgement and continued. During the filming, the best production team, venues, costumes, and funding from Asia Television will all be focused on Shanghai Bund, unconditionally cooperating with the shoot, disregarding costs, just to create an unprecedented Republic of China drama in Hong Kong's film history. He then looked towards the head of the variety show team, his tone resolute. The variety show tonight in Xiangjiang will commence preparations, simultaneously airing in prime time every evening, closely following the broadcast schedule of Shanghai Bund. Before and after the drama airs, we will arrange for the creative team and actors to guest on the variety show for promotional activities, creating a synergistic effect between the drama and the show, comprehensively building momentum and saturating the Hong Kong viewing market. The head of the variety show team immediately stood up and respectfully replied, Yes, Chairman, I will promptly start arranging the subsequent preparations. Zhou Jianheng waved his hand to indicate he should sit down, then continued. The artist department will fully cooperate. All participating actors will suspend other scattered engagements, dedicating themselves entirely to the filming of this drama, while the station will vigorously promote the project, launching comprehensive advertisements, posters, and street promotions, simultaneously creating a buzz even before the airing. The head of the artist department also attempted to stand, but Zhou Jianheng raised his hand to stop him, indicating that others should just listen and not waste his time. The production team will strictly oversee costumes, props, and set designs, recreating the grandeur and the turbulent atmosphere of Shanghai Bund during the Republic of China era, with docks, concessions, and mansions all built as real sets, striving for an authentic reproduction of the period's ambience and absolutely avoiding shoddy workmanship. Chen Xiaoying will head the screenwriting team, meticulously developing the script's plot according to the legendary life of Du Yuexing, refining character logic, while balancing the intrigue of the martial world romantic entanglements and the greater good of the nation, ensuring a tight and tension-filled narrative, creating a phenomenon that no one in Hong Kong can rival. The crowd grew solemn, responding in unison, without a hint of dissent, their eyes filled with anticipation. Huang Shizhao immediately stood up and addressed the entire assembly solemnly. Everyone strictly follow the chairman's orders, execute with full effort, each performing their respective duties, and never betray the chairman's trust. Zhou Zhanheng scanned the room, his tone steady and resolute. I do not want half-hearted efforts or excuses, I only want results. Within 3 months the drama must start production and air as soon as possible. I want Shanghai Bun to explode in popularity upon its premiere, completely breaking TVB's viewing monopoly and allowing Asia television to ascend to the pinnacle of Hong Kong television. As his words fell, the atmosphere grew tense. Zhou Zhanheng casually flipped through the 75-76 lease and TVB drama series list, muttering, He flipped through the pages again, suddenly pausing as he recalled that Zheng Xiaoqiu and Zhao Yaji should have filmed The Book and the Sword last year. Where are they? He then remembered Wang Tianlin was under his command. Without Wang Tianlin's backing, those two might have to wait quite a while at TVB. With that thought, he cursed inwardly. Damn it, I forgot. He patted his forehead, then pointed at the names of Zheng Xiaoqiu and Zhao Yaji, speaking in Manager Huang, after the meeting, go and bring these two over to the station. Also acquire the adaptation rights for the novels of Gu Long, Jin Yong, and others. Jin Yong's The Book and the Sword is a good choice. Secure it first, and continue to have director Huang supervise. He paused here, looking at Huang Shizhao, and said seriously, Manager Huang, I require Asia television to have so many stories that we will never run out of things to film. We cannot have a situation where there are no stories to shoot. Is that clear? Huang Shizhao immediately straightened his expression and replied earnestly, Chairman, rest assured there will be absolutely no problem. I will contact these two as soon as possible and bring them over. Zhou Zhanheng nodded, then stood up to survey the room, casually stating that will be all for today. The meeting is in the following period. Zhou Zhanheng divided half his attention to Asia television. Half a month later, the first draft of the script was completed. Due to his intervention, this version of Shanghai Bond leaned more towards the martial world's revenge and enmity, with the female lead's role remaining largely unchanged from the previous version. After another week of script refinement, the 1977 version of Shanghai Bond officially commenced filming, still with a simultaneous airing format, and the theme song was the same as in his past life. He was too lazy to change it, leaving it to Jenny Chen to perform. After its premiere, viewership soared, with streets filled with people as just the beginning. This version, compared to the previous TVB version, was a comprehensive triumph. As May arrived, the synergy between the drama and the variety show took form, marking Asia television's official explosive stage as Zhou Zhanheng poured all his energy into the upcoming release of the portable music player. On May 25th, with the release of Star Wars, the Hunka series launched the Starry portable music player in full force. Shortly thereafter, with the film's massive success, all 800 units of the portable music player sold out in just 40 days. Entering July, on this day, Zhou Zhanheng lay on a lounge chair in the garden, basking in the sun. In front of him, Lin Qingxiao was discussing a painting with Guan Jiahui, pointing at the artwork. Excitedly, she ran over to him with the artwork in hand, her voice filled with joy. Hubby, come quickly, Jiahui painted us a sunset picture of Victoria Harbor. You must see it. I'm asleep. Zhou Zhanheng lay there with his eyes closed, deliberately speaking in a tone loud enough for them to hear. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxiao turned her head to glance at him, then leaned in close, reaching out to pry open his eyelids. With wide open eyes, she peered in, only to see him rolling his eyeballs back, leaving only the whites showing. She had a fleeting thought, then reached in to tickle him under his arms. Zhou Zhanheng quickly grabbed her little hand. With his other hand, he was about to tickle her back when Lin Qingxiao showed a look of panic and quickly exclaimed, "You're not allowed to tickle me." Zhou Zhanheng was taken aback, then helplessly said, "Hey wife, you're not being fair. How can you set such rules?" Lin Qingxiao smiled smugly and said sweetly, "Humph, it's just not allowed. Come on, you quickly get up and take a look. Jiahui is quite talented at painting." Reluctantly, Zhou Zhanheng got up, took the artwork, and upon seeing it revealed a hint of surprise on his face. He looked at Guan Jiahui and nodded, saying, surprisingly good. It seems she really has some talent." Of course that was just polite talk. The little girl was still young and needed encouragement. Seeing him looking, Guan Jiahui quickly bent deeply and said softly, "Thank you for the praise, Zhou Shang." Zhou Zhanheng nodded at her, then returned the artwork. Upon hearing him praise Guan Jiahui, Lin Qingxiao immediately believed it and happily said, "Right? I also think she has great talent. Hey hubby, can I take Jiahui as my sworn sister?" After saying this, she tilted her head, looking at him with an adorably naive expression. Meanwhile, Guan Jiahui, upon hearing this, tightened her grip on her skirt, looking at him with a pitiful gaze. Zhou Zhanheng felt his heart stir at this scene, but he said, "Sure, as long as you're happy, what's the problem with that?" As they spoke, they completely ignored Guan Jiahui standing nearby, and whether she was willing or not. In truth, upon hearing his agreement, Guan Jiahui felt completely elated, enveloped in immense joy. She knew that with this relationship her days would be much easier, and her eyes were filled with gratitude as she looked at the couple. After chatting for a while, Lin Qingxia took Guan Jiahui aside to study painting techniques, while Zhou Zhanheng watched their retreating figures, muttering to himself, "This girl is still too young. Never mind, let's wait a few more years. After all, there's no rush with all the food in the pot." He stretched out his arms and legs, enjoying a delightful stretch, then let out a deep sigh. "Ah, so comfortable. A sworn sister, huh? Hey, if Guanshan finds out that old guy, might just leap for joy." He shook his head, ceasing his wild thoughts, and adjusted his posture to comfortably soak in the sun. The next day, at the headquarters of Hunko Electronics in Shatin, two towering golden achievement plaques stood in the center of the lobby, gleaming under the sunlight. On the left side was the global achievement of the Xingqi portable player, 800 units sold out within 38 days, 600 units of the standard version, 100 units of the Star Wars limited edition, with a net profit of $70 million from a single project capturing 62% of the North American portable audio market. On the right side, the overall business performance for the first half of 1977. Space Invaders arcade game maintained the #1 market share in North America with a net profit of $14.7 million in the first half of the year. The Play Pocket handheld console achieved a cumulative net profit of $12 million in the first half of the year. The North American fan business, benefiting from the oil crisis, recorded a net profit of $6.96 million in the same period. The total net profit from the four major businesses reached approximately $104 million, or equivalent to over 490 million Hong Kong dollars, setting a new record for the highest profit in Hong Kong's electronics manufacturing history. The entire company gathered together, from core executives to frontline workers, with smiles that could not be hidden on everyone's faces. On the main stage, Zhou Zhanheng wore a light gray linen shirt without a tie, with a button undone at the collar, standing alongside Ouyang, He Guiyuan, Liang Qichong, Lu Xiuzhang, and Liang Jinsong. Lu Wanjun and Lin Qingxia sat at the VIP seats on the side, attending the celebration as the matriarch of the Zhou family, accepting the employees' greetings without participating in any business processes, maintaining an impeccable balance. Zhou Zhanheng picked up the microphone without a single word of empty pleasantries, his voice clear. "Today, this celebration meeting is held for one purpose: profit sharing. Hunka has come from 6 near-bankrupt small factories in 1974 to today, not by my Zhou Zhanheng's ability alone, but by each and every one of you here persevering through the old factory in Kuntong and achieving real results." He raised his hand to signal, and Liang Jinsong stepped forward, holding a neatly bound reward booklet, loudly announcing each figure clearly. The total cash bonus for all employees this time amounts to 91,678 million Hong Kong dollars. Each of the 2500 frontline workers at the Shatin factory will receive 12888 HKD. Production line team leaders, skilled workers, and quality inspection key personnel, a total of 250 people, will receive 4888 HKD each, along with a solid gold ring. The RD team of 100 will receive 4888 HKD each, along with an Omega wristwatch. Administrative staff of 150 will receive 3288 HKD, and all current employees of the company, regardless of position or level, will receive an additional summer bonus of 888 HKD. The employee cafeteria will add a fresh seafood section. Additional night shift commuter buses will be added. All employee dormitories will be uniformly equipped with air conditioning, and the educational subsidies for employees' children will be doubled, with the company fully funding tuition for overseas studies. As he read the equity redemption section, Liang Jinsong's tone became more serious, and the large square fell silent in an instant, with the sound of a pin dropping audible, each item aligned with industry practices and the company's formal regulations. According to the resolution of the group board, Hunka Industrial Electronics Limited has established a 5 bonus stock option pool specifically for long-term incentives for core management and technical backbones. The stock allocation this time will be drawn entirely from this option pool, without diluting the parent company's controlling equity or involving any changes in business registration. All allocated are bonus stocks limited to enjoying the annual after-tax profit distribution rights of the company, with no shareholder voting rights or rights to dispose of company assets. Employees enjoy these rights during their employment. If they voluntarily resign or are dismissed, the bonus stocks will be immediately reclaimed, without compensation, returning to the group's option pool, meant solely for sharing the long-term dividends of the company with core colleagues and maintaining the foundation of the industry. Incentives are uniformly set with a 3-year lock-in period. During the lock-in period, employees must meet the performance targets set by the group annually to redeem the dividends for that year proportionally. Failure to meet the targets will result in corresponding deductions. Relevant restrictive clauses and performance details will be recorded in the official reward booklet, sealed with the company's and group's double seals, stored in the headquarters administrative department, available for all employees to check and verify at any time. He Guiyuan, who oversees business, broke the impasse, with Atari achieving full coverage of the channel map, redeeming 0.2 bonus stocks of Hunka Industrial Electronics, and serving as the head of overseas business and general manager of the North American branch. Ouyang, he who coordinates overall operations and controls financial cash flow, ensures the steady development of all lines of business, redeeming 0.6 bonus stocks of Hunka Industrial Electronics, serving as Executive General Manager and head of the Hong Kong headquarters. Liang Qichong and Lu Xiuzhang leading dual-line technical research and development, solidifying core technological barriers, each redeeming 0.3 bonus stocks of Hunka Industrial Electronics, serving as the directors of the RD department and the technical department respectively. Liang Jinsong, who has coordinated confidential financial and administrative matters for 4 years, redeeming 0.4 bonus stocks of Hunka Industrial Electronics, serving as the secretary to the chairman and the operations director and financial officer of the Hong Kong headquarters. The top 30 engineers from the core RD team and 20 key personnel from core management will be allocated stocks in 3 tiers based on merit, with first-tier contributors each receiving 0.06, second-tier key personnel each receiving 0.04, and third-tier backbone personnel each receiving 0.02, with the list announced today and procedures completed the same day. As the last word fell, the entire audience erupted in cheers that could topple the roof. The old engineer in the front row reddened his eyes. He had worked in a British-owned factory for 10 years and had never seen the boss make a profit. Now all the real money was being distributed. The young workers in the back clutched the red bonus envelopes they had just received, their hands trembling. 21776 HKD was money they wouldn't have saved in 2 years at another factory, enough for a down payment on a small apartment in Kowloon. Someone in the audience sighed in awe, their tone filled with shock. Ouyang's annual bonus exceeds 5 million, more than double that of the HSBC big boss. He is truly the top worker in Hong Kong. This statement was not an exaggeration. In Hong Kong in 1977, the annual salary plus bonuses for the HSBC big boss was only around 2 million, while top celebrities, renowned doctors and lawyers, earned only 500,000 to 600,000 to $1 million a year. In contrast, Hank's core executives easily surpassed all high-income classes in Hong Kong, just by their bonuses far exceeding all high-level executives in the industry, ranking them among the elite in the workforce. In an era where British-owned companies dominated and Chinese executives were often exploited, Zhou Zhanheng's profit-sharing completely broke industry norms, leading everyone to genuinely believe that working with Zhou would surely lead to success. The celebration banquet was lively, with the factory's banquet tables stretching from the headquarters downstairs all the way to the entrance of the factory, champagne bottles popping one after another. Even the cafeteria ladies and the security guards at the entrance were invited to sit. Everyone had a share and was filled with joy. On the afternoon following the celebration banquet, a black official car from the Hong Kong government and industry department drove directly to the headquarters of Hunka Electronics in Sha Tin, with no extra attendants, only 2 senior figures overseeing Hong Kong's industry traveling light. They entered Zhou Zhanheng's office directly, with the main seat occupied by the Secretary for Trade and Industry, David Harold Jordan, who served from 1976 to 1979, the highest authority on industrial trade and industrial policy in Hong Kong. Beside him was Li Fuhua, the chairman of the newly established industrial estate, who also served as the chairman of the board of East Asia Bank and was the most trusted representative of the business community by the Hong Kong government, overseeing industrial funding, land allocation, and policy implementation. Their joint visit carried significant weight. Without any unnecessary pleasantries, Jordan sat down and got straight to the point, his tone steady and polite, maintaining an official decorum. Mr. Zhou, today I have come with Chairman Li to represent the Hong Kong government and the industrial estate company, hoping to establish a strategic partnership with Hunka. Currently, the impact of the oil crisis has not subsided. Hong Kong's economy urgently needs to stabilize exports and generate US dollars. Hank's performance in the industry is widely recognized, making it the benchmark enterprise most needed for the transformation of Hong Kong's manufacturing industry. His tone was measured and concise. Hunka Technology has achieved remarkable success, holding self-developed patents, ensuring stable employment, and making outstanding contributions to tax revenue. Whether in competitiveness within the North American market or in supporting Hong Kong's overall exports, Hunka has already taken the lead in its industry. This is precisely why we have come here in person. Li Fuhua smoothly took up the thread, his manner calm and pragmatic, first underscoring the exceptional nature of this collaboration. Mr. Zhou, the Hong Kong government rarely invests capital directly into private enterprises. This exception reflects our profound recognition of Hunka's exemplary significance for Hong Kong's industrial upgrading. Foreign exchange earnings, employment generation, and industrial transformation all rest upon Hunka's shoulders. The government seeks long-term sustainable development through a combination of policy support and financial investment, aiming for mutual benefit and shared success with Hunka. He then laid out the cooperation terms with crystalline clarity, frank, transparent, and entirely unadorned. The Hong Kong government will inject capital into Hunka Industrial Electronics via the Industrial Estates Company's Special Support Fund, acquiring a 3 equity stake in the form of non-voting preferred shares. For specific conditions apply. First, the total investment amounts to 90 million Hong Kong dollars, payable in full upon signing. No installments, no valuation discounts, priced strictly at fair market value. Second, the government will appoint no directors and will not intervene in daily operations RD sales channels or personnel decisions. It will receive a fixed annual dividend of 7 without participation in surplus profit distribution. Third, the shares are locked for 5 years. Upon maturity, Hunka may repurchase them at the original valuation plus a 15% premium with no obstruction from the government. Fourth, the funds are exclusively designated for capacity expansion RD and overseas patent deployment, imposing no additional constraints nor withdrawing operating cash flow. Beside him, Leung Kamsung's fingers flew across calculations. After swiftly verifying the figures, he glanced up and reported quietly to Zhou Zhanheng, Mr. Zhou Hunka's net profit for the past 6 months stood at $86, 16 million. Annualized, that amounts to $172, 32 million. Applying the official 1977 Hong Kong dollar US dollar fixed exchange rate of 4.61, the annualized net profit equates to approximately 793 million Hong Kong dollars. In 1977, the fair price-to-earnings P/E ratio for unlisted technology manufacturers in Hong Kong stood at just 3.8x. Thus, Hunka's fair enterprise value was 3 billion Hong Kong dollars, making its 3 stake worth exactly 90 million Hong Kong dollars. The government's offer was genuinely generous. Zhou Zhanheng rested a fingertip lightly against the rim of his cup, his expression serene and untroubled, his voice steady. Collaboration is acceptable, but I have 2 conditions which I hope the government will agree to. First, all Hunka manufacturing plants and RD centers must be listed on the government's key industrial enterprise protection register. Relevant departments shall maintain order in surrounding areas and prevent malicious disruptions, thereby safeguarding operational stability. Second, and most crucially, Hunka Industrial Electronics has no intention of going public at present, nor will it consider an IPO within the next 5 years. Corporate control, technological patents, and core business operations shall remain fully under the autonomous stewardship of Zhou Holdings. The government shall not demand equity dilution on grounds such as listing or fundraising. All future overseas ventures and subsidiaries established by Hunka shall operate independently of the current investment entity with no governmental interference. Zhu Dun and Li Fuha exchanged a glance. Both had received explicit authorization from senior leadership. For an enterprise of this magnitude, these terms fell well within the scope of what could be committed. Zhu Dun affirmed firmly and accepted on the spot. Mr. Zhou, both conditions are fully accepted by the Hong Kong government. Both Mr. Li and I stand ready to formally commit on behalf of the government, and all requisite documentation will be finalized promptly. Li Fuha added gracefully, his words courteous yet weighty. The government's support for Hunka is rooted in Hong Kong's export capacity, employment landscape, and industrial future, not in corporate control. Your retention of private ownership and streamlined decision-making actually fosters greater long-term stability. Frankly speaking, from the moment capital is injected, Hunka becomes a strategically prioritized enterprise under government support. Any act disrupting its normal operations will be dealt with strictly and lawfully by relevant departments, ensuring you face no lingering concerns. With that, no further negotiation was needed. Zhou Zhanheng rose and extended his hand. We sincerely thank the Hong Kong government for its support. A week later, the signing ceremony took place discreetly in Hunka's internal conference room. Loki with no media invited. That very afternoon, immediately after Zhu Dun and Li Fuha signed on behalf of the government, 90 million Hong Kong dollars was transferred in full to Hunka's dedicated account. Funds credited instantly. With matters settled, the government officials departed. Zhou Zhanheng remained behind with Leung Kamsung and Hunka's core leadership team, continuing their strategic deliberations in the conference room at the Shatan headquarters. On one side of the table lay Leung Kamsung's preliminary reconstruction blueprint and proposal for Hua Yin building. The property, acquired 3 years earlier, had lain dormant until now. Leung Kamsung opened the project budget ledger, its figures precisely aligned with prevailing market construction costs. Mr. Zhou, the renovation plan for Hua Yin building, led by Mr. Shek, has been formally finalized today. Total projected investment stands at 430 million Hong Kong dollars, fully covered by Hengchong Properties' internal funds, requiring no debt financing. In recent years, buoyed by Hong Kong's recovering property market, Hengchong's annual rental net profit has exceeded 100 million Hong Kong dollars. As he spoke, he stole a glance at Zhou Zhanheng, whose expression remained impassive, prompting him to quickly compose himself and continue. Of this, 140 million Hong Kong dollars for property acquisition was fully settled in 1974, structural demolition, stainless steel and glass curtain walls, fully computerized temperature-controlled fire safety systems, and premium interior finishes collectively amount to 260 million Hong Kong dollars. Permitting fees, design supervision, and contingency reserves total 12 Hong Kong dollars, 705 million. The building is designed to rise 22 stories with a gross floor area of 240 square feet, including a double-level basement, and matches the standards of contemporaneous landmarks such as Jardine House and the Landmark. Construction milestones are set. Demolition and permitting for Hua Yin building will commence this September, with general contractor tendering expected to conclude by year-end. Zhou Jianheng nodded faintly, accepted the reconstruction proposal, reviewed it carefully, signed his name, closed the file, and handed it back to Liang Kamsung before speaking slowly. Yes, no issues. Please return this package to Mr. Check shortly and urged swift implementation. Hardly had the words left his lips when his secretary slipped quietly into the room, leaned close, and lowered her voice with solemn deference. Mr. Zhou, the governor's personal aide, has arrived by car bearing an official handwritten invitation. His Excellency has arranged a private audience at Government House and awaits you exclusively. Liang Kamsung and everyone present visibly stiffened, pausing mid-task, astonishment flickering across every face. At that time in Hong Kong, even the most eminent foreign trading house chairman or veteran Chinese tycoons rarely received individual audiences with the governor, let alone one where His Excellency waited in person. This unprecedented gesture underscored Zhou Jianheng's unparalleled stature across both Hong Kong's political and business spheres. Zhou Jianheng's expression remained perfectly placid, devoid of surprise or arrogance, as he rose calmly. Internally, however, he was cursing. What the hell is this nonsense? So much damn commotion in a single day. Yet outwardly he maintained absolute composure, adjusting his impeccably tailored suit and issuing a calm directive. Please archive today's matters for now. I'll attend the governor's office first and resume discussions upon my return. His tone was unruffled, his demeanor effortlessly poised, as if heading merely to an ordinary business meeting. The car drove directly to Government House, discreetly without fanfare, and he entered the inner private reception chamber unaccompanied by any entourage or ceremonial protocol. Only the governor and the honors officer awaited him there. The governor rose and extended his hand, not with the detached reserve reserved for ordinary merchants, but with evident respect and genuine courtesy. Mr. Zhou, thank you for coming. We have been expecting you. After taking their seats without any superfluous pleasantries, the governor of Hong Kong directly got to the point, his tone solemn and respectful as he announced the joint resolution of the British royal family and the governor's office. Mr. Zhou, during the 1974 stock market crash in Hong Kong, when the economy was on the brink of collapse, you invested heavily to counter the trend, snatching up real estate and Hong Kong stocks, stabilizing the financial foundation of Hong Kong, saving countless Chinese enterprises, and safeguarding the livelihoods of tens of thousands of people, rendering great service. Subsequently, you further invested heavily in creating Hunka Electronics, developing core patents on your own, and aggressively capturing the North American market, shouldering the responsibility for the industrial transformation of Hong Kong, foreign trade revenue, and stable employment. You also ventured into the traditional Chinese medicine industry, acquired Li TV, and perfected the entire industry chain layout, contributing to taxes, foreign trade exports, and social welfare, standing unrivaled among contemporary Hong Kong businessmen. You were previously awarded the CBE title to acknowledge your contributions, and now, given your outstanding contributions to Hong Kong, you have far surpassed the existing honors. I have formally nominated you for presentation to the Colonial Office in London. With Her Majesty the Queen's approval, the royal family officially records your knighthood, granting you the title of KB Knight, Commander of the Order of the British Empire, and bestowing upon you the title of Sir for life. The award commissioner stepped forward, holding a delicate metal gift box and the royal appointment document. The governor personally rose to adorn Zhou Jianheng with the medal, his tone extremely solemn. I can clearly inform you that under the Commonwealth system, KB is the highest title and honor that can be awarded to Chinese Hong Kong citizens and civilian entrepreneurs. Zhou Jianheng felt a hint of surprise, thinking to himself, are the foreigners being this generous this time? However, his expression remained calm and unperturbed, neither overly excited nor intentionally humble. He graciously performed a formal greeting, his tone steady and powerful. Thank you, Your Excellency the Governor, for your kindness. I am grateful for the recognition from the British royal family. I, Zhou, shall firmly adhere to my industrial roots, diligently cultivate Hong Kong's industry, protect the foundation of Chinese enterprises, and live up to this honor and to the livelihoods of the people of Hong Kong. Without ostentation, this award ceremony was simple, yet profoundly solemn, marking the birth of the youngest Chinese knight in over a century of colonial Hong Kong, and it was the first time a Chinese entrepreneur stood at the pinnacle of honor in Hong Kong society. From then on, Zhou Jianheng officially joined the ranks of knights, being respectfully referred to as Sir Chow by the outside world. Not only did the Zhou Consortium and Hunka Industries receive full protection from the Hong Kong government, but their political and business status also became unshakable, greatly enhancing their influence. After the ceremony, Zhou Jianheng bid farewell to the governor and drove back to Heng's headquarters. The evening breeze brushed past, and his expression remained calm. To him, the title of knight was merely a safeguard for his industry and a talisman for his growth. To be honest, if it weren't for needing to navigate Hong Kong's landscape, he could hardly be bothered with these individuals. This trivial matter would have less significance than the representatives in a few years. Arriving at the Shoten headquarters, Zhou Jianheng opened the door to the conference room, and everyone inside immediately stood and applauded. Once he reached the main position and stood still, everyone spoke in unison. Congratulations to the chairman for being awarded the KB title. The applause erupted again, fervent and overwhelming. Zhou Zhanheng raised his hand to gesture for quiet, a faint smile on his face, his tone gentle. Thank you all for your congratulations. This honor also comes from the hard work of all of you who have stood by me. He then looked at Liang Jinsong beside him, his tone relaxed and natural. Song, after the meeting, please return to the group headquarters and inform my uncle Shi Ming to give all active employees an extra month's salary as a bonus to share in the joy. As soon as he finished speaking, the conference room erupted in even more enthusiastic applause. This is what they call actions speaking louder than words. After a moment, Zhou Zhanheng's expression became serious, his fingers lightly tapping on the table. To return to the main topic, based on Hank sales during this period, estimating with the current production capacity, it will definitely be insufficient in the future. I demand that by the second half of 1978, we increase the production of arcade machines by 8,000 units per month, handhelds by 480,000 units per month, and cassette players by 300,000 units per month, with all new production capacity allocated to Singapore and Malaysia. He paused, took a gentle sip from his glass, and then continued. For specific divisions, the Bayan Lapa's free industrial zone in Penang has low land prices and abundant labor, plus Malaysia's favorable tax policies for foreign investment will be responsible for final assembly, casing, speakers, and batteries, which are labor-intensive processes. Singapore will focus on high precision, working on refined motherboards, SMT, assembly, LCD modules, and chip testing, establishing itself as a high-end manufacturing center to achieve complementary advantages between the two locations. As soon as he finished speaking, Ouyang, he stood up with a stack of pre-prepared proposals. As the CEO of Hunka Industries, he had already anticipated his boss layout and had done thorough homework, speaking in a calm and professional tone. Mr. Zhou, regarding the expansion in Singapore and Malaysia, I have had my team prepare 3 plans that align perfectly with your ideas. The first plan is to build our own factory, but the cycle is too long, requiring at least 10 months to reach mass production, which won't meet the market window. The second plan is purely a stake partnership, which has weak bargaining power and production capacity and quality control that can easily be constrained. The third plan, acquiring local established electronics factories along with a minor local joint venture, is the I have already had someone investigate 20 medium-sized electronics factories near the ports in Penang and Singapore, each with only 1 production line, but all have skilled workers ready. After acquisition, they can be revamped in 2 months for trial production, fully capable of meeting the mass production targets for the second half of 1978, while complying with the indigenous shareholding policy in Malaysia, avoiding policy risks. Zhou Zhanheng slightly nodded, finding this CEO quite acceptable, and then stated decisively, let's proceed with the third plan, acquisition, plus a minor joint venture, swift action to seize the market. Understood. Ouyang, he responded calmly, casually distributing the proposal to the department heads present, continuing to coordinate arrangements. Later on, I will personally lead a team to Singapore and Malaysia for liaison, head the legal and financial teams to complete the acquisition and joint venture agreements, while also coordinating with the local government to implement tax exemption policies and synchronously coordinating port logistics to ensure that once mass production begins, goods can be quickly shipped globally. Any issues from the departments should be reported directly to me, and I will coordinate everything to ensure that deadlines are met. Zhou Zhanheng was very satisfied with Ouyang He's arrangements, and then turned to the RD section to continue to plan. Regarding game development, I have already finalized the core gameplay, level logic, visual presentation, and sound standards. You all should focus on hardware adaptation, patent avoidance, and optimization of mass production stability, without wasting time on trial and error in core gameplay. New arcade games include Pac-Man, Tank Battle, and underwater exploration, along with a pixel-style racing game to be released sequentially from 1978 to 1980. After each game is developed and passes mass production testing, we will immediately start global distribution. Ouyang he immediately took over the conversation, completing the market layout, showcasing the CEO's comprehensive thinking. While advancing in RD, the overseas business team will cooperate in tandem. I have already instructed He Guiyuan to proactively liaise with distributors in Europe, America, and Southeast Asia, setting up distribution channels for arcade machines, handhelds, and cassette players in advance, especially for the Star Wars co-branded models, leveraging the movie's popularity to prioritize entering core commercial districts and entertainment venues, ensuring products fill the market as soon as they are launched. Following this, Zhou Zhanheng pushed a thick booklet onto the table, indicating for everyone to pass it around. This booklet was a compilation of game mechanics he had drawn based on memories from his past life during his leisure time, with clean and distinct lines on the paper, clearly annotating the interface, operation logic, and core gameplay of each game. Zhou Zhanheng's voice resonated steadily, precisely determining the handheld game release plans for each year. In 1978, we will launch Hong Kong Racing Football and Brick Breaker, all 3 being casual games aimed at broad accessibility, breaking into the mass handheld market. In 1979, we will create Space Defense, a simplified version of the arcade blockbuster Space Invaders, along with Underwater Treasure and Snake, capitalizing on the arcade's popularity to capture core players. In 1980, We will prepare police chase and Victoria Harbor fishing along with a Star Wars exclusive co-branded version, lightsaber, dual binding to the top IP of Star Wars, firmly locking down the high-end handheld market. Ouyang he quickly took notes, and then supplemented the coordination of research and development with production matters. Zhou Sheng assured, rest assured, I will coordinate the 3 departments of research and development, production, and supply chain, formulating a synchronized schedule. The game development and production line transformation will proceed in parallel, avoiding situations where products are waiting for production lines and production lines for products. Legal affairs will also follow up on patents throughout the process to ensure that all products and technologies minimize existing patent conflicts. If avoidance is impossible, I will arrange for authorization talks in advance to eliminate any potential risks. Zhou Zhanheng leaned back slowly against the chair, his gaze sweeping across the room, his tone resolute, imbued with the confidence that only a time traveler could possess. Our goal is clear. By the arrival of 1980, Hunko Electronics must rank among the top tier of the global video game industry, capturing a significant share of the consumer electronics market. The crowd below felt their hearts surge with excitement. With Zhou Zhanheng's forward-thinking strategy and Ouyang he's professional coordination, every link was tightly connected, leaving almost no loopholes. Everyone stood tall, their eyes filled with determined vigor, as if they could already envision the day Hunka would sweep across the global electronics market. In the evening, as Zhou Zhanheng got out of the car, he saw that the courtyard was already prepared for a feast, with the whole family and in-laws along with several clan elders all waiting for his return home. The news of his knighthood had reached the family immediately, and everyone was thrilled upon hearing it. Among them, the happiest was undoubtedly his father Zhou Zhenxiong. At that moment, Zhou Zhenxiong felt immense pride and inwardly thought, this kid is getting more accomplished. Securing the CBE title was already remarkable, and now he's been promoted to knight. The honors a Chinese can attain are almost at their peak. Then he thought about his own life, having served in the Portuguese and Macau governments without gaining anything, and the more he thought about it, the more depressed he became. The old comrade Zhou simply decided to leave work early, casually addressing his colleagues as he departed. Forget it, whoever wants to take the shift I'm not doing it today. I'm going home to celebrate with my family. He waved his sleeve and strode away, not taking a single cloud with him, heading straight to find his wife to celebrate first. His colleagues watched his swaying figure, feeling both envy and a pang of sadness. They all sighed inwardly, wishing that such an outstanding son belonged to their family. They unanimously decided to return home that night and educate their own children well, encouraging them to take Sir Zhou as a role model and strive for progress. In the parking area inside the door, Lin Qingxiao immediately rushed towards him, diving straight into his arms, and Zhou Zhanheng steadied her with his hand. He was tall, and even if Lin Qingxiao stood on her tiptoes, she couldn't reach his lips. Lin Qingxiao gently wrapped her arms around his neck and gave him a passionate kiss before shyly saying, "Husband, congratulations on being knighted." She tilted her head and thought for a moment, her eyes sparkling with delight as she murmured, "So does this mean others will start calling me Lady Knight?" As her words fell, she couldn't help but giggle, continuously repeating, "Lady Knight." Zhou Zhanheng, seeing her playful demeanor, couldn't resist kissing her again, and then gently said, "All right, come down now. Oh, everyone is watching. If you don't, they'll start teasing you." Zhou Zhenxiong stood shoulder to shoulder with Lin's father, smiling contentedly as they looked at the young couple. Lu Wanjun and Ma Lanying also gazed at them with affection, while the 3 older sisters wore teasing expressions, with the eldest sister being the first to speak up. "Oh, our Lady Knight is still being affectionate in public. Seeing such love, we feel embarrassed." Lin Qingxia's cheeks flushed, and she shyly retorted, "Oh dear eldest sister, please don't tease me." She ran over to link arms with her eldest sister, Zhou Zhening, shaking her playfully. The eldest sister quickly laughed and dodged away, jokingly saying, Hey, my Lady Knight, you seem to have linked arms with the wrong person. Your husband is over there." This remark caused the clan members and elders present to burst into laughter, creating a lively and festive atmosphere. Lin Qingxia's cheeks burned bright red. She rolled her eyes at her eldest sister with a playful pout, saying, "Eldest sister, you're the worst. I'm ignoring you." After saying that, she quickly ran back to Zhou Zhanheng's side, tightly hugging his arm, snuggling close to him, embodying the image of a blissful little woman. Everyone present wore smiles, though one individual, despite having a smiling face, exuded a sense of detachment. Zhou Zhanheng naturally noticed her. He glanced at Lin Qingxiao, subtly, his eyes clearly asking what's going on. Lin Qingxiao understood his gaze but pretended to be clueless and shot him a playful eye roll, her expression distinctly, saying, "You know very well, huh, so beautiful, yet still playing coy." Zhou Zhanheng looked at her with amusement, reaching out to ruffle her hair gently, while speaking softly. "You've worried too much, but Qingxiao, my love for you is unique and irreplaceable." Some things need not be said. Both understood clearly that Lin Qingxiao was actually resistant, but her love for him was too profound, making it unimaginable for her to live without him. Having spent so much time in a wealthy family and witnessing various dramatic events, she had come to understand how, rather than waiting for him to be seduced by other fox spirits, it was better to have someone she understood and could keep close by. This way it not only split his attention, but also made him appreciate her goodness, securing her own position. Like those wealthy ladies said, it's better to be open than to block retreating for advancement. This was one of the few useful tactics she had learned through socializing over the years. As the matriarch of such a large family, some matters were genuinely beyond her control, especially for someone like her with no background. After marrying into a wealthy family, she was bound to make compromises in certain areas. She glanced at Guan Jiahui in the corner of the crowd. This girl whose father didn't care for her, and whose mother neglected her, would find her as a support in the future. It seemed unlikely that any dramatic events would occur, and if they did, she could manage her easily. Zhou Jianheng had no idea that within a short while his wife had already devised a complete set of strategies for navigating the wealthy class. If he knew, he would surely grab a small stool, prepare snacks and drinks, and quietly enjoy this reality show of domestic battles. At this moment, Guan Jiahui stood in the corner, her frail figure evoking pity. Her eyes and heart were filled with admiration, devoid of even a hint of jealousy. She only felt gratitude towards Lin Qingxia, who was the only one to bring light into her darkest days. Watching the man in front of her, so tall and handsome, gave her a sense of security with just one glance. Right now, what she lacked most was that sense of security. After experiencing a major upheaval in her family, she had grown up quickly yearning for a stable harbor. The girl's heart couldn't help but think even if just as a small presence being by his side would be enough. As the thought emerged, she abruptly came to her senses and quickly suppressed her feelings, inwardly scolding herself. How could she have such idle thoughts? It was utterly inappropriate. She diligently reminded herself, while on the other side Zhou Jianheng was leading Lin Qingxia to the main table, first greeting their grandfather and grandmother. Their grandfather, beaming with joy, repeatedly praised his beloved grandson for bringing glory to the family. Their grandmother held their hands, saying, "My dear grandson is doing well. You two must take care of each other." Simple and plain words surpassed all ornate phrases, filled with the elders' expectations for their children's future lives. After greeting his grandfather and grandmother, he went on to greet the clan elders and his parents, exchanging pleasantries. Now that he held the title of Sir, no one dared to stand on ceremony when greeting him except for his own elder relatives. Even the clan elders immediately rose to return his greetings, saying they were unworthy of such courtesy and that he was too polite. After greeting everyone present, Zhou Jianheng took Lin Qingxia back to the main table. Lin Qingxia waved her hand at Guan Jiahui, and when she approached, she pointed to a seat beside Zhou Jianheng. "Jiahui, you can sit there." Upon hearing this, Zhou Jianheng cast a deep, affectionate glance at his wife, but said nothing. "All right, Sister Qingxia," she responded softly and sat down. Once seated, she suddenly realized the implications of the situation. She quickly raised her head to see everyone looking at her with smiles, and instantly felt her entire body heat up, her face turning crimson. Even someone as innocent as her understood what this scene meant: the matriarch's approval and the male lead's tacit consent. Just as she thought about it, it was immediately realized, and she secretly rejoiced in her heart. Was this heaven showing pity for the hardships I had endured, thus sending Sister Qingxia to rescue me? At that moment, her gratitude towards Lin Qingxia deepened. If Zhou Jianheng knew her thoughts at this moment, he would surely raise an eyebrow and smirk, saying something like, "Little girl." Once everyone was seated, Zhou Jianheng clapped his hands and announced loudly, "Let the banquet begin." As soon as the words left his mouth, laughter filled the courtyard and rose to a new level. It seemed he was still the same Zhou Jianheng from before, unchanged by the honor of being knighted. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Grandpa slowly stood up, his face glowing as he raised his glass and looked around, his voice booming. "Everyone, let us toast to Jianheng being knighted, and also to the Zhou family's foundations and the port being further strengthened. Cheers." "Cheers." Everyone responded in unison, downing their drinks. Zhou Jianheng slowly rose, holding his glass with one hand, his posture upright and dignified, without any excessive pleasantries or empty words. His tone was steady and assured, exuding the composure of someone in a high position, and the entire room fell silent. "Today I am grateful for the love from our family elders and all the relatives. This honor of being knighted does not belong solely to me. It is also the glory of the entire Zhou family, and it is a responsibility that rests on my shoulders. From now on, I will uphold the dignity of the Zhou family, protect my loved ones, and lead the family and the corporation to greater heights, ensuring that we Chinese can stand tall and firm in every industry. To keep this short, I raise this cup to honor our elders, our family, and everyone present. May the Zhou family prosper, and may our loved ones enjoy good health." With that, he raised his head and downed the wine in his cup, his aura calm and composed, fully embodying the dignity and responsibility of a Chinese knight. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause and cheers, the festive atmosphere reaching a peak. After sitting down again, Zhou Jianheng felt a sense of satisfaction. This display had been executed perfectly, and he silently praised himself. Late at night, Zhou Jianheng held Lin Qingxia in his arms and gently said, "Wife, thank you for your efforts over the years. Now you are even putting in extra effort for me, and I feel sorry for any difficulties you have faced." Lin Qingxia, upon hearing this, gently stroked his cheek and replied softly, infused with a hint of stubbornness, "Husband, don't say that. I don't feel wronged. You have treated me and my family very well over the years. As your wife, I naturally consider family matters more. Wife, I just want to thank you for everything you've done. Zhou Jianheng held her even tighter, gently kissing her forehead and seemingly recalling something he asked. Speaking of which, is my younger sister Li Xiao about to graduate from university? What does she want to do after graduation? Upon hearing him mention her sister Lin Qingxiao immediately propped herself up on her elbow, her face filled with joy as she said, I haven't asked her about that yet. I'll ask her later. Husband, are you planning to arrange her internship in advance? Zhou Jianheng noticed her delighted expression and understood in his heart, of course. The only university student in the family. It was a pity that, like her sister, she was also caught up in love and would get married right after graduation. He wondered if there would be any changes in this life. He gently pulled her back into his embrace, caressing her hair. When you have the chance, ask her what her plans are after graduation. I will support her, and as long as she stays on the right path, she can do whatever she wants. Saying this, he leaned closer to her ear and whispered, Wife, let's have a child. Lin Qingxiao blushed slightly and gently nodded. That night, the two naturally made efforts to conceive. Fortunately, the house had been recently renovated, ensuring excellent sound insulation. Otherwise, they might have found themselves in a situation reminiscent of Fight Back to School 4, with someone below kneeling in the bathroom to pray to God for a strong man. In the days that followed, through their efforts, Lin Qingxiao became pregnant in December of this year. To celebrate, Zhou Jianheng specifically hosted a family banquet, and both families were overjoyed upon hearing the news. Among them, the happiest were Lu Wanjun and Ma Laning, both of whom sighed in relief, who after so many years their daughter-in-law and daughter were finally pregnant, with the former happy to soon hold a grandson. The latter was happy that her daughter was carrying the Zhou family's heir, further solidifying her status. Time flew by, and soon it was January 15, 1978, the day of the family fund settlement. On this day in the Lease Hall at the Central Peninsula Hotel, a thin layer of mist coated the floor-to-ceiling windows, making the winter day in Hong Kong feel quite unpleasantly damp. The warm yellow palace lamps in the banquet hall illuminated the fine porcelain cups reflecting the faces of the Zhou clan members. There were clan elders over 60 who could converse with the governor's office in Macau and the Chinese Chamber of Commerce in Hong Kong, direct descendants managing Macau's gambling and Hong Kong's industries, as well as 6 distant relatives of the Zhou clan who had relocated to Hong Kong. An assistant from Hengjin Capital bowed and gently placed the finalized settlement report in front of Zhou Jianheng. On the off-white paper, the ink characters were clear and succinct. The Zhou family's first phase fund, established in 1974, started with a principal of 6 million Hong Kong dollars, and after 3 years of climbing from the bottom of the Hong Kong stock market, ended with a net value of 138 million Hong Kong dollars. The elder Zhou Shurqin beside him pushed up his reading glasses and paused his dry, thin fingers on the number 138 million for a long time. As the banquet progressed, the sound of cups clinking gradually quieted down. Zhou Jianheng stood up in front of the stage. Without any impassioned speeches, he slowly began to speak, his voice clear through the microphone, resonating in everyone's ears. In 1974, when the Hong Kong stock market plummeted to its lowest point, too many people went bankrupt, some even losing their families. Among them were clan members who did not heed advice. That year, a distant uncle went bankrupt and committed suicide, leaving behind 2 children. A single woman could barely scrape together the school fees for the children's middle school education. A nephew from the second branch who migrated to Hong Kong lost everything in a margin trading crash, with his entire family squeezed into a wooden house on the rooftop, unable to even afford coal to keep warm in winter. The clan provided rice and flour monthly, which could help temporarily, but not for a lifetime. He paused, his gaze sweeping over a few distant relatives who had gone bankrupt from stock trading in 1972. When they noticed him looking over, they all lowered their heads, nervously clutching their clothing corners, revealing their embarrassment. Seeing this scene, Zhou Jianheng couldn't help but soften his tone slightly, while still maintaining his authority. In light of this, I conceived the idea of establishing a family fund meant to provide ordinary clan members with a safety net, so that in the event of a major incident, they would not find themselves unable to produce money and be reduced to a mere passerby, or even contemplate suicide. He raised the fund settlement report in his hand and slowly scanned the audience before speaking once more. Now that the fund settlement is complete, each of you has received your share of returns. I therefore propose that everyone present donate a portion of their earnings, voluntarily, with no obligation. For every dollar you contribute, I, Zhou Jianheng, will personally match it dollar for dollar. Half of the collected funds will be reserved for the Zhou Clan Mutual Aid Fund, dedicated to securing the basic livelihood, major medical care, and children's education of clan members in hardship. The other half will be fully donated to the Tung Hua Group hospitals and the Puliang Cook. Our Zhou family migrated from Macau to Hong Kong. Having long enjoyed goodwill and support across political and business circles, we owe this land a measure of warmth in return. Silence filled the room for a full half-minute. Only the soft sound of breathing broke the stillness. The first to pick up their pens were several elder clansmen, the bedrock of the family, whose contributions were both dignified and substantial. They inscribed generous sums without hesitation. Next followed the direct line core members of the Zhou family, whose investment was the largest and returns the most abundant. Not only to set an example for the clan, but also out of sincere gratitude for this safety net of kinship. Branchline juniors followed suit, giving according to their means, offering what they could in shared kinship. Even distant kinsmen who relied on charity clenched their pens tightly and tremulously wrote down 500 Hong Kong dollars. A modest sum, yet one brimming with heartfelt sincerity. There was no display or rivalry, only the quiet whisper of pen nibs gliding across paper, as the hearts of all present coalesced into a single unified current. Upon completion of the donation drive, an assistant carried the sealed envelope box to an adjacent room for tallying. Moments later, he returned bowing respectfully beside Zhou Zhanheng and reporting in a hushed, reverent tone. Mr. Zhou, the total contributions from our kinsfolk amount to HK4300, HK100, from the elders, HK200, from the direct line, HK100, from branch lines, and HK300, from distant relatives. Zhou Zhanheng gave a slight composed nod, his voice calm, yet resolute as it carried across the hall. I will personally match this sum, HK4300, bringing the grand total to HK86600. Half shall be allocated to the clan mutual aid fund, ensuring that afflicted Zhou kinsmen receive medical care when ill and schooling for their children. The remainder will be wholly donated to the Tonghua Group hospitals and the Puliang Kook as our repayment to Hong Kong society. As his words settled, the room fell utterly silent. Then rose a low, solemn, and deeply resonant applause. Sea winds lapped against the floor-to-ceiling windows, yet the warmth within the room, woven from each handwritten pledge and matched contribution, spilled beyond the Peninsula Hotel's top floor, spreading across every corner of this land. That evening, after the banquet concluded, the old fund's accounts were audited by the Zhou family's own certified accountants and independently verified and signed off by a third-party registered auditor, then permanently sealed and archived. Simultaneously, the new Phase 2 Family Fund was launched, targeting 20 million Hong Kong dollars in capital. Priority subscription rights were granted to branchline kinsmen. Direct line members would fill remaining quotas, with any shortfall covered entirely by Zhou Zhanheng himself. The following month, the entire sum entered the market, precisely timing the onset of Hong Kong's 3-year growth. Having concluded family affairs, Zhou Zhanheng proceeded to the Golden Harvest film studio. Though Golden Harvest had increased its output in recent years, its quality lagged only slightly behind Shaw Brothers. While the studio boasted talents like Michael Hui and Chang Che, its filmmaking remained entrenched in conventional formulas, especially in martial arts cinema, where since Bruce Lee's passing, imitation had become the dominant mode. Inwardly, Zhou Zhanheng resolved it was time to activate his next strategic move, Jackie Chan. As his car arrived at the studio lot, Ho Kunchuang hurried over, accompanied by several senior executives. The moment Zhou Zhanheng stepped out, Ho advanced immediately, and his team bowed in unison, greeting him respectfully. Mr. Zhou, welcome to Golden Harvest for your inspection. Zhou Zhanheng waved lightly, signaling them not to stand on ceremony, then smiled and said to Ho, Mr. Ho, under your leadership these past years, Golden Harvest has advanced steadily. Your work has been exemplary. These words lightened Ho's entire being. He could think of no greater affirmation than this man's approval. His tone remained respectful, yet never sycophantic, bearing the quiet authority of a true patriarch. Thank you, Mr. Zhou, for your kind words. I have merely done my duty. I claim no extraordinary merit. Mr. Ho, no need for modesty. Your achievements are plain for all to see. Come, let us take a walk. Zhou Zhanheng's affable demeanor left Ho no room to decline. He promptly instructed his executives to attend to their duties, then accompanied Zhou Zhanheng on a tour of the studio lot. They entered stage No. 1, where the lingering scent of gasoline and sawdust mingled with the pungent aroma of medicinal liniment worn by stunt performers. Warm, humid air swirled with cold winter drafts seeping through cracks in the walls. Approaching the monitor, they watched Jackie Chan, still known then as Yuan Liu, practicing rigid, forceful boxing forms in the traditional manner. With each punch, the wooden dummy vibrated audibly, but his expression strained to mimic ferocity, and his whole bearing betrayed an awkward, unconvincing imitation. Hung Cambo and a cohort of the 7 Little Fortunes stuntmen stood nearby. Just as Yuan Liu completed his routine, his foot slipped mid-recovery, and he landed squarely on the floor. The surrounding stuntmen stifled laughter. Unfazed, Yuan Liu sprang up and flashed them a wide, toothy grimace, triggering a burst of hearty laughter that echoed even among the set builders nearby. At that instant, Zhou Zhanheng turned to Ho Kunchuang, his voice low, just loud enough to cut through the studio's clamor. There can be only one Bruce Lee. Ho's reply froze midair. He stood stunned, then urgently pressed, what does Mr. Zhou mean by that? No matter how meticulously you replicate him, it remains mere mimicry, like Dong Shi imitating Shi Shi. Zhou Zhanheng tapped the monitor screen, where Yuan Liu's playful, mischievous grin was frozen in perfect clarity. Audiences watched Bruce Lee for his spirit, his invincible legend, the visceral thrill of a single punch shattering the heavens. Yet legends grow stale with repetition, and audiences crave novelty, a different flavor altogether. Turning back toward Yuan Liu, who was still clowning around with his seniors, Zhou Jianheng spoke with quiet certainty. Yuan Lu's strength lies not in ferocity, but in vitality. Martial art need not be brutalized into oblivion. Infuse it with streetwise levity, everyday humor. Transform danger into delight, so audiences laugh through the fight scenes and laugh while remembering the man behind them. That is the new path forward for Hong Kong martial arts cinema. Having watched countless Jackie Chan films in his prior life, Zhou Jianheng recalled every nuance effortlessly. His words flowed without pause or hesitation. Ho Kunchuang stood transfixed, as if a pane of glass had suddenly shattered, flooding his mind with blinding, illuminating wind. Bring in Yuan Wuping, and his father Yuan Sushin. Zhou Jianheng said, his gaze returning to Yuan Lu, his thoughts crystalline and decisive. First, produce Snake in the Eagle's Shadow as a trial. Fuse martial arts and comedy seamlessly. If successful, proceed immediately to Drunken Master. Let him portray Wang Feihong, not as an aloof godlike master, but as a mischievous, bumbling, clever young man who stumbles, gets beaten, and schemes his way through life. Not a deity, human. As for plot details, let Hung Cambo and Yuan Wuping brainstorm concepts, then assign writers to flesh them out. He paused, his eyes sweeping across the crew assembled on set. Each sentence precise, incisive, yet leaving ample space for reflection and interpretation. Yuan Lu is a stage name from the opera troupe. It cannot carry him onto the silver screen. To forge his own identity, let him adopt the name Jackie Chan. A dragon he must become, yet one grounded firmly in the warmth of ordinary life. His prominent nose, his indestructible physique, his irrepressible wit. These are traits no one else can copy. Do not conceal them, amplify them. Sammo's build makes others seem clumsy when playing fat characters, but when he flips and tumbles, he outshines even monkeys. That contrast is precisely what audiences love most. Do not pressure him to lose weight. Push that contrast to its absolute limit, and you'll have a signature trait unmatched anywhere. That man over there, Lam Qingying, carries innate dignity. His stern expression alone commands authority. He need not compete for comedic roles. Stylize him with gravitas, trim his eyebrows evenly, add subtle sideburns. Let him stand as order incarnate, the unshakable pillar. Whether ghost stories or martial arts epics, he can anchor them all. And Yuan Hua, his mastery of soft-style martial arts is unmatched in Hong Kong. His sharp, defiant eyes and well-groomed beard lend themselves equally to heroic or villainous roles. Free him from stunt work alone, broaden his range, and his career will soar. A single sentence had pierced through illusion and awakened truth. Ho Kunchuang remained rooted in place, gazing at the monitor where Jackie Chan continued playfully sparring with his seniors. Then turning to Zhou Jianheng, who had stood there for barely half a moment, yet had already grasped the essence of every individual, discerned their unique strengths, and prescribed precisely the roles best suited to them. All that remained in Ho's heart was profound, unreserved awe. In the spring of 1978, in the study of the Zhou family's mansion on the hillside, the sea breeze from Victoria Harbor wrapped around with dampness, leaving a thin layer of mist on the floor-to-ceiling windows. Outside the window was the thriving scene of Central, while inside was the recently verified annual financial report of the group for 1977. Liang Jinsong stood bent at the table, his fingers gripping the cover of the report tightly. This young man, who had been following Zhou Jianheng since his internship 4 years ago, had long since transformed from a naive graduate into Zhou's most trusted confidant. At this moment his voice was kept very low, yet it concealed an uncontainable excitement. Mr. Zhou, the accounts for the entire year of 1977 have been fully settled and verified. The channel returns and the factory accounts have been cross-verified 3 times, and every transaction can withstand third-party audits. He spoke without any unnecessary words, flipping open the financial report, breaking down the details by sector, his speech steady. The first segment, the core electronics business, remains the absolute pillar of Hunka, with a total net profit of approximately $191 billion for the entire year. Based on the official exchange rate of 1.466, this converts to about 890 million Hong Kong dollars. Among these, the Starry Chord portable music player had a cumulative net profit of $131 billion over a complete cycle of 15 months. The arcade business yielded a net profit of $22 million for the year, while the Play Pocket handheld saw a net profit of $24 million. The LA fan business generated a net profit of $13.94 million for the year. Currently, Hunka has 0 interest-bearing debt and 0 operational debt, with extraordinarily ample cash flow. In the next 2 years, we plan to stockpile core components for the portable music player, having only paid a 20 deposit. The additional supply chain capacity locked in advance in 1976 can expand by another 20 this year. The net position in our accounts is sufficient to support 2 rounds of capacity expansion, with surplus remaining. He then turned to the next page, with every income from the non-electronic sector meticulously calculated after deducting all costs with no ambiguity. The second segment, the non-electronic sector, has stable income across the board with no losses. The Diamond Records Company achieved a net profit of 125 million Hong Kong dollars for the year. Jiaha Entertainment, in collaboration with Zhou's cinema line, recorded a net profit of 10.628 million Hong Kong dollars for the year in the film sector, all retained within the two companies as per your request with no dividends. Hengqiang Real Estate Company generated a net rental profit of 123 million Hong Kong dollars for the year, all retained on the company's books for the reconstruction fund of the Huarun Bank. Hengjin Capital's self-operated funds continue to be reinvested in the stock market with no dividends distributed. Asia Television has reversed its previous losses this year, preliminarily achieving a balance between income and expenditure. Hong Kong Biopharmaceutical Co., Ltd., began mass production and distribution in the second half of last year, achieving initial profitability. This year, both group companies did not receive dividends, with all expenditures covered by the funds you initially injected. Zhou Zhanheng held the stack of revenue reports for his companies for 1977, feeling a surge of emotions. Having been reborn into this world for a full 26 years, he had finally completed the preliminary layout of his industry, and now he just needed to wait for the harvest. With this thought, he suddenly raised his head to ask, "Asong, has my share from Star Wars arrived?" Liang Jinsong quickly replied, "Mr. Zhou, it has already arrived. It's on the last page of the document in your hand. Based on the first round of box office for Star Wars in 1977 of $1 billion, according to the agreement, the 15 global gross box office share after deducting the promotional tax rate will be paid in priority after theater settlement, totaling approximately $35 million. The global retail total for IP derivatives from Star Wars in 1977 amounted to $50 million, with a 10 gross share totaling $5 million. The entire share from the main trilogy of Star Wars IP amounts to approximately $17.85 million. Since Star Wars has just premiered, no revenue has been generated from other contractual clauses. The total revenue amounts to $78.2 million. After deducting the 30% withholding tax for foreign investments in the U.S., your net earnings should be $54.74 million, equivalent to about 2.55 billion Hong Kong dollars. Zhou Zhanheng nodded, but in his heart, he was already cursing the tax rate in the U.S. was indeed. He casually picked up the document pressed on the corner of the table and handed it over. The pages were filled with his own writing, the strokes sharp and clear, detailing the acquisition plans for 6 core properties. Asong, after you return, have Mr. Sure from Hengqiang assist in using my newly registered Henghui Real Estate Company to initiate the acquisition of these properties using my share from Star Wars for the purchase. Liang Jinsong took the document with both hands, quickly scanning it, and felt another shock in his heart. 1. Federation Building 56, Gloucester Road, Wanchai, a pure grade A office building, permanent ownership, 500 square feet, valued at 50 million Hong Kong dollars. 2. Golden Dragon Center 95, Queens Road, central grade A office building above the subway, 700 square feet, valued at 70 million Hong Kong dollars. 3. Old Wing of the International Bank Building 150, Hennessy Road, core commercial residential building in Causeway Bay, 4600 square feet, valued at 34 million Hong Kong dollars. 4. Hunley Building 6880, Guangdong Road, old commercial residential building in Tsim Sha Sui Lorai Street Shop, 300 square feet, valued at 34 million Hong Kong dollars. 5. Winley Building 8698, Guangdong Road, newly built commercial residential building in Tsim Sha Sui, completed in 1978, 427 square feet, valued at 34 million Hong Kong dollars. 6. Huayuan Building near 176, Guangdong Road, potential redevelopment of an old building, 600 square feet, valued at 32 million Hong Kong dollars. At the end of the document, it was clearly stated in black and white all properties are permanent ownership, with full payment made and the procedures to be completed swiftly, with all transfers finished by the first quarter of 1978. Wanchai and Admiralty are the core stations of the subway correction line to be completed in the following years, while Guangdong Road in Tsim Sha Sui is the core area of the future harbor city. Right now, it is the last price valley before the subway opens. Once the subway is operational, these properties will likely triple in value. Having followed him for so many years, Liang Jinsong immediately understood the strategic significance of these acquisitions. After considering the operation of a dedicated independent real estate company, he realized this was Zhou's way of providing exclusive private assets for Miss One, hiding deeper family asset planning intentions. He immediately bowed and replied, "Understood, Mr. Zhou. I will take care of it immediately and follow up throughout the process to ensure no delays in the transfer." "Go ahead." Zhou Zhanheng waved his hand, his fingertips lightly tapping the table. The faster the procedures, the better. Liang Jinsong quietly closed the door behind him as he exited, and the thin mist of cigars in the study was gradually blown away by the night wind. Zhou Zhanheng's gaze returned to the progress report of the Huarun Bank project. After flipping through just 2 pages, he heard soft footsteps coming from outside the door. He looked up to see Lin Qingxia quietly leaning against the door frame, wrapped in a soft off-white cashmere blanket. She was 8 weeks pregnant, showing the early signs of pregnancy with a faint hint of fatigue on her face, her complexion gentle yet fragile. Thanks to following Zhou Family since 1971, she had been nurtured into a robust and healthy figure over the years. Given her previous frail body, she would have endured much suffering. Beside her, Guan Jiahui held a bowl of warm bird's nest, carefully blowing on each spoonful until it reached a suitable temperature before gently bringing it to her lips, her movements soft and meticulous, obedient and gentle, resembling a maid from ancient times serving her young lady. Zhou Family hurriedly got up and walked over, first reaching out to check Lin Qingxia's forehead. Confirming she did not have a fever, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, his tone unable to hide the tenderness. Still can't eat. Should I call the doctor from Yanghe Hospital again? Lin Qingxia shook her head, holding his hand, her fingertips slightly cool. Looking a bit gloomy while tilting her face up, she softly said, "Husband, no need. The doctor said this is a normal reaction. I'm just feeling a bit down. Just stay with me more." Zhou Family adjusted the slipping cashmere blanket for her and gently rubbed the top of her head, saying tenderly, "Silly, what are you saying? I've arranged most of my work to be done at home just to accompany you. All right, let's not overthink it. I'll take you for a stroll in the garden." Lin Qingxia smiled faintly at his words, burying her head in his chest, rubbing against him with a face full of happiness, and then she foolishly said, "Hee, thank you, husband. I feel much better." Zhou Family looked at her with amusement, truly embodying the saying that pregnancy makes one foolish for 3 years. Guan Jiahui meanwhile observed everything with a smile, and he gently ruffled her hair, saying softly, "Let's go take a walk in the garden together." The little girl shyly nodded, and Zhou Family, seeing her like this, couldn't help but shake his head slightly and mutter, "What is this little girl thinking? I'm not a pedophile." For the next period, Zhou Family worked from home, accompanying Lin Qingxia through the months when the early reactions were the strongest. In early March, he received 3 formal letters from Japan in quick succession. Aihua, Sega, and Bandai have all confirmed their schedules and will soon visit Hong Kong to discuss exclusive authorization for the Star Wars portable music player, the Space Invaders arcade game, and the global first handheld device. This matter is of great importance, involving global IP core patents and the overall layout in Japan. He immediately reported to the group chairman Zhou Family and formally proposed to convene a board meeting for Hunka Electronics to determine the bottom line for negotiations with Japan. Zhou Family agreed on the spot. In the conference room, he listened to Ouyang. He briefly explained the intentions and demands of the Japanese side, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, his tone calm yet steady. "Since the Japanese side has taken the initiative to come to us, we hold the initiative. Ouyang Sheng, as the CEO, you will negotiate fully and engage in the on-site negotiations. The board will only set the non-negotiable bottom line. The rest is up to you." He slowly established 3 hard lines to safeguard core interests. For the portable music player, the Star Wars co-branded version will not be released outside. Only the basic model, without IP, will be authorized. The minimum guarantee for entry will not be less than $150,000 with a technical authorization fee of $3 per unit, plus a 3% share of the sales from the Japanese market for the Star Wars IP. The core audio motherboard and modules must be exclusively procured from Hunka, with built-in anti-tampering patent patterns, and reverse engineering is strictly prohibited. For the arcade game, it will be exclusively operated by Sega, with Hunka providing patents, game copyrights, and Star Wars IP, and the core TTL motherboard supplied exclusively, with profit sharing of no less than 50%, while Sega will bear all production channel and operational costs. For the handheld device and Xianzheng block, it will be exclusively represented by Bandai, with core PCB and LCD driver boards supplied, with profit sharing of no less than 50%. Local assembly, retail, and after-sales will be entirely managed by Bandai. All contracts must stipulate that Hank's personnel in Japan can audit sales ledgers, and overdue payments will result in an immediate suspension of module supply. At the same time, expedite the establishment of the Tokyo office and apply for patent extensions in Japan. The high stakes nearly pushed the Japanese side's profits to the critical point. Ouyang, he replied solemnly, "Rest assured, Zhou Sheng, I will strictly adhere to the bottom line and strive for better conditions based on this." A few days later, Aihua's Nakatani, Yukio, Segis, Okita, Saburo, and Bandai's Higashiko and Akira arrived in Hong Kong one after another. Ouyang, he took the lead in connecting with them, precisely pinpointing the pain points of the 3 companies. Aihua was eager to seize the portable audio market ahead of Sony. Sega needed Hank's patents to compete against Taito, and Bandai was eager to leverage the Star Wars IP to enter electronic entertainment. He remained neither servile nor overbearing, balancing softness and firmness, using Hank's irreplaceable technology and IP barriers as leverage to tighten the negotiations step by step. As the negotiations wrapped up, the results far exceeded the board's expectations. Returning to the conference room, Ouyang, he reported in a clear and organized manner the starting price for the portable music player reached $180,000, with both technical authorization fees and profit sharing stabilized. However, Aihua voluntarily took on the logistics and after-sales for the Star Wars self-operated version in Japan, resulting in overall earnings exceeding the original bottom line. The arcade game was executed at 65%, with Sega voluntarily advancing funds for the first batch of machines, alleviating our financial pressure. For the handheld device, profit sharing was 60%, and Bandai covered all patent application and maintenance costs for Honka in Japan, further reducing costs. All bottom-line clauses regarding exclusive supply, anti-tampering proof, and suspension penalties have been agreed upon. The senior executives in the conference room nodded silently as they listened. This condition, if they were to negotiate, they likely wouldn't achieve such a favorable outcome. Zhou Jianheng established non-negotiable red lines, yet Ouyang, he with his professionalism and tact secured lower costs, reduced risks, and ensured a more stable long-term cooperation. Well done. Zhou Jianheng said approvingly. The Japanese market is now established. At this stage, we will only cooperate, not acquire. In the early 1980s, we will seek opportunities to invest in small Japanese game studios and supplement. Having finished handling Hank's affairs, Zhou Jianheng returned to the top floor of Hengchong Building. This building had been officially occupied last year, perfectly connecting with the reconstruction of the Chinese bank, and Zhou Jianheng immediately decided to temporarily relocate the headquarters here. He organized the Honka materials in his hand and began dealing with other company matters. Looking at the report about the media group, he nodded slightly and then pondered quietly. Zhou Wenhui does have some skills. He has managed to integrate the entire media resources so quickly. During this period, Huang Yulong was the most exuberant. Having just founded Yulong International, he naturally did not want large capital to enter the fray. This man was clever with capital and harbored great ambitions, but he understood the consequences of allowing a conglomerate like the Zhou Group to intervene. He dared not openly make a scene, yet he employed various subtle tactics, such as purchasing tabloids to disparage Zhou Wenhui, claiming he was ignorant of comics and wasting such a great platform. Upon witnessing Huang's antics, Zhou silently mused. Since you are making such a fuss, I will take you down first. He first sent someone to negotiate a purchase, but after being rejected by Huang Yulong, he immediately arranged for personnel through the Hong Kong government's publishing department to sue for the vulgarity and violence in works like Little Rogue, arguing that they could lead youth astray, requesting government intervention to investigate and ban the works. This directly choked Huang Yulong's lifeline. Huang Yulong was stunned. He thought he was merely disparaging you. Why would you go so far as to cut off my roots? Nevertheless, he remained quite resolute, holding on for a few months, maneuvering and seeking support, but the entire industry was living in fear under the dual pressure of the Hong Kong government and the Zhou Group, and no one dared to help him. Until Zhou Jianheng was knighted, he immediately changed his approach, proactively seeking to join the Zhou Group, embodying the philosophy of if you can't beat them, join them to the fullest. He had previously struggled, but now he had completely given up, resigning himself to his fate. He was never a match for the Zhou Group. Now Zhou Jianheng was on par with established British capital groups like Jardine Matheson, and he was not even qualified to look up to them, let alone compete. Zhou Wenhui still had high hopes for him. Although this guy was not particularly reputable, he did possess some acumen in managing the comic industry. After the acquisition, he appointed him as the general manager overseeing all comic-related matters. It must be said that he had some talent. Upon taking office, he quickly gathered a group of comic talents, including Shangwan Xiaobao. The comic company also received a new name, personally designated by Zhou Jianheng as Comic Connoisseur, while the other two companies were named Asia Times and Men's Health Magazine. He formulated clear development plans for all three companies. When he saw Huang Yulong's name, he wore an expression of intrigue, smirking silently. Is this guy so astute? He didn't even put up a struggle. I was hoping for an entertaining business battle. He disinterestedly tossed the report aside, lazily leaning back in his chair, secretly lamenting. Standing too high is also boring. For looking across Hong Kong, no one dares to challenge him, and he can't even find a worthy opponent. He himself did not pay much attention. By now he had truly matched the stature of established British capital groups like Jardine Matheson, wielding half of Hong Kong's commercial discourse. Zhou Jianheng stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the bustling reconstruction site of the Chinese bank, not far away, feeling a wave of contentment as he looked at the empire he had built. Time swiftly passed to May at the Zhou family mansion. The morning breeze wrapped around the warm morning light, spilling into the courtyard, making one feel relaxed and lazy. Zhou Jianheng accompanied the pregnant Lin Qingxiao on a walk in the garden. Since becoming pregnant, Lin Qingxiao had rarely gone out shopping. Her daily entertainment was already monotonous, and with Guan Zhouwei back in school, she felt even more stifled. Stopping to rest in a pavilion, she turned to Zhou Jianheng and complained gloomily, "Honey, can you get ATV to produce more good dramas? The ones currently airing are just boring." Zhou Jianheng was taken aback by her words. He recalled ATV's arrangements for the year, noting that there were indeed a few dramas that did not leave much of an impression, but the martial arts dramas were still acceptable, all following his prior plans for adaptation and filming, such as the currently airing The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, starring Cheng Xiaoqiu and Zhao Yaji. However, due to the limitations of the times, the action sequences were all the same old routines. In this era, abandoning a mature model for innovation carries far greater risks than rewards, and everyone in the industry seeks stability, with no one daring to take the lead. He gently ran his fingers through Lin Qixia's hair, carefully helping her sit in a rattan chair, speaking in a relaxed and gentle tone. Have you been bored at home? Would you like to go to ATV with me to discuss the new drama? It will be a nice outing. Lin Qixia's eyes lit up at the thought of going out, and she eagerly grabbed his hand and shook it gently. Sure. I haven't been out in ages, been practically rusting. After saying that, she playfully winked at him. Zhou Jianheng looked at her charming demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle, raising his hand to gently caress her gradually showing baby bump. Then let's go now. After visiting ATV, we can go to Fuliamin for your favorite fried chicken. Lin Qingxia was even happier, immediately linking her arm with his and sparklingly saying, then we should hurry and change clothes. If we leave late, we won't have much time to shop. The two quickly tidied up and took a car to ATV. When they arrived downstairs, only Huang Shizhao was waiting at the door. Before leaving, Zhou Jianheng specifically instructed his secretary not to make a big fuss, avoiding a crowd to welcome them. Seeing the two get out of the car, Huang Shizhao quickly stepped forward, bowing and greeting them with a respectful smile. Mr. Zhou, Mrs. Zhou, welcome to ATV for an inspection. Lin Qingxia nodded gently in acknowledgement, while Zhou Jianheng waved his hand, casually speaking in a relaxed tone, without any pretension. No need for formalities, Huang. We're just here to stroll with my wife. ATV performed well last year, so there's no pressure. Let's chat while we walk. Huang Shizhao quickly led the way, his smile more genuine and his tone humble. Thank you for your recognition, Mr. Zhou. We're just doing what you've instructed. We can't take credit for any of it. As they passed the filming studio, Zhou Jianheng casually glanced inside and spoke slowly. No need to be overly modest. Oh, I know how you're doing. This year's overall direction for the series is fine, but both the fashion and historical dramas need to step it up. Currently, the genres of series on the market are vague and poorly categorized. ATV needs to stay ahead. He continued without pausing his steps. We need to be pioneers, not followers. Screenwriters and directors with ideas should be encouraged to experiment boldly. We can afford the cost of trial and error, allocating 1 or 2 slots each year for innovative dramas to allow creative minds to unleash their visions. Huang Zizha's eyes lit up, nodding earnestly. Yes, Mr. Zhou, I will definitely lead ATV to create a new atmosphere. Zhou Jianheng smiled faintly, casually arranging. Huang, I believe you can do it. As for the categorization of series, let's simply divide them into 2 major categories: historical dramas and entertainment commercial dramas. You can handle the finer details yourself below. The historical dramas must strictly adhere to historical facts without personal subjective modifications. The entertainment dramas can be simple. They should be down-to-earth and engaging, no holds barred. Outsiders often say that Cantonese cuisine is bland and tasteless, while Cantonese dialect is salty to the point of bursting with flavor. This is also a selling point, and occasionally skirting the edges is harmless. Lin Qingxia listened to their serious discussion, but as the conversation became increasingly absurd, she discreetly pinched the soft flesh at Zhou Jianheng's waist. However, he showed no reaction. This guy was tough-skinned and thick-fleshed, treating it as if an ant had bitten him. Lin Qingxia helplessly rolled her eyes, no longer paying attention to them, and focused on watching the filming on set. Just as they arrived at the filming location of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, she saw Cheng Xiaoqiu performing aerial stunts, his graceful movements captivating her. Zhou Jianheng noticed Lin Qingxia was captivated, so he led her into the filming site for a closer look. Once the scene was wrapped up, the entire cast and crew paused their actions to bow and greet. Among the actors, it was the fast-reacting Wan Ziliang, now the new king of ATV, who understood that his success was largely due to the support of the chairman, making him naturally closer to Zhou Jianheng. He stepped forward, bowing respectfully with youthful exuberance. Zhou Xing Zhou Tai. Zhou Jianheng looked at him, nodded slowly, and encouraged him in a friendly tone. Liangzi, your performance last year was commendable. Don't get complacent. Focus on honing your acting skills and commit to your work. I've paved the way for you, but whether you can stand firm depends on yourself. Wan Ziliang quickly responded, his eyes filled with gratitude. Following him, Zheng Xiaoqiu and Zhao Yaji also hurriedly approached to greet. Zhou Jianheng glanced at the two and casually offered some advice. Qiu Guiyaji, you are now pillars of ATV. You must put your heart into your work and pay attention at home as well. Don't just rush forward, or you might neglect both sides. The two quickly nodded in agreement. Zhou Jianheng then turned to Wang Tianlin, speaking gently. Director Wang, you have worked hard on the dramas in recent years. Do you prefer to work at the television station or return to Jia? Wang Tianlin quickly bowed and replied sincerely, Zhou Sheng, both Jia and ATV are part of the Zhou family system. Wherever I am working for you. I'm getting older. The film side is too hectic and tiring. It's more stable here in television. I wish to stay at ATV and focus on managing the series following your arrangements. As he spoke, a refined young man behind Wang Tianlin bowed slightly. It was his son Wang Rixiang, who had just graduated from university and was currently gaining experience on set. Zhou Jianheng glanced at him, faintly secretly amused. This future commercial film mogul was still just a novice in the industry. Zhou Jianheng slightly nodded, full of recognition and trust for this old minister, and spoke in an increasingly, since that's the case, I officially appoint you as the chief producer of ATV, overseeing all series projects and production teams. I will inform He Guanchang about the arrangements with Jia later. Wang Tianlin was both surprised and delighted, quickly bowing in thanks. Zhou Zhanheng then chatted with Wang Tianlin for a few more moments before taking Lin Qingxia to the next studio, where a drama about the conflicts of a wealthy family in the Republic of China was being filmed, full of love and hate entanglements with a cliched and simplistic plot starring Ouyang Peishan and Lu Songren under the production of My Dongxiong, who were also making guest appearances in another series next door. As Zhou Zhanheng and the group entered the studio, they happened to catch the supporting characters' scenes. The creative team had already noticed the boss' arrival and came forward to greet. With the big boss present for inspection, everyone seized the opportunity to make their presence felt. It was understandable human nature, and Zhou Zhanheng did not mind. With a faint smile on his lips, he spoke. Shan, a Rin director, my ATV will increase the production of series from now on. You are all veterans of the station, so you must pay extra attention. Don't let the newcomers surpass you, or you can't say I'm biased. Everyone's face lit up at these words, and they quickly promised not to slack off. Zhou Zhanheng offered a few simple words of encouragement and continued his inspection. After wandering around, it was Zhou Zhanheng held Lin Qingxia's hand as they left ATV and approached the door. He turned to Huang Shijiao beside him, speaking in a gentle tone, softly reminding him. Huangsheng Hong Kong is currently on the rise with great market potential. You should shoot more modern fashion dramas, as they can both attract viewers and drive advertising revenue. If you're lacking creative ideas, you could reference the stock market crash of 1973 and create a drama centered around it. The ratings will surely be good. Huang Zizha's eyes suddenly lit up upon hearing this, and he quickly bowed in response. Zhou Sheng, your words enlighten me. I have been narrow-minded and overlooked the potential of urban realism themes. Zhou Zhanheng waved his hand, signaling him to arrange it himself, and then took Lin Qingxia to drive to Fulinian for a meal. The two enjoyed a leisurely lunch and spent the afternoon wandering around before heading to the Diamond Record Company. As soon as the car stopped, Li Xiaodian and Zheng Donghan hurriedly approached. The two had followed Zhou Zhanheng for nearly 10 years and were already well acquainted with his character, naturally feeling close, greeting in unison. Zhou Xing Zhou Tai. Zhou Zhanheng and Lin Qingxia both smiled warmly and nodded slightly. Li Xiaodian took a step forward and naturally spoke. Zhou Xing, you haven't inspected in a while. Oh, everyone in the company is looking forward to seeing you more often. Zhou Zhanheng smiled and joked. Oh, Li Xing, you're exaggerating. If I came every day, you'd probably find me annoying. Li Xiaodian waved his hands repeatedly, saying, how could that be? The group walked straight into the company, and a bunch of star artists also put down their tasks to come out and show face. The scene naturally led to a round of pleasantries, and finally Zhou Zhanheng only took a few key figures to the lounge. Once the door closed, isolating them from the external noise, Zhou Zhanheng sat down and inquired about their plans for records this year. Seeing that they were all busy producing, he nodded slightly. After discussing work, the atmosphere became more relaxed. Seeing this, Zheng Ni smiled and approached, taking the initiative to pull Lin Qingxiao aside for a quiet chat. Having just completed a year of marriage with Fu Sheng, she was considering the prospect of having children, and with the gentle Lin Qingxiao, they had plenty to talk about, discussing pregnancy care and daily living, creating a particularly harmonious atmosphere. Meanwhile, Su Xiaofeng, now the leading lady at Diamond, who had been nurtured by the boss, spoke up first with a smile. Zhou Sheng, when will we have the honor to sing the songs you wrote? It's been years since you've had new works. Zhou Zhanheng paused in surprise upon hearing this, then laughed heartily, responding in a friendly tone, there will be in a couple of years. I'll organize my manuscripts at home, and then we'll have a grand 80s debut, a greatest hits album that will make the name Diamond resonate worldwide. Everyone applauded in delight, and after chatting for a while, Zhou Zhanheng turned to Li Xiaodian and Zheng Donghan with a gentle tone. Li Sheng, there is a talented songwriter in Taiwan named Luo Daiyou. I heard a song he wrote for the film Shining Days by chance. As I understand, he's currently working as a doctor, but doesn't seem to like the profession and wants to pursue music full-time. However, as everyone knows, Taiwan lacks a musical environment. Please arrange for someone to contact him and offer him the same treatment as Nakajima Miyuki so he can develop his music in Hong Kong. Li Xiaoshan's heart stirred upon hearing this. The boss had discovered another great talent. He was overjoyed and quickly replied, Zhou Sheng, rest assured I will arrange for someone to reach out to him and bring him to Hong Kong as soon as possible. Zhou Zhanheng nodded slightly, turning to the prominent figures with a beaming smile. This talent is exceptional. His music has profound depth. If he comes, you must engage with him and learn from him. It will greatly benefit your musical growth and broaden your future paths. Everyone nodded in agreement, their hearts stirred. After staying at Diamond for a while, Zhou Zhanheng took Lin Qingxia to wander around Central, and after a simple stroll at Jiehe, they returned home by car in the evening. Returning home, Zhou Zhanheng carefully assisted Lin Qingxia to the sofa and gently said, you must be exhausted. Did you find it boring accompanying me on the company tour today? Come, let me massage your legs. As he spoke, he placed her legs on his and began to knead them gently. Watching his tender care, Lin Qingxia felt her heart soften like a pool of water as she softly replied, not at all, I'm never bored when I'm with you. I don't feel tired at all. As long as I'm with you, I'm perfectly fine. Zhou Zhanheng looked at her with affection, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear and playfully pinching her delicate nose, teasingly saying, in that case, I'll take you wherever I go from now on. Just don't complain about being tired later. Hey, don't pinch my nose. It's already not very high, and it'll get flattened. She lightly swatted his hand away and continued in a coy tone, I wouldn't complain about being tired. If I really am, won't you carry me? After saying this, she playfully blinked at him, igniting Zhou Zhanheng's fervor as he leaned closer and whispered in her ear, Of course I'll carry you, my dear. Shall we give it a try? Lin Qingxia's cheeks flushed, her watery eyes gazing at him as she softly said, Maybe not you. She gestured to indicate length, then cautiously added, Will it hurt the baby? Zhou Zhanheng pondered for a moment and agreed that it was indeed a risk not worth taking. He then softly replied, Let's use another method instead. We can. This made Lin Qingxia's face turn even redder as she lightly hit him. In truth, she had also thought about it. After months of abstinence, they had just finished dinner, and their dog had stealthily gone upstairs, probably to rest or sleep. Yes, it must be. Days passed leisurely, and before they knew it, August had arrived. Time truly flies. In just over 60 chapters, they were on the verge of having a son and a daughter. During this period, Zhou Zhanheng spent most of his time at home with Lin Qingxia as she awaited their child. One day, while he was in his study handling the day's work, the phone on his desk suddenly rang. He paused briefly before picking up the receiver. He didn't say much, just gave a soft and on the other end, Huang Zizha's excited voice came through, speaking rapidly. Zhou Xin, good news. Jia Television is about to go bankrupt. Should we take this opportunity to recruit some of their staff? Zhou Zhanheng was slightly taken aback, but quickly understood. In his past life, Jia Shi had indeed collapsed at this moment, and in this life, he could not escape his fate. He immediately ordered in a deep voice. Naturally, we should recruit them. We need to bring in all the top talents from Jia Shi, especially the 6 heroes of Jia Shi. We must secure them all. Zhou Yangshi will be invited with her position as deputy manager. If she is willing to come, let her oversee the programming, news, talent coordination, and the young creative team. Additionally, I will designate a few more individuals. We must sign them without fail. Director Su Ku, actors Mi Shui, Yang Panpan, Wei Qiuhua, Mao Xunjuan, Liang Xiaolong, and newcomer Zheng Yuling. We should also bring back producer Xiao Sheng to work at Asia Television. Huang Shizhao was slightly taken aback. Zhou Yangshi was one thing, but Zheng Yuling was just an unknown newcomer at Jia Shi. However, since the boss had mentioned her, he naturally dared not ask too many questions. Over the years, he had come to understand his own abilities. He was fine with maintaining the status quo, but advancing was really lacking. With a shift in his thoughts, he realized the boss intended to swallow Jia Shi whole. After this maneuver, Asia Television would undoubtedly rise to the top of Hong Kong's television industry. He immediately composed himself and replied solemnly, Zhou Xin, please rest assured. I will contact these people immediately and bring them all under our banner. Zhou Zhanheng responded within them, then thought of old Su, this guy. Wait, it seems Shi Nanxing has also jumped ship to Jia Shi. Huang Shizhao really isn't capable. He's good at maintaining, but not advancing. He slapped his forehead and instructed Huang Shizhao. By the way, Huang Sheng, there's a female assistant producer named Shi Nanxing at Jia Shi working under Xiao Sheng. Check her work history in recent years. If she is a talent worth using, invite her back and promote her boldly. There should be no gender discrimination. Also, as Asia Television grows larger, the personnel will become more diverse. I will not allow any discrimination, be it based on wealth, gender, or mainland versus Taiwanese origins. As long as they are all Chinese, no discrimination is allowed. Anyone found guilty will be dismissed and never hired again. Huang Shizhao felt a shock in his heart upon hearing this, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. All these people, including Xiao Sheng, were top talents poached by Jia Shi during his tenure. With the boss being so serious about bringing them back, it was only natural for him to feel anxious. If there is discrimination, the entire Hong Kong would be involved. It seems the boss detests such people. He hurriedly responded respectfully. Yes, Zhou Sheng, I will certainly work to rectify the atmosphere within the station and prevent such phenomena from arising. Zhou Zhanheng sensed the tension in his tone, lightly tapping his fingers on the desk, producing a crisp sound. He then softened his tone to reassure him. You don't need to be nervous. Past matters are not to be held against you. It's difficult for anyone in charge to achieve perfection. You just need to formally write this rule into Asia Television's employment regulations. Furthermore, in reporting news from the mainland, we will maintain objectivity and neutrality, avoiding favoritism and defamation, only making truthful reports. I will have Zhou Wenhui inject 10 million into Asia Television as funding for this round of expansion. On the other end of the line, Huang Shizhao assured him again. After concluding the call, Zhou Zhanheng rested his forehead on the desk, deep in thought, realizing he had very little memory regarding Jia Shi. Other than a few slightly known figures, he hardly knew anyone else. He sighed and muttered to himself, forget it, it is what it is. Things can't always be perfect. On August 22, 1978, Jia Television officially declared bankruptcy. In the following half-month, Asia Television, with its superior salaries, resources, and platform, absorbed nearly all of Jia Shi's core elite. News of this spread throughout Hong Kong and Kowloon, creating a stir. Everyone understood that Asia Television was aiming to secure its position as the leader in the television industry. This event also accelerated the alliance between Li Xiaohua and Xiao Yifu as they joined forces to counter the Zhou family. However, they dared not use underhanded tactics. After all, there was the title of Sir. Although Xiao Yifu received his title in the same year, he was always overshadowed by Zhou Zhanheng in the upper echelons. In terms of capital connections and background, they were at a disadvantage, and they could only grit their teeth and fight fiercely in program and series production, which felt quite suffocating. At the same time that Asia Television was aggressively recruiting Jia Shi's talents, a negotiation capable of shaking the business landscape of Hong Kong quietly began in a private booth at a top club in Central. Zhou Zhanheng sat opposite Li Ka-shing, the smoke from their cigars rising slowly. On the table lay the details of the stock equity for Kowloon warehouse. He initially planned to invest 1.5 billion Hong Kong dollars to acquire it, but due to fluctuations in the market he had to add another 66 million. In total, he spent 216 million Hong Kong dollars to acquire this 18th stake. Zhou Zhanheng gently touched the warm porcelain teacup, smiled lightly to break the silence in the room, speaking in a calm tone, as if he were chatting without a hint of arrogance typical of a business magnate. Li Xing, I apologize for the abrupt invitation today. Let's get straight to the point. During the stock market crash in 1974, I acquired some shares of Kowloon Warehouse at a low price, and over the years I have consolidated my holdings to reach 18. I assume you have also made some arrangements regarding this, but I won't ask for specific numbers. Li Ka-shing remained silent, holding a cigar in his fingers half-burned with gray ash accumulating without falling. He didn't rush to smoke or express his stance, but quietly observed Zhou Zhanheng with calm eyes, concealing the caution cultivated over years in the business world. Zhou Zhanheng didn't beat around the bush and pushed the drafted joint transfer agreement across the table, stopping. The paper brushed against the rosewood tabletop, producing a soft sound that was particularly clear in the quiet booth. I have an idea I'd like to discuss with you, Li Shang. Since we both hold shares, why don't we join forces and sell them to Mr. Bao Yugong at 36 Hong Kong dollars per share? Li Shang, what do you think? Li Ka-shing did not even lift his eyelids at the words, his gaze fixed on the agreement paper, the cigar held between his fingers completely still. After a silence of 2 or 3 seconds, his fingertips lightly tapped the table, one tap after another, slow, yet assured. It was a habitual gesture of his when calculating in his mind. When he raised his eyes again, his face still bore little excess expression, his tone as calm as discussing the weather, only highlighting the core considerations. 36 Hong Kong dollars per share, currently priced at 42 Hong Kong dollars, a transfer of $6 per share. Sir Zhou holds an 18 stake. Combined with my shares, we could have negotiated with Jardine Matheson. Is this transfer then a premeditated move? Of course it is, Zhou Zhanheng replied, lifting his teacup and taking a sip of lukewarm pure tea. As the tea flowed down his throat, his tone remained unperturbed. My main business is in finance, technology, and industry. Now that I have been awarded a knighthood, there are some matters I must compromise on. I hold media and industrial assets, and if I cling to Kowloon Warehouse, it would raise suspicions of opposing the British, which would not be a wise move. Li Ka-shing's cigar momentarily paused, and the probing gleam in his eyes vanished, leaving only an understanding. In Hong Kong, no matter how prosperous the capital, one cannot evade the political landscape. He understood the inherent dangers better than anyone. Zhou Zhanheng set down his teacup with a smile and continued, Pak Sang is different. He has dedicated his life to shipping, always yearning to transition into industry. Kowloon Warehouse is his best choice for that transition, something he must have. Rather than stubbornly holding on and clashing with British capital, it is better to let the fertile water flow to the fields of others. Selling to him is preferable to selling to the British. After all, he is still a Chinese person, and with real gold and silver in hand, it ensures safety. Moreover, it grants him a tremendous favor, which is more advantageous than holding on to the equity and creating enemies. At this point, he leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice, so only the two of them could hear. Moreover, Li Shang, what you truly desire is not Kowloon Warehouse, right? The controlling stake in Hutchison Whampoa held by HSBC is what you are genuinely after. Am I right? As these words were spoken, the smoke lingering in the room seemed to pause for a moment. A flicker of surprise flashed in Li Ka-shing's eyes, so swift that it was nearly imperceptible, akin to a brief flicker of the lamp's light. Yet his hand holding the cigar remained remarkably steady. Not a single ash that had accumulated throughout the day fell. He had been plotting with Huang for quite some time, and this matter was kept deeply hidden apart from his most trusted confidant. The young man in front of him, nearly 20 years his junior, surprisingly saw through the plans he had buried the deepest. Zhou Zhanheng calmly observed him, but inwardly he calculated clearly. With the Chinese merchants intercepted by me, you have lost your initial bargaining chip to pledge loyalty to HSBC. With regard to Huang, you have no retreat whatsoever. If it weren't for my and Pak Yukon's recommendations, you wouldn't even be able to enter the core circle of Shun by now. Zhou Zhanheng did not wait for him to respond, maintaining the same calm and sincere tone as if discussing the most ordinary matter, yet he expressed the utmost sincerity for cooperation. To be honest, Li Shang, I still hold a 13 stake in Hutchison's dark warehouse, kept in offshore accounts, and have never disclosed it externally. He looked directly at Li Ka-shing. I will fully support your entry into Hutchison with these shares. I will not enter the board of directors, will not seize control nor interfere with any of your business decisions. The voting rights will be fully entrusted to you. I will act purely as a financial investor. I will only establish 6 small rules to protect my shareholder rights, ensuring I will not cause you any trouble. He articulated each rule clearly with a steady tone and a sense of measure. First, the voting rights are fully entrusted to you and cannot be revoked without my written consent. Second, if Hutchison issues new shares in the future, I will enjoy proportional priority subscription rights to prevent unwarranted dilution of shares. Third, if privatization is initiated in the future, my exit price for shares will not be less than 1.5 times the average market price over the previous 24 months. Fourth, at least 25% of the annual net profit should be allocated for cash dividends. If there is no reasonable reason for not distributing dividends, I retain a veto right. Fifth, for major asset transactions or debts exceeding 500 million Hong Kong dollars, I reserve a veto right to avoid extreme risks. Sixth, I will manage these shares separately using offshore channels to hold them without leaving traces, not disturbing the market nor involving others. Once he finished speaking, the private room fell completely silent. No one spoke again, only the faint crackling sound of the burning cigar resonated clearly in the quiet room. The smoke grew thicker, blurring the soft glow of the lamp. No one hurried or pressed. They were all waiting for each other's answer. After a full 10 minutes, Li Ka-shing finally moved. He slowly stood up and extended his hand towards Zhou Family. His palm was steady, marked by the calluses formed from years of holding a pen and abacus, a unique imprint of a businessman who had climbed step by step from the bottom. Thank you for your support, Sir Zhou. You see things clearly and plan for the long term. His tone finally carried a hint of genuine respect. With you, Li Ka-shing, am at ease. Zhou Family also rose firmly, shaking hands with him, both hands steady without a hint of tremor, the grip moderate, reflecting mutual respect. Li Sheng is being modest. It's merely a matter of mutual benefit and win-win cooperation. He smiled and smoothly finalized the last details, his tone entirely one of cooperation. There's one more thing, please arrange a meeting with Pak Sang for discussions. It would be most appropriate for Li Sheng to make the introduction. Externally, we can say it's all thanks to Li Sheng's connections, and all the spotlight will be on you, while I will cooperate from behind the scenes. Li Ka-shing looked at him, and for the first time a genuine smile appeared in his eyes as he nodded solemnly. All right. Thank you, Sir Zhou, for your support. I will remember this favor. The two shared an unspoken understanding, and this collaboration, capable of shaking the future business landscape of Hong Kong, was entirely finalized in the smoke-filled private room. In September 1978, in a private room of the Mandarin Oriental Hotel in Hong Kong. Led by Li Ka-shing, 3 Chinese capital tycoons, Zhou Family, Li Ka-shing, and Pak Yukong, gathered together without formalities or excess pleasantries, completing all agreements in just 20 minutes. The two held a combined 28% stake in Kowloon warehouse, officially transferring it to Pak Yukong at a price of 36 Hong Kong dollars per share. From this single transaction, Zhou Family received a total payment of 6.48 billion Hong Kong dollars, netting a profit of 432 million Hong Kong dollars, securing real gold and silver. In this transaction, Li Ka-shing successfully extricated himself from the mire of Kowloon warehouse, gaining further appreciation from HSBC for this favor, clearing the most crucial obstacle for his future entry into Hutchison. Pak Yukong secured Kowloon warehouse, completing a key transformation from shipping to land-based industry, firmly establishing himself as a leader among Chinese capital. Zhou Family not only earned significant profits, but also cultivated relationships with 2 Chinese capital giants, forming a solid alliance and quietly boarding the train of decades of dividends from Hutchison. The day after the deal was finalized, Zhou Family transferred part of the profits to Hung Chong Properties, precisely acquiring 7 core, high-quality properties, all purchased with permanent ownership for long-term appreciation. 173175. Davao Road Central, the main building of Sincere Department Store, 200 square feet, valued at 20 million. 120124. Hennessy Road, Wan Chai, the entire 14-story Hennessy building, approximately 300 square feet, valued at 15 million. 250260. Kings Road, North Point, a 14-story mixed-use building, 68 residential units, plus 4 street shops, valued at 18 million. 1931. Yua Street, Causeway Bay, the entire commercial building of Loxing Building, 100 square feet, valued at 60 million. 5056. Russell Street, Causeway Bay, a row of commercial buildings, including Tai Fat Building, 1800 square feet, valued at 52 million. 6165. Chinese Bank Building, Davao Road Central, 1800 square feet, valued at 56 million. 30. Queens Road Central, the entertainment building, 700 square feet, valued at 49 million. These properties have immense potential for appreciation in the future. Ultimately, Zhou Family acquired all of them for approximately 300 million Hong Kong dollars through Hung Chong Properties. 3 days after Zhou Family had just signed the Kowloon warehouse equity transfer agreement. On September 6, in the corridor outside the maternity ward of Yonghe Hospital, Zhou Family, unlike his usual composure in business, paced anxiously back and forth like an ordinary husband. In his previous life, his wife's cesarean had been quick and efficient. He had never endured such a protracted torment. Listening to the muffled sounds from the delivery room and feeling the pain of childbirth, he could only stand helplessly by. Behind him stood a full complement of close elders from the Zhou and Lin families. Except for his grandparents, who were too frail to come, everyone else had arrived. Even Guan Jiahui, still at school, had taken leave to remain at his side. Lu Wanjun could not bear her son's anxious demeanor and offered soft comfort. "My dear, don't be anxious. Qingxia has always had a robust constitution. She will be all right." Ma Laniying, the mother-in-law, joined in gently. "Zhanheng, be calm. This is how childbirth is. Relax, Qingxia, and the baby will be safe." No sooner had the words fallen than a clear, strong infant cry rang out from the delivery room. Zhou Zhanheng's fingertips trembled violently as the knot in his chest finally uncoiled. Everyone present breathed a collective sigh of relief. Before long, Lin Qingxiao was wheeled out of the delivery room. Zhou Zhanheng stepped forward instinctively and clasped her cool hand. He looked at her pale, weakened face, his throat tightened, and he murmured softly, "Wife, you've worked so hard." His eyes reddened without his permission. The party moved into the ward, and everyone pressed forward with their greetings. Lu Wanjun and Ma Laniying fussed over Lin Qingxiao with tender concern, so much so that Zhou Zhanheng was nudged to the foot of the bed. He could only smile helplessly and watch in silence. Soon a nurse entered carrying a pair of twins. The two mothers immediately crowded forward, each taking one infant, faces alight with joy. The two fathers remained composed, bending over with smiles to study their children. They praised that the boy's features resembled Zhou Zhanheng, while the girl took after Qingxia. As the elders laughed and chatted around the children, Zhou Zhanheng finally drew close to the bedside, took Lin Qingxiao's hand, and asked gently, "How are you feeling? Is there anywhere that hurts?" Lin Qingxiao looked amused at this man who prowled the business world with such ease, and yet was now tentative and inarticulate. Her heart swelled with both affection and exasperation. Seeing his anxiety, she forced a weak smile and said, "Husband, I'm fine. Don't worry, I'm just a little weak. Some rest, and I'll be well." Hearing that, Zhou Zhanheng finally relaxed. He gently brushed the stray hair from her brow and laid his palm on her forehead, his face full of tenderness. Lin Qingxiao was deeply moved. She lifted a hand and lightly patted the back of his hand. "Husband, I want to see the babies." No sooner had she spoken than the two elder mothers pressed Zhou Zhanheng aside and brought the infants up to the bed. Zhou Zhanheng could only rub his forehead in resignation as the two elder fathers watched him with amusement. Then they asked solemnly, "Have you chosen names for the children?" He had prepared the names long ago and answered without hesitation, "I have. The boy will be called Zhou Jingxing, to signify steady progress and fidelity to one's original intent. The girl, born 3 minutes later, will be called Zhou Nianing, a name chosen to evoke warmth of heart and a lasting wish for peace." With the children's arrival, Zhou Zhanheng, buoyed by joy, did not forget his staff. A month's salary and red envelopes were handed out, and the entire Zhou group celebrated. In the weeks that followed, Zhou Zhanheng divided his time between caring for Lin Qingxiao and overseeing group affairs. In July, the film Sheshing Diaosho opened and ultimately grossed 3 million Hong Kong dollars, somewhat higher than in his previous life, tearing open a gap in the Kung Fu film market that had been dormant for 2 years. Around Christmas, an overseas call came into Zhou Zhanheng's study. George Lucas's tone was composed, and Zhou, preparations for The Empire Strikes Back are complete. According to our prior agreement, granting you priority co-investment for the sequel. I am formally informing you now, filming will commence on March 5, 1979, with a total budget of 18 million. Zhou Zhanheng turned a page of the budget and replied, evenly, "I understand. Per the agreement, I will co-invest 35%. In addition to that, I will cover the industrial light magic effects share and promotional contributions amounting to roughly 7.45 million. The funds have been fully prepared." Lucas exhaled with relief. This was precisely why he had agreed to Zhou Zhanheng's request for a 35% priority co-investment in the sequel, and made Zhou both a shareholder and investor, so Zhou would not need to plead with banks, or Fox would not surrender any IP rights, and would not compromise his creative principles for money. Creative control, distribution, and profit sharing will follow the first film's contract. You do not interfere with the creative process. I will enforce budget discipline, and any overruns will be borne by me as stipulated. Zhou Zhanheng nodded calmly. The funds will be delivered in 3 full installments before the March 1970. After hanging up, Zhou Zhanheng gazed at the Victoria Harbor lights and let a knowing faint smile cross his lips. Secretly, he scoffed. Everyone talks strict budgets, but when shooting begins, whoever reins them in. This picture will surely overrun to 35 million in the end, just like before. The Empire Strikes Back would go on to earn 538 million worldwide. From box office shares alone, he could recoup 56 million, not to mention decades of audio, video, and merchandise royalties to follow. Time flew to year's end. In a top-floor conference room of the Hengchang building in Central, the Zhou Group's senior executives gathered. Zhou Zhanheng sat at the head, tapping the table absent-mindedly, and slowly sweeping his gaze across the management team as he spoke with a steady, powerful voice. A song report: the group's financials for 1978. Liang Jinsong held the year-end summary in both hands, his fingers tense. Having served Zhou Zhanheng for 6 years, overseeing confidential matters finance and administration, he had been granted a 0.4% dividend share in Hunka Electronics last year. Now occupying the roles of the chairman's confidential secretary and operations director and finance head at Hunka's Hong Kong headquarters, he felt a deep gratitude and loyalty. Looking at Hunka Electronics' leap in annual earnings following mid-year capacity expansion, Liang's normally steady, efficient demeanor now shone with quiet pride. His voice rang out clear and sonorous. The portable audio business achieved a net profit of 229 million. Added to the Japan-exclusive licensing income of 76 million, that segment's combined net profit reached 249.76 million. Arcade machine exports together with overseas household fan sales yielded a net profit of 55 million. The handheld series posted a net profit of 41.92 million. The biopharmaceutical company recorded a net profit of 30 Hong Kong dollars, 6 million for the year. Hengchang Property achieved a net profit of 150 million Hong Kong dollars. Hengjin Capital's proprietary portfolio has not yet been liquidated and has produced no dividends. All of Hunka's 1977 profits were retained for the electronics expansion. We consolidated Hong Kong's scattered small electronics plants into the Shah Tin Industrial Park. The new Malaysia-Singapore expansion goals have been met. Upon project completion, there is a balance of 350 million Hong Kong dollars, plus a 90 million Hong Kong dollars strategic investment from the Hong Kong government. He paused and cleared a slightly dry throat before continuing. Hunka Electronics' 1978 net profit for the year has for the first time surpassed 2 Hong Kong dollars, 24 billion, becoming the group's core cash cow and freeing the entire conglomerate from its former reliance on private financing, achieving a zero-debt, unleveraged, and sound financial foundation. Within the media arm, Diamond Records posted a net profit of 9 Hong Kong dollars, 5 million for the year. Golden Harvest recorded a net profit of 13 million Hong Kong dollars. Other media segments remain unprofitable and still require capital support from the group. Zhou Zhanheng studied the year-end balance sheet in his hands. He had already tallied every figure in his mind. A genuine smile surfaced rarely on his face as he spoke with steady, resonant conviction. Colleagues, you have all done exceedingly well this year. We have together broken ground and carved out an era of our own. The conference room erupted in applause. Once the atmosphere calmed, he continued to announce the profit distribution. In 1978, Hunka Electronics achieved remarkable performance, and the current round of expansion has been largely implemented, requiring no significant additional investment in the short term. RD will primarily focus on iterative optimization, and expenses will be manageable. Thus, this profit will be brought back in the form of a substantial dividend coordinated by the group. First, at the level of Hunka Electronics, priority will be given to fully paying the fixed 7 annual dividend on the 3 strategic shares held by the Hong Kong government. Employees will participate in the dividend with a 5-share option pool to incentivize them. The remaining profits will be wholly consolidated for the group. Of the nearly 9 billion Hong Kong dollars in returning funds, 400 million Hong Kong dollars will be reserved as short-term working capital to cover headquarters operations, daily turnover of subsidiaries, and year-end bonus payments. The remaining funds will be allocated as follows: 35 will be invested in technological iterations and capacity reinforcement for Hunka Electronics. 25 will strengthen the group's long-term capital, enhancing shareholder equity, improving the group's credit rating, and increasing risk resistance. 20 will be directed towards the cultivation of traditional Chinese medicine in the mainland and future cultural projects. 10 will be reserved for IP cooperation and global channel reserves, and 10 will be injected into the group employee fund to solidify support and long-term benefits. This year, the group will not distribute additional dividends to shareholders. All funds will be utilized to construct a dominant barrier in the electronics industry of the 1980s, laying the foundation for subsequent capacity transfer and comprehensive expansion into the mainland. Zhongqing Pharmaceuticals and Hengchang Real Estate will also not distribute dividends this year, as funds will be used for expansion and the reconstruction of Huaringsing. With this clear distribution, the previously slightly tense expressions of other business unit leaders relaxed and their doubts vanished. They understood that the retained funds from the group also included support and coordination for various sectors, not just the electronics division thriving independently. The smiles on everyone's faces instantly became more genuine, and their gazes towards Zhou Zhanheng held more admiration and respect. The applause that followed was more unified and heartfelt than before, yet the members of the media division looked slightly pained, burdened by years of losses. Zhou Zhanheng slightly raised his hand, the applause gradually subsiding, his tone calm, yet authoritative. Last year, with the launch of the portable music player, we gained fame in one battle and made a significant profit. This year, Hunka has fully erupted, doubling its performance, and year-end rewards cannot be meager for the contributor. Grassroots staff will receive 4 months of double salary and bonuses, administrative and technical positions 5 months, middle management 7 months, and senior management starting from 10 months. The HR department will calculate as soon as possible. All payments will be made before the new year. After the meeting, Liang Jinsong followed Zhou Zhanheng to his study. He quietly presented a side list and whispered, "Zhou, this is the annual settlement of your personal investment. The Star Wars project has totaled approximately 54 million US dollars and has been received." Zhou Zhanheng glanced at it, his fingertip resting on the number, his expression cool. "Understood. As per my previous instructions, transfer it to the personal trust fund." Liang Jinsong slightly bowed his head. "Yes, Zhou." The warmth of the year-end meeting had not yet dissipated, and the entire Zhou group stepped steadily and orderly into the year's end. With the dividends and year-end bonuses fully paid, all members of Hunko Electronics were in high spirits, and the other business units were also content due to the group's coordinated support, leading to stability and prosperity within the entire group. As time moved into January 15, 1979, as the core capital platform of the group, the profit distribution and continuation of the core team's self-operated fund needed to be addressed first. Zhou Zhanheng did not delay, choosing a day to convene the core team of Hungjin Capital in the conference room of Hengchang Tower in Central. Zhou Zhanheng sat alone at the head of the table, holding an unlit cigar between his fingers, his expression serious. To his left were General Manager Qin Jingshan and Fund Director Luo Fuchong, while to his right sat Chief Strategy Advisor Chao Rinchao, Capital Operations Director Zhou Wenyao, and Macro Research Supervisor Lin Hoxian. Audit reports were laid out in front of the five, creating a solemn atmosphere. Zhou Zhanheng lightly tapped the liquidation document with his finger, his voice steady. "Without any pleasantries today, we will discuss only two matters: team profit distribution and the continuation of the self-operated fund." Qin Jingshan, acting as the overall coordinator, opened the self-operated fund settlement page and reported truthfully, his tone professional and concise. "Zhou, the 4-year accounts of the self-operated fund have been cleared. The liquidation amount has been confirmed. After 4 years of operation, a net profit of 33.6 million has been made. According to the profit-sharing agreement you set with the team should receive 16.8 million. Profit distribution should be implemented promptly without delay." Zhou Zhanheng spoke with certainty, then finalized the subsequent arrangements. Year-end bonuses will be issued as usual, plus an additional bonus according to respective positions. The 16.8 million profit I should receive will be fully reinvested into the principal of the self-operated fund, and the rules will remain the same. The team will operate autonomously, bearing losses on my account with profits shared according to the original ratio. As his words fell, several people in the conference room exchanged glances, their eyes filled with uncontainable excitement and emotion, their corners of their mouths slightly lifting in understanding. The boss reinvesting profits back into the principal of the self-operated fund directly doubled the capital, significantly expanding the operational space. All risks remained with the boss. They only needed to operate confidently to reap more substantial rewards. This trust and profit sharing were far more substantial than any verbal commendation. With such a boss, there was no need to worry about efforts going unrewarded. Suppressing his excitement, Qin Jingshan maintained a steady and capable demeanor, immediately responding to coordinate the overall plan. "Understood. I will arrange for the finance department to transfer immediately. The new principal totals 24.8 million, and I will oversee risk control and scheduling to ensure there are no mistakes." Luo Fuchong quickly followed up, focusing on fund management, his tone carrying more certainty. "I will synchronize the investment ledger and compliance reports for the self-operated fund, ensuring they meet the requirements of the monetary authority." Zhou Wenyao focused on capital operations, speaking concisely, and with increasing determination. "I will streamline the funding paths and equity filings to avoid compliance risks, ensuring Zhou does not have to worry." Lin Hoxian clutched the macro data draft, his tone practical and firm. "I will closely monitor the fluctuations of the HKD exchange rate and bank interest rates, minimizing macro-level risks and stabilizing the fundamentals." Chao Rinchao, who spoke little and always acted rather than talked, now showed a glimmer of light in his eyes and solemnly stated, "I will analyze the market trends, primarily focusing on value investments with some short-term and swing trades, maintaining stability without disappointing Zhou's trust." The tone of the group had gained even more determination to give their all than before. This heartfelt recognition was far more powerful than any forced command. Zhou Zhanheng slightly nodded, stood up to adjust the collar of his suit, his presence steady and unassuming, exuding the demeanor of a new generation leader. "I trust you all with the tasks. Hungjin has reached its current position by adhering to rules, avoiding rashness, and executing plans. The meeting is adjourned." As his voice fell, everyone stood up in succession to fulfill their respective roles, their gazes towards Zhou Zhanheng filled with admiration. Qin Jingshan immediately took the lead in implementing the profit distribution, ensuring stability within Hungjin Capital, and the Zhou Group's year-end closure became increasingly smooth. Time swiftly transitioned into 1979 as the chill in the port city gradually faded, heralding the arrival of the new spring. Streets and alleys were already adorned with spring decorations, the festive atmosphere thickening, further highlighting the harmonious atmosphere of the Zhou Group. While the various businesses of the group progressed in an orderly manner, Zhou Zhanheng did not forget the promise he made to the lower-level employees. The employee fund raised back, then the second cohesion fund, had undergone 2 years of stable operation and had finally reached the day of fulfillment. In the first week of the new year, the North Point Sunlight Theater was filled to capacity, yet there was not a single performance. Nearly 1,500 representatives from Zhou's real estate, media, electronics, and pharmaceutical sectors gathered here waiting for the official settlement of the Employee Second Cohesion Fund, raised in early 1977. This sum of 10 million Hong Kong dollars saved from the salaries of 4,000 employees in the group had undergone 2 years of operation and had finally reached the moment of payout. A representative from Hongjin Capital took the stage holding a formal report stamped with the red seal of a practicing auditor in Hong Kong, his voice steady, yet causing the entire audience to hold their breath. The Employee Second Cohesion Fund was established in January 1977 with an initial capital of 10 million Hong Kong dollars heavily invested in defensive blue chips such as HSBC, Holdings, Hang Seng Bank, and Hong Kong Electric, with no leverage speculation or chasing highs and lows. As of the settlement date in January 1979, the fund's final net value reached 196 million Hong Kong dollars, doubling the net profit over 2 years, yielding a return rate exceeding 100, creating a net profit of 96 million Hong Kong dollars for all investors. Initially, there was silence in the Sunlight Theater, but it soon erupted into restrained yet fervent applause. No one spoke loudly, yet everyone's palms turned red. A twofold return in 2 years was unprecedented among funds in Hong Kong. In the front row, Hong Jinbao tightly gripped the fund settlement slip, his knuckles slightly whitening, while beside him Su Xiaofeng and Su Guanjia also struggled to conceal their emotions, their eyes sparkling with joy. Hong Jinbao leaned over, lowering his voice to whisper to the two, his tone filled with undeniable relief. Fortunately, I listened to Zhou Sheng and became an official employee of the group. Not only can I earn a full artist salary, but I can also steadily participate in the employee fund's dividends. This risk-free guaranteed profit is 100 times better than struggling alone to run a company. Just from this second phase fund dividend, I pocketed nearly 8 million Hong Kong dollars. Adding in my usual film fees, quarterly bonuses, and year-end rewards, I'll securely earn over 4 million this year, with absolutely no risk. He deliberately nudged Su Guanjia's arm, a smug glint in his eyes, lowering his voice to tease him. Sam, your brother Su Sheng runs his own film company, dealing with everything inside and out. After all expenses, how much can he actually bring home in a year? Su Guanjia shot him a glance, his lips pressed together, responding with a hard tone, how would I know? If you're so capable, go ask him yourself. Hong Jinbao found it amusing, awkwardly scratching his head, chuckling a couple of times without getting annoyed. He was well aware that even though Su Guanwen was the king of the film industry, running a business meant bearing the costs of film sets, paying staff wages, and taking on box office risks. After taxes and miscellaneous expenses, a pure profit of 200,000 to 300,000 a year was the best he could hope for, far less than what he was earning now. Seeing this, Su Xiaofeng quickly changed the topic with a sincere tone of admiration. We are truly fortunate receiving the group's guaranteed salary, with all earnings from performances being pure profit, and we can also share capital dividends with all employees. In all of Hong Kong, only Zhou Sheng treats his artists with such sincerity. Many stars outside are eager to break through, but don't have this qualification. The two nodded in agreement, Su Guanjia feeling a surge of emotions. He was active in both the music and film industries, fully aware of the difficulties of going solo, securing resources, bearing pressure, and assuming profit and loss risks. Now backed by the Zhou family's big tree, he could enjoy high returns with no worries at all. Even if someone offered a high price to poach him, he would nenever leave. While the three of them chatted in front, a group of lower-income artists nearby felt envy and jealousy. Upon hearing Hong Jinbao's income, their eyes turned red. Zheng Xiaoqiu and Zhao Yaji exchanged glances, revealing their helplessness. Since they joined the Zhou group in the second half of 1977, they would also be able to participate this time, making them extremely happy. If such dividends were received, many things could be decided by themselves in the future. Zhao Yaji felt a newfound confidence. If her mother-in-law were to be harsh again, she no longer had to endure it all. In the back row, an old ticket collector at Zhou's theater for 10 years old Chun gripped the settlement slip so tightly that his knuckles turned white, his eyes reddening. He earned a monthly salary of 900 Hong Kong dollars, and years ago, he bit the bullet and invested 2600 Hong Kong dollars. Now he would receive back 5250 Hong Kong dollars principal and interest, equivalent to nearly half a year's salary. Having lived for 54 years, he had seen countless bosses rake in profits, while lower-level employees struggled to make ends meet. He had never seen a leader truly bring ordinary workers, those who collect tickets, clean floors, and twist screws, into the capital market to share the dividends. In my 54 years of life, I never dared to imagine that a ticket collector like me could catch a ride on Hong Kong's Development Express. When old Chun was invited on stage, his voice trembled. Sir Zhou has never spoken empty words. He truly cares about the lives of us lower-level people. Zhou Zhanheng stood at the front of the stage, looking at the simple faces in the audience. Without an ounce of sentimentality, he simply stated, "The fund was built up by everyone, and the earnings are yours to claim." The Zhou group has come this far not because of me Zhou Zhanheng alone, but thanks to the several thousand families present here who diligently maintain their own positions. Your stability is what allows the company to thrive in the long run. Applause erupted again, deep and long-lasting. He raised his hand to calm the crowd and continued. As usual, we will voluntarily collect anonymous donations today. The envelopes are in your hands. Donate as much or as little as you wish, without comparison, without publicity, and no compulsion. For every dollar you donate, I will personally match it. Half of the funds raised will go to the Employee Mutual Aid Fund, while the other half will be donated to Tung Hua Group of Hospitals and Poliang Kook. We've made money, and we must give back to the land that nurtures us. As he finished speaking, the employees began to write down amounts and quietly place them into the donation box. Old Chin put in 200 Hong Kong dollars equivalent to nearly half a month's salary, turning to his co-worker and saying, Sir Zhou brought us wealth, and we should pass on the warmth to those who need it more. Ah Chong quietly slipped in 500 Hong Kong dollars, not mentioning it to anyone. In the end, the total donations from the middle management and employee representatives, along with contributions from some departments, amounted to 1.2 million. Zhou Zhanheng matched it with another 1.2 million, totaling 2.4 million Hong Kong dollars. Half of the funds were transferred to the Employee Mutual Aid Fund's special account that day, while the other half would be fully deposited into the accounts of Tung Hua Group of Hospitals and Poliang Kook within 3 days, specifically for the expansion of Sha Tin's poverty ward and the funding of schools in Yuan Long. With the donation segment concluded, the lights in the Sunlight Theater brightened again. The Hengjin Capital representative took the stage once more, holding the new version of the fund regulations. The audience instantly fell silent, all waiting for the launch of the third Cohesion Fund. Dear colleagues, the second Cohesion Fund has been successfully closed. As confirmed by Zhou Sheng, the third Cohesion Employee Fund is now officially open for subscription. As the group expands and employee incomes steadily rise, this fund will comprehensively optimize its subscription rules, setting subscription limits based on job levels and actual income, while strictly controlling investment risks. 1. For the basic tier, ordinary production line workers, basic administration, logistics, newly signed artists, the maximum subscription amount is 50 Hong Kong dollars. 2. For the middle tier production line team leaders, technical backbones, middle management, senior artists, department heads, the maximum subscription amount is 10 Hong Kong dollars. 3. For the senior tier group executives, heads of subsidiaries, core management, top artists in the media sector, the maximum subscription amount is 50 Hong Kong dollars. 4. Strict risk control rules. All employees participating in subscriptions must submit proof of personal annual income. The amount of a single subscription cannot exceed the total annual income for that year, firmly prohibiting gambling style or Allen investments, safeguarding the family's livelihood. The representative of Hengjin Capital finished reading the Articles of Association, and there was no dissent in the audience. This rule not only liberalized the investment limits, allowing high-income employees to fully share in the capital dividends, but also effectively controlled the risk thresholds, making it both comprehensive and prudent. Zhou Zhanheng took over the conversation, his gaze sweeping across the room, his tone steady and solemn. Let me emphasize once again, this is a financial benefit, not a shortcut to speculation. Invest within your means. Invest as much as you earn without borrowing, without going all in, and without affecting your household expenses. Earning steadily and living peacefully is the original intention of my employee fund. And the audience actors such as Hong Jinbao, Su Xiaofeng, and Su Guanjia understood perfectly. As top-tier media artists, they belong to the upper echelon with a maximum subscription of 5 million Hong Kong dollars, and their limits were determined based on their annual income. This allowed them to seize this rare capital dividend without the risk of overinvestment, making them wholeheartedly accept Zhou's arrangement compared to the hardships of going solo in the outside world. The fundraising period was set for 7 days. After the conclusion of the Xinguang conference, subscription points in various factories and departments opened simultaneously. Unsurprisingly, the employees of the electronics department were the most active in subscribing. In 1977, the portable cassette player arcade games and fans all saw explosive growth during the summer, bringing in substantial bonuses of over 10,000 Hong Kong dollars, and their savings far surpassed those of other departments. In the Shatian factory with 320 frontline workers, after the production increase in 78, the participation rate reached 98, with an average subscription of 10 Hong Kong dollars, and no one touched the 50 limit, becoming the main force of this fund. New and old employees in media, real estate, and pharmaceuticals also contributed a portion of their salaries to participate within their means. After the 7-day fundraising deadline, following a double check by Hengjin Capital and auditors, the group announcement was officially posted. The third phase of the Tongshin Employee Private Placement Fund, with 6500 employees across the group participating voluntarily. Frontline artists like Hong Jinbao and Su Guanjia, along with core executives, took the lead with an average investment of nearly 1 million. Over 120 second-tier artists and middle managers enthusiastically joined in. Considering family and housing expenses, most took out 6 months to a year's worth of savings, with an average contribution of about 8,000. The employees at Hunka Electronics contributed an average of 1,000 Hong Kong dollars. Frontline employees in theaters and logistics participated with smaller amounts, averaging 3,000 Hong Kong dollars. The actual total amount raised this time was 150 million Hong Kong dollars, all funds managed by Hungjin Capital in a dedicated account with auditors overseeing the entire process and strict compliance with regulations. The announcement specifically noted, all subscribing employees in this round have not reached the individual maximum subscription limit, and all are compliant with risk control requirements. The announcement was posted throughout the factories, theaters, and office buildings, where employees paused to read their faces bearing expressions of calm satisfaction. They knew that under Zhou Zhanheng's guidance they need not fear being cheated or losing their investments. Even ordinary workers tightening screws could securely ride the upward train of Hong Kong. On March 5th, the filming of Empire Strikes Back officially began at the Finsk Glacier in Norway. Zhou Zhanheng's investment was received in 3 timely installments, never delaying the schedule. That day, waking up in the morning, he looked at his wife, who was sleeping on him like an octopus, gently brushing her long hair across her nose. Lin Qingxiao felt a tickle in her nose, opened a slit of her eyes, grunted softly, changed her position, and wanted to continue sleeping. Zhou Zhanheng shook his head and chuckled, leaning down to turn her over and gently kiss her lips. Who said you need to get up early to lose weight? Why aren't you up yet? The sun is already shining on your backside. Lin Qingxiao squinted her eyes, lazily stretching, and then cuddled his arm playfully. Honey, carry me to wash up. With no choice, Zhou Zhanheng picked her up, and the couple took a romantic bath together in the early morning, feeling invigorated as they went downstairs. Just after finishing breakfast, Lin Qingxiao wanted to jump straight into her exclusive gym in the villa to do aerobics, but he quickly stopped her. Don't move right after eating, it's bad for your stomach. Wait a bit before exercising. By the way, I need to go to ATV today, do you want to come with me? Oh, no way. I look terrible right now, and I don't plan to go out recently. I want to work hard to exercise and lose weight. After saying this, she made a fist and posed a cheering gesture which made Zhou Zhanheng laugh. Alright, then he'll get busy first. Saying this, he opened his arms to hug her, kissed her smooth forehead, and then waved while picking up his briefcase to head out. Honey, come home early. I will miss you. Lin Qingxiao waved goodbye at the door, watching the vehicle leave before turning back to the room to exercise. As the car drove into the ATV building, Zhou Zhanheng had just gotten out when Huang Shizhao quickly approached, bowing slightly. Good morning, Mr. Zhou. Good morning. Zhou Zhanheng nodded slightly as he got out of the car, smiling in response, and then entered the ATV building with him, heading straight for the conference room. The notice from yesterday had been sent out, and all senior executives, department heads, and the original creative team from Zhou TV were present, their faces tense, yet filled with anticipation. Everyone understood that when the chairman personally convenes a general meeting, it is no trivial matter. It is likely to finalize the overall layout and major personnel adjustments for the next few years. The bodyguards pushed open the heavy conference room doors, and Zhou Zhanheng stepped in. The room immediately fell silent, and everyone stood up and bowed. Good morning, Mr. Zhou. Good morning, everyone. Please be seated. Zhou Zhanheng smiled and waved to everyone, then walked to the main seat, gesturing for everyone to sit. After he took his seat, the talented individuals gradually sat down. Once the conference room quieted, he tapped his fingertips on the table without any unnecessary small talk. Dear colleagues, the 1980s are approaching, and the Hong Kong television industry is about to welcome a colorization and comprehensive reshuffling. ATV must seize this opportunity to undergo a transformative upgrade, and the group will wholeheartedly support this. To coordinate the overall situation, I announce a new round of personnel appointments. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the room. I appoint Huang Shizhao as the executive director and CEO of ATV, overseeing the group's strategic layout, external public relations, advertising, investment, and overall station management. I appoint Zhou Liangshui as the general manager of ATV, fully responsible for drama production, program development, artist management, internal operations, and content quality control. Those who came from Zhou TV will retain their corresponding salary levels, working equally with the station's veteran employees. The Zhou Group has always based evaluations on capability, will not engage in discrimination, and will never support idleness. Future performance will speak for itself. As the words fell, the original creative team from Zhou TV all sighed in relief, completely letting go of The veteran employees of ATV had no objections. After all, this group of people were the core talents recruited at a high price by the boss, and their abilities were evident, creating a more united atmosphere in the room. Zhou Zhanheng then looked at Zhou Liangshui, who was sitting to one side. Miss Liang, you were personally invited by me. I believe you have the ability to lead ATV to greater heights. After half a year of familiarity, I think you understand ATV well enough. Moving forward, you have 2 years to prove yourself, but do not let me down. Zhou Liangshui immediately stood up and slightly bowed, her expression serious. Thank you, Zhou Sheng, for your trust. I will learn from past lessons and do my utmost to lead Asia television while living up to your expectations. Zhou Zhanheng raised his hand to signal, and then got straight to the point, outlining the plans for the next 2 years. In recent years, Hong Kong's economy has been on the rise and residents' purchasing power has been increasing annually, leading to an expansion in the advertising market. In the coming years, Hong Kong is set to experience an economic boom, and the advertising revenue for the television industry will inevitably soar. With a larger budget, we can produce higher quality, more appealing dramas and flagship programs. He shifted his tone, dropping a bombshell, considering that Asia Television is currently facing weak revenues, outdated equipment, and an overly bloated team. The group will inject 50 million Hong Kong dollars for a special upgrade fund over the next 2 years. In the first year, 20 million will be allocated for the renovation of the color studio, production of primetime dramas, and expansion of the talent team, with 30 million in the second year, dependent on performance outcomes. As soon as these words were spoken, the executives present were taken aback, many breaking into a light sweat. 50 million sounds substantial, but when divided among the 2-year upgrade, equipment, iteration, drama production, and personnel restructuring, it is actually not generous. The boss is providing both money and authority while simultaneously issuing a strict order. Within 2 years, only the capable will remain and the mediocre must exit. The old management team that has been coasting suddenly felt a heightened sense of crisis. Zhou Zanheng's gaze was sharp as he scanned each face. This money is the group's sincerity, and it is also a test for you all. I do not want superficial excitement, though I only want tangible ratings, advertising revenue, and hit productions. If you perform well, positions, salaries, and resources will be prioritized for you. If not, those who occupy positions without contributing will leave. Next, it will depend on your abilities. After a brief pause, Zhou Zhanheng lightly tapped the table with his fingertips, the crisp sound instantly silencing the scattered conversations in the room and refocusing everyone's attention on him. Next, I will discuss product placement and advertisements. The variety shows and costume dramas already have a mature system in place, so there's no need to elaborate. However, modern fashion dramas cannot simply copy old models. Take the theme of wealthy families, for instance. Its core selling points are luxury cars, mansions, and high-end products. Currently, there is no unified placement standard across the industry, so we will establish one ourselves. I propose a specific execution direction. The segment where the protagonist wakes up, washes up, and heads out is the golden window for placement. Everyday items and luxury cars should have their screen time allocated according to the advertising budget, with close-ups strictly controlled to not exceed 2 seconds, while also maintaining the rhythm of the plot. It is absolutely forbidden to deliberately slow down or elongate the story for the sake of blindly pursuing advertising revenue, as it would ruin the viewing experience of the series. As his words fell, the conference room fell silent for a moment. Everyone's expressions varied. Some were surprised, others enlightened, while members of the advertising department seemed to shine with excitement. Zhou Yangshuyi slightly leaned forward and cautiously spoke up. Zhou Sheng, will sorting shots according to advertising fees affect the naturalness of the narrative in the series? Zhou Zhanheng glanced at her indifferently. Sorting is about establishing commercial rules, not force-feeding advertisements. What we need to do is integrate these items into the daily plot, as if the characters use them every day, making it natural and smooth, so that the audience does not even realize its product placement. Hearing this, Zhou Yangshuyi nodded, already formulating a clear plan in her mind. Zhou Zhanheng turned his gaze to Huang Shizhao. Last year I asked the station to prepare a drama about the stock market. Has the script been polished yet? Huang Shizhao immediately replied, it has been polished, and is in the preparation stage for filming. After speaking, he instructed the secretary beside him to fetch the script and hand it to Zhou Zhanheng. He flipped through it and found the overall framework acceptable. Although it still had gaps compared to later classic stock market dramas, it was sufficient to test the waters in the market. He set the script down and nodded slightly. Alright, let's use this drama as the starting point for the product placement we discussed earlier. The advertising department will focus on all categories of products that can be placed in the drama to maximize product monetization. This is the first experimental project, and no rigid targets will be set. As long as deals can be made, it's fine. The meeting's agenda was thus finalized, and everyone dispersed to push forward with the preparations for the drama and advertising partnerships. After Zhou Zhanheng stayed in the conference room to briefly outline a few follow-up details, he stood up to leave. After having lunch at Fulemin, he took a short rest before heading to Diamond Records. As the car came to a stop, Li Xiaoyan along with Zheng Donghan and others approached to greet him. Zhou Zhanheng waved his hand and nodded slightly at Li Xiaoyan and the others. Let's discuss this in the conference room. The group quickly walked into the conference room, where the leather sofas and solid wood long table were spotless. The secretary quickly served hot tea and quietly retreated. No one spoke first, they all waited for the big boss to take the lead. Zhou Zhanheng tapped the table with his fingertips, skipping the formalities and getting straight to the point. Since the company's development until now, we have consistently maintained the leading position in Hong Kong's industry, with profits steadily increasing each year. You all have done well, and I appreciate your hard work. These words were sincere. Since taking over at the end of 1967, it has been a full 11 years. From the time when Cantonese songs were looked down upon to now, when they are all the rage in Hong Kong and radiating to Southeast Asia, Diamond Records has carried the banner for the development of Cantonese pop music. All of this is inseparable from the contributions of the core team members present. Li Xiaotian immediately sat up straight and spoke quickly. Zhou Sheng is too kind. We are merely following the path you've set. The real genius is you. Back then you fully supported Sam in creating Cantonese songs, and then one hit after another opened up the market. Without you we would never have had the opportunity to shine. Zheng Donghan nodded in agreement, speaking sincerely. Li Sheng is right. Zhou Sheng, the lyrics and melodies you left behind are treasures. Over the years, as we've released them one by one, each has become a hit, firmly securing the company's position. Every artist under us is also making strides. Su Guangjie, Su Xiaofeng, whenever they mention you, it's with heartfelt gratitude. Gu Jiahui, usually quiet, also spoke seriously. Zhou Sheng's vision is unparalleled. The Hong Kong music scene has changed rapidly over the years, with companies like Polygram closing in. Our ability to stand firm is entirely thanks to the solid foundation you laid early on, along with your precise industry layout. Zhou Zhanheng smiled faintly upon hearing this, his tone light, as he joked. You all saying this makes me a bit embarrassed. To be honest, the record company has been the least of my worries these past few years, which shows that you all have done exceptionally well. The operation is stable, the reputation is good, and the artists are satisfied, allowing me to focus my energy on other business sectors of the group. He leaned back slightly, his tone becoming even more relaxed as he completely dropped his serious demeanor. As we approach the 1980s, the Hong Kong music scene will only grow more vibrant and competition will increase. Today I am here not just for a meeting, but also for casual conversation. Feel free to express your thoughts on how the company should move forward in the coming years. Any ideas or concerns, just speak freely. Li Xiaotian was the first to open the conversation. Zhou Sheng, Cantonese songs have now firmly established their foothold, and the market is expanding. Next, we plan to continue delving into Cantonese pop music, while increasing our focus on film theme songs and soundtracks. With Asia Television and Golden Harvest dramas currently booming, the reach of film songs is incredibly strong. We can deeply bind film resources to create more hits. Additionally, the development momentum of the band winners is quite strong. Alan Tam and the younger members show great potential. Along with Masaki Nakajima, who has been sweeping the market in Japan and Southeast Asia in recent years. We plan to expand our overseas distribution channels, expanding our existing markets in Taiwan, Southeast Asia, and Japan and South Korea, reaching out to even further places. Zheng Donghan took over the conversation, adding from a commercial operation perspective. In addition to film collaborations and overseas expansion, we also want to improve our artist training system. With so many newcomers in the music scene, we need to identify and cultivate promising talents early to stabilize our artist reserves. At the same time, we will optimize the entire process of record production, distribution, and promotion to improve the quality of our records and respond to the competition from Polygram. My only concern is the reserve of quality lyrics and compositions, as good lyrics and music are the foundation of the music industry. Having said that, he looked at Zhou Zhanheng, his eyes filled with a hint of expectation. Gu Jiahui then spoke from a professional creative standpoint. The music scene is becoming increasingly diverse. In addition to traditional Cantonese pop songs, Western rock and sentimental ballads are very popular among young people. Next, I will lead the creative team to attempt more genre fusion, creating works that resonate more with current listeners' preferences. The few lyrics and compositions left behind by Zhou Sheng back in the day are of top quality, and if we can release a few more at the right time, it will surely reignite the market. After the three finished speaking, they all turned to Zhou Zhanheng, waiting for his opinion. The atmosphere in the conference room was relaxed, yet focused, free from the rigid barriers of hierarchy. Only a group of industry veterans seriously discussing the future development of the company. Zhou Zhanheng listened quietly, his approval evident in his eyes. The paths you are considering are all on point, and you haven't deviated. For the film collaborations, Li Sheng, you will handle the coordination with He Sheng and Zhou Liang Shuki. Li Xiaotian nodded at this, just about to speak, when Zhou Zhanheng raised his hand to stop him. We don't need to be conservative overseas. We need to thoroughly understand the markets in Taiwan, Singapore, and Japan and South Korea, and then expand into the densely populated Chinese communities in Europe and America. Make good use of Masaki Nakajima, creating a two-way channel where we can introduce good Japanese songs, while also promoting our Cantonese songs abroad. When it came to the reserve of lyrics and compositions, Zhou Zhanheng smiled lightly. You don't need to worry about this at all. I still have some lyrics and compositions I wrote years ago stored away with a full range of styles, enough for you to use until 85. As for what you need later, you'll have to handle that yourselves. I don't have much leisure to write anymore. With these words, the three of them let out a sigh of relief, their expressions instantly relaxed. In this era where entertainment was underdeveloped, he could only write songs himself, and indulging in self-entertainment was quite unfortunate. Gu Jiahui, upon hearing that he still had stock, rarely showed an obvious smile. With Zhou Sheng's words, we can create without any reservations. Zhou Zhanheng's gaze swept outside the window before returning to Li Xiaotian and the others, his tone calm. There's one more thing. This year I've written a few English songs, and I want to select a few suitable singers from the company to test the waters in the European and American markets. Today I see that you are all well prepared, and everyone is present. I'll go to the recording studio shortly to choose a few people to see, and later you can select a few internally. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's breathing became heavier, and Li Xiaodian was the first to react, his expression excited. Zhou Sheng, is this true? All the singers are at the company today, you can choose anyone. At this point his face even flushed slightly. Seeing him looking like this, Zhou Zhanheng couldn't help but smile helplessly. When it comes to the people in Hong Kong, whether in the music industry or the film industry, they are indeed very proactive about entering the European and American markets. With this discussion, the direction to be set, the concerns to be addressed, and the resources to be provided are all firmly established. He leaned slightly forward, his tone becoming a bit heavier, but filled with trust. Diamond has come this far not because of me alone, but because of your steadfast efforts. In the 1980s, I want you not just to be number one in Hong Kong, but to be number one in all of Asia. Be bold in your actions, and be bold in your pursuits. If anything goes wrong, I will take responsibility. If you do well, everyone in management will receive stock dividends at the end of the year. Li Xiaodian immediately stood up, his voice somewhat excited. Zhou Xing, rest assured. We will not let you down. Zheng Donghan and Gu Jiawei also followed suit, standing up with serious expressions. Zhou Zhanheng raised his hand to gesture for them to sit down, glanced at his watch, and smiled as he stood up. The manuscript for the new songs will be sent over next week. Now that the main business is discussed. Seeing them all eager to try, Zhou Zhanheng chuckled. Shall we go take a look together? After saying that, they all exited the conference room. Just as they were about to turn the corner, they saw Zheng Xiaoqiu leaning against the door frame, looking a bit awkward as he waited. As soon as he saw Zhou Zhanheng in the group, he immediately straightened his back and walked up quickly. Zhou Sheng. Zheng Xiaoqiu slightly bowed, his tone respectful, with a hint of eager sincerity in his gaze. Zhou Zhanheng paused his steps, his gaze landing on him. Xiaoguan, weren't you filming in the morning? Why do you have time to come? I heard that you were coming to the record company this afternoon, Zhou Sheng, so I came to see if there are any suitable songs for me. Zheng Xiaoqiu quickly straightened his posture, wearing a sincere, yet slightly flattering smile. Zhou Zhanheng could tell from Zheng Xiaoqiu's demeanor that he was likely trying to break up with Shen Dianxia, frantically seeking opportunities here to earn money, so he could stand firm when it came time to separate. He didn't say much more, of it was normal for men. He nodded and said, opportunities are for those who are prepared. Later when we go to the recording studio, you should come try your voice too. Yes. Thank you, Zhou Sheng. Zheng Xiaoqiu's eyes lit up, instantly invigorated. Seeing that things were falling into place, Zheng Xiaoqiu no longer rushed and hurriedly stepped aside, opening the door for Zhou Zhanheng. Zhou Zhanheng was not polite and walked directly into the lounge. The others inside had already gotten up and were waiting, and upon seeing him, they all stepped forward. Su Xiaofeng was the first to walk towards Zhou Zhanheng, wearing a light blue long-sleeved qipao. Her hair styled in a classic voluminous curl, smiling as she extended her hand towards Zhou Zhanheng, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. Zhou Xing, you finally made it. It's been rare to see you over the years. Zhou Zhanheng gently grasped her fingertips. Xiaofeng, what you said is not fair. Didn't we see each other just last year? Besides, if you truly wanted to see me, you could just tell my assistant, who would dare stop you. He paused for a moment, his gaze softening. It has indeed been a while since we last met, and I have been thinking about you all. Have you been behaving well these past few years? Saving up some money to buy property? Zhou Zhanheng asked, buying a building. With Su Xiaofeng's half-joking complaint, the atmosphere of the entire lounge instantly became lively. Beside him, Su Guanjia was the first to laugh, naturally responding. Rest assured, Zhou Sheng's sister Xiaofeng is more attentive than anyone. But when it comes to buying a building, who in Hong Kong has better insight than you? Zhou Zhanheng took the opportunity to shake hands with him, smiling as he said, Ah Sam, you've had hit after hit these past 2 years with quite a bit of income. Have you also acquired a few floors? Su Guanjia smiled slightly, responding calmly. Following Zhou Sheng, I naturally wouldn't be confused. I bought 2 floors, both located right next to the Hengchong real estate area, which gives me peace of mind. In the crowd, Zhen Ni, dressed neatly, exuded a bright aura. Among everyone, she was closest to Zhou Zhanheng. There was nothing she could do while both of them worked for the Zhou family. She stepped forward gracefully, smiling and nodding. Hello, Zhou Sheng. Zhou Zhanheng shook her hand, gently smiling slightly. Ni has Ah Sheng been honest and stable in recent years? Zhan and I felt warmth in her heart, shyly smiling. Ah Sheng treats me very well, and he hasn't been speeding. Zhou Zhanheng looked at her, nodding slightly. That's good. The company has big plans this year, so you need to prepare well. Zhen Ni's eyes lit up, and she nodded earnestly. I will follow Zhou Sheng's arrangements and give my all. Zhou Zhanheng nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. In the corner, Nikojima Miyuki stood quietly, possessing a cool and restrained aura. When she saw him looking, she slightly bowed in greeting. Zhou Zhanheng walked straight over, shaking her hand gently. She was still as petite and quiet as ever. He said warmly, Miss Nakajima, long time no see. You are too slender, you must rest more and eat well. A good body leads to good work, right? Nakajima Miyuki was clearly taken aback, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Since signing with Diamond in '75, she had focused solely on creating, rarely participating in social events, and had not seen this big boss again. She thought he had long forgotten her, but unexpectedly Zhou Zhanheng not only remembered her, but was also so warm, his tone genuinely caring rather than merely polite. She slightly lowered her head, embodying Japanese politeness and restraint. Thank you for your concern, Zhou Sheng. I will remember. I am very content to create in peace at Diamond, and will continue to write more good songs in the future, living up to the company's expectations. Zhou Zhanheng nodded slightly, his tone firm. Your talent is rare throughout Asia. Diamond will not neglect those who are dedicated to making music. In the future, there's no need to be reserved. Whether in creation or life, if you need anything, just bring it up with the company. This sentence not only gave respect, but also instilled confidence. Nakajima Miyuki gently bowed, warmth now in her eyes. Thank you very much, Zhou Sheng. I will work hard. Zhou Zhanheng nodded slightly, and then shook hands with Luo when Teddy Robin and others exchanging a few pleasantries. He scanned all the singers present, shifting his tone to a more formal one. This year the company will select a few individuals for focused training, aiming to test the waters in the European and American markets. As soon as these words came out, the lounge fell silent for a moment, then everyone's eyes began to shine. Entering Europe and America was an ambition that the entire Hong Kong music scene dared not touch easily, and they could actually become the first participants. Su Xiaofeng was the first to respond, her smile bright. Rest assured, Zhou Sheng, we will definitely give our all. Su Guanjie followed suit. With you at the helm, we have the drive. Zheng Xiaoqiu, who had been quietly waiting, took a half step forward, slightly bowing, his gaze eagerly fixed on Zhou Zhanheng, as he proactively sought an opportunity. Zhou Sheng, I have also tried singing English songs. I wonder, do I have a chance to participate in this plan? Zhou Zhanheng looked at him, a hint of amusement in his eyes, then nodded. Everyone has a chance. In a while we'll go to the recording studio, and you can come and try a segment first. Yes, thank you, Zhou Sheng. Zheng Xiaoqiu felt relieved, his smile becoming more sincere. Zhou Zhanheng nodded and looked at Li Xiaodian and Zheng Donghan. All right, everyone. Consider today as an internal assessment. By the way, why haven't I seen Luo Daiyou? Zheng Donghan quickly replied. Zhou Sheng, Luo Daiyou went back to Taiwan during last year's Spring Festival and hasn't returned to Hong Kong yet due to family reasons. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhanheng understood that old Luo might be dealing with family matters. However, based on his obsession with music, he believed he would return to Hong Kong soon. From the moment he signed the contract with Diamond, he immediately abandoned his work and rushed to Hong Kong, which was evident. Zhou Zhanheng did not press further, but continued to arrange for the auditions. You all arrange it, let everyone prepare first. I will go to the recording studio shortly to personally listen to everyone's auditions. Understood. Rest assured, Zhou Sheng, I will arrange it right away. The two responded in unison, leading everyone to the recording studio. Zhou Zhanheng picked up a briefcase from the side, took out several music sheets, and handed them to the secretary behind him before heading out. Upon entering the recording studio and seeing everyone standing in line, he raised his hand to signal. The secretary immediately stepped forward to distribute the music sheets. Everyone looked down and saw that it was 3 English pieces. These 3 songs have unique styles and difficulties. They are works I specifically prepared for Diamond to target the international market. He swept his gaze over everyone and spoke lightly. There's no need to be reserved. Whoever has confidence can come up to try a segment first. As soon as he finished speaking, Zheng Xiaoqiu took the initiative to step forward, steadied his breath by grasping the microphone, and began a segment of Beat the Devil's Tat. His voice was clear and his stage presence was proper. Though it wasn't explosively brilliant, he held the melody together while performing adequately, without major errors. Zhou Zhanheng nodded slightly, giving a mild evaluation. The vocal quality is good. You just stabilize your breath a bit more, and you can be included as a candidate. This conclusion gave Zheng Xiaoqiu a solid chance. He felt delighted in his heart, quickly bowed in thanks, and stepped back. Su Guanjie then took the microphone and said in a deep voice, I will try Rolling in the Deep. After finishing the song, his breath was steady and full of charm, and everyone nodded in agreement. Zhan and I followed closely, stepping forward to take the microphone, her aura fully unleashed. She chose the highly explosive Rolling in the Deep, her voice bright and penetrating with high notes, steady, but not shrill, and emotions intense, making everyone's eyes light up. Zhou Zhanheng nodded slightly. Your singing skill is solid and your presence is sufficient, but these 2 songs lean towards wildness, slightly differing from your usual style, so they will be kept as alternatives. Zhan and I nodded gracefully, smiling as she stepped back. Immediately Luo won, and Teddy Robin stepped forward, one with a grand and powerful voice, the other with a wild and relaxed style, each with their own merits. The winners, brimming with youthful vigor, chose the more rock-driven Beat the Devil's Tat, radiating a rush of youthful energy. Miyuki Nakajima quietly approached, delivering her unique, cool vocal style, lacking a bit of intensity, but adding a profound narrative quality. After a round of auditions, each had their highlights, and the atmosphere in the lounge was lively. Zhou Zhanheng quietly listened, offering little commentary, only slowly raising his eyes at the end, his gaze passing over the popular singers and landing directly on Fat Mama Maria in the corner. She wore a simple shirt, her hands instinctively gripping the harmony sheet. Seeing everyone sing beautifully, her eyes reflected both envy and an undeniable eagerness. Everyone thought the audition had concluded, but Zhou Zhanheng suddenly spoke. "Maria, you come over too, give it a try." The room fell silent. Su Xiaofeng, Su Guanjia, and others were slightly taken aback. Were these two major international hits really going to let a harmony assist an audition? Maria herself abruptly looked up, her eyes filled with disbelief, which quickly transformed into determination. She took a deep breath, stepped forward, and confidently took the microphone. "Yes, Zhou Sheng." As the first line of "Rolling in the Deep" flowed from her lips, her deep and powerful voice instantly pierced the room with the rawness and sincerity of soul music, hitting everyone. Then came "Beat the Devil's Tad," with a wild and aggressive vocal style that left all the singers present. Zhou Zhanheng listened quietly, nodding slightly. "It's you. These two songs will be led by you." His gaze fell on Maria, his expression conveying approval, while everyone around was filled with envy, fully aware that with Mariah's voice these two songs would undoubtedly carve a niche in the European and American music scene. He paused, turning his gaze to Su Xiaofeng, and took out two music sheets from his briefcase. "Xiaofeng, Running on Moonlight," and "Moonlight on the Windowpane." These two melodies are gentle and profound, more suitable for your voice. You will take the classic lyrical route, leading in the adult contemporary radio market in Europe and America, complementing Mariah's work. "Zhen and I," Zhou Zhanheng looked at her with a determined tone. "I Will Always Love You will be led by you, with English, Cantonese, and Mandarin versions released." The melody is grand and powerful, with high notes that are both stunning and lingering, perfectly suited for your rich and explosive voice. You three will become the three banners of Diamond Records, venturing into the international market. Zhen Ni's eyes brightened, her hands clasped in front of her chest in joy. "Thank you for your trust, Zhou Sheng. I will not let you down." In just a few short sentences, he paved the way for Diamond Records to reach the international music scene. As the audition concluded, amidst the lively atmosphere, a hint of tension and disappointment lingered. The singers who were not selected for the international plan maintained their politeness, but their eyes betrayed a hint of gloom, as standing on the world stage was an opportunity everyone dreamed of. Zhou Zhanheng observed everyone's expressions, looking at the group of singers before him. Then he smiled slightly. "The innate conditions required for English songs are quite stringent. Those who were not selected should not be disheartened. Today is a rare gathering, so I will gift each of you an exclusive new piece tailored by the company as your..." The room instantly buzzed with anticipation. Zhou Zhanheng waved to his secretary behind him and took out several sheets of paper from his briefcase, which he had specially prepared for this moment, though he couldn't say that openly. "Xiaoguan, this song, Laughing at the Winds and Clouds, is yours, grand and expansive, just right for your style and aura." Zheng Xiaoqiu bowed and clasped his hands, barely concealing his excitement. "Thank you, Zhou Sheng, for your kindness. Assam Half Moon Serenade, the melody is smooth and heartfelt. It's most suitable for you to sing." Su Guanjia nodded with a smile. "I will not disappoint Zhou Sheng's trust." Luo Sheng, this song, Dust, is inspired by my grandparents' golden wedding, reflecting the feelings of a couple growing old together, supporting each other through life. The melody is rich and the emotions are warm and long-lasting. I will leave it to you to sing it." Luo Wen's expression became serious upon hearing this, and he bowed solemnly. "It is an honor to sing a song with such a story and warmth. I will certainly interpret it with care, not to disappoint this sentiment." "Winners, this song, Friends, speaks of friendship, fitting your youthful vibe." The group perked up, responding in unison. When it was Teddy Robbins' turn, Zhou Zhanheng directly said, "Your voice carries a rebellious rock flavor. This song, The First Experience of Love, is youthful, straightforward, and easy to get into." Teddy Robin glanced at the manuscript and suddenly brightened, slapping his thigh and laughing. "This song is powerful. I like it. Thank you, Zhou Sheng." Finally, looking at Miyuki Nakajima, Zhou Zhanheng spoke in a calm tone. "Miss Nakajima, the melody and meaning of this song, Walking Through Life, align perfectly with your future creative mindset. I have already composed the Chinese lyrics and melody. You just need to add the Japanese lyrics, and we will release it simultaneously in both languages, entering the market on both fronts." Miyuki Nakajima slightly bowed, her expression serious. "Thank you for your recognition, Zhou Sheng. I will not let you down." Zhou Zhanheng surveyed the entire room, speaking in a steady and powerful voice. "English songs will explore the European and American markets, while Chinese songs will dominate Asia. In the next 2 years, Diamond Records will ensure that the whole world hears our voices." Everyone enthusiastically responded, their spirits soaring. A new era in the music industry belonging to the Diamond dynasty had officially begun. The crowd was still immersed in the excitement of receiving their exclusive hit songs and looking forward to the future of the music industry. Seeing Zhou Zhanheng about to leave, they all stood to send him off. Amidst the commotion, Su Xiaofeng looked at Mariah's slightly awkward yet determined silhouette, her heart burdened with concern. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately quickened her pace to catch up. Zhou Zhanheng walked slowly in the lobby of the record company, the warm afternoon sunlight pouring down, filtering through the glass doors and windows, warming his shoulders. He was contemplating whether to return to the company headquarters or go home when he suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind him. Zhou, wait. Su Xiaofeng hurriedly approached, lowering her voice as she reached him, her expression carrying a hint of earnestness. Zhou, there's something I want to tell you privately. Zhou Zhanheng turned around, calmly looking at her. Seeing him turn back, Su Xiaofeng quickly began to speak. Maria is a poor child. Her father died early and her mother neglected her. She has grown up without parents, suffering greatly. She has a bunch of siblings and children to support, and her husband is useless, drinking, being lazy, and often hitting her. Zhou Zhanheng raised his eyebrows slightly, his tone flat. Is the situation serious? People outside don't know, but she often has bruises on her body. In winter she can hide them under thick clothes, but when it gets hot, she doesn't even dare to wear short sleeves. Su Xiaofeng sighed softly, filled with pity. Her voice is truly one in a million. She was born to sing in this industry, yet she is held back by this terrible marriage. For the sake of her siblings and children, she has endured and dared not escape. Zhou Zhanheng's mind replayed the audition just moments ago. The woman with a full figure and striking Eurasian features, her hands calloused, yet her spine unyielding, upright, even amid palpable nervousness, her eyes alight with quiet fire as she sang. He had long known her circumstances, otherwise he would never have recognized her at first glance, or deliberately secured her this backing vocal opportunity. Yet ultimately one must stand on one's own feet. A helping hand from others is grace, not obligation. And if she refused to step forward herself, no amount of forceful pulling could carry her far. He fell silent for a moment, then spoke coolly. Understood. Su Xiaofeng assumed he declined to intervene in a personal matter. After all, domestic affairs were notoriously thorny. Just as she prepared to thank him and take her leave, Zhou Zhanheng's tone turned icy, and he spoke again. I originally positioned her for the Western and American markets because of her voice and talent. But no artist under my management advances while dragging a burden of brokenness behind them. His gaze remained calm, yet radiated quiet authority as he looked at Su Xiaofeng. Go back and tell her two paths lie before her. She must choose. First, she remains as she is, staying on at Diamond Records. I will ensure her comfort. No one dares mistreat her, but her previously confirmed 2 English lead singles are revoked immediately, not out of coldness. I speak plainly, the chaos at home will drain her completely, leaving no energy for her craft. Her life then will go no further than this. Second, she divorces that man decisively, severs every tie. The company will sign her directly as a solo artist. Those English songs remain hers, resources fully allocated, so she may earn her family's keep with dignity, standing tall on her own merit. By the end, Zhou Zhanheng's gaze had chilled by half, his presence pressing down like a physical weight, so palpable that Su Xiaofeng, standing mere inches away, felt a wave of suffocating tension. As for her husband, I'll assign people to educate him thoroughly, so he learns how to live as a decent man. Su Xiaofeng's heart lurched violently. That offhand sentence sent a shiver through her, raising goose flesh. She knew full well this jazz would not in truth offer gentle moral instruction. She nodded solemnly. I understand, Mr. Zhou. I'll speak with her immediately. Make sure she weighs this carefully. Zhou Zhanheng gave a slight, silent nod, then turned and walked into the sunlight, where corridor met street light and shadow stretched his tall, upright silhouette, rendering him in that instant uncannily like the formidable antagonist from a cinematic drama. Yet it was precisely this antagonist who with a single gesture cleaved open a path of fate-altering redemption for a woman struggling at life's margins. Su Xiaofeng turned back toward the record company and found Maria outside a secluded recording booth. She was crouched on the floor gathering scattered sheet music, her sleeves pushed up, revealing faint fading bruises along her forearm, jarringly vivid against her skin. Hearing Su Xiaofeng call her name, Maria sprang upright, nervously brushing dust from her palms and forcing a strained smile. Sister Xiaofeng, what is it? Su Xiaofeng stepped forward, gently guiding her into a quiet, empty corridor, and relayed Zhou Zhanheng's words, verbatim, without omission. Mr. Zhou said he selected you for the Western market based solely on your vocal mastery, but your marital entanglement is holding you back. If you refuse divorce, he guarantees your security and lets you sing, but stardom remains beyond reach. If you dare divorce, he signs you as a solo artist, propels you onto the global stage, and empowers you to support your family with pride, never again bowing your head or enduring abuse. Su Xiaofeng paused, gazing at the sudden welling tears in Maria's eyes, her voice softening. And your husband, he will be dealt with. Mr. Zhou stands behind you now. He will never lay a finger on you again. Maria froze in place, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. For years, beatings, poverty, bearing an entire family alone, she had swallowed every humiliation, never shedding a tear in public, always holding firm. Yet now Zhou Zhanheng's calm, unyielding words pierced straight through her armor, releasing years of pent-up sorrow and despair surging upward like a flood. She hadn't wanted to stay, not truly. She had been too afraid, without status or protection, bound by outdated notions of wifely obedience, terrified of gossip, terrified of reprisal, too afraid to break free from that toxic marriage. Now someone had handed her a lifeline, a path where no blows would fall, no head need bow, no foot would trample her down, to a path where her own voice could lift her whole and human from the mire. Maria covered her mouth, stifling a sob as tears streamed down her face. Yet she wiped them fiercely away, and in her once timid eyes a fierce, unrelenting resolve slowly kindled. She looked at Su Xiaofeng, her voice hoarse, but ironclad. Sister Xiaofeng, I'll divorce. I'll follow Mr. Zhou's counsel. Immediately. She would secure a stable future for her siblings, set an example of courage for her child, and most of all claim for herself a life reclaimed from the mud, upright and unbroken. What Zhou Zhanheng offered her was not merely a song or a contract. It was a destiny rewritten in full. Watching renewed hope and steely determination blaze anew in Maria's eyes, Su Xiaofeng gently patted her shoulder, filled with quiet satisfaction. Clarity is all that matters, she murmured. With Mr. Zhou beside you, you truly have nothing left to fear. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhanheng reached his car and issued instructions to Zhang Chong, his head of security. Chong, you heard what was said. Handle the rest. Teach him properly how to live as a man. Zhang Chong had served Zhou Zhanheng for a decade. The most trusted, the most perceptive. No further explanation was needed. A glint of cold steel flashed in his eyes as he responded instantly, yes, Mr. Zhou. I guarantee he'll behave himself, meekly, permanently, and without incident. Zhou Zhanheng nodded, hearing the unspoken meaning, and dismissed it entirely. To him, such a minor figure was no more consequential than an ant. Easily crushed, unworthy of a second thought. The car headed toward Central District. This brief interlude faded from memory. At the top-floor office of Hengchang Tower in Central, Zhou Zhanheng stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the recently completed Chinese bank building, his inner stillness absolute. Li Qian was astonished to find that Liang Kuan's manner of death was exactly the same as his own. Both died of sudden cardiac arrest from overwork. The only damn it, I should never have launched this media group driven only by a fleeting whim. Once the novelty wore off, it became utterly tasteless, yet impossible to abandon. Self-inflicted karma. He exhaled deeply, resignedly flipped through the pages, skimmed them hastily, then tossed the file aside with a low, frustrated curse. Fuck it, I'm going home. He rose, grabbed his coat, and strode home, only to find Lin Qingxia seated on the living room sofa watching television. Hearing him enter, she turned, spotted him instantly, and rushed over, throwing her arms around him in delight. Honey, why are you home so early? Did you miss me? She playfully kissed his cheek. He swept her up, effortlessly carried her to the sofa, and dropped down with a thud, indifferent to whether the furniture could bear it. Then buried his face in her chest, breathing in the soft, milky fragrance, a deep sense of ease washing over him. I missed you, my love. He nuzzled closer, inhaling deeply, savoring the warm, lacteous air, and murmured, there's truly no place like home. Nowhere feels quite as right. Lin Qingxia burst into peals of laughter at his boyish appearance, cupping his cheeks in her palms, and planting a light, teasing kiss upon his lips. What weighty matter burdens my esteemed sir? Pray tell me. Let your lady share in your vexation, and perhaps find some mirth in it too. Zhou Zhanheng gazed into her eyes, feigning astonishment. My dear wife, you grow bolder by the day, daring even to mock me now. Let us see how I shall discipline you. As he spoke, he lightly tickled her armpits and waist. Lin Qingxia instantly writhed, with helpless laughter squirming away, while gasping playfully for mercy. Husband, I beg your pardon. I'll never dare again. Please spare me. They tumbled into another fit of shared mirth until a sharp, spirited cry rang out from the television. You scoundrel! A shameless rake! Zhou Zhanheng glanced up at the screen and murmured, surprised, Chu Liuxiang. ATV has begun production. He paused, recalling the script dossier he'd reviewed that morning at ATV, then muttered thoughtfully, indeed. It seems even without the former Jiashi team, ATV remains in capable hands under Wang Tianlin. With this new cohort added to the mix, will TVB survive into the 1980s? The moment the thought surfaced, he shivered inwardly, then scoffed silently. What do I care? Let it rise or fall. It's none of my concern. Lin Qingxia nestled deeper into his embrace, catching her breath, and listened as he murmured idly. Lifting her gaze to the television, she asked softly, Husband, are you troubled by ATV's affairs? No. Zhou Zhanheng shook his head, his right hand absently stroking her thigh. It's the media conglomerate, never mind. Once the Golden Harvest matter is settled, I'll leave it to Cao Manhui to fret over. Time spent at home always allowed him to unwind completely, shedding every trivial worry, devoting himself wholly to Lin Qingxia, and later in the evening delighting in their awakened child. His body and spirit alike felt profoundly at ease. The next day in the Golden Harvest boardroom, Zhou Zhanheng tapped lightly on the table, a low commanding voice filling the room. The Chinese language film industry of the 1980s shall be Golden Harvest's domain. I am here today to set broad strategic directions. Implementation details are yours to deliberate. For the next 2 years, all profits shall remain reinvested, no dividends, to brace against the market upheavals ahead. Golden Harvest has grown steadily these past years. You've done well. At those few words, genuine delight lit up the faces of those assembled. His gaze swept across the room before he continued calmly. Beginning this year, Golden Harvest will formally enter Hollywood, with Warner Brothers as our initial partner. One condition only: in any film starring a Chinese lead, creative control, casting authority, and revenue shares from Southeast Asian distribution must remain firmly in our hands. We will also establish a subsidiary. Its director may propose operational strategies, but all core decisions must be approved by headquarters. Those who pay lip service while acting in defiance will be dismissed immediately, never rehired. Directors too must adhere strictly to the script once finalized. Should anyone tamper recklessly with martial arts choreography, or portray the Chinese protagonist as timid or subservient, they will be replaced without delay. Financial loss is tolerable though damage to Golden Harvest's reputation is not. Moreover, any instance of racial discrimination within the subsidiary, regardless of rank, will result in immediate termination. Remember this: we are investors funding the venture, not supplicants begging for cooperation. Zhou Jianheng gestured to his secretary, who stepped forward and handed He Guanchong the 5-year strategic blueprint for Golden Harvest retrieved from a leather briefcase. He Guanchong flipped through 2 pages, his eyes flared with sudden intensity, his fingertips tightening slightly. Drawing a slow, steadying breath, he replied gravely, "Mr. Zhou, rest assured, we will execute your vision to the letter, elevating Golden Harvest to the pinnacle of the Chinese language film industry." Zhou Jianheng did not engage with the diplomatic flourish, offering only a faint perfunctory nod. Were it not for his desire to witness Hong Kong's entertainment industry flourish sooner, he would scarcely trouble himself advising each company in turn. He continued, tone measured. "Talent, actors, directors, behind-the-scenes artisans, must be secured early. Annual output must exceed 40 films spanning romance, fantasy, urban drama, martial arts, and art house genres. No single category may dominate." Remarkably, Golden Harvest still lacks a dedicated full-time screenwriting division, a lapse that is simply ineffective. Immediately establish such a division structured in 4 tiers: senior script editors, senior screenwriters, and junior screenwriters. Each tier enjoying competitive salaries, comprehensive benefits, and progressive advancement. He Guanchong paused, then responded respectfully. "Mr. Zhou, we have considered forming an in-house writing team before, but many writers possess talent, yet lack discipline, while others merely collect paychecks without delivering. Thus we've relied on freelance contracts paid per completed script. Such challenges exist everywhere," Zhou Jianheng replied, calm but unyielding. "Yet no mature film studio can thrive without its own stable of screenwriters. Refined through trial, true gold will emerge. The modest upfront cost of experimentation is one Golden Harvest can readily bear. Henceforth adopt a dual-track model: in-house writing division, freelance collaboration. But let this be clear, this division is a film production line, not a literary salon. To draw a generous salary year after year while failing to deliver even a single shoot-ready screenplay is not misfortune. It is squandering corporate resources. You will codify the rules, but the core principle is absolute: each writer must produce at least 1 qualified screenplay annually. Those who meet the standard earn high pay, profit sharing, and prestige. Those who fail face salary reduction, demotion, or dismissal. Golden Harvest nurtures neither slackers nor dreamers who spin idle fantasies." With those words, the framework was set. None dared object. He turned his gaze toward He Guanchong, his tone softening slightly. "Also, the director Su Ke, whom I assigned to you today, possesses extraordinary vision and originality, a true prodigy. Yet he must operate within defined boundaries: 2 commercially successful films first. Then if budgets remain sound, he may direct 1 personal project of his choosing." He then looked toward Chen Ziqiang. This seasoned colleague had served as deputy manager at Cathay since 1967. After Zhou Jianheng acquired Cathay, 2 rounds of executive reshuffling passed without promotion. Yet Chen Ziqiang voiced no grievance, remaining steadfast and diligent. That integrity deeply impressed Zhou Jianheng. "Chong, the group will launch an independent talent agency under your management. Do you have any objections?" Chen Ziqiang's heart leapt, suppressing the surge of emotion in his eyes. He rose instantly, posture solemn, voice resolute. "Mr. Zhou, please trust me. I shall manage this enterprise with utmost fidelity and honor your confidence." Zhou Jianheng smiled, faintly gesturing for him to sit, then outlined the agency's foundational mandate with crystalline clarity. Group talents fall into 2 categories: core employees, formally contracted, salaried, entitled to staff welfare funds, and directly managed by group headquarters. They may accept external projects, but must prioritize assignments issued by the group. All other contracted artists fall under the agency's purview. You will coordinate opportunities and schedule engagements. Artists retain full autonomy in accepting roles or commercial appearances. Standard commission rates apply, and all commission revenue shall fund agency operations, ensuring self-sufficiency and financial independence. Artists of unimpeachable conduct, consistent performance, and clean professional associations will be selected for promotion to core status. Those who idle, defy regulations, or breach standards will be terminated outright. This structure secures the group's foundation while providing earnest artists with a clear path upward, bringing order, rigor, and fairness to talent management. As the meeting came to an end, Zhou Jianheng strolled leisurely around the Jia film set, surrounded by busy crew members and the rumble of machinery, which left him feeling rather indifferent. Not finding anything fresh, he instead caught sight of a familiar figure standing not far away. He raised his hand to point at the person and turned his head toward He Guanchong, speaking with a casual tone. Who was that? I haven't seen them on set before. From their physique, they would certainly make a stylish, cold-faced assassin. He Guanchong glanced in the direction Zhou was pointing, recognized the person, and quickly replied. That's Xiang Huaqiang Zhou. He's the son of Xiang Qian and has been determined to break into the film industry for the past 2 years. Last year, he and his brothers formed Yongxing Film Company, but unfortunately, they went bankrupt after producing just one film. Now he's doing extra work at Jiahe to hone his acting skills. Zhou Zhanheng nonchalantly responded with an "Oh." How could he not know Xiang Huaqiang? However, given his current status, he couldn't appear overly concerned about a mere extra. It would raise eyebrows. Yet he couldn't help but pause his gaze on the other person, feeling an inner turmoil. Seeing this individual reminded him of Xiang Zhua from his later life, whose styling was not only glaring, but also frequently misstepped, making it quite hard to look at. He has a strong and rugged appearance, exuding a fierce vibe, but his acting range is quite narrow. He's only suitable for playing villainous roles. Zhou Zhanheng withdrew his gaze, his tone flat. If he truly wants to make it in this industry, perhaps I should have Qiang sign a management contract with him, letting him work as a specialty actor while he gradually develops his skills. After giving the instruction, he wandered around Jiahe for a moment longer, finding nothing else of interest, and turned to leave. Settling into the car, a faint smile crept onto Zhou Zhanheng's lips. He was keen to offer Xiang Huaqiang a contract to see if this young boss would replicate his past life, rising against all odds to become a powerhouse in Hong Kong's entertainment industry. The vehicle smoothly returned to Hengchang Building, and Zhou Zhanheng shook off his idle thoughts, immediately diving into work. In the days that followed, he inspected each subsidiary under the group, with the electronics division still performing the most impressively. This year, the electronics division gave a significant surprise by developing a home gaming console, the original Famicom, earlier than expected. The initial internal tests passed all requirements, and barring any unforeseen issues, it was set for mass production by the end of the year. He even brought one home to play. Though the graphics were poor in this era of scarce entertainment, it still felt refreshingly enjoyable. Not satisfied with playing alone, he dragged Lin Qingxia to join him. The two of them settled on the sofa to play Hank's Space Guardian, and before long, joyful exclamations from Lin Qingxia rang out beside the TV. Watching herself shoot down flying saucers on the screen, she was utterly thrilled, like a little girl who had just received candy. Zhou Zhanheng rolled his eyes, both amused and helpless. Wife, is it really necessary to be this excited over just shooting down one? Mind your own business, she retorted, her back turned, fingers awkwardly pressing the controller as she clumsily dodged incoming bullets, looking both awkward and adorable. The two were so engrossed in their game that they didn't even notice the child nearby crying. The nanny Shun Ma Jia quickly stepped forward to pick up the baby and softly comfort them. The two little ones seemed to have both parents, yet it felt like they were not fully complete. Before long, Lin Qingxia's character completely ran out of lives. Seeing Zhou Zhanheng still at full health, her eyes sparkled with mischief as she suddenly lunged to snatch his controller, pressing buttons randomly. In just a few seconds, Zhou Zhanheng's game character was eliminated. Lin Qingxia proudly lifted her chin, flashing a playful peace sign. Yes. Now it's fair. That's called cheating. Can't handle losing, can you? Zhou Zhanheng said, half amused, half exasperated. Lin Qingxia looked up, a smug expression on her face. I used up all my lives while you still have one left. That's already unfair. The two laughed and cuddled on the sofa, only resting after they had played enough. Suddenly, Zhou Zhanheng remembered something and casually asked, by the way, is Li Xia graduating this year? Last time I asked you to check her plans after graduation, did you? Upon mentioning this, Lin Qingxia instantly rolled her eyes, her tone filled with indignation. Don't even mention it. That little girl has gotten quite bold as she treats everything I say as if it goes in one ear and out the other. She fell in love at school, and all she can think about is graduating and getting married. I advised her that she's too young and that marriage is no trifling matter. Guess how she responded to me? I bet she brought you up saying you were also young when you were with me, so why didn't you mention age, and that we had a secret marriage, so why didn't you say it was a joke? Lin Qingxia suddenly turned her head, her eyes wide as she stared at him, making Zhou Zhanheng feel a shiver down his spine before he spoke softly. Hubby, can you read minds? Otherwise, how could you possibly guess that? Ahem, there's no such thing as mind reading. Zhou Zhanheng coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment. It's just that if you consider the little girl's mindset and think from her perspective, you can guess nearly everything. Fearing she might ask further questions, he quickly changed the subject. So have you clarified her boyfriend's family background, character, job, and their plans after marriage? Lin Qingxia's face instantly fell, and she pouted gloomily. I asked, but that girl flatly refused to tell me anything. She even said that her sister didn't know much about her brother-in-law before marrying him, yet she's still very happy now. Why does she have to tell me everything? It drives me crazy. Zhou Zhanheng chuckled helplessly and reached out to tousle her soft hair. Finding an isolated corner, he focused his will and retrieved 500 Hong Kong dollars from his space, placing them into a bag. Then by the roadside, Lin Qingxia huffed, leaning against his shoulder. No matter how I advise her, she won't listen. She says I've forgotten my sister since I got a husband, and all I care about is my own little family. So how did you respond? What else could I say? I can only go along with her for now. Lin Qingxia sighed, her eyes filled with worry. I'm just afraid that at her young age, she might be deceived by sweet words. If she ends up with someone of questionable background or character, her entire life could be ruined. A glint of depth flashed in Zhou Zanheng's eyes, but his tone remained gentle. You don't have to worry about that. I've already had the people from Hengan Security keep a discreet watch on her. And scrupulous individuals won't be able to get close to her. If she wants talk, don't push her too hard lest it backfires. I'll have someone quietly check into that boy's background, his family character, and reliability. It will be clear soon enough, and I won't let Li Xia suffer any losses. Lin Qingxia's eyes brightened, her worries dissipating significantly as she affectionately rubbed against his arm. You think ahead so thoroughly. I just fear she might impulsively choose the wrong person. With me around, no one can let her suffer. Zhou Zhanheng reassured her softly, yet he realized that he already knew what this young lady was thinking. She was a standard representative of a new era independent woman. This was different from the independent scene in later generations. What she sought was a partner who could share both joys and hardships, not someone to cling to a wealthy family. While she saw happiness in her sister's life, she also recognized its sorrows. This was the difference between having and lacking education, as she was capable of thought. He patted Lin Qingxia's hand gently and advised, however, when young people date, don't be too forceful in stopping them. The more you oppose them, the more rebellious they become. First, understand the boy's background. If he's reliable, we can go along with it. If he's not suitable, we'll slowly break it off without hurting the sisterly bond. Lin Qingxia nodded repeatedly, instantly shedding her earlier irritation and affectionately nudging him. Thank you, hubby. You're the best. Zhou Zhanheng, noticing her reaction, couldn't help but tease, deliberately elongating his tone. So, my dear lady, how do you plan to thank me for being such a great husband? How about? As his words settled, he watched Lin Qingxia's cheeks flush faintly and her gaze dart away. Only then did he add with deliberate nonchalance, shall we play another round? I hadn't even finished the last one. Lin Qingxia snapped back to reality, realizing she'd been teased. She swatted his thigh with a playful slap and rolled her eyes, feigning indignation. Ugh, how annoying. You're always teasing me. I'm ignoring you now. With that, she rose and went to pick up the baby. Zhou Zhanheng's outstretched hand froze midair. He slumped back onto the sofa with a lazy, resigned sigh. Some people truly forget the father the moment a child arrives. His status dwindles day by day. Lin Qingxia turned slightly, cradling the infant in her arms, and cast him a sidelong glance, her lips curving upward despite herself. Who told you to tease me all the time? Though her tone was petulant, she still held one child in each arm and walked back to settle beside him on the sofa. Zhou Zhanheng sprang up at once, carefully taking their daughter from her arms, only returning her once Lin Qingxia was comfortably seated again. The two infants nursed contentedly, their blissful suckling so vivid it made him surreptitiously swallow. Do men universally feel a primal yearning at such moments? This inexplicable, almost instinctive urge to lean in and steal a taste. Zhou Zhanheng swiftly reined in his thoughts, inwardly chiding himself. How shameful, how utterly inappropriate to covet what belongs to my own children. To distract himself, he launched another game. But the occasional furtive glances betrayed his true preoccupation. Lin Qingxia opened her mouth amused, but he hastily cut her off. No, please, not a word. Say anything, and it's against the rules. What rules? What on earth are you babbling about? She asked, baffled. Ahem. Not important, he replied with an awkward cough, swiftly changing the subject. By the way, darling, shouldn't we wean the twins soon? They're already over 8 months old. Lin Qingxia paused, thoughtful, then recalled her mother-in-law's advice. Yes, it's time. We could begin. But Mama says extended breastfeeding benefits the child's health, helps them grow tall. She claims you weren't weaned until you were a full year old. She said it with a warm maternal smile, and Zhou Zhanheng flushed deeply, scrambling to defend himself. Nonsense. Mama exaggerates. I don't remember any of that. Don't listen to her. To ease the tension, he set down the controller and switched on the television, hoping to divert her attention. Privately, he grumbled honestly. Why does Mom tell her everything? So embarrassing. Truly mortifying. Mom spills every family secret without hesitation. Just as he reached to change the channel, his hand froze. The screen had landed squarely on TVB, replaying this year's Miss Hong Kong finals. Contestant No. 19 Bridget Lin stepped into frame, and with a single glance, he couldn't help muttering under his breath. TSK, TVB's lighting and makeup team is utterly incompetent. Quick, look, darling. Doesn't she resemble a country girl who's just arrived in the city? Her cheap, overly-permed hair clashing with that ill-fitting Western dress. Her stiff, artificial smile is painfully obvious, and those prominent front teeth. So wide they're blinding. She radiates rustic awkwardness, truly unbearable to behold. Lin Qingxia followed his gaze, pressed her lips together lightly, and smiled wryly. Your tongue is far too sharp. She's only 19, still young and unrefined. Unrefined, yes, undoubtedly, and undeniably provincial. Zhou Zhanheng arched a brow, offering a dry, faintly dismissive chuckle. Yet therein lies the wonder, even buried beneath such artless styling, her bone structure remained striking. Give her a few more years. Let her bloom shed that raw provincial air, and she'll likely blossom into genuine beauty. He spoke casually, but inwardly he marveled. Right now Bridget Lin is genuinely hard to look at. Awkward, poorly styled, thoroughly unpolished. Who could imagine she'd one day mature into such radiant, captivating allure? In his past life, he'd often thought Hong Kong's 1970s aesthetic sensibilities were flawed, overlooking true beauty in plain sight. Now witnessing it firsthand, he understood it wasn't lack of vision. It was simply the wrong moment, the wrong styling. Even the judges, he realized, saw more clearly than he ever had. Lin Qingxiao pondered quietly before murmuring, her facial structure is exceptional. She's simply too young, still undeveloped, her presence not yet fully formed. With time and careful cultivation, she may well carve out a distinguished place for herself in the industry. These words struck precisely at the heart of Zhou Zhanheng's conviction. A spark ignited within him. The earlier discomfort evaporated instantly. He rose, shedding his languid demeanor, his expression growing subtly sharper, more focused. You're absolutely right. She's pure jade veiled in dust. Without further small talk, he strode to the living room landline, lifted the receiver, and dialed Ho Kunsheng directly. The call connected swiftly. Zhou Zhanheng wasted no time. Mr. Ho, sign this year's 4th place Miss Hong Kong Bridget Lin to Golden Harvest. Offer her terms befitting a promising newcomer. Assign her supporting roles and guest appearances. Let her gain screen experience and hone her craft. When the time comes, elevate her properly. Ho Kunsheng immediately agreed, jotting down the details. After hanging up, Zhou Zhanheng paused. Another name surfacing in his mind, Leslie Chong. In his past life, Leslie remained stagnant at Polygram at this very moment. Without hesitation, he placed another call. To Lai Shutin, his voice crisp and decisive. Mr. Lai, recruit the Polygram newcomer Leslie Chong. Mentor him closely. His vocal timbre is outstanding. Refine his singing technique and groom him as tomorrow's superstar. Having dispatched these 2 quiet maneuvers, he replaced the receiver and returned to the sofa. Lin Qingxiao looked up, cradling the baby, her eyes clouded with gentle curiosity. You passed over the winner, yet chose the 4th place contestant. So confident in her potential. Zhou Zhanheng sat beside her, gently tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. His touch tender, his manner relaxed, his smile faintly wry. TVB won't release the winner anyway. This girl has modest charm, and signing her costs us nothing. It's merely early-stage investment. If she rises, it's pure profit, no risk. His tone was light, even flippant, but beneath lay cold calculation. Zheng Winnie, per his past life trajectory, would sign with ATV this year. No need to rush. Bridget Lin. A simple, shrewd acquisition of future brilliance. Time slipped swiftly forward. September 25th arrived, and all of Hong Kong stood in awe. Li Ka-shing formally acquired 22.4 of Hutchison Whampoa from HSBC, marking the first time a Chinese entrepreneur assumed control of a century-old British trading house, catapulting him overnight to the apex of Hong Kong's elite. Newspapers flooded the streets, everyone hailed him as Superman Li. Yet none knew this historic takeover had been sealed, irrevocably, silently, over tea and dim sum at the Kowloon Canton Hotel a full year earlier. Once again they met in the same secluded private room at the Mandarin Hotel. The scent of tobacco had faded, the aroma of aged tea hung cool and crisp in the air, yet the atmosphere weighed heavier, denser than it had the year before. Li Ka-shing entered, his expression serene and unflustered. No trace of the triumphant swagger expected of a newly minted tycoon, only the deep, weathered composure of a man long schooled in high-stakes storms. He took his seat without ceremony. No pleasantries, no posturing. An unspoken understanding hung between them. Sir Zhou, today the matter is finally settled. He twirled a cigar between his fingers, his voice calm, yet resonant with profound sincerity. Last year your gracious concession at Kowloon Canton, and your quiet, unwavering trust, allowed me to secure HSBC's confidence and firmly anchor myself at Hutchison Whampoa. This debt of gratitude escapes public notice, but I hold it clear, deep, and absolute in my heart. Zhou Zhanheng leaned back on the sofa, raising his eyes, slightly, silently reflecting within. Having just taken down He Huang, his fame spread across the entire harbor, he was not in a hurry to celebrate or solidify his position on the board. Instead, he first came to pay respects to this invisible figure in the eyes of the outside world. This understanding of human relationships and timely judgment is undeniable. Yet he still spoke calmly. It's not about assistance, but about mutual needs. His voice was cool and soothing. I avoid the limelight of Hong Kong, steering clear of the conflicts over Kowloon Wharf, securing my position. Mr. Bao requires a solid foundation while you pave the way with relationships to acquire the coveted He Huang. It's a matter of mutual benefit for all 3 parties, nothing more. Li Ka-shing nodded in silence. Even now he was still astonished by the clarity and decisiveness of this young man from the previous year. A year ago this person saw through his ambitions at a glance, offering 13 offshore shares with 6 agreements meticulously crafted, ensuring no board members would be robbed, no leaks would occur, and remaining entirely in the shadows. A level of understanding that was frightening. The outside world only sees my boundless glory. Li Ka-shing slowly began, his tone sincere. But the old British faction within the board is rife with undercurrents. Without your backing from those 13 shares, I wouldn't be able to hold this position. You have kept your promises, and your timing is just right. You are a true gentleman. Zhou Zhanheng chuckled lightly, fully aware that Li Kashing was merely a straightforward businessman, one who only needed to discuss money, a reassuring arrangement. I never intended to control the trading house. Moreover, being a knight with numerous ventures in media, there's no need to grasp power and create enemies. Being a financial shareholder earning dividends and enjoying appreciation is quite appealing to me. He paused slightly, casting a calm glance at the other party. When we agreed on the 6 terms, you honored them one by one. Naturally, I will remain compliant. As for all operations of He Huang, I will not intervene in the slightest. There was no sentimentality, no formalities, just the calmest mutual understanding of interests between two adults. Li Kashing's respect deepened. Many who held substantial shares sought to seize power, divide influence, and interfere with decisions, yet this young knight saw through it all better than anyone. He only needed to firmly grasp the long-term capital benefits to steadily hold his position. Zhou, your vision far surpasses your peers. It's merely mutual. Zhou Zhanheng lifted his cup to sip tea. You manage the grand scheme, and I enjoy the dividends. You charge ahead to make a name, while I calmly reap the rewards in the background. For the decades to come in Hong Kong, we will sail together on this great ship of He Huang. The outside world was bustling, praising Li Kashing for swallowing an elephant, achieving legendary status in one battle. No one knew that Zhou Zhanheng's initial investment of 215 million for the 13 stake in He Huang had now skyrocketed to a value of 780 million. Li Kashing nodded, rising to extend his hand. In the future, we will continue to rely on you, sir. Zhou Zhanheng stood up and shook his hand. The grip was steady, and their eyes exchanged a silent understanding. All their tacit agreement lay in unspoken words. The two shook hands and bid farewell, parting ways. As Zhou Zhanheng drove past his own theater, he caught a glimpse of the poster for the Disciples' debut featuring Jackie Chan in large letters, with the name of supporting actress Chung Chu-hong also prominently displayed. In this life, she did not follow Lu Songren's path, but directly joined Golden Harvest, starting at an even higher point. The film's release was slightly earlier than in his past life, and he couldn't be bothered to dwell on it. A slight deviation in the timeline was normal. His fingertips lightly tapped on the window, separating the front row as the car smoothly returned to Hengchong Building. Before his desk lay a stack of documents waiting to be reviewed. The Asia Times was standard, but the cover of Men's Club caught his eye, featuring Zheng Wenhua as the cover girl. Zhou Zhanheng raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Indeed, she chose ATV, a clever choice. TVB was likely to be the laughingstock of Hong Kong this time. Who in Hong Kong wouldn't want to join the Zhou Group with top-tier resources and benefits? He casually tossed aside the magazine and flipped through the ongoing comic series. Bruce Lee was performing well in sales, showing great momentum. He no longer distracted himself and immersed fully into the group's business affairs. Time flew by, and it was now January 14, 1980. In the small meeting room of Hengchong Building, all members of Hengjin Capital were present. Zhou Zhanheng lightly tapped the liquidation documents on the table, speaking in a steady tone, without any formalities. Tomorrow is the settlement banquet for Rongxing Fund. Let's have a closed-door meeting today. After speaking, he gestured for Chen Jingshan to begin. As the overall manager of Hengjin, Chen initially flipped through the total compensation calculation sheet in his hands, speaking in a professional and concise manner. Mr. Zhou, for the liquidation of Rongxing Fund, Hengjin's management fees plus performance compensation total 107.9 million Hong Kong dollars. Should we proceed with the profit-sharing ratio you previously set? The profit-sharing ratio will be raised to 10, distributed across the company. Zhou Zhanheng glanced over the crowd, his words precise. Calculated by position and years of service, every grassroots clerk to frontline operators will receive a share. The management will not deduct or distribute any of it. Upon hearing this, a hint of unexpected joy flickered in the eyes of those present. The originally set profit-sharing ratio was already above industry standards, and with this further increase benefiting the grassroots without discrimination, it clearly showcased the boss' generosity. Their gazes towards Zhou Zhanheng held a newfound respect. Luo Fuchang held his pen, jotting notes while responding in alignment with the duties of fund management. Understood. I will connect with HR and finance this afternoon to finalize the profit-sharing details within 3 days, ensuring they are distributed to everyone's accounts before the new year. Zhou Zhanheng nodded slightly. Good, that's settled. He said, no more rising to leave naturally. The next day, at the top banquet hall of the Hong Kong Club, there were no media or extravagant displays, just a gathering of those who truly held the financial reins of Hong Kong. Retired high officials, HSBC and Standard Chartered executives, and veteran Chinese business tycoons like Xia Yatsum and Hu Yingxiang also came to make an appearance and establish connections. Halfway through the banquet, the lights dimmed slightly. Chen Jingshan, dressed in a sharp suit, took the stage holding the audit documents from KPMG, and without wasting any words, he immediately reported the key points. The audience fell silent, everyone holding their glasses, their ears perked up. The Hengjin Rongxing top-tier fund has been liquidated over 5 years. The initial capital was 100 million with no leverage and no involvement with speculative stocks throughout the process. As of the settlement date in January 1980, the Hang Seng Index rose from 111 points to 879, 38 points, a 5-year increase of 586. The fund's final net value stood at 702 million Hong Kong dollars, showing a cumulative growth of the total management fee for the fund over 5 years amounts to 7.5 million Hong Kong dollars. The excess profits exceeding 100 will incur a 20 performance fee totaling 104 million Hong Kong dollars. Hongjin Capital's total compensation is 1.079 billion Hong Kong dollars. After deducting all fees, investors will ultimately receive a distributable net value of 594.1 million Hong Kong dollars with a 5-year net return rate of 494.1 and an annualized compound return rate of approximately 42.8. As the numbers were announced, the entire room gasped. Who among them had not experienced the stock market crash in 7? Many had lost everything, yet this one fund had steadily quintupled over 5 years. No one spoke loudly, only the soft clinks of glasses and quiet gasps filled the air, with envy, apprehension, and admiration all concealed within their gazes. After Chen Jingshan finished reporting the management fees and performance incentives, he bowed neatly and left the stage. Zhou Zhanheng leisurely walked onto the stage, his tone casual, yet sincere. 5 years ago, the Hang Seng Index fell below 150 points, and there was a wailing across Hong Kong. The trust you place in me with your funds is invaluable. Today, as we settle, rest assured that I, Zhou Zhanheng, have not betrayed that trust. He paused for a moment, dropping a small bombshell. Additionally, I will personally contribute 6 million. 3 million will go to charity, and the other 3 million will establish a Hong Kong Film New Talent Fund to provide a way forward for talented newcomers. As soon as these words were spoken, heartfelt applause erupted from the crowd. Who would dare offend a young man who not only knows how to make money, but is also willing to do a good deed? He then continued nonchalantly. The second phase of Rongxing will launch today with a target fundraising of 300 million, prioritizing existing shareholders. This phase will have a lockup period of 3 years with a single person's limit not exceeding 1.5 times the first phase. The moment he finished speaking, Chun Tinghua, Chao Guangbiao, and Wu Zhandi could not wait to gather around. All of them were entrepreneurs who had started in the real industry. Years ago, they had been unable to break into Rongsheng's core circle of 12, and now they were envious. Chun Tinghua lowered his voice, his expression earnest. Sir Zhou, 5 years for 5 times the return is unique in all of Hong Kong. We do not seek to make a fortune. We only hope to preserve our capital safely without being devoured by inflation. Just provide us a way to ride the wave. Chao Guangbiao nodded in agreement. The opportunities in mainland China's reform and opening up are vast, but so are the risks. We do not dare to invest everything. We seek stability with you. Zhou Zhanheng understood clearly that this group of people held quality capital. He rubbed his fingers along the rim of his cup, and once everyone had finished speaking, he did not hesitate to respond. All right, I will open a new Shen Sheng Value Fund specifically for you all. The fund will not be publicly sold, and the rules will be the same as Rongsheng's, investing only in 2 types of assets: utility blue chips and core commercial real estate. The total cap is set at 300 million with tier limits, a lockup period of 3 years, and KPMG will oversee the accounts with no early redemption allowed. As soon as they heard this, the group breathed a sigh of relief and quickly finalized their subscription amounts. In a corner, Li Kashing and Pao Yugong exchanged glances, both understanding the situation completely. Zhou Zhanheng, holding his untouched whiskey, walked up to Pao Yugong, and Li Kashing lightly clinking their glasses, his voice lowered as he made an invitation. Later at the Wan Chai Yacht Club, a small gathering just among ourselves. With no further words, both nodded in agreement. Guo Dishing, Li Zhaoju, and Zheng Yutong and Feng Jingxi were each invited with little talk, just enough to get the point across. Within half an hour, the big shots found excuses to leave one by one, departing in batches, not clustering together, making it impossible for anyone to notice anything unusual. The Wan Chai Yacht Club was newly purchased by him this year, with a private yacht docked at the pier. As they boarded and left the shore, the sounds of wind and waves drowned out everything outside, making it the perfect setting for serious discussions. Pao Yugong was the first to arrive, giving a nod as he saw him. Sir Zhou, you've done a brilliant job with this fund. You're too kind, Pao Sheng. Zhou Zhanheng replied as he poured tea for him. Li Kashing boarded shortly thereafter. Discussing matters on a yacht is the most secure way. Before long, Guo Dishing, Li Zhaoju, and Zheng Yutong and Feng Jingxi all arrived. The cabin was warmly lit, and despite being older, they all centered their attention on him. Zhou Zhanheng set aside his usual gentleness, his tone becoming serious. Today, I invited you all here to discuss the path Hong Kong should take over the next decade. The cabin fell silent in an instant, the atmosphere heavy. On the table lay the Hong Kong government's land planning documents along with the Huang Yin report and a photocopy of the People's Daily, where the headline reporting the 11th Central Committee's 3rd plenary session had the words "Reform" and "Opening Up" circled heavily in red. The first to speak was Pao Yugong, the oldest and most experienced among them, and also the one who had first engaged with the core leadership of the mainland. He picked up the newspaper, pointing his finger at reform and opening up, speaking plainly. Everyone, I visited Beijing once in 1978, met with relevant leaders in the central government, and had in-depth discussions. The momentum for reform and opening up in the mainland has now become a foregone conclusion. Hong Kong's future is inseparable from the mainland. The century-long advantage of British capital will ultimately crumble. As soon as these words were spoken, all eyes turned to him. In 1979, when China and the U.S. had just established diplomatic relations and the mainland had just opened its doors, most Hong Kong businessmen were still observing from the sidelines. Only individuals like Pao Yugong at his level could access the highest level signals. His words carried great weight. In 1979, when China and the U.S. had just established diplomatic relations and the mainland had just opened its doors, most Hong Kong businessmen were still observing from the sidelines. Only individuals like Pao Yugong at his level could access the highest level signals. His words carried great weight. Now that the mainland has opened its doors, the exclusive advantage held by British capital for a century has already diminished by half. Having the fortune to take over Hysan, we are not after the name of the trading house, but rather the docks, warehouses, and land all over Hong Kong, along with overseas channels. In the future, as mainland goods need to be exported and overseas goods need to be imported, these solid foundations of industry are what we must rely on. Zhou Zhanhan cast a faint glance at him, remaining silent. Guodisheng set down his teacup, the stabilizing force in the real estate sector, pragmatically stating, I do not understand shipping, nor do I know the ways of the trading houses. I only know how to build houses. In Hong Kong, over the past 10 years, the population has grown from 3 million to 5 million, and it will only continue to increase. People will always need housing. Real estate will always be the foundation of Hong Kong. However, right now, Jardine Matheson and other trading houses hold more than half of the quality undeveloped land in Hong Kong. When the Hong Kong government auctions land, British capital has always banded together to make their moves, while we Chinese capital end up raising prices against each other, picking up subpar plots. To secure our footing in the future, we must communicate among several of our companies acquiring land, without undercutting one another, avoiding malicious bidding, and presenting a united front, so that we can gradually reclaim our voice from British capital. Li Xiaojun took over the conversation, being the most sensitive to numbers, and having the sharpest insight, speaking with a shrewd certainty. Brother Dishing is absolutely right. Additionally, the Hong Kong government's high land price policy will not soften in the short term. The long-term upward trend of Hong Kong's property prices is a certainty. But we cannot only focus on the residential business in Hong Kong. As the mainland engages in modernization, factories, infrastructure, and simple buildings will require cement, steel, and construction materials. Our real estate companies can extend upstream, starting with building materials trade and support, ensuring steady profits in Hong Kong, while catching the mainland wave early, providing a stable path for both sides. Zheng Yutong, known for his bold personality, chimed in loudly, absolutely. My Chow Tai Fook jewelry has already been tried in a small range with relatives and friends in Guangzhou. The potential of the mainland market far exceeds that of Hong Kong. Hong Kong is so small, infighting is meaningless. Our vision must be directed northward. The last to speak was Feng Jingxi, who understood the rules of the capital market best, his tone professional and clear. What everyone is discussing pertains to industry. I will speak about finance. Currently in the Hong Kong capital market, British institutions like HSBC, Standard Chartered, and Jardine Matheson control more than half of the capital channels in Hong Kong. Chinese companies seeking to go public, raise funds, or settle accounts are constantly at the mercy of others, and being choked is a common occurrence. In the future, to avoid being constrained by others, we must seize the initiative in finance. Zanhang's Hongjin Capital, my son Hung Kai Securities, along with your financial and trust companies, can completely unite to build a financing platform for Chinese capital serving our own industries without having to look to the British capital for approval. Moreover, as the mainland construction lacks foreign exchange, Hong Kong is a natural foreign exchange window. We can start by facilitating trade financing and capital turnover, which is far more stable and has long-term value than simply speculating on stocks. After the discussion, everyone turned to Zhou Zhanhan. He set down his teacup, his tone relaxed, yet commanding, articulating the core matter in straightforward terms. What all the seniors have said hits the nail on the head. The core of the future 10-year changes in Hong Kong boils down to 2 points. First, Chinese capital will gradually wrest control from British capital. Second, leveraging the mainland's reform and opening up Hong Kong will transform from a colony to an important bridge connecting China to the world. This presents a tremendous opportunity, yet also harbors significant risks. To seize the opportunity and avoid risks, the essence is encapsulated in 8 words. Unite for mutual benefit and maintain a stable foundation. He paused for a moment, scanning the crowd. First, Chinese capital must unite. There can be no internal strife, and we cannot be picked off one by British capital. In the future, when it comes to land acquisition, financing, and competing with British capital, several parties must share information and support each other, avoiding actions that undermine our efforts. British capital has maintained its position for a century by banding together, and if Chinese capital is to rise, we must do the same. Bao Yugong exchanged a serious glance, with Li Kashing both nodding in agreement. Second, we must strategically position ourselves for opportunities in the mainland, but we must avoid being overly aggressive. As the mainland has just opened up and policies are still being explored, we should take small steps and proceed cautiously. Bao's shipping business could initiate discussions for route cooperation with mainland ports. Li's Hysan development could start laying the groundwork for warehousing and docks in the Shiko industrial zone, establishing logistics support. Guo Li and Zheng's real estate-related businesses could begin with construction materials and simple setups in Guangzhou and Shenzhen without rushing into real estate development. Feng's securities business could first connect with mainland banks for trade settlement and foreign exchange turnover. Step by step, we will catch the wind while controlling the risks. Third, finance is a tool while real industry is the foundation. We must also consider the people's livelihoods. Zhou Zanheng's tone softened slightly, yet remained steady and powerful. We operate from Hong Kong, earning money from the common people, and in the future, we must give back to the local community by establishing schools, hospitals, and supporting grassroots efforts to maintain public trust, ensuring our business can endure. Lastly, and most importantly, Zhou Zanheng's expression turned serious. No matter how Hong Kong changes in the future, our roots will always remain here, connected to the mainland by blood. British capital can withdraw after making enough profit, but our family business and future generations are in Hong Kong. We cannot escape. Therefore, maintaining a stable foundation is essential for long-term success. The room fell silent for half a minute, with only the gentle breeze of Victoria Harbor wafting in from outside. Everyone present was someone who had carved out a space for themselves amidst the suppression from British capital, fully aware of the foundation of their existence. Zhou Zanheng's words resonated with everyone's thoughts. The first to break the silence was Bao Yugong, who raised his glass and addressed Zhou Zhanheng and the others present, his tone solemn. Sir Zhou has considered everything. A Chinese capital must unite, proceed cautiously, and follow the right path. Li Kashing also lifted his glass, nodding slightly, his tone pragmatic and firm. This direction is feasible, and the risks are controllable. I agree. Gui Dushing, Li Zhaoji, Zheng Yutong, and Feng Jingxi all raised their glasses in turn. Several glasses clinked lightly under the crystal chandelier, with no boisterous oaths, only the unspoken understanding of the business world. After forming a beneficial alliance with the prominent figures of Chinese capital, Zhou Zhanheng enjoyed a few days of leisure. Until January 20th, in the top-secret chamber of Jiahua Bank. The entire room had no windows, no external lines, and was devoid of any excess furnishings save for a Zeton long table, 2 chairs, a secure teletype machine, and a real-time trading board embedded in the wall for London Gold Market. On the cool screen, a line of green numbers was slowly rolling. London Gold Spot Market Off Exchange, quote, 842 per ounce. Zhou Zhanheng leaned back in his chair, his fingertips casually tapping on the table's surface, the rhythm slow, and his demeanor languid. As his gaze fell on the flickering numbers, he chuckled and spoke. Mommy, what was the average price when we last bought gold? I only glanced at the total in your documents, he. He finished speaking, scratching his head with an air of indifference. Lu Wanjun pointed at him, exasperated. What can I say? For such a huge business, you didn't even look at a total of 35. For tons of goods stored in the London gold vaults of HSBC, Standard Chartered, and Barclays. They were acquired steadily in late August of that year. The average cost was 105 per ounce based on the exchange rate of $1 to 5.02 at that time, resulting in a net cost of 527. $1 Hong Kong per ounce. Zhou Zhanheng responded with an "oh," nodding, his gaze darting back to the teletype machine on the table. This machine connected him to the manager of Jiahua's London branch precious metals supervisor and legal team. All were elderly individuals personally arranged by Lu Wanjun 2 years prior, who had signed lifelong confidentiality agreements, making it quite secure. He lazily remarked, "Isn't it good that I have you, Mommy? They say there's nothing like a mom. Children with mothers are like treasures. With such a treasure, would you make me worry about trivial matters? Besides, I have so many things to do in a day, or it's quite..." Lu Wanjun looked at the significant treasure before her, wanting to ask him how he could be so shameless. She couldn't help but think to herself, who does he resemble? It must be his scoundrel father. Yes, definitely. In the office of the chairman of Hung and Security, Zhou Jinxiong sneezed and rubbed his nose. Who was so inconsiderate as to curse me? Over here, Zhou Zhanheng noticed his mother was looking at him deep in thought. His face flushed, and he quickly changed the topic. Mommy, the London night market will definitely surge to 850 tonight, and the fixed price for tomorrow morning, January 21st, will surely hit historical peaks. Volcker's rate hike is about to land, and within 3 days gold prices will collapse. We must complete the connections within 24 hours and settle payments within 48 hours. Not a single gram can be left behind. Lu Wanjun focused her mind, raising an eyebrow to pinpoint the core risk. With 3 gold vaults dispersed, how can we find reliable buyers for such a large quantity in a single day? If we were to offload the bulk onto the open market, gold prices would plummet in minutes, and this 600 million would go down the drain. There's no need to worry about finding buyers. Zhou Zhanheng had already devised a plan, his tone casual. The entire world is frantically buying gold as a hedge right now. Middle Eastern royal families, Southeast Asian sovereign funds, and European central banks are all scrambling for goods with cash in hand. Moreover, I have already contacted the Saudi royal family, specifically those from Fuad's line. All we need to do is settle with their agents in London tomorrow. Lu Wanjun lightly tapped the table with her fingertips, contemplating and concluding it was indeed feasible. You've considered everything thoroughly. They can indeed absorb this batch of gold in one go. Just then the cool screen displayed the numbers jumping to 847 per ounce. Zhou Zhanheng and Lu Wanjun exchanged glances, both eyes conveying understanding without any unnecessary words, just one meaning: it's stable. On January 23rd, it was still in the top-secret chamber of Jiahua Bank. Warm yellow wall lights illuminated the Zeton long table, reflecting 3 sealed documents with fire seals. HSBC Standard Chartered and Barclays, the holding and delivery certificates from the 3 banks' London gold vaults, had all been received. The teletype machine's green light blinked, and the 4 words popped up: delivery completed. Zhou Zhanheng lightly tapped the table, his expression calm. Though only 29, he had already weathered several rounds of capital waves, his gaze fixed on the screen's stabilized price of 850 per ounce, a peak price in the history of gold that could never be returned to. Seated across from him, Lu Wanjun slowly closed the not-so-thick delivery ledger. Having immersed herself in the Hong Kong financial circle for half her life, she couldn't conceal the rising emotions while looking at the final number in the ledger. The money has arrived. Her voice was steady and gentle, tinged with undeniable emotion. The transaction price was 847 per ounce. After deducting various fees, the return converted to HKD is approximately 496 million. With nearly 5 billion in funds secured, Zhou Zhanheng looked at the settlement report without a ripple of emotion in his heart. It was akin to staring at the staggering figures of assets in the trillions from his past life, and he had long calculated the purposes for this money. He raised his eyes to Lu Wanjun, grinning as he spoke. "Mommy, this amount of money is too large. The family trust may not be able to handle it. We need to establish a private family office. With your extensive connections and trustworthy subordinates, I'll need your help to assemble a team." Lu Wanjun rolled her eyes at him, tapping his forehead with her hand, her tone exasperated as she said, "I really owe you from my last life." Upon hearing there was a chance, Zhou Zhanheng immediately bounced over to his mother, bending down to massage her legs and shoulders, displaying a fawning demeanor without a trace of the airs of a tycoon. "Hee, I knew Mommy was the best. With such a large sum, we need to find the safest and most reliable place to keep it. You are the true financial genius in our family. If I don't rely on you, who can I rely on?" Lu Wanjun looked at his shameless demeanor, completely at a loss. She knew that such a large sum of money must be entrusted to the most trusted person, as she wouldn't feel at ease with anyone else. She composed herself and asked seriously, "All right, I will arrange the personnel. Have you thought about how to allocate this?" Zhou Zhanheng also restrained his expression and replied solemnly, "Yes, I have thought of a few destinations for now. First, investing in American stocks and bonds. Secondly, injecting funds into Hongchong to continue acquiring local commercial buildings in Hong Kong. Thirdly, keeping some as US dollars, as the establishment of diplomatic relations between China and the US may bring significant changes to Hong Kong's situation, and this money can be used to respond to future changes." After speaking, he opened his briefcase and handed a stack of documents to Lu Wanjun. She opened them to examine them closely, finding detailed listings of the specific uses for this money. The first allocation is 600 million to repay loans from HSBC and other banks redeeming the shares of Zhou Group that he had mortgaged. The second allocation is 1.3 billion Hong Kong dollars for long-term investment in American stocks, with Intel at 2 approximately 0. 24 billion Geico at 2 approximately 0. 21 billion and Travelers at 2 approximately 2. 8 billion. ExxonMobil at 0. 1 approximately 2. 95 billion Alcoa at 2 approximately 2. 25 billion Sony at 1 approximately 3. 23 billion and Samsung Electronics at 1. 5 approximately 0. 81 billion. Lu Wanjun looked at the figures listed above, clearly seeing that this kid had calculated them in advance. She nodded slightly, appreciating her son's meticulousness as she continued to browse. The third allocation is 1 billion for investments in Japan. It will be split 50-50, half deposited in an anonymous yen account at Mitsubishi Bank to benefit from exchange rate gains. The other half will be used to purchase electronics, automobiles, and prime real estate in Tokyo to reap stock market. The fourth allocation is 1 billion, with 60% allocated to short-term U.S. Treasury bonds expected to be liquidated by the end of 1982 to respond to potential changes in Hong Kong's situation, and 40% for long-term investment in U.S. Treasury bonds, which currently yield an annualized rate of 12. The fifth allocation is 1 billion Hong Kong dollars kept directly as cash in U.S. dollars. No specific purpose was noted, only marked for future special use. After Lu Wanjun finished reading, she glanced at him, realizing that this kid was not specifying the purpose for the last allocation, likely planning something. Just as she was about to ask, Zhou Zhanheng hurriedly interrupted her. "Mommy, please don't ask about the last allocation. You also need to help me keep it hidden. I will be injecting more funds into this account every year, and I can't divulge the specific uses for now. Just know that it will definitely be for a legitimate purpose. Lu Wanjun looked at his serious expression and instantly understood. Her fingertips lightly rubbed the paper, realizing that this kid was deep in thought, already paving a way out for Zhou Group and the entire family. This money was clearly a strategy for future contingencies. If Zhou Zhanheng knew what his mother was thinking, he would definitely chuckle inwardly, as she was misunderstanding his intentions. She didn't ask further, merely nodding gently to indicate her understanding. Seeing her son with such far-reaching plans brought her a sense of security. After discussing the allocation of funds with his mother, he returned home, greeted Lin Qingxiao and Guan Jiahui in the garden, and then quickly returned to his study. Because of the funds secured, he felt relaxed, but suddenly remembered some things which needed to be put on paper for stability. Once settled in the study, he cleared his mind and began to contemplate. It's already the 1980s, how time flies. He mused to himself, recalling his past life in the 80s. He smacked his lips, feeling that there wasn't much profound sentiment attached. Just one word: poor. But it wasn't the kind of poverty that made life unbearable. Rather, it was a type of poverty that was particularly cheerful. If one were to say there was a concept of living, that would be a matter of the 1990s. The 1980s felt blurry to him, like a haze. He remembered lighting a kerosene lamp in his childhood, the dim glow blackening his nose. And meat, if they got to eat it once every 2 weeks, that was considered a feast, making him swallow his saliva. What else? Nothing. But those times were truly joyful, running wildly across the hills and fields every day, picking up a straight broken stick, which could be wielded like a sword for half a day, ending up with bruises on his bottom and knees from falls, wincing in pain, only to forget the pain and continue playing. Previously, these memories were all hazy. After his rebirth, his mind became clearer, and he remembered things more vividly. Those trivial matters which seemed unimportant now surfaced one by one, vibrant and alive. He chuckled to himself, reminiscing about the beautiful memories of his past life, but if he had to live those days again, he would rather die. Thinking about the arrival of a new era, the glamorous beauties of Hong Kong entertainment would soon make their debut. He cleared his throat, needing to plan ahead. Zhou Zhanheng reached for the year-end summary report from 1979 on the table, glanced at the figures, and felt a sudden headache. He began to feel anxious, muttering to himself, "Having too much money is troubling. I have to rack my brain to think about what will be the most profitable investment with the highest returns in the future. Sometimes I really think it would be better to just go all in on Hong Kong real estate. It would be worry-free money-making. But that won't do. We are time travelers, and to only focus on that patch of land is too lowbrow and unrefined. We need to think of some high-tech ventures, but what can be done in this era?" He frowned in contemplation. Suddenly his eyes brightened. The fiber optics from Kowloon should be ready to materialize this year, right? I give him $1 million a year in research funding. If he doesn't produce results, that would be too disappointing considering his high achievements in my past life. Plus, this technology seems to require minimal investment in the beginning, but it will be a hot commodity in the future. What about the mobile phone? Can that be developed? With that thought, he immediately picked up a pen and swiftly wrote on the paper, 19801984, fiber optics, cellular mobile communication. This is promising. This project can be done. He contemplated that this year, he would have Kowloon establish the internal communication network of the Zhou Group, and after a year or two, when the technology matured, they could push it to the market with an investment of about 100 million Hong Kong dollars, ensuring a profit. As for the Big Brother phone, it's a bit troublesome. Right now, there isn't even a prototype, and there's nowhere to buy one. There was no choice but to look for the AMPS standard documents from the United States, which should be made public this year. With the universal RF chip and baseband chip sold by Motorola, they could piece together a prototype. He wasn't in research and development, so he didn't understand these outdated technologies. He only knew what phones looked like in the future and could only ponder on it in his mind, offering some directional suggestions. Make the electrode plates thinner, increase the purity of the cadmium and nickel powders, adjust the electrolyte, and wind the battery tightly. Use multi-layer PCB boards, try surface-mounted components to save space, eliminate all unnecessary circuits, adjust the antenna position, and ensure the battery is close to the motherboard with good power consumption control. That's all he could think of. Rubbing his sore wrist, he pondered about personal computers. Self-research. Too difficult, but hardware self-research and assembly were still manageable. Thinking of this, he felt good. Being a transmigrator is advantageous, and with such a good memory, it was like having a cheat. He simply wrote down the mature computer architecture from the future, hoping to produce a product 6 months earlier than IBM and overtake them. He took a pen and began to write down line by line, muttering softly, use an 8088 processor with an ISA bus paired with a DOS system. It seems there isn't one yet. Forget it, to let them figure it out. Don't mess with anything else. The ready-made is the most. The motherboard, graphics card, and floppy drive card should be modularized for easier debugging, saving time. Use commercially available chips without self-research to save money and avoid risks. The BIOS should focus on core functions like booting, self-testing, and read-write capabilities. Avoid any flashy features. Stability and compatibility are the most important. Once the motherboard layout is established, place the CPU in the center, the RAM on top, and keep the power supply away from the signal area to reduce interference. Standardize the power supply at 5V12V with defined interfaces avoiding a mess. All peripherals like keyboards and monitors should use universal standards for convenience. After finishing, he got up, stretched, and let out a long breath. This is how transmigrators are. A recollection can span decades like quantum fluctuations, hazy and indistinct. No more thinking, time to work. He picked up the phone and called Liang Jinsong, asking him to come over. Before half an hour had passed, there was a knock on the Zhou Jianheng was still looking down and organizing his things without raising his head. Liang Jinsong entered carrying a briefcase, dressed in a sharp suit, and greeted him with a bow. Mr. Zhou, you called for me. Have a seat. Zhou Jianheng looked up, pointed to the chair opposite him, and pushed the freshly written Hunka Electronics plan over. Take a look first. If you have any questions, ask me. He'll be resting at home these days and won't return to the company. Liang Jinsong lowered his head to flip through the documents while Zhou Jianheng leaned back on the sofa, closing his eyes to relax. Before long, Liang Jinsong finished reading and spoke up. Mr. Zhou, go ahead. Zhou Jianheng opened his eyes. All other deployments are fine, but I don't have much experience with communications and computer business. Should I lead the initiative throughout? No need. You just hand the plan over to the project leader and lead the initial preparations. Understood. Additionally, this year the majority of the group's resources are allocated to Hunka Electronics with no distribution to the media group. Last year you injected funds into Asia Television and the other media sectors are newly established. Now the media group is short on funds, and Zhou Sheng asked me to inquire if it's possible to inject some funds into the media group this year. Liang Jinsong reported with a smile. Zhou Jianheng lightly rested his fingers on his chin, chuckling helplessly. Well, that's true. As he said this, a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Alright, on the 1st of next month, we will hold a high-level meeting of the group at the New China People's Bank to plan the overall strategy for the next decade and simultaneously hold a ceremony for the new building's inauguration. Notify the heads of each company to coordinate the timing in advance when you return to the company. After saying this, he closed his eyes again, pretending to be very tired. Alright, Mr. Zhou, if there are no further instructions, I'll head back to the company to make arrangements. Liang Jinsong stood up respectfully. Go ahead. After Liang Jinsong left, Zhou Jianheng rested with his eyes closed for a while before getting up and walking out. As soon as he opened the door, he heard two clear and tender voices. Guan Zhehui was squatting in the living room, playing with the two little ones. Zhou Jianheng walked over with a smile, reaching out to pick up his daughter and affectionately pressed his cheek against hers. Mr. Zhou, are you done with your work? Guan Zhehui looked up at him, slightly bashful. I'm done. Zhou Jianheng held his little girl in one arm and wrapped the other around her waist, leaning down to kiss her cheek. From now on, call me Brother Hung. Don't be so formal. You are also part of this family now. By the way, I've noticed you've been quite free lately. Why aren't you attending classes? Zhou Jianheng looked at her with a smile. Guan Zhehui's cheeks flushed, filled with joy as she nervously clutched the hem of her clothes, her gaze serious as she softly said, Brother Hung, I don't want to study anymore. I want to stay by Brother Heng's side. She lowered her head, carrying a hint of youthful shyness, and saying this took all the courage she had. My grades were average to begin with. Studying too much isn't useful. It's better to settle down early. Alright, if you don't want to study, then do you have anything else you want to do? Zhou Jianheng smiled, ruffling her hair, looking at the charming and delicate Guan Zhehui, feeling it would be a lie to say he wasn't moved. Things I want to do. Drawing and shopping, does that count? She tilted her head and thought her expression adorable, resembling a young girl glancing at Wang Feiheng, truly making one's heart flutter. Alright, with me around, you can do whatever you want in the future. There's no need for you to worry about anything else. Zhou Jianheng looked at this beautiful flower, feeling happy inside, thinking that she would belong solely to him in the future. What about your sister Qingxia? Sister Qingxia is sketching in the garden. Guan Zhehui bent down to pick up Zhou Jingxing, who was rolling on the ground, and gently coaxed him. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jianheng laughed. She would sketch well. She must have been spoiled by this girl. Let's go and see. After saying that, he carried his daughter and walked outside. When they reached the pavilion, Lin Qingxia was seriously drawing something on the drawing board, completely unaware of the newcomers behind her. Zhou Jianheng leaned in for a closer look and nearly laughed to death as he saw a messy drawing of something resembling a building. She was still touching it up. At that moment, Lin Qingxia suddenly heard a sound like an uncontrollable chuckle, and she abruptly turned her head, looking at the instigator with an unfriendly expression. Cough, cough, cough. My dear wife, your drawing is truly remarkable. Compared to other beginners, you are simply gifted. Really? Lin Qingxia stared at him suspiciously, while Guan Zhehui, beside her, had a red face. Zhou Jianheng worked hard to maintain his expression, earnestly flattering her. Of course, just look at whose wife it is. As he spoke, he hugged his daughter and squatted beside her, pointing at her doodles while showering her with compliments. Lin Qingxia felt her cheeks flush and smiled shyly. Seeing him become increasingly ridiculous, she couldn't help but lightly pat his arm. Oh, come on, that's such an exaggerated compliment. It's not sincere at all. Zhou Jianheng couldn't accept this and immediately replied with sincerity. Hey, my dear, you are wronging me. Every word I say is heartfelt. I truly believe you have talent. Seeing that he wanted to continue, Lin Qingxia quickly stopped him. She was somewhat aware of her own abilities. While she might have some talent compared to ordinary people, she herself didn't believe she was exceptionally gifted. She changed the subject and said, "Honey, Mommy has asked me to visit Grandpa and Grandma in Macau tomorrow. Is there anything you want me to bring them?" Zhou Zhanheng thought for a moment and seemed to have nothing to bring. "There's nothing much to bring. You can help me pick out some gifts to take. Grandpa's birthday is coming up and I want to throw him a big celebration. By the way, I want to invite them to come live with us. It's better to have the family together for any matters. Can you ask them if they would be willing?" Lin Qingxiao, upon hearing this, patted his arm and said seriously, "Don't worry, dear, I know what to do." Zhou Zhanheng nodded slightly. In fact, he had invited them a few years ago, but his grandfather always declined, saying that as the patriarch of the Zhou family, it was more convenient for him to handle family affairs in Macau. He estimated that even if they moved to Hong Kong this time, they would still live together with his parents. Zhou Zhanheng understood what they were worried about, which was simply the way of the wealthy. The family was happily playing in the garden. At night, Guan Jiahui stayed overnight in the guest room of the Zhou family's mansion. Previously, she stayed in a guest room, but tonight Lin Qingxiao led her to the secondary bedroom and smiled at her. "Jiahui, you will live in this room from now on." The little girl lowered her head, blushing, and softly said, "Thank you, silly girl, what are you thanking me for? You should call me big sister from now on, got it?" Lin Qingxiao reached out to ruffle her hair. She was a bit taller than Lin Qingxiao, but at that moment with her head down they appeared to be of equal height. Big sister." She nodded shyly, her cheeks turning even redder. Lin Qingxiao smiled and patted her shoulder. "Go to your room and rest. Big sister, good night." Lin Qingxiao watched her enter the room and return to her own. Zhou Zhanheng noticed her coming in and walked over to embrace Lin Qingxiao, laughingly saying, "Wife, you're really wonderful." Lin Qingxiao rolled her eyes at him, gently patting his arm, and playfully said, "How shameless, I'm going to take a shower." After saying this, she broke free from his embrace, grabbed her nightgown, and headed toward the bathroom. Zhou Zhanheng sneakily picked up his nightgown and followed her. Soon a series of tinkling laughter echoed from the bathroom. That night, Zhou Zhanheng was particularly vigorous until Lin Qingxiao breathlessly exclaimed that she couldn't take it anymore. The next day, Lin Qingxiao woke up early looking at the man sleeping beside her. She reached out and gently caressed his cheek, quickly pecking his lips. Just as she was about to run away, Zhou Zhanheng grabbed her, opening his eyes with a sly smile. Trying to sneak away after a surprise attack. Not so easy. As he said this, he pressed closer to her. She blushed and lightly pushed him away, saying in a delicate voice, "Oh no, don't mess around. I still want to go to Macau with Mommy to see Grandpa and Grandma." Zhou Zhanheng, seeing her like this, became excited and was about to make a move. Lin Qingxiao gasped and hurriedly pleaded softly, "Honey, really, we can't. Mommy will be here soon." Upon hearing that his mother was coming soon, Zhou Zhanheng stopped his actions and released her. Lin Qingxiao let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly dashed into the bathroom to wash up and change. When she came out, she saw Zhou Zhanheng had fallen asleep again, and she tiptoed out of the room. When Zhou Zhanheng woke up, it was already close to noon. He took a quick shower, got dressed, and just went downstairs when he saw Guan Jiahui hugging a plush toy, watching TV with boredom. Hearing footsteps behind her, she turned to see Zhou Zhanheng quickly walking up to him. "Brother Heng, you're awake. You must be hungry. I'll go get you something to eat right now." She was about to turn to the kitchen, but Zhou Zhanheng pulled her back, smiling and saying, "Forget it, lunch is almost ready. Let's eat together later. By the way, I need to go to the Xinhua Bank Tower this afternoon. Do you want to come with me?" "Really? Can I go?" Looking at her eager expression, Zhou Zhanheng reached out to ruffle her hair, thinking to himself that she was truly beautiful. "Of course. Don't be so reserved in the future. You are my family. You need to integrate into this family, understand?" Zhou Zhanheng gently encouraged her, speaking sincerely. "I understand, Brother Hong." As she spoke, she leaned into his embrace, quietly savoring this unprecedented sense of security, her heart filled with sweetness. At 2 in the afternoon, a black Rolls-Royce slowly drove away from the mid-levels villa, heading towards the central Chinese bank tower. In the building's underground parking lot, the dim lights were tidy and orderly, with no sign of disorder. Zhou Zhanheng gently held Guan Jiahui's hand as they leisurely walked towards the exclusive elevator. As their fingertips touched, the little girl's fingers curled slightly, then obediently pressed against his palm, allowing him to lead her into the elevator that belonged to him alone. The elevator doors slowly closed, sealing off the coldness from below. The cabin rose steadily, stopping firmly at the top floor in just a few seconds. As the doors slid open, a whole floor of exclusive office space unfolded before them, devoid of any idle people or unnecessary movement, private and tranquil, a true domain of the Hong Kong elites. In the center stood a heavy black ebony desk, its grain deeply pronounced, exuding an air of undeniable. Behind the desk was a whole wall of bulletproof panoramic glass. Standing by the window, one could overlook the shimmering waves of Victoria Harbor and the towering buildings of Central, all beneath their feet, showcasing the splendor of Hong Kong. To the side of the desk was an elegant reception area, accompanied by a secretarial room. The floor was laid with warm marble, and the lighting was soft and non-intrusive, contrasting the cold hardness of ordinary offices, instead radiating a calm and noble aura. Further inside, there was an independent lounge with a wine cabinet stocked with fine wines from around the world. The billiard table was polished to a shine, and the audiovisual equipment was fully equipped, making it perfect for relaxing or entertaining privately. Every detail reflected Zhou Zanheng's grandeur, concealing the confidence of his status as a Hong Kong magnate. Guan Zhihui's eyes lit up instantly. She broke free from his hand, and like a lively little deer began exploring the spacious area. First she curiously peeked at the secretary's desk, and then she bounced into the lounge, gently stroking the soft bedding on the large plush bed, exclaiming in a crisp voice, "Brother Hung, your office is so big." Zhou Zhanheng leaned against the edge of the large desk, watching her charmingly attempt to appear demure, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth, and he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Indeed, still so young, all her thoughts written plainly on her face, this was the best, pure and clear. He curled his fingers and tapped the edge of the table, teasingly smiling. "Look at you, I told you to read more, but you wouldn't listen. Now you're at a loss for words, repeating the same thing over and." Guan Zhihui's cheeks instantly flushed a light pink, like a layer of delicate rouge. She quickly got out of bed, ran to his side, tightly hugging his arm, gently swaying, her voice soft and full of playful resentment. I refuse, Brother Hong." Zhou Zhanheng shivered all over, unable to bear it. The girl was soft and fragrant, her hair brushing against his arm, tickling him pleasantly. This little girl, already learning to act spoiled, was becoming more and more alluring. All right, stop swaying." He gently coaxed, his fingertips brushing over her hair. "I know you're the most obedient and the prettiest." After saying that, he turned and sat down in the wide Bosch chair, pulled her still with her innocent demeanor into his embrace, and leaned down to deeply kiss her soft pink lips. The kiss was long and tender, filled with possession, and after a long while they finally parted, both breathing a bit heavily. Guan Zhihui leaned against him, her cheeks still flushed, her small hand gently gripping his shirt. Zhou Zhanheng slowly caressed her back, his tone casual, as if casually bringing up, "By the way, how has your old man been lately? It's been a while since I've heard any news from him." As soon as these words left his mouth, the little girl in his arms immediately wilted, her previously bright eyes dimmed, her fingers tugging at his shirt sleeve, unable to utter a word for a long time. Ever since learning that his daughter was favored by Zhou Zhanheng, Guanshan seemed to have found a lifeline, visiting her every few days with his words, all hinting at wanting to use her to climb the social ladder. He was just a washed-up actor failing miserably in business, now solely focused on relying on Zhou Zhanheng, seeking resources and connections, hoping to regain a foothold in Xianjiang. Guan Zhihui burrowed into his embrace again, her nose brushing against his finely crafted shirt. The grievances and melancholy that had been hidden for a long time were all brought out by this one sentence, her voice dulled, losing all the previous charm. Zhou Zhanheng looked down at her drooping little figure, his fingertips slowly stroking her soft hair, his eyes filled. He had seen through Guan Shan's little schemes long ago. It was just about wanting to use his daughter to climb the ranks and seek a way out, wasn't it? He asked on purpose today, waiting for her to pour out her grievances, to express her frustrations, and then smoothly resolve this troublesome matter for her. He didn't speak, just gently patted her back, like comforting a wronged little cat, patiently waiting for her to speak up. This silent acceptance made Guan Zhihui unable to hold back any longer, her voice muffled and choked with tears. "He keeps coming to find me. Every few days he nags me, wanting to see you, wanting me to ask you for business, saying he wants to work again, but I know he simply isn't cut out for business." She sniffed, her eyes slightly reddened. Those days of being pestered by her father were like a thorn pricking her heart. He used to only care about himself, never asking about me. Now that he knows him with you, he keeps trying to cling to you. I've pushed him away many times, but he still won't give up. I really don't know what to do anymore." At the end, her voice was as light as a feather, filled with helplessness, reverting back to that shy and timid, yet still trying to be strong little girl. Zhou Zhanheng paused for a moment, raised his hand to gently wipe away the moisture from the corner of her eyes, with his warm fingertip, his movements tender. In his past life, he knew that Guan Shan, this old-time movie star, had only a bit of fame left. With his roguish nature, he only knew how to navigate the world of fame and fortune. How could he understand business? Being restless and having high aspirations but low abilities, he had seen too many people like this who could squander a little. Looking at the tears clinging to her eyelashes and the dependence in her eyes, when she looked at him, Zhou Zanheng's heart stirred, secretly praising Guanshan again. This father-in-law could be useful. He needed to arrange some things for him, letting him continue to play his games. The more he did so, the less he would dare to have other thoughts, and he would have to stay obediently within the circle I drew. He thought darkly, but showed none of it on his face, his tone steady, yet relaxed, possessing the confidence of a Xianjiang big shot along with the gentleness needed to coax a little girl. "I thought it was a big deal, but is this little matter really worth you worrying so much, Shy?" He tightened his embrace, letting her rest steadily against his shoulder, laughing lightly. "I understand your father's thoughts better than you do. He just wants to make money and have some dignity. It's a small matter. He'll arrange it clearly for him, ensuring you won't have to bear any pressure in between." Guan Zhihui suddenly looked up, tears still hanging on her eyelashes, her eyes filled with surprise. "Really? But he lost a lot of money in business before, I'm afraid." "What are you afraid of? With me around, any losses are mine." Zhou Zhanheng lightly tapped her nose with his fingertips, secretly thinking this little money is nothing, but he must lose. The more he loses, the more I like it. On the surface, he appeared serious, fully displaying a gentleman's demeanor, speaking with a tone that conveyed everything was for her good. They'll give him 3 options, and he can choose for himself. First, if he wants to act and fulfill his acting desires, it's simple. He can go to Jiahe and choose any supporting role. He won't have to compete for resources or care about anyone's face. If he wants to be a creator and make films, he'll invest. The script team and box office scheduling will all be arranged. Second, if he wants to do business and be a boss, it's even simpler. Hunka Electronics only has 3 flagship stores in Hong Kong and hasn't expanded in the busiest area of Causeway Bay. I happen to have an empty street front shop that he can use exclusively selling Hank's electronic products. The supply chain, after sales, and everything will be covered by the group without him needing to invest a single cent. If he can manage the store, well, it'll gift it to him. Third, if he wants to follow the trend and get into real estate, that's also fine. He'll have Ah Song hand over an existing small real estate company to him with the team qualifications and land all arranged. He just needs to manage it well, and he'll also introduce him to other real estate resources. He paused for a moment and arranged a fallback option. Each path will give him 2 years to try out. If one doesn't work, he can switch to another. If he can't handle any of the 3, then let him settle down and enjoy retirement. The money he has will be handed over to me with an annual return 10 times higher than his chaotic endeavors. Every year, he'll provide him with a sum for his retirement, ensuring he never has to worry about food and drink, living with dignity until the end. Guan Zhehui was completely stunned, her mouth slightly open, unable to regain her senses for a long time. She had thought Zhou Zhanheng would help her, but she had never imagined he would arrange everything so thoroughly. He not only provided her father with a chance to prove himself, but also ensured he didn't bear the risks. If he couldn't do this, it would prove he truly wasn't cut out for it, and in the end, he would have a safety net allowing him to live without worries for the rest of his life. Zhou Zhanheng looked at her dazed expression and couldn't help but lean down to peck her lips gently. Are you feeling relieved? Zhou Zhanheng cupped her face, his thumb gently rubbing against her soft lips, his eyes filled with tenderness. With such an arrangement, he has work to do, money to earn, and dignity to uphold. You and your father can get along well, and no one will have anything to say. You won't have to suffer anymore. Guan Zhehui's tears fell suddenly. This time, it was not from grievance, but warmth. She abruptly wrapped her arms around Zhou Zhanheng's neck, pressing her entire self tightly against him, burying her face in the crook of his neck, her voice soft and choked with emotion, filled with reliance. Brother Hung, thank you. You are so good to me. I will listen to you. Silly girl, there's no need for thanks. We are family now, so don't be so formal. Zhou Zhanheng gently patted her back, waiting for her to calm down before continuing. Since the day your sister Qingxiao recognized you, I have arranged for your assets. You won't need to worry about your daily expenses anymore. These assets will be managed by the family office, and you won't have to toil over them. Just sit back and wait for your dividends each year. Upon hearing this, Guan Zhehui looked up suddenly, her eyes red. She wanted to say something but found herself at a loss for words, so she buried her head in his embrace, holding him tightly, wishing she could merge into his body at that moment. Seeing her so emotional, Zhou Zhanheng simply held her and leaned back in his office chair, leaning down to nibble at her earlobe, his tone gentle. With me, you just need to be happy. In the future, get along well with your sister Qingxia. At home, she is the eldest sister, and you should respect and yield to her. If you have any worries, feel free to talk to her or come directly to me. Don't keep things to yourself. We are family a whole, and we can sit down to discuss anything, understand? Guan Zhehui nodded vigorously in his embrace, her arms tightening around him. At that moment, her ability to think was gone, and naturally, whatever he said was what it was. After being affectionate for quite a while, Zhou Zhanheng teasingly said, if you stay in my arms any longer, we won't get to shop today. Guan Zhehui's little face flushed, and she pouted. I just like being in your arms. Zhou Zhanheng's whole body tingled, goosebumps rising as he silently exclaimed that he couldn't handle it. After being sweet for a while longer, the two finally held hands and went downstairs to shop. Meanwhile, the Xinhuan Bank had completed all renovations and was officially ready for occupancy. From this day on, various subsidiaries of the group began moving in one after another. Soon it was the day of the inauguration ceremony for Huaran Bank, and the entire street of Central was clean, spotless. Zhou Zhanheng stood on the steps at the main entrance of the building, dressed in a perfectly tailored dark suit, his posture upright, with a calm smile adorning his face. The police had already set up in the area early on, and reporters with cameras crowded the intersections, with even the usual idle passers-by. In Central, nowhere to be seen. It wasn't that someone had made special arrangements, everyone understood. This place is under Sir Zhou's domain, with the backing of the Hong Kong government and the prestige of HSBC and Jardine Matheson. With figures like Hoing Tung, Ku Tek Fong, and Pao Yukong in attendance, anyone daring to cause trouble wouldn't just be opposing Zhou Zhanheng, but the entire upper echelon of Hong Kong. Stability has never been achieved through violence. When one reaches a certain status, the identity alone ensures a clean environment. The ceremony process was simple and direct, yet the specifications were impressively high. The officiator was the Secretary for Justice and other high-ranking officials. Although the governor of Hong Kong did not attend in person, he sent a representative to deliver congratulations. After the Hong Kong government officials completed the ribbon cutting, they shook his hand and smiled, saying, "Sir Zhou, on behalf of the Hong Kong government, I extend my sincerest respect for your contributions to the development of Hong Kong's industries and the electronic technology sector over the years. Thank you for the support and recognition from the Hong Kong government, as it is also the result of the collective efforts of everyone in the group." Zhou Zhanheng modestly replied, though inwardly, he thought hypocritical. The guest area was filled to capacity. Li Kashing and Cheng Yutung sat side by side chatting quietly. Ho Ying-tung sat in a prominent position, occasionally nodding at him with significant meaning. Li Kashing also arrived, looking as gentle as ever, his gaze briefly sweeping over the Shinwaran Bank logo. No one knew what he was thinking. From the British side, representatives from HSBC and Jardine Matheson were also present, not overly friendly, yet sufficiently respectful. Zhuang Shiping and the representatives from the Hong Kong branch of Xinhua News Agency sat down discreetly, not vying for the limelight, yet carrying significant weight. The media circle was fully mobilized, all present to cover the event. Li Xiaohua and Xiao Yifu both personally attended. When Zhou Wenhui saw the two arrive simultaneously, he smiled and went forward to greet them, saying, "Li Sheng Xiao Sheng, long time no see, please come this way." Li Xiaohua appeared calm, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. Xiao Yifu, however, felt quite awkward, as the once obedient subordinate who took orders from him was now his equal, able to sit alongside him. He sighed inwardly, lamenting how times had changed, allowing a junior to achieve fame overnight, yet showed no emotion on his face, merely nodding slightly as he sat down next to Li Xiaohua. Zhou Wenhui cast a sidelong glance at him, secretly delighted, thinking, "Old man, what are you pretending to be aloof for?" He then turned to greet other arriving guests. Today TVB and ATV were broadcasting live the entire time, and reporters from Mingpao and Tsingtao were eager to zoom in on his face. However, the prime front row position was always occupied by reporters from the Asia Times, forcing the other newspapers to take positions further back. The reporters from the two major newspapers were filled with dissatisfaction, but dared not voice any complaints, watching the group in the front with envy and jealousy, not daring to harbor any resentment. Zhou Zhanheng gradually scanned the entire venue, his mind clear and transparent. He was no longer the nouveau riche who relied on the stock market, but a Hong Kong tycoon with control over media technology and industry. Lin Qingxia and Guan Jiahui stood beside the elder, one graceful and dignified, the other charming and lively. Without needing to speak, their presence was the most eye-catching scenery in the venue, drawing frequent candid shots from reporters. Grandfather Zhou Shirong leaned on a rosewood cane, sitting at the podium and looking at the guests. His gaze fell on his eldest grandson, standing in the center, his face full of unhidden glory. The Zhou family, having weathered ups and downs, had now truly established itself in Hong Kong, rising proudly. After the ribbon-cutting, fireworks soared into the sky and applause erupted. Zhou Zhanheng stood at the center of the crowd, accepting everyone's gaze, yet his heart was remarkably calm. In his past life, he had struggled at the bottom, not daring to even dream of a place in Central, let alone owning a home. In this life, he held the title of Sir, standing among the elite of Hong Kong, with Victoria Harbour's scenery beneath his feet, accompanied by beloved kin and partners behind him, was a multi-billion business empire, and with the Hong Kong government supporting him and all the business tycoons in attendance. He slightly turned his body, looking at the Zhou Group sign, slowly rising, and softly murmured, "The 1980s, the real show, is just beginning." The 21st floor of Zhongwan Xinhua Renhang. Through the boardroom's floor-to-ceiling windows, the view of Weigang lay open and unobstructed. Inside, an absolute hush. Along both sides of the long table, senior executives and executive directors from every division of the group sat with upright posture. The only sound was the faint whisper of the air conditioning. At the head of the table, Zhou Zhanheng lounged with casual poise, his fingertips resting on the report cover, his face impassive and eyelids unraised. He merely tilted his chin slightly toward Lu Shiming on his left. Lu Shiming immediately understood, turned slightly, and nodded to Hui Jianing beside him, his expression mild. Everyone in the group knew that Hui Jianing had been personally and exceptionally recruited by the chairman last year. In 6 months, he had rooted himself and quietly sorted out the group's entire backlog of accounting gaps. This annual financial meeting was Zhou Zhanheng's deliberate stage to establish his presence. Hui Jianing inclined his body slightly, leaned toward the gooseneck microphone, and spoke in a steady, measured tone. He proceeded to present the consolidated financial statements and operating data for the group for fiscal year 1979. Outsiders might have called Hui Jianing fortunate, but Zhou Zhanheng knew the truth. In other circles, this man was famed as a top master of financial strategy in the Hong Kong arena, adept at cross-border capital, large-scale risk control, and coordinating accounts in the hundreds of billions. Therefore, when his resume arrived last year, Zhou made no attempt to screen candidates and hired him outright. At the time, the group was expanding rapidly, overseas settlements, capital flows, and IP revenue splits were chaotic, and talent was sorely needed. Zhou had given him only one instruction: he would have half a year to familiarize himself with the entire group, and at the end of 6 months, Zhou wanted to see a Hui Jianing capable of serving as the group's deputy financial director. Hui indeed delivered a faultless result. In half a year, he not only mastered the group's financial landscape, but took the time to comb through every account and plug the gaps. Composed, he reported the annual figures line by line, beginning with the electronics division's annual net profit of 3.5 billion Hong Kong dollars. The oil crisis had driven up component costs, while a global consumer electronics boom propelled premium pricing for arcade machines and portable players. Both capacity and margins met expectations. The biopharma division recorded an annual net profit of 70 million Hong Kong dollars. Hengchang Real Estate delivered rental net profit of 250 million Hong Kong dollars. Hengjin Capital's proprietary trading profits were fully reinvested. In media, Zhuangqi Records brought in 250 million Hong Kong dollars in global revenue. Jia Entertainment's annual box office reached 125 million Hong Kong dollars, and after consolidated costs, the division's net profit was 76 million Hong Kong dollars. Yasi was in a 2-year upgrade cycle, retaining profits for turnover. Yazhou Times Nanrenbang and Menkijin together recorded a combined net profit of 24 million Hong Kong dollars. When the data presentation ended, the room grew even more silent. The attendees were seasoned business veterans who needed no explanation to recognize that the group's cash flow had entered an entirely new scale. Zhou Zhanheng lifted his gaze and tapped his fingertips on the table. Opposite him, Li Hantang spoke in a timely, steady voice, reporting that the 1978 retained expansion funds of 1.9 billion Hong Kong dollars had been fully deployed. Capacity upgrades, technical reserves, mainland projects, and the employee fund had all been closed on schedule. Currently, the 2 precision electronics factories were self-sufficient in capacity and required no additional heavy asset construction. At present, the group's cash flow was ample. Li recommended moderate dividends and prudent reinvestment. Zhou gave a slight nod and turned his attention to Liang Jinsong. Liang sat upright and responded crisply with his dividend calculations, reporting that the industrial arms net profit for the year was 3.82 billion Hong Kong dollars. After deducting system retention, strategic shareholder dividends, and mature division option payouts, noting that biopharma had no option pool, all remaining funds had been consolidated at group headquarters. He recommended 1 billion Hong Kong dollars as the controlling shareholders' annual dividend, with the remaining 2.24 billion Hong Kong dollars retained as the group's strategic development fund. Zhou approved the proposal. He leaned back, scanned the room, and set the tone. Allocate a 5% employee option pool to biopharma and synchronize incentive systems across other subsidiaries. After cash is diverted, each sum must return to its designated purpose, strictly earmarked without overlap or redundancy, eliminating any waste down to the last cent. He paused, then looked directly at Liang Jinsong, his voice carrying clearly through the microphone to every corner. He addressed him by name and said that Liang had been at his side for 8 years, mastering confidential affairs, capital matters, and both internal and external accounts. His competence was beyond doubt, and he need not remain hidden behind the office, but should go out and lead on his own. Liang bowed, slightly solemn, and saying nothing further, waiting for his appointment. Zhou announced that the group would initiate a global expansion this year. He specified that fiber optics, microcomputers, and mobile communications were the 3 frontline technologies to secure, while overseas direct channels, dollar asset allocation, and Xinjiang IP tie-ins required a dedicated coordinator. His tone remained even, yet he was confirming the group's largest personnel change of the year. He appointed Liang Jinsong as president of the group's overseas division and president of the North America region, promoted him to executive director, and vested him with full responsibility for all overseas affairs. He then turned to the finance line and named Hui Jianing deputy chief financial officer, effective immediately, to preside over all financial work and assist Liu Shiming in perfecting the group's risk control and capital systems. Finally, he looked to Li Hantang and tasked him with coordinating headquarters' internal affairs and maintaining the core business stability. Li Hantang agreed, noting that domestic and overseas governance should be separated and clearly deployed. He affirmed that both Mr. Liang and Mr. Hui were capable of the responsibility. No one in the room objected. With Hui Jianing's exceptional promotion and Liang Jinsong's outward empowerment, the group's new generation core leadership had unmistakably taken shape. Zhou then finalized the allocation of the 2.24 billion Hong Kong dollars retained funds with clear, actionable directives. First, 40% of the funds would be assigned to Hunko Electronics to build a global offline direct sales channel. Second, 20% would be specially invested in the 3 frontier technologies of fiber optics, personal computers, and cellular communications, prioritizing patent positions and team building without reckless heavy asset expansion. Third, 10% would be used to improve yield rates and core component capacity at the precision plants, thoroughly replacing dependence on Japanese parts. Fourth, the Xingyu game console would launch at the end of June, tied to a high-end co-branded edition with Digua Fanjisen, with an initial limited run of 30 to 50,000 units. When the peak of interest arrives, we will roll out fully. I want consoles and films to empower one another in a two-way lift. Ouyang Sheng must control the tempo, a later production capacity must keep pace. By 1982, we must achieve global scale effects, and by 1983, I want players who may not know Hunka, but cannot possibly be unaware of Xingyu. Fifth, 10% would be increased for mainland cultural and plantation projects as a steady long-term deployment. Sixth, the remaining 20% would be injected in full into the media group to strengthen content and industry influence. He looked to Zhou Wenhui and demanded substantive breakthroughs from the media division this year. Zhou responded in earnest that they would not disappoint the group's investment. Zhou summarized that the group would focus on 3 priorities this year: expansion of advantaged industries, global channel deployment, and securing future technologies. Every penny must be spent on the blade. Earn steady money today while laying firm roots for the group's next decade. After a brief pause, he introduced one final major mechanism. The group will extract 4% of the total share capital to establish a high-level executive stock option pool independent of subsidiary incentives, without deductions or conflicts. He glanced at Lu Shiming and Li Hantang. Shiming has long been in charge of the accounts, firmly securing the rear. Li Sheng has consistently overseen operations, contributing greatly to our efforts. Your shares take effect immediately, exempt from evaluation. He then looked around the room, his tone neither heavy nor light, yet resounding. This pool is not reserved for a select few. In the future, anyone holding a high position in the group who has followed us for a long time and made significant contributions will have the opportunity to enter. The group will not treat those who walk alongside us unfairly. As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of all the executives in the room lit up. Even those who did not receive options felt no discontent. Instead, each of them harbored a sense of determination. Everyone knew that the chairman had always been decisive. Today he opened this door. As long as they worked hard, there would undoubtedly be a share for each in the future. The meeting is adjourned. Zhou Zhanheng stood up, straightened his suit, turned, and exited the conference room, heading directly to the exclusive office on the top floor. Although he spoke few words during the meeting, every decision from data assessments to strategic planning required his approval. Spending an entire day on this was indeed mentally taxing. Once the boss left, the tense atmosphere in the conference room instantly dissipated, and everyone began to gather their documents and leave. After the meeting, Liang Jinsong went straight to the chairman's office on the top floor. He still had some confidential handovers and details regarding the overseas division to discuss with Zhou Zhanheng. Arriving at the door, Liang Jinsong knocked 3 times on the solid wood door, and without waiting for a response, pushed the door open. This was a privilege reserved for longtime confidants. Zhou Sheng. Liang Jinsong bowed in greeting, while Zhou Zhanheng was reclining on the sofa in the lounge sipping tea. Seeing him, he showed no surprise, merely raising his hand slightly, his tone much more relaxed than during the meeting. Have a seat. Is there something else? Zhou Sheng, after my transfer to the overseas division, I plan to promote someone from within to take over my previous role as a confidential secretary. The handover will be fully organized before I assume my new position. Additionally, the settlement funds from last year's Star Wars project have already been transferred to your personal account, totaling $23 million for the entire year. Understood. You can arrange the secretary as you see fit. Having someone familiar from within is more reliable. Zhou Zhanheng nodded lightly, took a sip of tea, suddenly recalling something. He lightly tapped his fingertip on the sofa armrest and instructed Liang Jinsong casually. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention something during the meeting. After you take office, initiate negotiations for advertising integration with Lucasfilm immediately. I've written down the key points, just follow that. Furthermore, the proposal for co-founding a game development company with Lucas and Fox should also be placed on my desk. Remember to take it with you before you leave. Liang Jinsong frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled. Zhou Sheng, we can completely handle game development ourselves. Why involve them in profit sharing? Zhou Zhanheng smiled at this, his tone casual, yet tinged with a sharp insight. I already hold a significant share from Star Wars. Once the Empire Strikes Back truly becomes a blockbuster, they will realize that what I intend to take will far exceed their expectations. By that time, it's hard to ensure they won't act rashly, turning hostile. It's better to build the moat now, so that even if they feel uncomfortable, they have no power to fight back. After finishing, he waved his hand gently. If there's nothing else, you should head back and rest early. Liang Jinsong immediately understood and smiled back. Got it. All right, Zhou Sheng, I'll take my leave now. He retracted his smile, bowed slightly, and turned to take the documents and exit the office. After Liang Jinsong left, Zhou Zhanheng rested in the lounge for a while before picking up his coat and heading downstairs to go home. Home was where he felt most comfortable. In the basement parking lot of Huarun Hang, the black car slowly drove towards the Zhou family's mansion on the hills. As soon as the car arrived at the entrance, Zhou Zhanheng saw Lin Qingxiao and Guan Zhehui walking out of the house, clearly waiting for him. Once the car came to a stop, he quickly opened the door, got out, and walked over to them, taking one hand of each and holding both of their hands. He first turned to Lin Qingxiao, his tone carrying a hint of reproach, but more so a sense of concern. Didn't I tell you? If I'm coming back late, don't wait up, go to bed early. It's chilly at night. What if you catch a cold? Why don't you listen? After that, he turned to Guan Zhehui, his tone softening a bit. You too, if it's too late, just rest first. There's no need to hold out waiting for me. He gently ruffled her hair, filled with tenderness, then his gaze returned to Lin Qingxiao. Seeing his affection for her still unwavering, Lin Qingxia gently withdrew her hand, reaching out to touch his face, smiling as she said, "I just like waiting for you to come back. Hurry inside for a bowl of ginseng tea and then dinner. The dishes were prepared according to your usual off-work time. Knowing you'd be late, I had Sister Zhang keep them warm." She took his coat to hang it up, and the three of them entered the dining room together. While eating, they chatted about everyday matters, finishing dinner peacefully, and then took a stroll in the yard before heading upstairs. Zhou Zhanheng habitually followed Lin Qingxia to her room. Just as they reached the door, Lin Qingxia suddenly turned around, smiling softly. "Tonight, go to Jiahui's room. She's been living here for almost 3 years, and you've never been to her room. It was acceptable when you were younger, but now you're an adult, it's time to add some new members to the Zhou family." Her words were both generous and appropriate, showcasing the demeanor of a rightful wife. Zhou Zhanheng chuckled, reaching out to lift Lin Qingxia, and amidst her gentle exclamations, he squeezed into her room, leaning down to whisper playfully in her ear, "Let's make sure you're comfortable first." Lin Qingxia's face flushed instantly, lightly scolding him, "Naughty, you're so unruly." The following moments were naturally filled with passionate warmth, a blend of affection and intimacy unworthy of detailed recounting. An hour and a half later, after his earnest efforts, Lin Qingxia leaned against him, her face still flushed from their earlier intimacy, a smile lingering on her lips as she drifted into a deep sleep. Only then did Zhou Zhanheng quietly tiptoe to Guan Jiahui's side. On this side, Zhou Zhanheng transformed again, becoming a guide for life's first experiences. The young girl was naturally both shy and nervous, but he remained patient, gentle, coaxing, caring, and whispering sweet romantic words, allowing her first experience to unfold in a blissful state of body and mind. The next morning, Guan Jiahui appeared more radiant, her gaze towards him filled with undeniable affection. Zhou Zhanheng looked at the person beside him, feeling elated. Days passed sweetly and blissfully, not overly indulgent, and he enjoyed it thoroughly. Meanwhile, after Liang Jinsong arranged matters in Hong Kong, he set off for the United States. Lucasfilm conference room. Outside, the mechanical sounds and debugging commands from the Industrial Light Magic team testing Star Wars effects could be heard, while scattered on the table were storyboards for The Empire Strikes Back, concept drawings for the Hoth Echo base, and scaled models of Imperial Star Destroyers, all contributing to the tense atmosphere of post-production. Lucas had just concluded a special effects communication meeting, looking utterly exhausted. Upon seeing Liang Jinsong enter, he merely stood up out of courtesy, his tone revealing unmistakable wariness and impatience. Liang Jinsong approached calmly, extending his hand, his posture steady and humble, yet exuding a natural presence. "Mr. Lucas, I apologize for interrupting your valuable post-production time. I am Liang Jinsong, the president of the overseas division of the Zhou Group. I am not here to discuss ordinary advertising placements, but to bring a solution that can enhance the Star Wars universe. Mutually beneficial." Lucas sat back in his chair, raised his hand to rub his swollen brow, and spoke plainly. "The Zhou family is an important investor in the Star Wars project, and I am well aware of that. To be frank, too many brands have been trying to find ways to shove their products into movies lately. But I will not allow any brand to ruin the integrity of the Star Wars universe. I will not let my hard work become a commercial showcase. I completely understand." Liang Jinsong did not rush to argue, slowly pushing a design draft onto the table, his attitude sincere. "I fully respect your creation. It is precisely because I respect it that I came in person rather than leaving it to the marketing staff to handle. You can take a look at this design. It is the Starfield home entertainment console that the Zhou family is about to launch." Lucas lowered his head to take a look. The device on the blueprint had a minimalistic and square shape with a pixelated screen that fit the sci-fi style, and the body only bore a simple English label. The overall artistic tone perfectly matched the hardcore sci-fi feel of Star Wars with no sense of dissonance. This device is a global home entertainment console on the outside, but internally, its graphic processing capability and portable all-in-one structure just happened to fill a detail gap in your movie. The equipment of the Rebel Alliance. Liang Jinsong explained clearly and eloquently. Imagine the conditions at the Hoth Echo base, which are rudimentary, with bulky military radars everywhere. Yet there is not a single portable, reliable, lightweight graphic monitoring terminal that can be carried by a single soldier. The Rebel Alliance is a resistance organization. They will not be limited to standard military equipment. They will definitely opt for powerful civilian devices that can be modified and pieced together, which aligns with the logic of a fugitive force. Lucas' eyes flickered slightly, his fingertips unconsciously brushed over the outline of the console, and the tension in his expression eased a bit. Seizing the opportunity, Liang Jinsong continued. "Our implantation plan is extremely restrained. In the command room of the Hoth base, there will be a 2-second panoramic shot with a technician holding the device monitoring the movements of the Imperial fleet. The screen displaying simple radar blips, naturally operated and seamlessly integrated. No dialogue, no slogans, no hard advertisements. The entire sequence serves the plot and will never steal the spotlight. Only when the camera sweeps past the console will the Starfield logo be clearly revealed, and that is all." Lucas raised his eyes, still questioning. "Do you want me to place a game console in the Rebel Command Center?" It's about integrating a sci-fi graphic terminal that can directly enhance the realism of the rebel setting into your movie world. Liang Jinsong's tone was firm, each word clear and powerful. It is not a clumsy commercial advertisement, but a prop that fits the worldview. It is not a utilitarian commercial implant, but a complement to the details of the Star Wars universe. Just like in the first film, our Starspeed audio device transformed into a rebel communicator in the shot. No audience felt it was an advertisement. They would firmly believe that this is something that should exist in the Star Wars universe. He paused, his tone becoming more sincere, striking at Lucas' creative intent. When Zhou stepped in during the time when Star Wars was not favored and funding had run dry, taking on the post-production and bearing the risks. It was never for branding or to ride the wave. It was genuinely to make this interstellar world more complete and real. The appearance, color scheme, and compatibility of the device will all be adjusted entirely by industrial light magic. The angle, duration, and placement of the shots will be determined solely by the creative team, and the Zhou family will not interfere. Lucas fell silent, turning to look outside where the team was busily adjusting the effects for the Hoth battle. The light and shadow flickering, then turning back to the design draft on the table. The shape and style indeed showed no sense of dissonance. After a long while he finally nodded and conceded. All right. The appearance and style are indeed unobtrusive, placing it next to the command desk. As a monitoring device for the rebels. The logic holds, and it won't disrupt the quality of the shots. Liang Jinsong took the opportunity to extend his hand. Thank you, Mr. Lucas, for your trust. The Zhou family will only enhance this classic and will never detract from it. The two shook hands to finalize the prop collaboration, and amid the interplay of light and shadow, the groundwork for Zhou's technological involvement was quietly laid into this timeless classic. After Lucas agreed to the implantation collaboration, Liang Jinsong did not immediately end the meeting, but instead calmly pushed a brand new collaboration proposal onto the table, his expression still steady, yet his words pointed directly to the long-term interests of both parties. Mr. Lucas, the implantation of the Starfield console is just the first step. The Zhou family wants to work with you and Fox to establish a long-term partnership that can benefit all three parties continuously. Lucas raised an eyebrow, the weariness in his expression replaced by curiosity. The Fox representative instantly sat up straight. They had thought the Zhou family only wanted to use Star Wars for product promotion, but did not expect further plans. Liang Jinsong spoke slowly, detailing the entire plan. We plan to establish a joint venture game development company exclusive to Star Wars. He deliberately paused, highlighting the core advantage of this collaboration, completely dismantling any potential conflict between Fox and Lucas. The equity distribution will be fully tilted towards both of you. The Zhou family will hold 30 of the shares, Lucas 40, Fox 30, and we will waive controlling rights. The company's sole business will be to rely on the Star Wars IP to develop exclusive games for arcade, handheld, and home consoles, exclusively featuring the entire series of Zhou family hardware for distribution, with global channels entirely laid out by us. All game profits will be split directly according to equity ratio, with no cost offsets, no account period backlog, and immediate settlement. He lightly revealed the value of this collaboration. Movie box office revenue involves multiple deductions and is highly risky. However, games are purely incremental income, not taking away any of your existing IP profits, not cutting into the current market for movies or derivatives. Movies will boost game popularity and games will feed back into the IP's heat, forming a permanent commercial loop with film games hardware. Lucas lightly tapped the table, instantly seeing through the pros and cons. The Zhou family provides funding, technology, and channels, relinquishing the largest equity stake, not touching IP adaptation rights, and not interfering with film creation, which is equivalent to giving him and Fox a lifetime cash flow for free. The Fox representative had no objections either. This is a guaranteed profit deal with no reason to refuse. There is no more solid partnership than one tied by interests. From now on, the interests of the Zhou family will be completely bound with Star Wars and Fox. Prosper together, perish together. Lucas pressed down on the proposal, and a faint smile of relief finally appeared on his face. This collaboration holds significant long-term value, I agree. The Fox representative quickly followed up, Fox fully supports it. Liang Jinsong smiled gently, and the matter was settled. The moat that Zhou Zhanheng wanted was thus completely built, with a long-lasting and stable incremental profit, firmly binding the interests of both parties. In the future, before any new interests surpass this vested interest, the other side will only strive to maintain it. While Liang Jinsong finalized all collaboration matters far away in Hong Kong, Zhou Zhanheng was also preparing for his grandfather's 80th birthday. He originally wanted to hold a grand celebration, inviting celebrities from all walks of life to create a grand scene and to give the old man a moment of glory. However, as soon as the proposal reached Zhou Shirong's ear, he was immediately waved off by the old man. No need for those flashy things. The old man sat in the grandmaster chair, his tone calm and indifferent, showing no concern for the outside world's opinions. I have lived for 80 years, what kind of scenes have I not seen? The superficial bustle is meaningless. Just a simple family meal around the table is the best birthday celebration. Beside them the grandmother softly echoed. Yes, Hungzai, when there are many people coming and going, the empty pleasantries and conversations become exhausting for us two old folks. Zhou Zhanheng smiled helplessly. Since the old man disliked it, he could only nod in agreement. Since Grandpa and Grandma prefer tranquility, we will follow your arrangements, and a simple gathering at home will suffice. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. On the day of the birthday celebration outside the hillside villa, there was a serene stillness, yet inside, it was a lively family gathering. With no outsiders to disturb, the family came together chatting and laughing, filling the hall with warmth. The birthday hall was arranged according to the traditions of the older generation, with two parallel rosewood armchairs placed in the center, antiques, brought from the Zhou family's ancestral home in Macau, polished to a shine, exuding the weight of time and affection. A large red character for longevity hung on the wall. Grandpa Zhou Shurong sat in the main seat wearing a dark patterned longevity robe custom-made 6 months in advance by a renowned silk shop in Central. His silver hair was meticulously combed, and in his hand, he held a redwood cane that had accompanied him for over 20 years, its surface smooth, marked by the passage of time. Grandma sat beside him dressed in a bright red floral robe that complemented her complexion beautifully, her white hair neatly styled into a bun, with a simple golden hairpin adorning the side, elegant and appropriate. She gently caressed the prepared silver bracelets with her fingertips, her eyes sparkling with warmth, unable to. The couple received guests side by side, as it was an important tradition for the elderly to celebrate longevity together. Missing either one would not be considered complete. Zhou Zhanheng's parents, Zhou Jinxiong and Lu Wanjuan, stood by warmly welcoming the arriving family members, friendly and attentive, ensuring all etiquette was observed. Before long, the three young ladies of the Zhou family arrived one after another with their husbands and children, all behaving gracefully, presenting heartfelt birthday gifts. The eldest sister led the way, holding a small wooden box wrapped in red silk. She stepped forward and bowed. Grandpa, Grandma, your granddaughter wishes you a happy birthday. This is the 30-year-old dried tangerine peel you hand-prepared in Macau years ago, growing more fragrant with age, just like your long-lasting blessings and years. I wish Grandpa good health and Grandma a life of peace and happiness. We, the younger generation, only hope for your stability and safety in the years to come. The second sister followed closely behind, holding a steaming basket of longevity peaches which she had personally kneaded and steamed through the night, the tips of the peaches adorned in a celebratory crimson, looking round and delightful. She knelt and bowed, speaking gently and earnestly. Grandpa, Grandma, your second granddaughter presents you with these longevity peaches, wishing you both blessings as vast as the East Sea and a lifespan longer than the South Mountain. May every day bring you joy, and may every meal be delightful. May you remain healthy and strong, and may you enjoy the blessing of children surrounding you every day. The youngest sister stepped forward last, cradling an exquisitely framed handmade embroidery in her arms, a longevity satin embroidered over half a year with densely stitched patterns of cranes and longevity symbols. Grandpa, Grandma, this is a birthday gift personally embroidered by your granddaughter, wishing for longevity and blessings to come to you, and may the Zhou family live in harmony. After completing the ritual, they each took their husbands and children to greet the elders again. Grandpa and Grandma looked at their dutiful descendants, smiles never leaving their faces, continuously inviting them to rise and take their seats, filled with affection. Before long, Lin Qingxia and Guan Jiahui each carried a child and slowly walked into the living room. This pair of twins, now just a year and a half old, looked like exquisite porcelain figurines dressed in matching red silk tang suits embroidered with small fortune characters, snuggling in their mother's arms, their round eyes looking around full of curiosity. Lin Qingxia held her son, her brows and eyes gentle and serene, standing upright. Guan Jiahui held her daughter, her movements skilled and appropriate, a faint smile on her face, showing no signs of stage fright. Since she was officially recognized by the Zhou family, this entire family had long regarded her as one of their own. Today at the birthday banquet, she took on the role of a half-hostess, accompanying Lin Qingxia to present the children to the elders. According to etiquette, the two exchanged glances and approached together, kneeling to bow. Lin Qingxia's soft and respectful voice said, Grandpa, Grandma, Qingxia brings the children to wish you both a happy birthday. I wish Grandpa 80 years of longevity and cranes living long, and I wish Grandma good health and a perpetually smiling face. Guan Jiahui followed closely, her tone warm and sincere. Grandpa, Grandma, Jiahui wishes you both longevity. May your blessings be everlasting, and may you enjoy peace every year. The two little ones did not yet understand, only babbling and waving their small hands randomly, occasionally tugging at their mother's hair, adorably amusing everyone in the room. Grandpa laughed heartily, unable to contain his joy, while Grandma eagerly reached out, gently touching the soft cheeks of the two great-grandchildren, her eyes filled with uncontainable love. The elderly couple then took out prepared gifts. Grandpa presented a pair of heavy little gold locks, while Grandma handed over a pair of soothing silver bracelets, personally putting them on the two children, continuously uttering auspicious words blessing them to grow up without disasters and difficulties safely and smoothly. After the family completed their rituals, Zhou Zhanheng stepped forward slowly. He held two birthday gifts in his hands. One was a silver inlaid rosewood longevity ornament meticulously carved by an old carpenter from Hong Kong, with exquisite and ancient patterns of cranes and longevity. The base concealed the words Shurong Anha, symbolizing the respect of the younger generation for their elders and the Zhou family's legacy. The second was a scroll wrapped in red silk, a donation receipt made in the names of the elders to the Macau Hometown Association's elderly hall, seeking no fame, but fulfilling the elders' lifelong kindness, adding blessings and longevity to them. He stood between Lin Qingxia and Guan Jiahui, handing the gifts to a servant for safekeeping, then facing the elders, he bowed deeply. Grandpa, Grandma, your grandson, Zhou Zhanheng wishes you both a happy birthday. His voice was not loud, yet every word was profound, filled with the responsibility and filial piety of the eldest grandson. This longevity ornament, may you both have carefree years and always enjoy good health. This modest donation, may it help you accumulate virtue and do good deeds, only hoping for you both to be free from illness and disaster and to have a smooth and stable life. After bowing and rising, Grandpa reached out and patted his shoulder. The old man's hand, calloused from years of holding a cane, patted his shoulder heavily. Though he said little, the trust and expectations in his eyes conveyed everything. Grandma then took his hand, carefully observing him, giving simple yet sincere reminders. No amount of money can replace health. Don't stay up late working too hard. There will always be business to attend to. You must take care of your health. The whole family depends on you. A simple piece of advice devoid of any grandiose language struck deeper than 1,000 words, filled with the most genuine concern of the elders. Soon the entire family, alongside Lin's parents and their children, took turns to pay their respects, with the younger generation bowing and kneeling, receiving red envelopes from the elders. The atmosphere was lively yet orderly, with proper decorum and etiquette reflecting the family values of a large clan. Not long after the family banquet commenced, the table was not filled with exotic delicacies, but rather with the everyday home-cooked dishes the elders had enjoyed throughout their lives, exuding warmth. The longevity peaches and longevity noodles were served first, prepared to be soft and palatable, suitable for the elders' chewing, with every detail reflecting the family's care. The tender devotion between the two elders at the table lay hidden in tiny gestures. The soup was slightly too hot, so grandmother scooped spoonfuls, cooled them with her breath, and brought them to Zhou Shurong's lips. Her eyes had grown a little weak, unable to reach a dish across the table. Zhou Shurong quietly moved the plate closer and took a chopstickful of her favorite tofu. Decades of weathering storms together had forged a love so instinctive it required no words. Zhou Zhanheng sat to one side, rising now and then to pour tea or arrange dishes for the elders. Occasionally he turned his head toward Lin Qingxia and Guan Jiahui, who held the child, and whispered while laughing, and his gaze softened completely. The two little ones were lifted onto great-grandmother's lap and teased now and then, babbling happily. The room was filled with the clear, bright laughter of children, boisterous yet comforting. After 3 rounds of wine and a feast of varied flavors, Zhou Shurong clasped his lifelong partner's hand and looked over the assembled children and grandchildren. The deep lines of his face were suffused with a satisfied smile. His voice carried the weary wisdom of a life of ups and downs. I have lived 80 years, traveling from Amen to Xiangang, enduring storms and hardships. In this life, I never sought great wealth or power. I only wished for my family to be united, for reunion at our table, and for peace year after year. Now that Zhanheng can uphold the household, and there are great-grandchildren to bring joy at his knees, your grandmother and I have no regrets in this life. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhanheng lifted his cup and stood his back straight and his eyes resolute as he faced the two elders. Grandpa, Grandma, please rest assured. From now on, at every birthday, we will gather like this, one family, warm and whole. I will preserve the Zhou family's foundation, and more than that, I will protect this present unity and warmth. The evening sun slanted through the half-mountain floor-to-ceiling window, a warm, gilded light bathing the entire hall. It fell upon the two elders who had shared half a lifetime, upon the laughing, bewildered children, upon the tender, steady expressions that passed across the faces of the family. Watching Grandpa and Grandma, having spent so many years side by side, and remaining affectionate, he sighed softly within and suddenly recalled a line of verse. Looking back on so much sweetness and several sorrows through rises and falls, I have never regretted sharing this life with you. It also allowed him, a solitary soul adrift from a future life, in this moment, to finally settle into the warmth of his family. Looking back on so much sweetness and several sorrows through rises and falls, I have never regretted sharing this life with you. It also allowed him, a solitary soul adrift from a future life, in this moment, to... The next day after the birthday feast dispersed, the relatives departed, and the vast half-mountain villa fell suddenly quiet. Only their family and Lin's parents remained in the living room. No one spoke, and even the soft clink of a teacup lit against the rim sounded unusually clear. Zhou Zhanheng tapped a fingertip on the map spread across the coffee table. He had drawn small circles around 3 places: Yunnan, Zhejiang, and Sichuan. They're all here, so we'll be direct, he said in a low, steady voice. In August I will take Qingxia to the mainland DR. Wu and DR. Liang will accompany us to conduct on-site inspections of these 3 provinces and to establish large-scale medicinal herb plantations. We'll also ask the authorities to bring Lin Li, the eldest sister, to Jingxing so the family can meet. At those words, Lin's parents, who had been sitting upright, both stiffened slightly. The 2 elders, whose eyes had been quiet for years, immediately brimmed with emotion. Long-suppressed longing surfaced their brows and eyes, revealing an ineffable stirring and hope. Really? Lin Qingxia held her little daughter in her arms. The girl slept soundly, her small mouth still pursed. Her eyes brightened for a moment, then dimmed again. She looked down at the daughter in her arms, and then at Jin Xing crawling nearby, and spoke softly. Can we manage? The children are still so small, taking them along would be too harsh. We will not take them. Zhou Zhanheng reached out and carefully took the little daughter into his arms. His movements were a bit clumsy, but he cradled her steadily. They will stay at home. Grandpa, grandmother, your parents Jiehui, and the 3 elder sisters will be there. It is far safer than bringing them along. As for our eldest sister, rest assured. He paused. Over the years we have helped the mainland many times. With those ties, this matter will not be difficult. He turned to Guan Jiehui. Jiehui. The little girl kept her head bowed, twisting the hem of her dress, yet the call of her name, she immediately looked up, her eyes brimming with tears. Brother Hong. The household is entrusted to you. Zhou Zhanheng ruffled her hair, his tone softened, but there was no room for argument. Take good care of the children, take care of the home, and contact mommy if anything happens. I want to go too. Guan Jiehui pouted, her voice filled with grievance. I can look after your daily needs. Not this time. Zhou Zhanheng shook his head. Conditions there are poor and the roads difficult. Once it's improved, I'll take you there to see it. Be obedient. Guan Jiehui pursed her lips and eventually nodded, whispering, I know I'll take good care of the home. The old man, who had been silent until then, suddenly cleared his throat and let his cane tap lightly against the floor. Hung Zai is right. The elder's voice was hoarse but decisive. Going to the mainland to do business and seek relatives is a proper undertaking. Go with our blessing. With us old bones at home, the sky will not fall. Grandmother took Lin Qingxia's hand and patted it reassuringly. The children are with us. You 2 handle things outside with a calm heart and return safe and sound. Lu Wanjun looked at her son and daughter-in-law, her eyes full of worry. Bring a few more bodyguards. Carry adequate medicine. The north is cold. Bring a couple of thick coats. Do not worry about the house. Your father and I will look after the children. Zhou Jinxiang, who was terse in such circumstances, only nodded and said, Be careful in all things. With us at home, nothing will go wrong. The 3 elder sisters echoed softly, layering their admonitions. Pack common medicines. Pay attention to diet and rest. Each word steeped in concern for their younger brother. Then Lin Weiliang spoke. The mainland is newly opening. The stability must be sought in all things. Your safety is paramount. Ma Lining also grasped Qingxia's hand and said warmly, Take care of yourself and take care of Ahung. Do not trouble yourselves over matters at home. Zhou Zhanheng looked at the room full of people and felt his heart warm. He nodded and, offering no sentimental speech, said, Rest assured, I have it under control. They'll be back soon. Then he turned to Uncle Chun, standing nearby. Uncle Chun, called the company. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. Have Li Hantong, Lu Shiming, Hu Jianing, Zhou Wenhuai, Ouyang, he, and Chun Sunren come to the headquarters top floor for a closed-door meeting. No one else needs to come. Understood, young master. The next morning, on the top floor of Zhou Shi Group headquarters, the corridor was hushed. Not even a cleaner was about, only bodyguards in black suits, standing at attention. The conference room door was tightly closed, the air conditioning running full. 6 people sat inside, silent, waiting. At 9, sharp footsteps came from the end of the corridor, steady and unhurried. The door was pushed open. Zhou Zhanheng entered wearing a dark suit without a tie, the top 2 buttons of his shirt undone. He looked nothing like a man convening a life-or-death summit, more like someone who had just finished morning tea. Behind him trailed Lao Jinchong, the young woman, carrying a stack of documents, her steps light. Sit. He said one word as he pulled out the chair at the head and sat down, fingertips tapping the table lightly. Lao Jinchong stepped forward briskly, bending to place the documents gently before each person. Her movements were efficient and silent, making not a sound. When distribution was complete, she slipped without a sound to the northwest corner of the room, where a small folding table and a hardwood chair had been set, an assigned observation seat for the temporary secretary. She sat up straight, opened her notebook, pen poised above the page, breathing lightly to keep perfect focus. Zhou Zhanheng scanned the men and got straight to the point. There are 3 matters for which I have called you here today. Everyone sat up straight. First, in August, I will take my wife north to inspect the Chinese herbal medicine plantations in Yunnan, Zhejiang, and Sichuan. The funds will be drawn from the previously reserved industrial account. Jianning, make sure the accounts are clean and leave no traces. Hua Jianning immediately stood up. Rest assured, Zhou Xing, the plan is already in place. Zhou Zhanheng nodded and looked at Zhou Wenhuai. Zhou Sheng, this venture into the mainland for Chinese medicine is the major direction for the group in the next decade. Taiwan will certainly be a bit displeased and may cause some small disturbances, but there is no need to panic. The group will support the media sector to ensure that its projects operate normally. In the future, there will be no need to invest more money there. Just keep a small agency team to oversee things. The core personnel, valuable copyrights, and the cash in the accounts will all be gradually pulled back. To be honest, such a small place has long ceased to grow. The mainland is the true market blue ocean. It has just opened up and will take time to develop. If there are artists below who lack awareness of the situation, do what you can to advise them. If they really want to leave, don't stop them, part on good terms. This year we will focus all our entertainment efforts on Europe and America. With the external market expanding, these small winds and waves are nothing to worry about. Zhou Wenhui's expression became serious. Understood, I will make arrangements right away. Zhou Zhanheng turned to Ouyang, his tone still calm. Second, on the electronics side, the procurement of components from Taiwan will gradually decrease starting this month. Publicly state that it is to mitigate supply chain risks and leave no room for criticism. The adjustments must be completed within a month. Production capacity cannot be disrupted. Ouyang he immediately responded, yes Zhou Sheng. Old Chen, I hope you can take good care of the research institute. Zhou Zhanheng spoke to Chen Sunren with a much more polite tone. Chen Sunren nodded. Rest assured Zhou Sheng, nothing will go wrong with me at the research institute. Lastly, he looked at Li Hantong. During my absence you will handle all daily affairs of the company. If any major decisions arise that you cannot determine, consult my mother. Li Hantong said solemnly, rest assured Zhou Sheng, the company will be managed properly. Is everyone clear? Clear, Zhou Sheng. The six of them replied in unison. All right, the meeting is adjourned. Zhou Zhanheng raised his wrist to check the time. Lao Jinchong, please stay behind. Everyone stood up and quietly left, gently closing the door of the conference room behind them. Lao Jinchong stepped forward, waiting for his instructions. The two of them reviewed the itinerary for the next 3. After discussing official matters, Zhou Zhanheng leaned back in his chair looking out at Victoria Harbor and casually asked, Ah Chong, if you hadn't passed the exam to become our company's secretary, what were you planning to do? Lao Jinchong was taken aback, not expecting him to ask this. After thinking for a moment, she honestly said, I hadn't thought about it. If I hadn't passed, I might have participated in a beauty pageant. Zhou Zhanheng turned his head to glance at her, instantly reminded of events from his past life, and smiled inwardly, maintaining a calm expression. Whether it be participating in a beauty pageant or working, being diligent and earnest is always commendable. There are many matters to attend to on this trip to the mainland. If you are not afraid of hardship, come along and gain some experience. Lao Jinchong's eyes lit up and she quickly bowed. Thank you, Zhou Sheng. I am not afraid of hardship and will definitely work hard. She secretly rejoiced. Accompanying Zhou Sheng on a business trip, as long as she performed well, she would surely be promoted upon returning. Zhou Zhanheng paid no mind to her little thoughts and waved his hand. All right, go down and prepare. Lao Jinchong held her notebook and quietly exited, remembering to gently close the conference room door behind her. Once in the corridor, she secretly let out a sigh of relief, clenched her fist, and her steps became light. The conference room was left with just him alone. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows and illuminated him. He gazed at the shimmering waters of Victoria Harbor, his expression deep and contemplative. Heading north, the thought actually excited him. The next day at the governor's residence, the reception room was elegant and tranquil with solemn furnishings. Zhou Zhanheng and my Li Hao sat separately, and the atmosphere was calm. Zhou Zhanheng spoke first, his tone warm and measured. Governor, it has been a long time since we last met. Today I have taken the liberty to come here to express my gratitude. I have always remembered the grace you showed me by nominating me for the honor, allowing me to earn the title. This kindness has remained in my heart. Secondly, I have come to formally report to the governor. In recent years, I have been focusing on public health and medicine, aiming to improve the traditional Chinese medicine industry system in Hong Kong. However, due to the limited size and quality of medicinal materials in Hong Kong, to establish a proper and sustainable medical industry, one cannot do without the authentic production areas in the mainland. Therefore, I plan to head north in August to visit the Chinese medicinal herb plantations and processing workshops in Yunnan and Sichuan and Zhejiang, establishing a stable supply chain for medicinal materials to benefit Hong Kong's local medicine industry. Additionally, I have heard that a new business area has been established in Shekou with policy innovations and a booming atmosphere, so I will also take the opportunity to scout that area to see if there is space for light industry and public welfare enterprises. My Li Hao nodded slightly, looking at him with a calm gaze. Mr. Zhou, you are young yet prudent. Your solid industrial work brings benefits to the community, and the honor is well-deserved. Both medicine and industry are public welfare sectors, and the Hong Kong government is pleased to see such developments. However, there are subtle risks associated with cross-border operations, which you should be aware of. Zhou Zhanheng's expression was calm as he replied, Governor, you need not worry. I am merely a businessman and will only engage in commercial activities, not political disputes. This trip is purely for industrial inspection and market investment, strictly adhering to Hong Kong's laws and business ethics, and will not touch upon sensitive matters. By coming here today to report in advance, I aim to demonstrate transparency and avoid any ambiguity, ensuring no additional public relations risks for Hong Kong. My Li Hao secretly praised him for his astuteness. This young man is perceptive and knows how to leave face and room for the Hong Kong government. He nodded slowly. In that case, your actions are prudent, and the Hong Kong government has no objections. You may proceed with confidence. Zhou Zhanheng slightly inclined his body, his tone steady. Thank you, Governor, for your support. The Zhou family has always been rooted in Hong Kong. This trip is solely to expand the group's industrial footprint. I will act prudently and live up to the trust of the Hong Kong government. After bidding farewell to the governor's residence, the car slowly drove out of the hilly area, progressing discreetly. Given the current delicate situation, he holds an honor from the British government and is a pivotal figure in Hong Kong's business community. Openly visiting the Hong Kong office would be too conspicuous, easily inviting rumors and speculation. After taking a detour, the vehicle finally stopped at an old tranquil tea house hidden amidst the bustling city of Repulse Bay. This private room is secluded and undisturbed, ideal for confidential discussions. The meeting was conducted with utmost caution and secrecy, with all accompanying guards waiting outside the tea house, leaving Zhou Zhanheng to enter alone for the appointment. Inside the private room, Wang Kuang had long been seated and waiting. His demeanor was calm and composed, showing no arrogance of someone in a high position. Upon seeing Zhou Zhanheng enter, he immediately stood up with a smile. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Chairman. It is I who am late. Zhou Zhanheng hurriedly clasped his fists in greeting. You flatter me, Zhou Sheng. I just arrived a moment ago. Wang Kuang returned the greeting with composure, and both parties took their seats. Inside the room, the two did not indulge in excessive formalities. The atmosphere was relaxed, yet carried a sense of seriousness. Zhou Zhanheng raised his teacup and took a delicate sip, displaying a humble demeanor as he softly spoke. For many years, Zhou Sheng has harbored a heart for his homeland, providing assistance in silence. We have always taken note of it. It is merely the duty of a citizen. I am originally from Lingnan, a Chinese person. In Hong Kong, I engage in business, seeking only stability in the world and peace for my family and country. The modest contributions I've made in the past are nothing to boast about. He avoided empty rhetoric and directly addressed the matter at hand, his tone candid and straightforward. The purpose of today's meeting is twofold. Firstly, to inform you of two matters related to industry. Secondly, there is a personal request I hope to trouble you with. The first matter is that I plan to lead a team north in August to visit the traditional Chinese medicine plantations in Sichuan, Zhejiang, and Yunnan, establishing a long-term herbal supply chain. In the future, Zhou's TCM industry hopes to be deeply tied to the sources in the mainland, creating a mutually beneficial and standardized herbal production and sales system. Secondly, I have heard that the Shikoku district is keen on reform and development. I hope to participate in the mainland's construction and engage in some solid industries. As he spoke, his tone softened, adding a touch of earnestness. As for the personal matter, it concerns my wife Kingxia's elder sister Linley. Our family has been separated for many years, and we long for reunion. We hope that during our northern journey you can help coordinate so that the sisters can reunite in the capital. With his words, he slightly inclined his body, his attitude sincere. Though this is a family matter, it weighs heavily on my wife's heart, and that of her family, which has been burdened for many years. As Zhou's company delves deeper into the mainland's industries and long-term plans for the livelihood sector, I also hope this common human sentiment can be fulfilled. President Wang listened quietly to all the words, understanding evident in his eyes as he nodded slightly. We are always clear about and trust Zhou Sheng's vision and stance. The herbal industry is crucial for the well-being of the people, and the development in Shikoku aligns with the trend. If you are willing to bring capital and technology back to your homeland and develop it, we naturally support it wholeheartedly. We will do our utmost to coordinate everything regarding access and policies. As for the reunion of family, it is reasonable and natural. You and your wife are committed to your roots and long-term planning in the mainland. We appreciate this sincerity. Before your arrival in Beijing in August, we will arrange everything in advance to ensure that the sisters meet smoothly and safely. His words assuredly indicated official consent and endorsement. Zhou Zhanheng felt a sense of reassurance in his heart and nodded in gratitude once more. Thank you. Our family business has never forgotten its roots. In all future plans in the mainland, we will engage in solid industries, benefit the people's livelihood, and adhere to regulations. We do not engage in superficial capital or touch sensitive boundaries. We will work diligently. The conversation was succinct and clear, devoid of excessive formalities or hollow statements. In just a brief 15 minutes, the three major matters of industrial access, official endorsement, and family reunion were all settled. As he left the branch office, the afternoon sun was bright and clear. The car windows slowly rose, shutting out the noise of the outside world. Zhou Zhanheng leaned back in his seat, his gaze directed towards the distant Victoria Harbor. The government acknowledged the mainland, accepted industries were laid out, and personal connections were established. A few days later, in the conference room of the Shatin Electronics Industrial Park, a group of senior executives from the electronics sector took their seats. Zhou Zhanheng lightly tapped his fingers on the table, appearing relaxed with no sign of disturbance. Currently, the market for global consumer electronics is expanding rapidly, and production capacities are already at full tilt everywhere. His tone was calm, his pace unhurried, yet his words were clearly heard by everyone. In August, I will personally visit Shiko for an on-site investigation. If the business environment there is stable, all new production capacities for the group will be established in Shiko. Based on market forecasts, by mid-next year we plan to increase production to 150,000 units each for portable media players and handheld consoles, 80,000 units for home gaming consoles, and 50,000 units for arcade machines, gradually ramping up production. As soon as he finished speaking, the conference room fell silent. The senior executives were all mentally calculating the scale of this production capacity, growing increasingly astonished. Most of those present held options in hand. If this production capacity were to be successfully established and expanded, the profit dividends next year would be unimaginable. Excitement surged within the crowd as mere words like excitement and elation seemed inadequate to express their current emotions. If all these products could be absorbed by the market in 1981, the profits would be simply unfathomable. Ouyang he pondered for a moment before voicing his concerns. Zhou, this production increase is significant, and I fear the market may struggle to fully absorb it in the short term. Zhou Zhanheng glanced at him calmly and spoke at ease. In the past 2 years, everyone has witnessed the speed of market expansion. All factories have been operating on 3 shifts year-round with equipment and manpower working beyond capacity, which is not a sustainable way to operate. Orders have already piled up until mid-next year, and the market gap is evident. His tone softened, losing some of its authority while gaining a relaxed composure. There is no need to rush to fully utilize production capacity at once. 10 months is enough time to adjust calmly following the market sales to gradually increase output. With just a few simple sentences, all concerns were resolved. Ouyang he understood and said no more, bowing in response. I will leave the subsequent capacity adjustment and factory preparations to your management. Zhou Zhanheng casually issued a command and did not linger, rising to leave. The senior executives watched him depart, all confident that this young leader's business acumen had never been wrong. In the following period, the entire Zhou group began to operate in an orderly manner. Internally, strategic adjustments across various sectors were steadily implemented, with capacity planning, personnel adjustments, and fund transfers all being executed one by one. Externally, they dispatched capable personnel to the mainland in advance to survey production sites and negotiate with local departments, paving the way ahead. At the same time, official channels communicated effectively, with all procedures and interpersonal arrangements being quietly completed ahead of time, clearing away potential risks and obstacles. With all matters arranged properly and the foundation solid as a rock, the preparations for the northern journey were finally completed. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the originally scheduled day for departure in August. The sky was clear and bright, and the atmosphere at the dock was calm. Wang Kuang specially came to see them off, and seeing everything settled, he slowly said a profoundly meaningful sentence before they left. Your current plans are grand in scale, and your stance is well recognized. After you complete the industrial layout in South China and arrive in Beijing, there will be leaders who formally meet with you to discuss long-term strategic cooperation. These words were spoken plainly but carried significant weight. It was not an ordinary economic and trade discussion, but a high-level formal meeting, recognition and paving the way. Zhou Zhanheng understood this implicitly, merely nodding in ease. Thank you for your trust, while I will surely engage in pragmatic work to deepen our long-term, mutually beneficial cooperation. The waves crashed against the sides of the boat, and the white splashes shattered into golden flakes under the sunlight. Zhou Zhanheng leaned against the genuine leather sofa of his exclusive flying boat, which bore no markings, only the highest-level passage flag of the China Merchants Group fluttering on the mast. This was specially requested by Yuan Gong, allowing for inspection-free and priority navigation from Hong Kong Shenzhen to Shiko. The ship departed promptly at 8 o'clock in the morning, and by 10:05 the coastline of Shiko was already clearly visible. There were no crowded cabins, no noisy voices. The whole vessel carried him Lin Qingxia, 4 personal bodyguards, 3 electronic industry engineers, and a comrade from Xinhua News Agency. Lin Qingxia was dressed in a well-tailored cream-colored suit and wore a wide-brimmed straw hat, quietly flipping through a magazine. Sir Zhou, we will be docking in 10 minutes. The captain knocked and entered, respectfully reporting. Zhou Zhanheng nodded and closed the document in his hand. This time, heading north, he did not make a fuss. However, the identity of Sir KB from Hong Kong and the helm of the Zhou Group was enough to compel any local government to spare no effort. Yuan Gong understood. So when the ship slowly docked at Shiko passenger terminal, Zhou Zhanheng immediately spotted the crowd waiting in line on the dock. There were no colorful flags, no banners, no clanging gongs. But the standards were raised to the fullest. Yuan Gong stood at the front, dressed in a perfectly pressed dark gray Zhongshan suit, with his hair meticulously styled. Behind him stood all 6 core leaders of the Shiko Industrial Zone, from deputy commander to chief engineer, none missing. The dock had been cleared ahead of time, with all unrelated personnel evacuated, leaving only a few uniformed security personnel on guard. 3 black Volga sedans brought in from Guangzhou in advance were neatly parked at the dockside. Zhou Zhanheng's own 3 Toyota Land Cruisers had already cleared customs a day in advance and quietly followed behind the Volgas. The hatch was lowered. Zhou Zhanheng took Lin Qingxia's hand and slowly descended the ship's ladder. Yuan Geng immediately approached, briskly extending his hands with a solemn smile that momentarily stiffened. He couldn't help it, the height difference was too great. Although everyone had received prior notice about Sir Zhou's towering stature, but to truly see that nearly 2-meter-tall figure still exceeded everyone's imagination. As Yuan Geng approached, he had to slightly raise his gaze, secretly surprised, yet maintaining an expression of respectful propriety. Sir Zhou, thank you for your hard work on the way here. On behalf of the China Merchants Group and all colleagues in the Macau Industrial Zone, we welcome your arrival. He deliberately used the title Sir Zhou instead of the more casual Mr. Zhou. This was a mark of respect for his identity and status. You're too kind, Commander Yuan. Zhou Zhanheng shook hands lightly with him, his tone calm, yet carrying the steady aura of one who has long resided in a position of power. Thank you for waiting for us. It was my duty, Yuan Geng said with a smile, his gaze lingering on Lin Qingxiao for a moment, a hint of amazement flashing in his eyes before he politely looked away. Madam Zhou, welcome to you. Lin Qingxiao nodded slightly in acknowledgement, her smile warm. The group got into the vehicle. Yuan Geng personally opened the door of the first Volga, inviting Zhou Zhanheng and Lin Qingxiao to sit. However, Zhou Zhanheng found it impossible to fit into the car, and he awkwardly scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he said, Sir Zhou, I truly apologize. Old Wang didn't specify your exact height, just said you were tall, and we prepared a bigger car, but this is already our best one. At this point, he showed a hint of embarrassment on his face. Commander Yuan, you needn't say that. I am the one causing you trouble. How about we share my vehicle instead? Zhou Zhanheng invited, while holding Yuan Geng's hand. Yuan Geng could not refuse. After all, he couldn't struggle against the immense strength of Sir Zhou. Lin Qingxiao, seeing this, covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes squinting into crescent shapes, knowing this mischievous man was teasing someone again. Yuan Geng, aware of the cramped space in the Volga, smiled and conceded. Except for the local accompanying officials sitting in the reception, Volga, Zhou Zhanheng and his wife, along with the core team, all switched to the spacious Toyota Land Cruiser convoy. The vehicles slowly drove away from the dock, heading along the dirt road by the sea towards the industrial zone. Sir Zhou, I truly apologize. The conditions in Macau are quite rudimentary, and I am sorry for the inconvenience. Yuan Geng turned his head a bit embarrassed and said, Our best reception point is just a makeshift office. It can't compare to even 1/10th of Hong Kong. No worries, you are truly too courteous. Zhou Zhanheng looked out at the bustling construction site, smiling and speaking in a relaxed tone. I am here to discuss industry, not for leisure. A few rough conditions only show that there is great potential here. Yuan Geng nodded inwardly. Indeed, just as the rumors said, he was young and capable, composed and pragmatic, with none of the ostentation of a top tycoon. The car passed a famous red slogan sign that read, Time is money, efficiency is life. Zhou Zhanheng's gaze lingered on it for a few seconds without speaking. Yuan Geng followed his gaze and smiled, saying, This sign was just recently erected, and it has stirred quite a bit of controversy. But I feel that in construction one must emphasize efficiency and race against time. You're right, Zhou Zhanheng nodded. In industry, efficiency is the lifeline. These words struck a chord with Yuan Geng, and his gaze toward Zhou Zhanheng held a bit more admiration. The vehicle finally stopped in front of a 2-story white building. This was the temporary office of China Merchants in Macau, currently the best building in all of Macau. The large office on the first floor had been temporarily converted into a reception room. It was furnished with several sofas and a long table with a comprehensive planning map of the Macau Industrial Zone hanging on the wall. Tea and fruits were placed on the table, all freshly bought from Guangzhou early in the morning. Sir Zhou, please take a seat. Yuan Geng personally poured a cup of tea for Zhou Zhanheng. Please rest a moment. I will give you a detailed introduction to the situation in Macau. For the next hour, Yuan Geng held the planning map and provided a detailed introduction to Macau's infrastructure policy, incentives, labor resources, and future development plans. He spoke clearly and passionately, his eyes filled with visions of the future. Zhou Zhanheng listened quietly, occasionally nodding, asking one or two extremely precise questions on the annual throughput of the port, customs clearance, efficiency, maximum power load, and average wages of workers. Each question targeted the core of industrial investment. The more Yuan Geng answered, the more shocked he felt. He had initially thought this young sir was merely a wealthy capitalist, but he never expected him to be so well-versed in industrial construction. The questions asked were even more professional than many veteran engineers who had been in the industry for decades. At noon, Yuan Geng invited Zhou Zhanheng to lunch in the small dining room of the building. Yuan Geng had specially borrowed 2 chefs from the Guangzhou White Swan Hotel to prepare a table of authentic Cantonese dishes. Although the ingredients were simple, the presentation was exquisite. Sir Zhou, I truly apologize for the limited conditions you have to settle for this. Yuan Geng raised his glass. I toast to you, thanking you for your trust and support for Macau. Commander Yuan, you are too courteous. Zhou Zhanheng raised his glass, clinking it with him and downing it in one gulp. During the meal, there were no excessive pleasantries. They discussed only industry. After finishing the meal and taking a short break, the group proceeded to the conference room on the 2nd floor. The formal negotiations began.